Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. MHA, Fantasy Extraction. 1 Fae, Chapter 1 Chapter, Sleep, First Update. The first chapter, Sleep, the first update. Darkness hangs over everyone. A hardcover man wearing the hero costume of the Silver Age of Beauty, the huge hole in the abdomen is dripping with blood, and organs such as intestines are scattered all over the place. All Might, the on-point one hero, who was hailed as a symbol of peace by everyone, knelt down on one knee with difficulty, his vital signs dropped to freezing point, his eyes widened and his teeth were clenched tightly for his own belief. All Might, Nangong Yu whispered softly, his resolute profile was full of unyielding tenacity. This is probably the first time I have an intuitive understanding of this hero. Rumbling. There are unimaginable and terrifying disasters happening around, and the so-called earthquake and tsunami seem a bit too much under the destructive power of this stalwart. Collapsed buildings and countless weak people fled in all directions. Amidst the screams and boiling of fear, it was like the end of the world. Looking away, Nangong Yu followed All Might's gaze and looked at the demon-like man in the field. Compared with All Might, there was no human appearance on this man. Even if he was lying on the ground, his hands were still emitting various black beams without stopping. Destroy the same quirks. Nangong Yu knew exactly who this was and what this guy was going to do. ALL.FOR.ONE. A real demon king of destruction, he deprived countless people of quirks, just to make himself stronger. For example, the belief in the sense of responsibility, destruction has become his biggest synonym. At that second just now, this kind of thing is happening, and he is telling everyone with his actions. ALL.FOR.ONE. He wants to destroy this seemingly disgusting world. Ha ha ha. You are really weak, vulnerable, and you think you are a symbol of peace. Now I will let you watch me destroy this world protected by you with my own hands. His face was shattered and bones were left. The big boss made a piercing ridicule. His legs were nowhere to be seen, and his arms were dripping with blood. The surrounding ground has already been cracked into countless pieces, densely packed like broken glass, centered on ALL.FOR.ONE. While waving, two more black beams shot out. Cough. All Might knelt down on one knee, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth unconsciously, and a pair of extremely thick arms had also exposed the bones. The right hand tightly pressed the wound, and the left hand was slowly clenched, but it was so exhausted. The hallucinations like 7 heroic spirits have appeared in front of my eyes. They floated in front of my eyes, as if they were a divine call. Their blue pupils, like will-o'-the-wisps, exude a terrifying light, and seem to be encouraging. All Might gritted his teeth tightly, his body was shaking, but he couldn't fall down. Hero, it's a symbol of peace. The tragedy at the scene is not difficult to see what happened here. This hell-like scene is enough to reflect how tragic the battle just now was. I'm afraid this is also the first time in so many days that Olmert showed his true strength, and even used 100% of his strength to launch such a terrifying attack. 1. 4. All in all, Phi. 1. A duel between justice and evil. Perhaps, this is exactly where the charm of this world lies. Nangong Yu clenched his hands secretly, all of this came so impatiently, as if he had just come into this world. Everything, just for this baptism. This is the first real battle between All Might and ALL.FOR.ONE after countless confrontations. It symbolizes the confrontation between inheritance and deprivation, the final meaning of this war, and whatever the outcome, the reality will be biased towards that idea. For the changes brought about by this world, there are more than a few stars. Therefore, All Might cannot be defeated. Why? What does it feel like to watch me destroy your beloved world? I can only watch helplessly, but there is nothing I can do. What does it feel like? ALL.FOR.ONE laughed out loud. In this world where heroes are maturing, all peace and dreams are brought by All Might in front of you, if you don't destroy the symbol of peace in front of you now. I am afraid that darkness will not be able to germinate in the soil, and even completely cut off the idea of darkness. With the laughter accompanied by coughing up blood, ALL.FOR.ONE stopped moving, wiped the blood with his right hand, and stopped laughing. The last blow, let you thoroughly see what destruction is. Is it worth it to be able to drag your intestines and fight with me so far? ALL.FOR.ONE withdrew his sneer. He also felt the limit of his life, but he still stretched out his hands without hesitation, and the two hands converged into a black point. Countless beams of destruction hit it, and the power of destruction was brewed in the blink of an eye. Cough. Just as All Might moved, blood spewed out again. This human body may have already suffered irreparable damage. But, All Might moved a step with difficulty, but the next moment, his body seemed to be exhausted. As ALL.FOR.ONE said, he could only watch everything being destroyed. All Might is slowly falling, and the power of black destruction is about to explode. Baptism. Let's start. In this case, then this time should be enough. Looking away from the slow energy progress of the system in front of him, looking at the energy ball of destructive force in front of him, Nangong Yu couldn't help licking the corner of his mouth. Boy, this idea is very dangerous. But done. Remember the sandwich cream biscuits and chocolate bars that owe me, All Might? A familiar voice came to mind, which made All Might startled for a moment, and the next moment, he saw Nangong Yu's familiar figure jumping up towards the place where the destructive force was exchanged. Feather. Accompanied by the roar of All Might Ligia, the black destructive power spewed out instantly with the entry of Nangong Yu. The black destructive light and shadow instantly expanded, enveloping everyone in it, and the palpitating power made everyone tremble, but then disappeared without a trace in less than a second. Everything was like a dream, but it happened in front of everyone's eyes. The shadow of the sky slowly dissipated, revealing the unscathed figure of Nangong Yu appeared in the sky and was falling. Seriously injured jet hero Gran Torino quickly stretched out his hands and caught the sleeping Lin Tian. ALL.FOR.ONE, who thought it would destroy everything, opened his eyes wide, and was eventually collapsed under the collapsed tall building unwillingly. Chapter 2 Awakening, a new chapter. Second update. Chapter 2 Awakening, a new chapter. Z. The sound like electric current draws a fragment like a memory flashback. Nangong Yu is sure that he is not dreaming. The consciousness is very clear, and I can even feel the touch around me. But it just happened to be trapped in this place and couldn't wake up. Jundian, you're here, how is your body recovering? A little familiar, this voice. Nangong Yu suddenly discovered that this is Gran Torino. Jundian, it has almost recovered, and the current activity time has been shortened to 3 hours a day. Shongying has sent out an invitation. I want to go and see. The weak voice, although the voice is familiar, seems to have a completely different spirit. All Might. Nangong Yu is very familiar with it, but what is he going to do? Shongying also sounds very familiar. Why? Gran Torino sighed, looked at Nangong Yu who was breathing steadily on the bed, and couldn't help but think of the boy who was competing with him for taiyaki in his mind. It's just that 5 years have passed in a flash. Still no sign of waking up. Well, this time, it's also a boy from Nangong saying goodbye. All Might said again, and also looked at the boy on the bed. The scene that happened 5 years ago is still vivid in my memory, but Nangong Yu never woke up again. Although miraculously unscathed, he fell into a deep sleep because of it. Trust Nangong. After all, he was once the strongest in ALL. Gran Torino said softly, but hesitated to speak. Then, Gran Torino seemed to compromise again. Go and find new hope. Young Nangong, you must wake up. Clenching his palms slightly, the thin All Might said goodbye and turned to leave. I'll send you off. Gran Torino also jumped off the stool and pushed the door open. The atmosphere in the room fell silent again, only the ticking of the clock on the wall and the heating of the microwave oven remained. Nangong Yu found that he didn't seem to be new to these things. Z. The sound like an electric current appeared in my mind again. However, Nangong Yu found that his connection with the outside world seemed to have been cut off. This is, when Nangong Yu's consciousness moved, a tangible and invisible force seemed to be pulling him. Come behind. It is also because of my own response. This power seems to be responded to. Brush. After a second of blank consciousness, a space with silver light spots appeared immediately, and Nangong Yu quickly covered his eyes with his hands. Then he slowly moved his hand away, adapting to the dazzling light here. It generally looks like a space, with countless silver light spots flashing on the surrounding white walls, but these light spots have undergone different changes. Big and small, the bright silver glow looks a bit sci-fi. Moving your eyes, the most important place is a silver white cube with sharp corners facing down. Nangong Yu was dumbfounded. Countless ones and zeros flicker in it, as if waiting for some kind of decryption. Next moment, the silver white cube suddenly shot out a stream of electric current, hitting it with precision. Nangong Yu was not in a hurry to dodge, the electric current was extremely fast. It was as if a silver lightning struck Nangong Yu directly on the forehead. Hiss. A tingling pain was fleeting, and Nangong Yu slowly opened his eyes. 5 years ago, when I first came to this world, I counted hero all over the place, as well as the ability called Quirks. Nangong Yu easily recognized that this was the world of My Hero Academia. However, after some inquiries, Izuku seems to be just a kid. So, after doing some calculations, Nangong Yu was shocked to find that he had arrived 5 years before the event started. Like regular time travel dramas, the system is bound. It's a pity that the binding failed because the progress of the energy bar was not enough. This system called extraction is also where his golden finger is. In the setting, all the things in Gensokyo, after the appearance of this world, when the transformation of fantasy into reality reaches 100%, your own system can extract these fantasy things. Not only abilities, but even all items in these Gensokyo. In this way, Nangong Yu also thoroughly figured out why the binding of his own system failed. Such a god-defying thing. Also within a short period of time, Nangong Yu started serialization in the form of comics with a hot-blooded animation, Super Seminary. In this hero-seething world, comics have long been a form of life, but because of heroes' various quirks, those comics don't seem to have room to rise at all. In this era of trapped thinking, Nangong Yu was surprised to find that the sales of Super Seminary broke the restriction in a short period of time. The largest selling hero publication board has always been occupied by various hero information. This is the most intuitive hero world, and it also describes various great deeds of hero. Certainly, at that time, the most popular serialization of course belonged to All Might's hero publication. Unfortunately, at that time, the Super Seminary comics were born out of nowhere, directly crowding out the major comics, and rose up smoothly all the way. The resonance of the response is that there are also quirks in this world, but the ability is not outstanding. Readers, it's like Super Seminary, a powerless world, under the influence of aliens and even crushing the Earth's technology, rising fighters. The first Super Seminary. Comics directly dominated the hegemony-themed comics, and the resulting changes in reality caused the system progress bar to grow wildly. Pity, seeing that the system is about to appear. ALL.FOR.ONE appeared at this critical moment. So, in the final battle between All Might and ALL.FOR.ONE, Nangong Yu had a very risky idea. As soon as the memory was frozen here, Nangong Yu withdrew his mind, but was stunned the next moment. Because, the silver cube began to rotate slowly, and a strange voice sounded. The sensing host wakes up, and the system begins to bind. Chapter 3 System Space. Third update. Chapter 3 System Space. Third update. For Nangong Yu, there is nothing more pleasing than this voice. After all, this is the benefit of the time traveler, the golden finger of every time traveler. As a former proponent and reader of divine books, Nangong Yu is well aware of the changes this system will bring to him. It is a domineering system just from its name. Extract. And it's not just as simple as the ability to extract, even the items in the open world can be extracted, as long as the extraction progress reaches 100%. It means that in this world, something that does not belong to this world is also recognized by everyone. Countless numbers of 1 and 0 are also completely hidden in the cube at this moment, covered by a layer of streamlined silver brilliance from the inside to the outside. Nangong Yu watched intently. If you guessed right, I'm afraid it's your own system space. After looking at the size, everything looks very novel and full of science fiction. The binding is complete. In less than 5 seconds, the system sounded again, followed by the music of a symphony of social songs. Welcome host, Nangong Yu. The strange voice changed into a beautiful female voice, with a bit of euphemism, like a girl. System. Nangong Yu asked. Yes, host. The beautiful female voice said again. This is the system space. Here, you can extract all information that can be extracted. Before the system is turned on, it is set to passive extraction. On top of this function, the host can choose to actively extract. The voice fell, and a light curtain appeared on the wall of the room. The big head sticker was full of vitality, and all the information about myself was around. Host. Nangong Yu, SX, male, age, 15 inches, knowing the world, My Hero Academia, awareness level, 80%, quirks, affiliated creatures similar to the ability of enchantment, it can give some inanimate material activities in a small range, and can be directly controlled. World time, 5 years, on the information wall on the left, the information ends here. Nangong Yu's face is calm, and he just has an intuitive understanding of his own information. After all, I am not an aborigine of this world. Before coming to this world, I was an ordinary otaku boy in a place called Earth Star. Unexpectedly, I came to this world in a blink of an eye, and met jet hero Gran Torino who went out to buy fried fish. On the most central wall, new words appeared. Spatial flow rate, 60, 1 meaning 60 seconds in the space, only a short second in the outside world. Then comes new information, opening up the world, Super Seminary, progress, 10%, extract, void undefeated body, 10%, lightning speed, 10%, god-killing power, 10%, star control, 1%, earth power, 0%, storm power, 20%. Extract items, none. It seems that the serialization of the Super Seminary anime has added so many attributes to my passive skills. I am afraid that it is because of these reasons, a series of physical strength, speed, and endurance, that I am impressed by All Might. There was a smile on the corner of Nangong Yu's mouth, and a light expression appeared in his eyes. In the serialization of the first edition of Super Seminary, there was only a rough description of the abilities of these fighters, and it has been 5 years, and the second edition has not been published. And it was precisely because of these announcements that his storm ability was increased to 20%. You must know that Lianfeng's storm ability is not just as simple as manipulating natural elemental storms, it is even about strengthening one's own abilities. The storm database is the most intuitive cognition. Although the complete storm database is not inherited in this world, it is also a bug against the sky for the development of the mind and memory. This is also the reason why Nangong Yu first chose Super Seminary. Information, stop here. Final comments. Honor. 5 years ago, Honor hit first. Evaluation. S. The strongest tool. Selected as the world's strongest hero All Might, the strongest heir of the ability 1.4.1. Rating. S. Death Leap. Ignore death and devour the power of destruction. Rating. S. So, in view of the final evaluation of these evaluations, I would like to advise the host, please keep a low profile before you fully extract it, and don't do such deadly behaviors in the future, because you are destined to become the strongest person. The beautiful girl led with a hint of domineering, he smiled slightly. Advice to myself, it's quite humane. At this point, the system space is completely unlocked, and countless information is slowly flowing into his memory. Nangong Yu slowly opened his eyes and grinned, of course. The next moment, realization was devoted to the poster projection of My Hero Academia, on the third wall in front of him. My Hero Academia, here I come. Chapter 4 Conflict on the Train. Fourth update. Chapter 4 Conflict on the Train. Fourth update. After ordering All Might, Gran Torino opened the door and entered, then sat on the stool with his back hunched as usual, quietly looking at Nangong Yu in front of him. Xiao Yu, Thinking of the scene of Nangong Yu's sacrifice 5 years ago, Gran Torino couldn't help feeling a pain in his heart. But for some reason, looking at Nangong Yu on the bed at this time, I feel a little different. Call. After silently withdrawing from the system space, Nangong Yu's consciousness completely returned to his body, and he exhaled deeply. There was light in front of his eyes, and all kinds of tactile sensations suddenly recovered. The next moment, Nangong Yu opened his eyes. Xiao Yu. Gran Torino on the side opened his eyes wide in surprise, and quickly jumped from the stool to the side of the bed. The strength in his body surged like a tide, and Nangong Yu also sat up with support. Of course, still need to show some weak expression. Anyway, at least pretend, otherwise. Recovering from 5 years of deep sleep in a second is too heaven-defying. Goo. His stomach rumbled at the right time, and Nangong Yu stroked his hair embarrassingly. That, old man, I'm a little hungry. This familiar nickname, Gran Torino stretched out his hand and prepared to call it without thinking. Nangong Yu also smiled resentfully, but the hand on his head did not fall for a long time, and the big warm hand landed on his head after a long while. Gran Torino said earnestly, just wake up. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, Nangong Yu didn't think about other things. He went out to exercise with Gran Torino and bought some delicious food every day. Although Gran Torino is very old, he often holds hero activities, but these 2 days he devoted himself to accompany Nangong Yu. On the doorstep of Gran Torino held the suitcase in his hand, with some reluctance in his eyes, but he still said, since you have your choice, then go on your way and run all the way. Know that nothing will hinder you, Jundian. No, All Might also firmly believes in you. Certainly. Nangong Yu still had a confident smile on his mouth, and turned to leave, but his voice came slowly. Old man, it's not that I won't come back, I also want to see how All Might teaches people, ha ha ha. Seeing the figure of Nangong Yu walking away in the sunset, Gran Torino still feels a little bit reluctant, but the talent is strong, and he has to go his own way. Chicks also need to learn to fly. The scenery outside the window kept receding. Nangong Yu looked out the window with his arms propped up, but there was not much scenery in his eyes. Flickering back to the bits and pieces of the past when he came to this world in his mind, Nangong Yu is also very clear that it is not an easy thing to rise up. Even if you own a system, you still need to clarify your goals in a short period of time. So, wow, Ochako, you actually carry these things. Just then, a sharp voice sounded. Then, there was the sound of something falling, and a book-like thing fell at Nangong Yu's feet. The car was very stable, and Nangong Yu didn't feel sleepy, so he picked up the book casually, with Ochako's name in capital letters. Junior third class. Uraraka Ochako. This made Nangong Yu slightly taken aback. Isn't this the girl from My Hero Academia and Green Valley Izuku, who actually appeared here? Don't touch my things. The soft voice was a little angry again. The girl in the pink clothes tightly grasped the corner of her clothes, but the girl in front of her still didn't stop her behavior. Books and other things were scattered on the ground, and he continued to flip through Ochako's school bag, then smiled slyly, and took out a few publications from the school bag. Ha ha ha, I found it. The girl held a few black-covered publications in her hands. The silver-gray back view made Nangong Yu very familiar. At that time, she felt that Keisha's sacred wings were too advanced, so she used Morgana's demon wings as the cover. And now it's happening again. Moreover, the usual Uraraka Ochako turned out to be his loyal reader, which made Nangong Yu a little dumbfounded. Moreover, 5 years later, the manga is still preserved in such a complete way, it seems that Uraraka Ochako also cherishes this publication. I said, don't move. Uraraka Ochako's small face was flushed, his fists were clenched, and his teeth were clenched in a serious manner. He was already weighing whether to use quirks or not. What, little girl, are you going to use quirks on me? Be clear, using quirks casually is against the law. The girl on the opposite side also noticed Uraraka Ochako's anger, but still challenged with disdain. I just want to throw away this worthless thing. Uraraka Ochako has already reached out to touch the girl, which is enough to see the weight of this manga in Uraraka Ochako's heart. Others in the carriage also noticed this, but after all, they were just a few junior high school kids, and no one intervened. But Nangong Yu doesn't think so. Junior high school children have no standards for doing things, and it's related to Super Seminary, so Nangong Yu doesn't have to bear it. I said, stop here. Just as the girl was about to reach out and tear up the manga, Nangong Yu's cold voice sounded from behind the crowd. Then, Nangong Yu in a black windbreaker pushed aside the crowd and walked over. Chapter 5 Invisible Changes Caused by Quirks. 5th Update. Invisible Changes Caused by the 5th Chapter, Quirks. 5th Update. Who is this kid? Looks like a kid too. Is this child so reckless in everything he does? There were bustling discussions from the surrounding crowd, but no one saved money to stop this farce. After all, in the eyes of everyone, it was just an insignificant episode. The girl frowned slightly. Seeing Nangong Yu's delicate face, she froze slightly, but then she reacted, her chin raised high. Why, do you want to take care of it? And it doesn't seem to be your business, right, little brother? Little brother, ahem. Hearing this name, Nangong Yu really almost spit out a mouthful of old blood, but seeing Uraraka Ochako in front of him with tears in his eyes, Nangong Yu didn't want to make things worse. I came to Shongying by myself only for the normal hero license. After all, it is illegal to use quirks casually in this world. Therefore, it is also crucial to pass the hero subject. In this period, Nangong Yu doesn't want to cause trouble, but it is also possible to help Uraraka Ochako properly. After all, in the days to come, you can't see up and down. But his sudden appearance made Uraraka Ochako also stunned. Seeing that what she said was ignored, the girl was a little annoyed, with a capital hash character on her head. I said, "Are you ignoring me?" As she said that, she could clearly see that her hands had been slightly exerted, even though the material used for the cover of the manga was not ordinary paper, it was based on the abnormal setting of this world. A little junior high school student, what he has learned from this before may be the ability to return to heaven and destroy the earth, let alone tear up a small comic book. Don't want. Uraraka Ochako screamed and rushed over, reaching out to touch the girl, intending to make her fly into the sky. After all, only your own quirks can be relied on at critical moments. On the other side, Nangong Yu didn't intend to stop, there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. Snapped. Hold the girl's arm with one hand, and move her feet, even if it's only 10% lightning speed, it's not something the girl in front of her can react to. Everyone saw a flash in front of their eyes. The girl only felt a strong force coming from her arm, and then her hand was empty, and she turned her head to look. The black-covered comic book was already held in Nangong Yu's hand, and one hand even grabbed Uraraka Ochako's arm that was about to activate his ability. Hands are a bit soft. Compared with Uraraka Ochako, a soft girl, Nangong Yu quickly put down her hand. This kind of treatment, for a former otaku boy, is an inexplicable feeling. Moreover, the previous understanding of Uraraka Ochako, the girl's tenacious character, is also related to the bullying in front of her. The girl was a little annoyed. Although Nangong Yu was a little handsome, but he blocked her again and again, which had already dealt a blow to the girl who was bursting with confidence. Uraraka Ochako, on the other hand, was a little surprised to see Nangong Yu's magic-like tricks, perfectly protecting the comic book. Then it was discovered that Nangong Yu quickly let go of his arm. This was the first time he had such intimate contact with a boy at such a young age, and Uraraka Ochako blushed instantly. Just now it was anger, now. Here, your comic book, when you have the ability to protect your comic book, you will have the ability to protect yourself. Nangong Yu handed the manga to Uraraka Ochako. The latter took it carefully, patted his chest by the way, and let out a long breath. Seeing this little girl's appearance, Nangong Yu was a little taken aback. When he wrote the comic series of Super Seminary, he always used the mysterious X. But if Uraraka Ochako knew that the author was right in front of his eyes, what kind of expression would he have? Done this, Nangong Yu didn't look at the others, just said casually, "There is a spare seat next to me. I don't like to cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of trouble." Facial drop. Nangong Yu turned around and returned to his position, then flipped his phone to check the news about Shongying's place. As for the girl who provoked her just now, she looked very bad after being completely ignored, and several followers hurriedly stood aside to dissuade her, and the matter was considered over. In this world, since the appearance of quirks, the attitude of these inhabitants has changed. Many people feel good about themselves, ranging from personal to social. It was just a small incident just now, but it has reached the society. There have been various quirks, criminals who have used quirks recklessly, causing harm to the world. Among them, one of the rising professions is hero. A spontaneous group that fights against criminals and receives money from the country through meritorious deeds can be regarded as complimentary. And in the surrounding area, young and powerful hero, who are rapidly rising in popularity, and jungle kamui. One hand. At this moment, a soft voice sounded from the opposite side. "Arnold, hello, I am Uraraka Ochako." Chapter 6 Unconfident Girl, Uraraka Ochako, 6th update. Chapter 6 Unconfident Girl, Uraraka Ochako, 6th update. Nangong Yu turned off the phone and looked up. Uraraka Ochako was still blushing and introducing himself. Holding the school bag tightly in his arms, it seems that he is really careful about the things in the school bag. "Nangong Yu, just call me Nangong." Nangong Yu responded with a shallow smile. After all, I am not alone in nature, and Uraraka Ochako has a really good personality, and his quirks ability is also very outstanding. I'm afraid it will be a relatively powerful support teammate in the future. Sensing Nangong Yu's gaze, the girl who has never been very confident lowered her head quickly. The face is already slightly hot. Except when I was a child, I'm afraid I haven't really met any boys. This is really the first time to introduce myself to a strange boy. However, Uraraka Ochako was taken aback. Was it impolite to do so? Look up. Nangong Yu's eyes are looking at the scenery passing by outside the window, mainly rural scenery. Look at it this way. She was wearing a black windbreaker with a white shirt inside, strange textures, a head of fine and refined short hair, and a very delicate, serious side face. Nangong Yu. Uraraka Ochako was fascinated for a while. Nangong Yu just turned his head and saw. Why is this girl like an nympho? The corner of Nangong Yu's mouth also subconsciously raised an arc, and said at the same time, "Girl." ... Nangong Yu's voice woke up Ochako. Ochako just woke up in a jerk, quickly lowered his head and patted his cheeks with his hands. What was he thinking? No, wake up. After calming down for a while, Ochako lowered his head and flipped through his school bag, then took out 2 bottles of water, and handed one of them to Nangong Yu. Nangong, are you also preparing for the Shongying High School assessment? Ochako asked. Nangong Yu did not refuse. Although he knew the so-called assessment in his heart, he still shook his head pretending to have a half-knowledge. Aha! Ochako immediately opened his eyes wide. Nangong, don't you even know about the assessment? This is a critical period for choosing a high school. Not sure, many things are arranged by the parents. Nangong Yu nodded and changed the topic casually. However, Ochako worked hard. Thinking about his own life, Ochako's eyes immediately became serious. Nangong, I don't think you can do this. After all, everything is arranged by your parents, so your future will always be along the same path. Parents' thinking and arrangements go on. We are already going to high school, we must make our own decisions. Good. For Ochako, who was suddenly serious, Nangong Yu was taken aback for a moment, and then said with a smile, what about Ochako, what plans do you have for your future? Although Ochako's family used to be in the construction industry, it seems that the family's economic conditions are still very good. But since the birth of Quirks, many hero with architectural quirks have appeared, and the industry is facing a lot of shocks. And Ochako's family's business has plummeted. No, not just this industry. With more and more quirks appearing, only hero can restrain the quirks criminals in front of us. Ordinary policemen are no longer capable of restraining these criminals. So, after hesitating for a while, Ochako's face became firm. I want to take the examination of Shongying High School and then become a real hero. After I achieve financial independence, I can help my family a lot, although it is more or less for the purpose of directness, but I will do my best to fight for it. After saying these words, Ochako lowered his head again, biting his lips slightly. Because he is not sure, will Nangong Yu laugh at himself because of his own purpose? After all, many classmates in the past hated such a self. Looking at the girl bowing her head in front of her, a strangeness flashed across Nangong Yu's eyes. All lack of self-confidence is induced by certain behaviors, such as bullying during school. Losing a companion is a trivial matter. Once you are not confident in yourself, you may not be able to make a difference. At this moment, Nangong Yu thought of Gran Torino and All Might. When I first came to this world, I had no ability, and quirks were very weak, and it was even very difficult to control them. It can be said to be a very powerful, but very difficult to control quirks. All Might doesn't care if Nangong Yu agrees or disagrees, he just slaps Nangong Yu on the head and shouts, young man, you can do it. Young man, come on. Although Nangong Yu is very clear that All Might is mostly for cultivating the heirs of one. For all, but this is also the real side of All Might. So now, Nangong Yu also stretched out his hand and placed it on the girl's head. Nangong Yu also felt that the girl's head trembled slightly. Ochako raised his head slowly, eyes met. I saw Nangong Yu saying, well, although he has his own purpose, it is also a very good behavior to be able to clarify his own purpose. After all, professional hero also need to eat. Just like Super Seminary, the forces of are to fight and work hard for their own goals. This is not a reason to deny you. Chapter 7 Boy, Inherit My Strength. 7th Update. Chapter 7 Boy, Inherit My Power. 7th Update. All right, Ochako nodded, but then he also reacted, and quickly raised his head and asked, Nangong, do you know Super Seminary well? Both eyes were also full of hope. It's just a rough understanding, and I'm not very familiar with it. Nangong Yu shook his head lightly. Hey, Ochako pursed his lips and smiled. I have to say that Nangong Yu's words did cause some subtle changes in Ochako's heart. The rest of the journey was much easier, and Ochako had a good night's sleep without being disturbed by others. Nangong Yu looked away. Regarding Shongying High School, as one of the strongest hero academies known, it is the first choice for all teenagers who want to become professional hero. Moreover, the threshold is not high. The main reason is that Shongying High School is the alma mater of number 1 hero All Might, and it has also given some encouragement to some youngsters of the current new generation. However, unbeknownst to everyone, All Might really came to work at Shongying High School. The reflection of Nangong Yu's serious profile on the window is related to the rise of all hero, and the key to this world. Super Seminary. This word caught Nangong Yu's attention again. Originally, I didn't plan to improve my strength much in the near future. After all, the world extraction of Super Seminary is already at the top of my current ability. Invincible Void, the system that is so tyrannical that it explodes, even within physical attacks, can cause limited damage to the body, and for its own constitution, it is against magic attacks. Even if the extraction is only 10% now, Nangong Yu is not in vain. The next series Trouble. As for lightning speed, this is an increase in speed strength. Even if it is only 10% today, it is enough to make him rise to a range beyond ordinary people at this stage. Most of the quirks in this world are just to strengthen ordinary people to obtain some special abilities, and they don't improve their own strength much. In other words, hero are also a group of ordinary people with quirks. Like All Might, there are still very few explosive abilities. If you are dealing with this kind of hero, 10% of the god-killing power is enough to strengthen yourself, and then the stellar drive is enough to keep your physical strength indestructible, and it has always been at the peak, at least enough for small battles. Not to mention, there are many more extractions to follow. But now it seems, the popularity of Super Seminary seems to be beyond my imagination. Even if 5 years pass by in the blink of an eye, the changes brought about by this comet cannot be underestimated. So, in this time period, it would be good to let him come out of the arena again. Looking at the fleeting scenery outside the window with complicated eyes, the corners of Nangong Yu's mouth curled up, and his eyes were full of profundity. No one could see through Nangong Yu's inner thoughts. Time flows slowly. The train arrived at the station soon, and Nangong Yu also woke up Uraraka Ochako, who was sleepy. Ochako slapped his head, first put his schoolbag in his arms, and then walked carefully through the crowd. After saying goodbye, Nangong Yu drove away alone, but did not realize that Ochako felt lost for a moment. Seeing Nangong Yu leave, Ochako also clenched his fists, looked at the strange city in front of him, and said seriously, "Okay. Let's work hard." Meeting Ochako was just an accident. Nangong Yu didn't take it to heart. The sky was already a little dark. Looking at the bustling market in front of him, Nangong Yu felt a little unreal, but this is also true in real life. After a little shopping, Nangong Yu bought some supplies and came to the place introduced by Gran Torino. Pushing open the door, it was a bit dark, everywhere was extremely tidy, and it looked like someone had just cleaned it. At this time, click, the lights in the room suddenly turned on. Great, Nangong boy, you are finally here. The muscular All Might jumped to the center of the room in an instant with a look of excitement on his face. But looking at the scene where All Might is very serious but not funny, the corners of Nangong Yu's mouth twitched. He put the bag aside casually and threw himself into the sofa. Eat something, Nangong boy, the food I cook is delicious. All Might carefully sat on the stool, with 2 toes on the ground, and quietly moved to the front of Nangong Yu. Although this well-behaved appearance is in front of Gran Torino, it can't be changed for a while when they get along with each other. No need, I've already eaten. Nangong Yu shook his head lightly, then raised his head, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and said, "If you have anything to say, just say it directly. After all, only I can always guess out my temperament." "Well, I still can't hide it from you." All Might let out a ha-ha, then stood up resolutely, changed from a playful smile to an extremely serious face in an instant, and pulled out a hair from his head in an instant. Handed it over. Nangong Yu knew what was going on in his heart, but he didn't say anything. I only heard All Might say in a serious tone, "Young Nangong, now is the time to inherit my power." Chapter 8 refused the power of number 1 hero S. 8th more. Chapter 8 rejects the power of number 1 hero. 8th more. The not-so-small voice seemed extremely majestic at this moment, and seemed unusually dignified, similar to a ceremony. The power passed down like a torch is passed down from generation to generation. However, Nangong Yu just looked at All Might so bluntly. The picture freezes. All Might pinches her hair in a daze. How many Nangong Yus can you give a little response? Ahem. After a while, All Might pretended to cough, then waved his hand in front of Nangong Yu's eyes. Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu stopped All Might and stood up at the same time. For All Might, 1. Foe. All resembles the force of absolute magnificence, which is the union of all the forces of light. Therefore, Nangong Yu will not slack off. However, looking at the golden hair in front of him, Nangong Yu shook his head slightly. I refuse. All Might's face was startled, and his heart was also anxious. Young Nangong Yu. Looking at the tough number 1 hero All Might, Nangong Yu was a little helpless, but he still said, "Now that you are seriously injured, don't force yourself to maintain this form." All Might's complexion changed slightly. Laugh. In a burst of steam, All Might turned into a scrawny, battered figure, wearing baggy clothes like an enlarged version. Looking at the skinny All Might in front of him, Nangong Yu was indeed touched. The man who once maintained his brilliance like standing upright, became like this during that war. Young Nangong, you already know. All Might said angrily to Rikido. This just coincided with the voice I heard when I woke up. Although I knew that there would be such a result, it was a war that I couldn't stop at all. Disaster came so fast. All Might's righteous heart made him a little bit shaken when he faced his fallen master Shimura Nashi, and was seized by ALL.FOR.ONE, who directly pierced through the abdomen with one blow. The scorpion fell to the ground. Even so, All Might will fight the evil to the end. Right. Nangong Yu nodded. I am very aware of the cruelty of that war. It is already a miracle that you survived. As a symbol of peace, you are not allowed to die. Ahem. All Might coughed unconsciously, and there was some blood foam between his fingers. Stretching out his hand to uncover the clothes, it seemed that large and small wounds were layered together in a complex manner. The various scars after the operation looked shocking, and the right abdomen seemed to have collapsed back. The irreparable damage of this battle is that half of the respiratory organs and the entire stomach have been removed, and the transformation time can only be maintained for 3 hours a day. All Might sat on the sofa and explained. The smile that hung on his face before is full of tiredness. If a normal person suffered these injuries, his life would probably have been wiped out, but All Might is still holding on. Even as a symbol of peace, I have long been unable to exert my peak strength. Once the evil really reaches a certain level that cannot be controlled, a new symbol of peace will need to appear. At this point, All Might also looked up. Now you understand how important the inheritance of this power is. Poof. Nangong Yu clearly heard the beating of his own heart. After all, the description of All Might is very intuitive. Once you accept the power of All Might, it is equivalent to mastering the power of number 1 hero, and even jumping up to become the most powerful hero. Even if it cannot be achieved in a short period of time, it is only a matter of time, and sooner or later it will reach number 1. This is an indescribable temptation. And you, once known as the strongest weapon by everyone, are also the most suitable heir to this power. So, accept him. All Might stood up, reasserted his expression, handed out his hair, and looked at Nangong Yu. At this moment, time freezes. No, I refuse. Nangong Yu shook his head lightly while looking up. Eye contact. All Might was stunned because he saw the seriousness in Nangong Yu's eyes. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and Nangong Yu's eyes were extremely serious. All Might, I rejected your power, not to say that I rejected your words, indeed, just as you said. The new force is a symbol of peace, and it is also the most powerful force. But, this is not the reason for me to inherit this force, and this is not the way I want to go. Chapter 9 The Road is in Danger. Horsehead Monster. First update. Chapter 9 The Road is in Danger. Horsehead Monster. First update. Same place, same scene. Nangong Yu refused, twice. He rejected himself twice. Although All Might felt a pity, he could only nod helplessly. Okay, Nangong boy, since you have your own ideas, you must stick to it. Slap. Patting Nangong Yu's shoulder, the hair in All Might's hands instantly turned into powder, and he sat down at the dining table with chopsticks and dishes in his hands. All Might, you will definitely find someone who is more suitable than me to accept one, for all. Nangong Yu's voice made All Might startled, and then nodded. It will definitely. After a small episode, Nangong Yu stayed temporarily, and All Might left enough money to leave temporarily, because no one was more anxious to find an heir than him. And Shongying has more things to teach about teachers. After all, a legendary hero needs to make certain changes in order to teach students. Brush, open the curtains, and the sun is just right outside. In that case, then, let's move. Stretch out, the weather is better for carrying out my plan, and all the tools related to comic creation also need to be repurchased. After all, even with the identity of the mysterious X, Gran Torino thought that Nangong Yu was a bad boy who went out with nothing to do and didn't go home all day. But no one knew that the popular comic, Super Seminary, on the market was actually written by the boy in front of him. Gran Torino once guessed that this must be some painter who was crazy. Otherwise, why did this kind of alternative hegemony comics be created all of a sudden? Doing it all alone. Therefore, it is simply out of reach when it comes to animation, although there is a certain success rate in this technological society in front of us. According to the marked places, Nangong Yu quickly bought the materials he needed and also rushed home. After all, these things are the key to his rise. Quick, Jungle Kamui, he's coming. Fan-like shouts came from not far ahead. Nangong Yu continued to see a wooden figure flying between the tall buildings in front of him. His figure was extremely fast. Moreover, Quirks seems to be an extension of the limbs, exactly the same image as in the report. Dark blue tights, the whole body is extremely muscular, and the lines extending on the body like wood grain. It seems that the ontology has completely transcended the scope of human beings. Boom, boom. Amidst the loud sound of destruction, a huge horse-headed monster, Shuangquan, was crazily impacting the tall buildings in front of it, bringing out a lot of dust with each swing. The huge body looks like a giant monster, and its powerful strength is extremely surging. The building was shattered, and the debris fell from a height, which caused a burst of screams from the crowd. At this moment, Milanshenwei has finally reached the highest point of the tall building. But, looking at it this way, the Jungle Kamui in front of the huge horse-headed monster looks like an ant. Jungle Kamui no longer delays. Hero, who was born as a hero, chose to calm down when faced with difficulties. With his arms stretched out, there are countless extensions of branches behind him, layer upon layer and densely packed. It's clear that Jungle Kamui is ready to bring the runaway monsters of Quirks under control. Deep Tree Lock. It is the ultimate skill of the dense forest Kamui. A woman screamed by the side of the road. At the same time, it can attract more women's attention. Nangong Yu also noticed this. Obviously, the rapidly rising popularity of Hero has a lot of influence. During the speech, the Deep Tree Lock has stretched like thousands of branches, and it will be able to control the monster in front of it in the next moment. At this time, I am coming. A huge and incomparable voice came. All they could see was that 2 blocks away, an equally gigantic figure was rushing towards him. With his legs together, he jumped, and then kicked out suddenly. It has a tights-like design, long white hair floating behind, an eye mask directly covering the face, and 2 big purple horns on the head. It is not difficult to see from the figure that this is a female hero character who has just appeared. At this time, countless figures with cameras appeared. Click, 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 keep shooting. It appeared. At the same time, the flying figure also accurately kicked the horse-headed monster, which was knocked into the air, but due to some deviation, the gigantic horse-headed monster collapsed. They fell to Nangong Yu's side. A seemingly incomparably wide shadow covered everyone's heads, and it was still enlarging. I was still in the group eating melons until now, and I finally realized it. Danger. Milanshenwei's heart tightened, and he didn't care about being robbed of the limelight, so he quickly jumped down from the building, but the speed couldn't compare to the speed of the horse-headed monster collapsing. On the opposite side, MT. Lady's complexion also changed slightly, and she rushed over quickly. What to do, don't want. Amid the screams of countless people, the horse-headed monster collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. As soon as the dense forest Shenwei wanted to stretch his body to start a rescue, MT. Lady also stepped over and saw it. Nangong Yu's small figure stretched out only one hand, and it resisted the gigantic horse-headed monster. Chapter 10 MT. Lady is excited. Second update. Chapter 10 MT. Lady is excited. Second update. Nangong Yu is not too big. Compared with the current strength and physical strength, it can completely support the weight of more than 10 tons, which is why All Might is impressed. The big guy right now can only weigh a few tons at most. Unexpectedly, after the volume is enlarged, the weight will also be enlarged, and it seems to be quirks of body strengthening. In this society where quirks are constantly appearing, it is not uncommon for such strange quirks to suddenly appear and cannot be grasped. But it is the responsibility of the horse-headed monster to do so much destruction in the public. If I didn't make a move myself, I'm afraid that the blood of countless people eating melons would have been splashed on the spot. The imaginary coercion did not come, and the unconscious person opened his eyes angrily and then observed himself. After finding that no one was missing an arm or a leg, everyone turned their attention to the field. Nangong Yu still maintains a supportive posture, but in the crowd, countless people are stretching their arms, and no one pays much attention to Nangong Yu. The big muscles are very firm and powerful, so you don't have to worry about collapsing. We succeeded. Yes, it worked. The cheers were joined together, and at the moment of danger, countless people also stretched out their arms to resist the collapsed giant monster. Facing the act of life and death, he did not expect to really prevent the disaster. Seeing that all is well, everyone ran to the surrounding area one after another. The dense forest Shenwei hastily made a move, and countless branches wrapped the big man in front of him tightly at this moment. Mount. Lady also apologized for her mistake, and then threw the big man on the open space. Next is the interview time about Hero, and it is these interviews that fully expose Hero to the public perspective. Looking away, Nangong Yu found that the drawing board tool he bought was almost destroyed. Although he was a little regretful, he had to buy it again. Looking at the peaceful crowd, Nangong Yu was about to turn around and leave. But just then, etc. Mount. Lady suddenly pushed aside the crowd and came over. The shrunken MT. Lady returned to its original shape, and pulled Nangong Yu towards a small corner. Of course, this was also exposed to the eyes of the dense forest gods. That boy, Milin Shenwei, who was being interviewed at the side, also had a trace of seriousness in his eyes. In the scene just now, I am afraid that only Hero can feel the strangeness. A dark corner, snapped, with her hands on the wall, MT. Lady just put Nangong Yu between her arms. But in the face of Nangong Yu, who looked normal, he opened his mouth for a while, but he didn't know how to speak. What do you want to ask? Nangong Yu spoke first. After all, this stalemate is not the way to go, it is better to resolve it as soon as possible, and now it seems that the influence of the new generation of Hero is very large. Of course, this is also to avoid unnecessary trouble. You, Mount. Lady stared into Nangong Yu's eyes. You did it just now, right? Don't try to lie to me. Seriousness was written in his eyes, and the distance was so close, Nangong Yu even felt the breath of MT. Lady, well, be careful next time, Hero should always pay attention to all emergencies. Nangong Yu nodded slightly, and then turned his head away casually. Seeing this behavior, MT. Lady couldn't help being stunned, and then she realized that the Nangong Yu in front of her looked like a teenager. This behavior of his own has indeed crossed the line. With a pursed smile, MT. Lady said seriously, wait a minute, my interview is over soon, I want to treat you to a meal later. The tone is very sincere. There is no reason to refuse. Nangong Yu nodded. Okay, but hurry up, I still have things to do. Withdrawing her arms, MT. Lady ran to the interview site again. The media interviews in this world are very eye-catching, and they also know what to interview and what not to interview, and completely stop talking about things other than interviews. Hero also has its own private space, but there are also sharp-eyed people who start to look for Nangong Yu, but unfortunately, Nangong Yu had already arrived on the next floor, sitting on the roof, watching the sunset quietly. Nangong Yu is well aware of the power of these media, and even how much impact certain things will have after they are exposed. In terms of the big event 5 years ago, in the end, the propaganda is also that All Might defeated the evil, and there is no appearance of itself. It is one aspect to protect one's own information, and the other aspect is to be weak and affect this incident. Xiao Yu, one day, you will achieve even more brilliant results. These are the words of Gran Torino. If the things about him during that battle were exposed, I am afraid that such a peaceful life now has already been broken. At this time, the staircase door opened, and Nangong Yu was just about to stand up and jump down. I heard a voice behind me. You don't go, I want to ask you a question. This strange voice made Nangong Yu startled, and it was a little strange. Chapter 11 First Encounter. Green Valley Izuku. Third update. Chapter 11 First Encounter. Green Valley Izuku. Third update. Why did Green Valley Izuku suddenly appear here? After a little thought, Nangong Yu realized that it was because of this horse-faced monster that attracted Green Valley Izuku's appearance. Also an otaku boy, ever since I was a child, I have dreamed of becoming a hero. But what a pity, he's the 1 in 20, quirkless. That is to say, it is impossible to get something similar to quirks in this life, and it is destined to become an ordinary person in this life. However, even so, Green Valley Izuku also has the dream of becoming a hero. Nangong Yu stopped and sat back on the eaves again. Although I don't know why Green Valley Izuku also sees the difference in himself, but this does not interfere with his future actions. Gudong. Seeing Nangong Yu sit down again, Green Valley Izuku swallowed subconsciously. Whether it is the hero who is active on the screen or in the newspaper, even the hero Jungle Kamui and the hero MT. Lady in front of you. So far this is also the first time that Green Valley Izuku feels so close, a real hero. Just now was so dangerous. Green Valley Izuku walked over tremblingly, saw that there was nothing unusual about Nangong Yu, and carefully sat beside Nangong Yu. Although I looked down at the high-rise buildings, I was filled with endless fear. After all, if I fell, I would be crushed to pieces. Yes, Nangong Yu nodded slightly, and looked up at the sunset. Young Green Valley, don't you just like these scenes where hero exists? Aha! Green Valley Izuku was taken aback, and immediately became flustered. Nangong Yu didn't want Green Valley Izuku to fall from here before he appeared on the stage, and grabbed Green Valley Izuku's clothes, which helped him stop his figure. A young man with justice in his heart, who also longs for the power to become a symbol of peace, is the only heir to all might. At the very least, the world needs someone like Green Valley Izuku to exist. Realizing that he was safe and sound, Izuku quickly patted his chest. The scene just now was too dangerous, but he immediately recalled his own problems. How do you know me? Green Valley Izuku immediately turned his head and looked over. About this question, Nangong Yu felt that it was impossible for him to say that I found you 5 years ago. After all, Green Valley Izuku was just a primary school student at that time. Heard of you before, the quirkless in your class. Making up a random reason, Nangong Yu continued, you can ask anything you want, I have something else to do. Alright, although this reason sounds a little unreliable, but Green Valley Izuku's real attention is the following words, he mustered up the courage. My friend also has very strong quirks, and I always want to ask him, but this kind of thing is impossible, now that I meet you. I just want to know, without quirks, are you destined to never be a hero in this life? It can be seen from the state of Green Valley Izuku just holding the notebook, he is really serious. Looking at the extremely serious boy in front of him, it was the first time that Nangong Yu felt the stubbornness of the quirkless boy in front of him so intuitively. Even, a teenager without quirks, has been holding on to the belief until now. I'm afraid no one will refuse this kind of thing. But, the reality is really cruel, without quirks, it represents a lifetime of ordinary people. Not all quirkless people will have a teacher like All Might, or even that opportunity, but this person is Midoriya Izuku. The figure of MT. Lady appeared on the familiar street corner, waving her hand, and it was obvious that the interview had been completed. Nangong Yu returned a smile. To become a genuine hero, the conditions that need to be met are issued by this world, and if you want to really use quirks, you must get a hero license. It's impossible to get this without the possibility of becoming a hero, so. All the hero on the market today are genuine, working hard for that goal. This is also the reason why Nangong Yu doesn't hate everyone. Holding his arms, Nangong Yu stood up, stretched his arms, and in the eyes of Green Valley Izuku, it was like committing suicide, jumping off the tall building. Green Valley Izuku suddenly widened his eyes, but the next moment he found that Nangong Yu's figure had disappeared. You can be a hero without quirks. Nobody can deny you. Nangong Yu's voice came from the wind, and Green Valley Izuku tightly covered his chest with his right hand. Poof, poof. For the first time, the heart beat faster. Chapter 12 Yu Shanyu's Active Recommendation. 4th Update. Chapter 12 Yu Shanyu's Active Recommendation. 4th Update. Restaurant. Mount. Lady has gone back to casual clothes, and in a hero-esque outfit that is now unrecognizable. Moreover, it was specially well dressed. On the other side, Nangong Yu said that it is true that you are not polite, not at all. The dishes you want to eat are not stingy at all. After a while, the table was already full of delicious food. You're really impolite, Mount. Lady's mouth twitched. Moreover, looking at the table as full, is it really possible for 2 people to finish eating? Although his quirks are very strong, they are just ordinary people's bodies, and there are quite a lot of them on the table. Nangong Yu shook his head lightly. It's only enough for 1 meal, and for the famous MT. Lady, you are the one who has no shortage of money. Looking up, MT. Lady seemed to be less embarrassed because of this sentence. That's it. Let's see who my sister is first. Mount. Lady nodded slightly, a sense of pride welled up, and she even subconsciously supported her 36D. Nangong Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Why didn't I find out that MT? Lady is so predictable before, although more attention is paid to Midnight 18 Forbidden Hero. Since the heroine treats guests, I'm not polite. Holding the chopsticks on the phone, Nangong Yu couldn't help eating. Gran Torino's favorite food is thick fish, which belongs to sweets. And All Might dares to put any snacks in his mouth, and he doesn't care about the consequences at all when he eats hesai. What to say for the sake of the body of teenagers, you can't eat snacks at all during the growth period, so the delicious ones are just so-so. It is a meal to be able to rub a meal. Although because of the Seminary fire, I was not short of money before, but now, I am indeed a little tight. Nangong Yu doesn't eat yuga at all, and even stuffs it into his mouth as soon as he eats it. The MT lady on the opposite side looked dumbfounded. No one would have guessed that this little belly was like a bottomless pit. And it seems that this is not the first time Nangong Yu has done this kind of thing. Mount lady also need not worry, after all Nangong Yu is not an ordinary young boy, the strength he showed today is enough to impress. Maybe in the future we will really embark on a different hero path. Pursing her red lips, MT lady was even more sure that she must reveal today's purpose. After a feast, seeing that the food on the table was almost done, Nangong Yu put down his chopsticks and burped. The MT lady on the opposite side wiped her mouth at the same time. How about it, Nangong Yu? This meal is not bad. Do you want to add a few more dishes? Half full, half full. Nangong Yu quickly waved his hand to refuse, but he also raised his head and looked over. It seems that Ms. Yushanyu has already investigated my identity, and I have finished my meal. I will almost listen to what Ms. Yushanyu has to say. Make eye contact. Nangong Yu didn't give in, even the twinkle in his eyes was not what a 15-year-old boy should have at all. Yushanyu was a little surprised. You actually know my identity, but it's not important. While speaking, she suddenly straightened up and looked at Nangong Yu. With a determined face, he said, since you have come to this city, you should know that Shongying will conduct an enrollment assessment in the near future. I know, I heard. Nangong Yu nodded in disbelief. The corner of Yushanyu's mouth twitched into a smile. Looking at your shot, it is obvious that you are not of ordinary people's physique, so you have no interest in Shongying's hero assessment. Assessment, Nangong Yu murmured. Regarding the evaluation of Shongying, Nangong Yu was naturally clear, but regarding the conditions of the evaluation, Nangong Yu thought about it and decided to trouble All Might. After all, as a teacher of Shongying, a small assessment condition should be easily satisfied. However, since Yushanyu has come together, Nangong Yu feels that there is no need to bother All Might. With the words so far, it is better to follow the plan. Ahem, Nangong Yu coughed. Of course I'm interested, but the information you checked should be clear. I didn't go to a so-called middle school before. Even if I'm interested in the examination of Shongying, there's nothing I can do. Said, Nangong Yu sighed. Looking at Nangong Yu's appearance, he seemed to be very empty, and he had a desire for revenge, but it was useless. When escorting today's horse-headed monster, Yushanyu finally figured out how terrifying the overall weight of the horse-headed monster is. Even if there are some masses with quirks in the crowd. However, all kinds of abilities emerge endlessly, and they cannot withstand extreme weight. Because those quirks are tasteless. From observation, Nangong Yu probably didn't exert his full strength at that time. Moreover, I also inexplicably received Nangong Yu's information before, and the quirks in it turned out to be unknown. Guess it's physique strengthening. The key is to complete this task unconsciously. You will get a lot of suck and suck. This is where today's play begins. Snapped. Yushanyu slapped the table, which shocked the people around him. Only then did Yushanyu lower his voice. As long as you want to participate in the assessment, I can recommend you. May I? Nangong Yu suddenly looked up as if seeing hope. Yes. Yushanyu nodded emphatically. Both eyes were shining brightly, looking at Nangong Yu as if looking at piles of banknotes. Chapter 13, the second edition of Super Seminary, is completed. Fifth update. The 13th chapter, the second edition of Super Seminary, is completed. Fifth update. At the end of the negotiation, Nangong Yu also readily accepted Yushanyu's proposal, but said that the most critical thing was still missing. Item shop. Looking at the drawing tools held in Nangong Yu's arms, Yushanyu's head was covered with black lines. This is the so-called key thing. Yushanyu rolled his eyes, and then sent Nangong Yu home. Shouldn't it be necessary to send it? Nangong Yu has a funny face on his face. Why does MT lady feel a little familiar? If I remember correctly, the MT lady in my memory is definitely not like this. But, oh, if I don't take you home, how would I know where your home is, and how can I contact you? It's really too much trouble to do nothing. Yushanyu led the way in the habitual yuga pace. But it seems a bit embarrassing. Nangong Yu keenly sensed that something was absolutely wrong. But MT lady prefers hero, it should have some other purpose. Let's go. Let me lead the way. Seeing Nangong Yu stop again, Yushanyu really Shao ran over to grab Nangong Yu. I was really afraid that Nangong Yu's cooked duck would fly away. Back at the place of residence, Nangong Yu directly rejected Yushanyu's proposal to drink a glass of water, and MT lady stomped her feet angrily. Many people around thought there was an earthquake, and finally left angrily. Nangong Yu was not disturbed at all. Instead, he pulled up the curtains from the first perspective, and used his spatial ability to sense the room. There was nothing abnormal. Open the drawing board, and next to it is the comic, Super Seminary, from 5 years ago. According to the information on the last board 5 years ago, Nangong Yu easily found the place to be serialized. Looking at the drawing board in front of him, Nangong Yu said, retrieve memory. Extraction complete. Almost in the blink of an eye, a familiar female voice came from his ear. Following that, a brand new and incomparable memory appeared in my mind, but this is all about the anime serialization of Super Seminary. The first edition of Super Seminary, was invisible, and the benefits it brought to itself were not a little bit. Under the extraction system, the abilities of all recognized characters have been extracted, and the progress of the story is only 10% completed, and the abilities related to all characters are only 10%. Coming to this strange city in the upcoming journey, Nangong Yu also has an understanding of the new changes. Moreover, I don't know what is the purpose behind the mysterious Yu Shanyu. Therefore, improving strength at a critical moment is not a way to become stronger. 5 years of change, and today's comics industry is back to what it used to be, and even that long period of innovation has only come a little. Compared with some places 5 years ago, there are even some shortcomings. 5 years ago, Super Seminary seemed to be a flash in the pan, but even so, the awareness reached a perfect 10%, which shows that this path is completely feasible. Start. Looking at the paintbrush in his hand, Nangong Yu began to create skillfully as if he had picked up this thing countless times in his memory. A few days passed by in a hurry. The drawing in hand has finally reached a satisfactory level. After all, under memory extraction, it is difficult to make mistakes. Chazi's Manga Club. The long-term business is very sluggish. Since the appearance of Hero in this world, the comic industry has risen rapidly, and the competition in the industry has expanded countless times in an instant. Even as a once famous manga club, it is now in a shambles. A good painter has been poached from the wall, and if he has any new ideas, he is facing bankruptcy. The boss, Machiko, is talking about her suggestions as usual and is discussing new ideas. However, few people were listening to what Gen Chazi said. Yo, I'm still dying. A disgusting voice sounded, and the fat man with the gold chain opened the door and walked in, looking at the only few remaining employees present one after another. Please get out, we don't welcome you here. Machiko said angrily. It was this guy who poached 2 important illustrators, and created new comics for Hero Jungle Kamui in a short period of time, which caused his net worth to skyrocket. However, at the beginning, it's just a character who drinks soup after his own manga club. I'm doubling my salary last time. As long as some of you are willing to follow me, you're still a team. Fatty ignored Gen Chazi, and stared at everyone with poisonous snake eyes. Some people gritted their teeth secretly, and even slowly clenched their palms. Although the Chazi Comic Club used to be brilliant, but now they can't even pay their salaries, and several people have been shaken. At this time, you said you can do it. A trembling voice sounded. Machiko looked at the painter who was next to her in disbelief. This guy is a veteran. Ma Chazi's eyes were full of disbelief. The guy who was called to Junye bowed his head in silence for the first time. Ha ha ha, of course I can do what I say. Don't tell me you guys want to stay, and your life can't be guaranteed. The fat man laughed. Junye also stood up, packed up her things, and left a sentence. Sorry, it was like mushrooms after the rain, and everyone else stood up at the same time. Machazi only felt that he had experienced a thunderbolt, and all the strength in his body was also drained. Goodbye, I hope you can agree to my request as soon as possible, as long as you are mine. Fatty spoke again, and his eyes began to wander unscrupulously at Genchazi. Roll. Machiko trembled with anger. Then, I'm sorry. Fatty laughed, turned and left. The manga club became deserted again, and Machiko slumped down on the stool in an instant. At this time, what, did you give up? A stranger in a black trench coat pushed the door open and entered. Chapter 14 Strength Improvement, 1/10. Chapter 14 Strength Improvement, 1/10. Who are you? Machiko immediately stood up. After experiencing the ups and downs of human relationships, Machiko understands some cruel truths. There is no free lunch in the world. So be vigilant now. Laugh. Faced with doubts, Nangong Yu smiled dumbly. Machazi, 25 years old, inherited his father's manga club and had a brilliant record, but unfortunately faced with the impact of the industry, it has plummeted since then, and even. I also know some of your life's dilemmas, such as that fat man just now. The message is very clear. Machiko only feels that in Nangong Yu's eyes, she is just standing there naked. Poof. Once again unable to sit back on the stool, Genchazi's face was ashen. Looking at the manga club that has become extremely deserted in front of him, Machiko smiled wryly. Even so, do I still need to compromise with life? Relying on his perseverance, he used his own strength to carry forward his father's comic club. But now, lose your fighting spirit, or, you lost your love for manga. Nangong Yu also sat down opposite. Nangong Yu's words made Genchazi look up immediately. Her face was determined. How can I give up? But in the current model, what can I do? The rest is nothing but being eaten away by my peers, leaving it's just the name of the manga club that used to be. In Nuoda's manga club, Machiko knows very well that she has no power to recover. At this point, the time is ripe. Nangong Yu took out the first draft of the second edition of Super Seminary from his black trench coat. This is. Machazi had sharp eyes, and immediately recognized what Nangong Yu had brought out, and moved over without any explanation. Out of her love for comics, she was very excited, but basic politeness is still required. Machiko looked at Nangong Yu. This. Nangong Yu spread his hands. Feel free to browse through, because all the following things will be your job. If you don't know what this is, you can check the information from 5 years ago. In addition, I still have something to do. If you have anything to do, just call me, and I'll be leaving first. After finishing speaking, Nangong Yu turned and left. The success or failure of the matter is unknown, and even the result is unknown, but Nangong Yu knows very well that the result will not be bad. As for how to do the real tea, that's not what Nangong Yu has to worry about. Staring at the back of Nangong Yu leaving, Machazi immediately withdrew his gaze, and Jeonmeng opened the sketch in his hand. Seeing the sketch in his hand, Machiko was shocked again. This, Super Seminary. 2 days passed by in a hurry. 2 days have passed since I contacted Genchazi. Nangong Yu also had nothing to do, and continued to draw and create. A single extraction is enough to raise Nangong Yu's strength to a certain level. But according to the memory extraction, at present, we can only insist on completing the creation of the world, Super Seminary. In 2 days, Nangong Yu also figured out a lot of things, such as where Izuku's home is, the neighborhood distribution here, and the strength of hero. Just after returning home from a workout, Nangong Yu received a call from Genchazi. I sold the comic book club and got a sum of money, but the publication of new comics is still far from enough. I really have no choice but to ask you. Here, Machiko used honorifics. Obviously, Machiko also knows how influential this second edition of Super Seminary will be. But the sale of the manga club made Nangong Yu a little unexpected. Give me an address, and you will receive a bank card, which contains all your activity funds. First, publish the comics. As for your comic book club, there will be a chance to start it again in the future. Let's do it. After hanging up the phone, Nangong Yu looked out the window. This is a high-rise building with a good view, and you can see the general appearance of the surrounding area from here. The manga club is just the first step. The ability of Machiko is also the key that Nangong Yu values. When the second edition of Super Seminary was released, that's where it all started. Quote. Looking at the whole area, Nangong Yu's eyes were deep. After all, this is just the beginning. Another 2 days passed by in a hurry, and Genchazi was making arrangements in an orderly manner, and Nangong Yu didn't bother. The specific progress has been contacted by phone. Invisibly, these sales personnel became the first batch of awareness changers. Call. Nangong Yu on the bed opened his eyes and exhaled slowly. The power in the body surged again, and the data on the system panel also changed. From 10% cognition to 11% cognition. Although the increase is less, it has indeed brought certain changes to one's own strength in a tangible and intangible way. The most crucial point, the power of the earth has jumped directly from 0 to 2%, which means the birth of a new ability. Before I had time to be happy, the phone at home rang again. Shongying's specific assessment qualifications have been released, and it will start the day after tomorrow. You can come to me tomorrow for specific information, and the arrangements have been made. Yu Shanyu's voice sounded on the other end of the phone, sounding very happy. Chapter 15 Examination Field, Imaginary Enemy, 2/10. Chapter 15 Examination Field, Imaginary Enemy. Shongying's assessment is different from other high school assessments, especially the hero subject for you to apply for. It needs top combat talents. Among the same subjects in the country, it is the most popular but also the most difficult assessment. Quote, the hero department of Shongying High School, whose competitiveness exceeds 300 every year, was nominated for national honor but refused to accept the number 1 hero, All Might. The number of cases solved is the largest in history, and the burning department hero Endeavor. Winner of the Best Genes Award, Best Genist, for 8 consecutive years. They all come from Shongying. So if you want to become a top hero, you must graduate from Shongying. These are Yu Shanyu's original words. It's a reminder and an encouragement. Therefore, because of this series of conditions, Shongying has also become a challenge for many new generations who want to become hero invisibly. A school that marks heroes. Looking at the bustling crowd in front of him, Nangong Yu also did not stop, and walked towards the hall marking the hero examination explanation meeting of Eagle High School. The crowd has basically taken their seats, and Nangong Yu also looked at his seat, B11. A very striking location, but as soon as he sat down, Nangong Yu heard a familiar female voice next to him. Please let me go. Okay, thank you. Immediately afterwards, a hot-tempered girl sat beside Nangong Yu. You have a big bow tied in your hair, which looks a bit weird, but you have a pretty good figure. Hey, student Nangong, there was a whisper from behind. With a soft voice, Nangong Yu could easily tell who it was. Nangong Yu was also a little surprised. Ochako. The girl with short hair and shawl was also a little surprised. It can be seen that I am very excited, and my 2 faces are a little red. The girl beside her also introduced herself, and then stretched out her hand. Asui Suyu. Please take care of me. Nangong Yu, reach out and shake hands gently. Nangong Yu recognized Asui Suyu when he came over. When speaking, the long tongue sticks out, really like a frog. At this time, click, 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 the lights above everyone's heads were turned off instantly, and the entire venue went dark at the same time, and the remaining sparse crowd also sat in their seats. While everyone earns money and puts it on the high platform, the spotlight shines on one person in an instant. It has a long broom head, a short beard, and a special instrument on its neck, and its miniature eyes are a little joyful. Everyone who was taking the exam, welcome to my live broadcast today. After speaking, present, Mike also started his own explanation. Although he was not seen holding a mic wind, the huge voice also enveloped the entire venue in an instant. You are going to participate in the next 10 minutes neighborhood assessment. You can bring any items. After I finish explaining, you all go to your respective destinations. It seems that students from the same school are not allowed to be assessed together. Asui Suyu looked at the number plates of his classmates from the same school beside him, then looked at his own, and sighed. After all, this is also a normal situation. After all, the same school's assessment is not fair to individuals. Nangong Yu explained casually. Asui Suyu immediately understood. If there is a tacit understanding in this assessment, it may be unfair to others, and it will not be able to reflect the individual ability. Flipping through the instruction manual on his desk, there are all the rules about this assessment, as well as things that need attention, all marked on it. At this moment, Mike on the stage continued to introduce. There are 3 kinds of imaginary enemies in the practice field, and there are a huge number of imaginary enemies, and corresponding scores are set according to their respective attack difficulty. Fake enemies, and earn points, but the goal for all of you. However, it is estimated that other people's behavior that goes against a spirit is strictly prohibited. So, just earn your own points, and it is absolutely not allowed for other people to shoot. Asui Suyu muttered. Nangong Yu didn't speak either. Although the assessment seemed a bit simple, the manual in his hand clearly told everyone that the assessment was not as easy as they imagined. The most critical point, they can use quirks unscrupulously in the assessment. Flipping through the instruction manual, there are 3 types of imaginary enemies marked, not to mention different scores for the size of the volume, but for the last type of shadow imaginary enemies, the score is 0. There was a smile on the corner of Nangong Yu's mouth. Basically most people didn't notice this. However, Nangong Yu was very clear that this manual is more like a fog bomb, and the 4th type of imaginary enemy is simply not something everyone can contend with. Even with everyone's quirks, it takes a lot of work to knock them down, and the most critical point is 0 points. No one does anything thankless for the 4th category of imaginary enemies. After some questions, Mike also made his final voice, come on. Come on. Amidst all the boiling sound, Nangong Yu also walked towards his examination field. Just then, Ochako's voice came from behind. Student Nangong, come on. Chapter 16 The assessment begins. Meet Yi Yin by chance. 3/10. Chapter 16 Assessment begins. Meet Yi Yin by chance. 3/10. Examination Site No. 8. The huge gate is at least 15 meters high, with Shangying's W logo in the center. There are a large number of examiners gathered here. Some of them are already gearing up. They seem to be full of fighting spirit, and some are disappointed, such as one of the guys with a dark complexion. After gritting his teeth slightly, he lost his motivation. This guy Nangong Yu knows. Worry, quirks, can manipulate other people, but they need a prerequisite trigger condition, that is, they need to be answered by the other party while they are speaking. No matter who it is, it will be manipulated in an instant. However, this kind of mind manipulation has a weakness. After other interference factors intervene, the manipulation will fail. But overall, a relatively strong quirks. However, the medium in front of him is a bunch of robots. This kind of mind control ability seems to be invalid, and it can't play any role here. That's why Shin Sao loses motivation. Looking away, Nangong Yu didn't find any other acquaintances. The assessment begins. With an order, the door in front of him opened, and a piece of passionate music rang in his ears, mobilizing everyone's enthusiasm invisibly. To the eye, there are countless buildings that are the same as the blocks, which look no different from the blocks outside. Moreover, it is very delicate, but it is surprisingly quiet. Come on, who knows who yelled, and the others also rushed inside. Needless to say, Nangong Yu also did not give in. Now that the assessment has begun, it is natural to strive for your own goals and defeat them. Past 60 points in this assessment. The most critical point is that the imaginary enemy in the field is limited, and must be within the specified range and time. The young man who rushed to the front turned his head happily. Seeing the examiners behind him taking a step forward, he felt relieved. No, you can't let him pass. Run for me, someone screamed, and at the same time, the speed of the passenger was more than doubled. The swift speed whipped up a gust of wind on the ground, blowing countless people into disgrace. There are also people who throw out their arms and wander forward like a magic ape. While throwing out the big arms, the figure wandered among the buildings. Just as Nangong Yu was about to move, a female voice called for help from the crowded side. He saw 3 pieces of clothing floating in the air, but they seemed to exist like entities. Ah, it's too crowded, let me go. Apparently, this guy's quirks, like Asui Suyu, caused a change in itself, and even made itself refract all the light, so it became transparent, which is equivalent to invisibility. At Hero Academy, Nangong Yu really thought of someone. Yi Yin, an ordinary girl, but overall she is as united as her teammates. No wonder I didn't find this guy just now. Why, he sighed. Since he was by his side, let's save him by the way. Stretching out his arms casually to push away the crowded crowd beside him, Nangong Yu took a slow breath, and the moment he raised his head, a flash of lightning suddenly burst out in his eyes. Move your feet. The next moment, Nangong Yu's figure suddenly disappeared in place, and he rushed out of the crowd as if covered by a flash of lightning. Aha! Yi Yin was still suffering from the crowd just now, but the next moment he felt himself being hugged by someone, and quickly left the crowded place. Looking up, the boy's resolute side face, with a small step, the distance has come to 10 meters away, which makes countless people who were crowded dumbfounded. Moreover, in less than 2 seconds, the two of them had already separated from the crowd, and even separated a large distance from the first place that rushed out just now. Withdrawing his gaze, Yi Yin felt a little bit secretly happy, and also a little bit secretly happy. But, suddenly, Yi Yin found a strange touch, and his face turned red instantly. Stopping at the entrance of an unfamiliar alley, the lightning on Nangong Yu's body also dissipated suddenly. Putting Yi Yin down casually, Nangong Yu looked at the floating clothes. If you're okay, hurry up and collect points, the assessment is not so easy. Yi Yin just patted his face when he heard Nangong Yu's words, and immediately nodded obediently. Okay. Handsome classmate, if there's nothing else to do, I'll leave first. After finishing speaking, Nangong Yu turned into lightning again and disappeared again. The speed was so fast that Yi Yin secretly clicked his tongue. Yi Yin didn't react until Nangong Yu left. Student Handsome, I haven't asked your name yet. Chapter 17 The Key to the Assessment. 4/10. Chapter 17 The Key to the Assessment. 4/10. In an unfamiliar neighborhood, the so-called first type of imaginary enemy robot was patrolling leisurely, but the next moment, his eyes suddenly glowed red. Target found. Target found. The target is approaching. The red light quickly penetrated the wall like a scanner, and saw the figure stopping on the other side of the wall. Even a block away, the robot quickly made its own attack. He rushed forward almost without hesitation. Come yet. Nangong Yu turned his head and looked at the opposite side. His spatial perception ability was fully activated, and Nangong Yu could perceive all the wind and grass around him, let alone a huge robot. Boom. Under the impact of the huge force of the robot, the wall instantly shattered and rushed straight to Nangong Yu. If a huge head hits an ordinary person, the body will definitely be injured, even fatally injured. Nangong Yu was not in a hurry. The 10-minute assessment has just started, and not only myself but everyone is not clear about the specific distribution of the awards, and even the arrangement of all categories. After seeing the robot's reloading attack, it looked more precise. The iron plate was like a deadly weapon. A group of people used the iron plate in front of them to attack. With a movement of his feet, Nangong Yu jumped suddenly, and his figure suddenly appeared on the second floor of the building. As soon as the robot hit the ground, the flower bed under its feet was instantly destroyed, and scattered on the ground turned into powder. At this moment, Nangong Yu suddenly turned his head and looked behind him. A red spot of light flickered in the corner of the wall, and everything small looked extremely precise. It seems that every place where there are robots must also have this kind of monitoring equipment. I have already moved out of the result in my heart, and I will see the confirmation next. Seeing that the blow was not heavy, the robot changed direction and charged towards Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu didn't want to waste time. While dodging the attack, a backflip figure suddenly jumped into the air. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and his figure shot down from the sky like a bolt of lightning. Boom! Stepping on the robot's body, a roar erupted. The robot, which was still extremely hard just now, has become a pile of iron slag fragments in the world. On Nangong Yu's scoreboard, a +1 change also appeared. At the same time, hey, it's a step late again. A student with a superordinary appearance passed by here, and he couldn't help sighing when he saw the pile of steel fragments under Nangong Yu's feet. Nangong Yu closed his eyes as if he was resting his mind. Seeing Nangong Yu's approach, the students were a little puzzled. Could it be that quirks consume a lot of energy and need a short rest? This idea just came into being. The next moment, the student suddenly discovered. In an instant, an incomparably powerful energy flowed, and he seemed to be seen by others. Looking around, there were no other people around, which reminded him of Nangong Yu, but looking back, Nangong Yu's figure had already disappeared in place. Deep dark space. In front of him was a sci-fi looking points board, with everyone's name clearly marked, and then the points were awarded. Behind the scoreboard, there is also a column of scores, but this time they are replaced by zeros. On the scoreboard, all the screens were skipped from time to time, as if they were drawn at the assessment site. Just now after the scene of Nangong Yu was played, the judge at the most central position was a little excited. I really didn't underestimate this guy's strength. I didn't expect it to be a lot stronger than the guess. With combed shiny hair, wearing a small vest and tie, his figure is more like a mouse. Everyone around is acquiescing too. This is the principal of Shongying High School. It seems that All Might has brought us a powerful quirks player, but it seems that his quirks is not like that. The white-haired recovery girl also spoke at the same time. On the contrary, he admired the scene of saving Yi Yin at the very beginning. The others remained silent, and a lot of pictures of the assessment flashed across the screen. During this assessment, quirks can be used casually. Everyone's quirks have also become the most critical and most gorgeous part of the field. All Might was also in the jury, surrounded by elders, which made him tremble a little. After all, working with my own teacher is somewhat uncomfortable. At this moment, the scene of other students, quirks, was broadcast just now, and it was instantly fixed on Nangong Yu's body, even from all angles. This silenced everyone immediately, and the principal also became interested. What new tricks does Nangong boy have? All Might always had a bad feeling, anticipating something terrible would happen again. Anyway, as long as it is Nangong Yu, he will definitely do something terrible. Chapter 18. Incarnate as a scoring machine. 5/10. Chapter 18. Incarnate as a scoring machine. 5/10. Nangong Yu glanced at the camera at one of the monitoring points, then turned his head and rushed towards the tall building in front of him. Relying on his own speed advantage, every time Nangong Yu jumped, he would appear on a higher floor. The buildings in the assessment area are basically the same as the buildings outside. The tall buildings are very realistic, but it looks a bit dangerous without fences. As the figure rises, Nangong Yu's figure is also exposed in front of everyone. What is he going to do? What are you doing climbing so high? He doesn't have any strange ideas. More and more people began to speculate on Nangong Yu's purpose. Among them, Yi Yin also saw Nangong Yu, casually made the robot next to him smoke, and then rushed to the hidden place, watching Nangong Yu secretly. In the last step, Nangong Yu had already reached the entire high-rise building. Looking down, all the examiners on the ground were as big as ants. This is enough to see the height of the tall building in front of him. Nangong Yu will not stay any longer. Now, just right, looking at the targets on the ground, huge robots are patrolling, carrying them from a long distance, and they don't have such a long-distance detection function. Boom! Nangong Yu slammed his fist on the wall next to him, and the stone chips flew in a flash. Nangong Yu also grabbed a large stone and weighed it in his hand. Standing at the highest point is conducive to finding the target and striking the target. The next second, Nangong Yu bowed suddenly, and then quickly smashed out the stone in his hand. Boom! Nangong Yu's huge power erupted instantly, and a burst of dust erupted from the floor under his feet, and a deep shoe print sank into the ground. The moment the seemingly small rock fell from the sky, its speed increased sharply. Under the speed of Nangong Yu, it was like a shell being fired instantly. Warning! Warning! Danger is approaching. Virtual enemy. The robot also issued the same alarm as the system, but suddenly the alarm stopped abruptly. Under the acceleration of gravity, a moderately large rock instantly penetrated the entire robot, smashing the imaginary enemy into pieces. Nangong Yu also closed his eyes. With a space capacity of 10%, even micro-wormholes are somewhat difficult to carry, but unfortunately, I just mastered the handling of small objects. Just like the stone that was about the same size and volume just now. After the operation came back, it was obviously a lot smaller. I can still use it twice. With a murmur, a smile appeared on the corner of Nangong Yu's mouth, and he found the next target. The robot bowed again, and the whole person was like a trebuchet, smashing out the stone in his hand. Boom. The figure of Nangong Yu was uploaded on the screen, and everyone present did not expect that he would use such a method to obtain points. However, quirks are also within the allowed range, and it is impossible for everyone to explicitly prohibit such a method. Although there are elements of opportunism, this is also Nangong Yu's strategy, and it can be regarded as strength. Boom, boom, boom. Nangong Yu seemed to have completely turned into a trebuchet, and he didn't stay any longer. There were large and small holes on the wall beside him, all of which were stones dropped by Nangong Yu. The score on the scoreboard was almost increasing rapidly, surpassing all the previous examiners in an instant, and became the number one. Nangong Yu has also completely turned into a scoring machine. It's really the character of this kid. All Might showed a smile on his face. After all, when he first met Nangong Boy, he was also teased by him. But, I don't know how the Green Valley Boy is doing now. On site, all the assessors were completely speechless looking at Nangong in the brutal way. No way, what points do we get if this goes on? Some people have lost their fighting spirit, and with the sound of roaring, there are only a bunch of imaginary enemy remnants left in the entire block. All the points were taken by Nangong Yu alone. But you pay attention to observe, as long as there is an assessment point, he will not make a move. Someone quickly analyzed Nangong Yu's actions. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. So, now we can only grab it. Come on, I don't know who started to take the lead, but others rushed forward. Nangong Yu on the tall building also saw this scene and stopped his actions at the same time. Interesting. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Nangong Yu began to rest. The current overall strength can only be equivalent to a generation of super fighters, that is, the so-called peak human physique, which consumes a lot of physical strength and really needs to rest. Before reaching the divine body, you still need to continue to become stronger. More and more examiners are rushing towards the imaginary enemy like crazy, and it is impossible for Nangong Yu to make another move. But that doesn't matter either. This little trick can only be used once, and even so, it is almost enough. The time came to 5 minutes. Nangong Yu finished his rest, sat up, and jumped into a certain place without hesitation. Chapter 19 The fourth category Imaginary Enemy Debuts. 6/10. Chapter 19 The fourth category Imaginary Enemy Debuts. 6/10. The second category Imaginary Enemy is not as simple as the first category. The complex structure allows the second type of imaginary enemy to have superb speed and destructive power. Compared with the first type of imaginary enemy, it is no longer a simple robot. The second type imaginary enemy can easily adapt to the terrain and respond quickly. Nangong Yu is very clear that scoring points just now is one of his goals, and the other goal is to find out the specific positions of the other two types of imaginary enemies. Boom. Fall from the sky. The peak human physique, combined with 10% of various micro abilities, Nangong Yu's combat effectiveness has already reached a certain level. Dust kicked up under his feet. Nangong Yu had just landed, and the robot on the opposite side had already issued a warning and even responded, staring at Nangong Yu with red eyes. The two mechanized clip arms shot out in a burst of air. Nangong Yu sensed the danger and reacted suddenly. But the robot on the opposite side also moved accordingly. The two clips were closed, and they quickly hit the walls on both sides, leaving deep marks on the concrete walls under the huge beating. If it was whipped on an ordinary human body, I am afraid that he would have been seriously injured by this time. Nangong Yu's eyes were calm, his eyes flashed with lightning, and his whole body turned into a bolt of lightning, suddenly appearing in front of the robot. Warning, warning, the target is approaching. The next moment, Nangong Yu quickly clenched his fist, swung it with great speed, and instantly hit the iron frame of the robot. Boom! The huge Rikido shook the iron frame, the most important core position of the robot, and collapsed quickly. Crack! Amidst the sound of a short circuit, a puff of black smoke rose from the part where the robot was connected, and then the head of the second type of imaginary enemy collapsed to the side. Nangong Yu's gigantic Rikido actually punched into the robot, retracted his hand, and countless sophisticated electronic devices appeared in front of him. It's just that it has completely lost its effect at this time. Withdrawing his eyes and no longer paying attention, Nangong Yu jumped to the eaves next to him, and then proceeded to the next location. However, as the transparent floating clothes approached behind him, Yi Yin also saw the internal parts of the robot eliminated by Nangong Yu. +1, +1, ... After a short pause, the words, +2, suddenly appeared on Nangong Yu's scoreboard. The principal asked to change the screen, and it can be seen that Nangong Yu took out the second type of imaginary enemy in front of him with just a short punch. Mike, who had been sitting next to him without speaking, stroked his beard. I didn't expect this kid to be a thorn, and this ability may have a place in the hero department in the future. But he rushed to make trouble in my class, so I can cure him. The somewhat scruffy long-haired man yawned, a red light flashed in his eyes. There is something like a scarf around his neck, even if it is the assessment of all the hero subjects in front of him, his eyes are a little casual. Cold sweat dripped from All Might's forehead. Don't be like this, the character of Nangong Boy is very good, you can rest assured. Eliminate hero, Aizawa Shota. This guy can't deal with me at all. Well, don't worry, principal, I can also guarantee. The principal mouse also said at the same time. Only then did Shangtai Xiao's remain silent, but there was also disdain in his eyes. At this time, the battle scene of Nangong Yu spread on the screen. The third type of imaginary enemy actually changes its shape and shuttles between various high-rise buildings, even walking on flat ground. The changeable fighting style makes countless people helpless for a while. There were also people who fell to the ground in fright when they encountered him. Until Nangong Yu came with a punch. Imaginary enemy, scrap. Aizawa Shota's complexion changed slightly, and he said that Nangong Yu was careless, but he didn't expect him to be so thoughtful. Nangong Yu pulled up the examiner who fell on the ground, and the latter tremblingly said thank you and left quickly. Similarly, Nangong Yu also discovered the weakness of these imaginary enemies. That is, the imaginary enemy with more points has higher combat power, but it is also easier to destroy, and it will test everyone's patience and willpower. This should be the purpose of the hero assessment. After counting the scores, it should be in the 60s by now, so passing is no problem. The time has just come to 8 minutes. At this time, Nangong Yu suddenly discovered that a gigantic shadow shrouded himself in it. This feeling is somewhat depressing. Run! Yi Yin's exclamation came. Afterwards, Nangong Yu saw several clothes floating in the air running towards him, and his arm was also grabbed by someone. However, Yi Yin did not pull Nangong Yu even with all his strength. I only saw Nangong Yu, who was facing the incomparably huge fourth category imaginary enemy. It's fine. Nangong Yu smiled, his side face looked a little serious, and there was a look of eagerness in his eyes. Chapter 21 Punch. Blast through the examination field. 7/10. Chapter 21 Punch. Blast through the examination field. 7/10. The fourth category imaginary enemy appeared in the eyes of everyone almost as invincible. The huge figure and the building next to it are not much different, even higher than the floor next to it, and the whole is like a huge iron lump. Warning, warning, target found. Under the reporter's voice, the eyes of the fourth category imaginary enemy turned red instantly, and they looked towards Nangong Yu at the same time. Impossible, it is impossible to win. This is the fourth type of imaginary enemy. Gudong. Many people subconsciously swallowed their saliva almost at the same time. The robot in front of them was too fierce, even a simple glance would make people want to retreat. You know, coming to the Shongying assessment site is just for the assessment, but no one wants to sacrifice their lives. Where there is the first examiner who takes the lead in screaming, there will be a second one. Bang, bang. With every step the giant robot moved, deep marks appeared on the ground, and the ground couldn't bear the weight under 1 foot. Let's run away. Yi Yin felt cowardly, and his tone was full of pleas. Looking at the huge robot in front of him, Quirks can't do anything to hide, and the robot in front of him is so terrifying. It has already far exceeded the abilities of all examiners. That's why, Mike said that when you meet the fourth type of imaginary enemy, don't think about fighting him, just run away. Nangong Yu's tone was calm. His eyes were still fixed on the imaginary enemy in front of him. Let's go, this one has no points. Yi Yin swallowed, his calf already started to tremble. Nangong Yu will not be unkind. Looking at the air around him, Nangong Yu looked away. It would be nice to go to the next building, just wait. Good. At this moment, Yi Yin was relieved and quickly ran to the nearby building. Although Nangong and Shengxing in front of them looked extremely thin, even in front of the fourth type of imaginary enemy, Nangong Yu's figure was like a sesame seed. However, seeing that he didn't have any cowardice, Yi Yin had no choice but to secretly cheer for Nangong Yu. Bang! The huge fourth type imaginary enemy was still moving, and between waving hands, countless cracks appeared on the surrounding floors instantly, and large and small stones kept falling from the tall buildings. The remaining courageous examiners could only grit their teeth and retreat, and no one was afraid of being injured. At this time, Nangong Yu unexpectedly rushed towards the anti-running direction. There is the fourth type of imaginary enemy. 1. Seemingly invincible robot. However, only Nangong Yu kept rushing forward. The boy named Shin Sao saw Nangong Yu's behavior, and for the first time there was astonishment in his eyes. From the beginning of the assessment, Shin Sao hid in the high-rise building from the first perspective and had no intention of snatching points. After all, his quirks were useless against the imaginary enemy in front of him. Warning, warning, the target is approaching. The eyes of the fourth category imaginary enemy flashed red at this time, and the camera captured Nangong Yu's figure completely. What are you doing, kid? All Might was slightly taken aback. Robots aren't that hard to deal with, but that's for all-class hero, and these guys who just unleashed quirks can't be dealt with at all. The cement hero on the side hastily said, Principal, do you want to stop the assessment urgently? For the first time, Xiao Zishang also showed interest in his eyes. The recovery girl sighed and left first. I'll prepare the medicine first and treat the injured. Etc. The headmaster smiled and said, Don't worry, the assessment will end soon, and there will be grading items for the assessors, so don't rush for a while. Okay. The recovery girl nodded. After finishing speaking, the principal said again, However, do you want to suspend the assessment? All Might, no, Nangong boy can handle it. All Might clenched his palms tightly, and his eyes were also fixed on the monitor in front of him. Nangong Yu is very strong. Even so, he is just a teenager. However, it is precisely because of this that I have to trust him even more. Boom. In the screen, Nangong Yu finally ushered in a punch. Ah, countless fleeing people present covered their mouths at the same time, unable to believe what happened before them. Nangong Yu's figure galloped out like a bolt of lightning, and his clenched fist hit the fourth type of imaginary enemy in front of him. Huge Rikido forms a point. And at this point, an explosive airflow was formed in an instant. This huge Rikido, with a fist, flew away in front of his eyes, and the seemingly huge robot even punched out the robot in front of him. The assessment field fence at the back is of no help at all. Under Nangong Yu's huge Rikido, the mechanical body imaginary enemy instantly tore through the edge of the examination field, and crashed into the distant examination field amidst the smoke and dust. Is it fake? Someone said dumbfounded. Chapter 21 System Data Changes. 8/10. Chapter 21 System Data Changes. 8/10. Drop. Amidst the loud sound of the horn, the assessment was completely over. Smoke and dust flew in the examination field, and it seemed that the place had been destroyed badly all day long. After the quirks were used, the fighting power of all the examiners soared, and a lot of damage was done to these venues. Nangong Yu knows, there are cement hero here, don't panic. Slightly covering the sun, Nangong Yu could see clearly what had become of the thing he had blown away with his punch just now. At least, it has to be rebuilt. Looking down at his fist, there was a small wound. Moreover, the changed awareness just now made Nangong Yu a little dazed, and without even thinking about it, he mustered all the strength in his body and punched out. The fourth category imaginary enemy has changed like this. With the strength of his current generation of super fighters, he can't fully control the power of killing gods. But the degree of injury is not serious. If that's the case, feel at ease. Withdrawing his thoughts, Nangong Yu walked towards the gathering place. As for those who have not recovered from the shock, let them be in a daze. Huge playground. The examiners from all the assessment sites gathered here, and there are many familiar figures among them. Ochako immediately spotted Nangong Yu in the crowd, and ran over with a smile on his face. Student Nangong, how is your assessment? So. Nangong Yu laughed casually. It is impossible to just say that he scrapped the fourth type of imaginary enemy. Seeing Nangong Yu's expression, Ochako also breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. There was an accident in your assessment site just now. I don't know that classmates. Quirks went berserk and broke through the fourth category of imaginary enemies in an instant. I was shocked when I heard the news, as long as you were fine. It turned out to be concerned about this issue. Nangong Yu smiled awkwardly. Yi Yin on the side has black lines all over his head, and he really can't help but want to tell the classmate in front of him that the guy next to you scrapped the mechanical body. However, think about it or forget it. It seems that this handsome classmate is called Nangong. After that, Ochako talked about the green-haired boy he met in the assessment field, and it turned out that he saved himself in the end. But he didn't get points from the beginning to the end. If this continues, he will be eliminated. Ochako clenched his fists with both hands, with a serious expression on his face. Ochako was already thinking secretly whether he should give half of his points to that classmate. Even if 2 people fail, it won't be 0 points for 1. According to what you think in your heart, your choice is right. Nangong Yu was very clear about Ochako's thoughts, and immediately encouraged him. Okay, I get it. Only then did Ochako smile again. At the same time, yo, you're here too, as long as you're not hurt. Asui Suyu walked over, sticking out his tongue, and he was very tired. No wonder, I think there are a lot fewer examiners here, so they were injured. Ochako suddenly realized. Nangong Yu also nodded. Injuries are inevitable. At this time, are you ready? The familiar voice spread to everyone's ears. Mike appeared in everyone's eyes, and he made fashionable gestures with his hands. All of you have already participated in the assessment, and then you just need to wait for the result quietly. If you don't receive a notification from the school before the end of the holiday, you can choose other institutions to enroll. I hereby announce that the assessment is officially over. The assessment ended as if it happened yesterday. In the past few days, Nangong Yu has also tried to use this time to consolidate his physical fitness, at least mastering the strength he has gained is crucial. As night fell, Nangong Yu returned home as usual, already dripping with sweat. If I tell others that I have exhausted my physical strength for 3 hours, I am afraid no one will believe it. No, I'm afraid they will only be regarded as quirks by others, not their own physique. Enter. Thinking silently in my heart, a tangible and invisible force instantly tore my perception. In the next second, Nangong Yu came to the familiar system space. In the system space with a silver background, there is a slowly rotating silver-white cube in front of you. Welcome the host. A soft female voice came. Without delay, Nangong Yu looked directly at the wall on the left, and the data had already changed. Opening up the world. Super Seminary. Progress. 20%. Extract. Void undefeated body. 15%. Lightning speed. 15%. God-killing power. 10%. Star control. 3%. Earth power. 10%. Storm power. 20%. Extract items. None. Looking at the system data in front of him, Nangong Yu also understood immediately. Chapter 22 Training Space. Start. 9/10. Chapter 22 Training Space. Start. 9/10. It turned out that the ability that suddenly exploded during the assessment came from a change in the awareness of the control of the stars. This cognitive ability comes from the character, Lena, in Super Seminary. The star drive technology developed by the Liang family is only 3% now, but even if it is only 3%, it is enough to make their attacks burst into such a terrifying ability in an instant. Nangong Yu didn't stop, and clicked on the solo ability. Void undefeated body, 15%. This means that the host's body is strong enough to resist ordinary weapon attacks. When it reaches 20%, it can ignore ordinary missile attacks and even weaken some special ability attacks. The system explained thoughtfully. Nangong Yu nodded slightly. This ability is the one he knows best. Counted as an enhancement of the body, Jie Shaolun dared to directly collide with the alien warship with his body when he was a second-generation super soldier, which also shows that his hardness is extraordinary, although he failed. To be clear, to be able to cross the starry sky, the strength of the battleship is naturally not small, but Jie Shaolun was not injured after the collision, which also shows the problem. Lightning speed, 15%. The increase in awareness and the speed that I can control have also improved the changes in the blink of an eye. The speed of the character Xin Zhao's thunderclap has really reached the point of lightning. The speed is unmatched, and the speed even increases the jumping intensity. Even if it is only 15%, it is enough for the current self to gallop. God-killing power, 10%. This ability is the most consolidated, and it hasn't been improved much, but Nangong Yu knows very well how terrifying it will be if the power of killing gods is truly developed. Touching his chin, Nangong Yu clicked on the next one, the power of the earth. This is a slightly unfamiliar word. It comes from the ability of Cheng Yaowen, the Prince of Germany. Under this ability, he can control all the structures on the earth by himself. Not just the soil layer, it can even condense the earth to be harder than steel. This ability is relatively unfamiliar. Afterwards, the power of the storm also did not improve much, for the improvement of his own thinking, as well as memory. There is one thing that I let myself ignore, and that is the control of the storm. It was like the sudden explosion during the assessment. Other abilities did not appear, but some gray fonts appeared behind it, as if it hadn't been unlocked. Angels, demons. Looking at these names, Nangong Yu was stunned. During this time period, Super Seminary does not seem to indicate the appearance of these special existences. Recognition comes from my own creation of fantasy, which changes the reader's cognition in this world, so everything is still based on my own creation. After all, he is only a generation of super fighters with the physique of a generation. Carrying more capacity is just a waste of energy for himself, and Nangong Yu is very clear about the reason why he can't eat too much. With the end of data exploration, system space, open the training space. The gentle female voice came immediately. On the left wall of the silver space, a bland door was immediately revealed, and the door was marked with this silver gray font, training room. Hey, Nangong Yu saw it with novelty. His training space was not as simple as he thought. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door, and Nangong Yu stepped in quickly. There was a stagnation in the space in front of him, as if there was nothing in the vast sea of people, only a flash of silver. According to the ability of the host, choose the sea-level battlefield, the battle in Tianhe City. The soft and beautiful voice of the system came. In an instant, the world has changed. Nangong Yu only felt his eyes light up, and then there was a roar in his ears. Hum, hum, countless vibrations appeared around, gluttonous warships appeared in the sky, and the whole scene completely restored the war scene described in Super Seminary. Training time. 10 minutes. System sound fades. Just then, a female voice came. Get out of here, it's very dangerous here, follow the crowd to a safe place. Nangong Yu turned his head and saw a woman with long red hair, wearing a pitch-black armor full of sci-fi feel. Nangong Yuji, that thing is called dark matter alloy armor. The woman in front of her is Changwei. Hum, the buzzing sound reappeared, and above the high altitude not far away, there was a large-scale resonance in the hotel, and huge cracks appeared in the building material. Cracks spread, and the entire hotel seemed to be crumbling. A huge stone slab couldn't withstand the shock and immediately fell from the sky. The nerves of the people around were instantly tensed. Careful, Changwei exclaimed. Moving her hands had already activated her spatial ability, and she jumped in front of Nangong Yu after a quick jump. Just when she was about to make a move, she saw Nangong Yu bowed slightly, jumped up from the ground, and then punched the stone slab that fell from the sky. Chapter 23 Battle of Juxia City. Nangong Yu shot. 10 out of 10. Chapter 23 Battle of Juxia City. Nangong Yu shot. 10 out of 10. The stone slab shattered into slag, and Nangong Yu landed firmly. Changwei, on the other hand, has a strange feeling. You should also be a super soldier, why is there no record about you in the database? However, at this critical juncture, Changwei couldn't care less. The next vibration will be in 10 minutes, go and appease the civilians to evacuate, be careful. After giving an order, the alloy wings behind Changwei opened, and a wave-like brilliance appeared in front of the two of them. Changwei quickly jumped in, and the figure disappeared immediately. This is the space ability. Nangong Yu was slightly taken aback, but he didn't expect to experience this space-time ability so intuitively for the first time. Can control the space and jump instantly. It's exactly what I dreamed of. At this time, boom, there was a loud bang. Nangong Yu quickly looked up, and far, far away from the tall buildings, Lena supported the oath shield to resist the flames from the gluttonous battleship opposite. The high-rise building was washed away by the aftermath of the flames, and a large area was melted directly, showing the high temperature of the flames. The power of energy is not small. Lena stomped her feet and gritted her teeth slightly. This is called military power. The majestic voice reached everyone's ears. At this time, Lu Chuang was still fighting with Teodi, who was far away from infinity. Teodi's previous troops were definitely not as simple as fighting in the air, and even the combat effectiveness of the combat troops on the ground was extremely obvious. Almost tore several super fighters to death. Sun Wukong knocked away the Teodi in front of him, and flew up at the same time. Obviously, the gluttonous battleship on the opposite side could not release such powerful flames all the time, and it also had no effect on Lena. Rui Mengmeng on the opposite floor saw the Teodi battleship open its mouth, and the countless Teodi flying out from the opposite side was startled for a moment. Where's Zhe Xiaolun? Just block Changwei's damage, hurry up. Lena ordered quickly. Click. The gluttonous battleship on the opposite side opened and closed, as if preparing for some other attack. Zhe Xiaolun looked at his hands in astonishment. Block damage. How to block? I have been beaten for several days, and have not learned any relevant skills. Block it with your butt. Lena was furious. At this moment, countless gluttonous warships emerged, seemingly densely packed, even covering half of the sky. Reyna immediately stretched out her hand. The sky is my territory. After finishing speaking, the distance from the star energy has begun. Flare bombing. Nangong Yu's eyes were fixed, and he was a little surprised. It would be great if he could observe how Lena released it at a close distance. Sun Wukong stands proudly in the sky, with a majestic voice. The sky is also the territory of my grandson, hey. With a loud shout, in an instant, countless identical clones of Monkey King appeared in the sky, and each of them was wearing clothes and armor made of material alloys. Sun Wukong waved his hand. Fight. He quickly rushed towards the Teodi warrior in front of him, swept the dark matter alloy rod in his hand, and instantly overturned the Teodi. The other avatars are equally powerful, attacking constantly. For a while, the offensive formed a containment. Lena's energy has been accumulated, and she waved her hand. The flare bombing was launched, and the stellar energy ball immediately hit the gluttonous battleship in front of him. Success. Everyone cheered, but Reyna's expression fell silent. The thick smoke dissipated, and the gluttonous battleship in front of him was fine. A layer of invisible energy fluctuations blocked all attacks. Report. Changwei is under attack. Report. Changwei's eager voice came from the other end of the communication. I saw the power of the galaxy inciting his black wings and leaping into the sky. FKU. He sat down on the Teodi warrior with one buttock, knocking the latter into the air. Changwei breathed a sigh of relief, then frantically rushed into her own impulse, jumping continuously, and came under the gluttonous battleship. The fluctuations gave Changwei a headache, and she had no way to jump, so she could only fly at low altitude. 2 blocks away. There are still 2 minutes. Lu Chuang reported the time, then swung his big axe and slashed at the villains in front of him. But, fighting each other, Lu Chuang was unable to effectively attack the other party. Nangong Yu saw it clearly, and felt it. Lu Chuang's god-killing power didn't seem to be stable at all, as if Lu Chuang didn't fully grasp this power. Click. Another slash. Sparks splashed everywhere, and Lu Chuang was slashed away by the opponent's long sword. Bang! The axe also fell to the ground. Nangong Yu didn't stay any longer, seeing the Teodi on the other side chasing after him. A burst of lightning burst out in his eyes. The figure also suddenly disappeared in place. Appeared again. At this time he had come to Lu Chuang's side, and raised Lu Chuang's axe. With such a swift speed, Teodi on the opposite side couldn't react at all. Treating this villains, Nangong Yu naturally wouldn't be merciless. The veins on his arms bulged, and the power of killing gods completely exploded at this moment. Lu Chuang was startled when he saw the sharp knife hanging above his head, and when he looked up, a stranger was actually holding his axe. Teodi's head was split in two. Emma almost died. Well, thank you, brother. Lu Chuang was just about to take back the axe when he saw Nangong Yu appear in the distance, suddenly turned into lightning. Nangong Yu's melodious voice was heard in the air. Lend me to play. Chapter 24. Raise the knife and fall. The strength of Nangong Yu. 1/6. Chapter 24. Hands up and down. The strength of Nangong Yu. 1/6. Holding a spear in his hand, Xin Zhao's figure is like a dragon galloping on the battlefield, but it is not a star and a half worse than the real lightning messenger. Clang! The spear swung, and the tip of the spear instantly flew the gluttonous warriors in front of him. Just as Xin Zhao wanted to get away, he was surrounded by the gluttonous warriors around him in an instant. For a moment, with the spear in hand, Xin Zhao was no match for four hands. Even though Yulong's body is strong, he seems to be trapped and can't move at all. Look at your speed, what's the use? Kill him. ... The gluttonous fighters almost swarmed up, and the sharp weapons in their hands instantly left a lot of marks on the dark matter alloy armor on Xin Zhao's body. Xin Zhao gritted his teeth. I can't go on like this. The most flexible mind on weekdays seems to be short-circuited at this moment, unable to think of any ideas at all. In the face of absolute strength, all ideas are just fancy. Seeing all the Teodi swarming up, Xin Zhao could only hold his spear tightly for the last fight. At this time, a cold voice sounded. Are you ready to give up? Immediately, Xin Zhao saw a strange figure, carrying a big axe flowing in his hand, and rushed into Teodi in an instant. The big axe in his hand opened and closed. Countless Teodi were chopped to death in an instant when the knife was raised and lowered. Blood was splattered everywhere, and this strange figure kept colliding, as if he had no fear at all. At this moment, the gluttonous camp surrounded by groups seemed to be torn open by sharp teeth. Damn, where is this fierce man? Xin Zhao was also taken aback. The appearance of the earthlings, I don't know where to get the axe that is exactly the same as Lu Chuang, but it seems to be reinforcements. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and Xin Zhao quickly grasped the spear, looking for the weakest defensive opening. Only by breaking through can he have a chance to cooperate to complete this mission. The spear is still a dragon. Xin Zhao is not delaying. Looking at Xin Zhao's actions, Nangong Yu naturally knew that this was just a novice's thinking, but this way of breaking through was also the safest way. After all, in the initial stage of super fighters, there is only a short time to promote super fighters to the second generation of super fighters. There are some fundamental differences from the divine body. Now that Xin Zhao's dragon has been revitalized, then, I won't hold back. Grabbing the axe in his hand casually, Nangong Yu raised his head and looked at all the Teodi in front of him, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and Nangong Yu's figure was instantly surrounded by lightning. The movement was more than a little bit quicker, and at this moment, the actions of everyone around seemed to have slowed down a bit. At the moment when Teodi raised his hand, Nangong Yu had already seen it clearly, and it only took a second for him to react to all Teodi's movements. As for all gluttonous, he could only watch helplessly as countless comrades in arms were hacked to death beside him. For some reason, the axe that symbolized Lu Chuang's identity ran into the hands of the person in front of him, and the crazy speed couldn't be caught at all. This place is like a purgatory on earth. Nangong Yu doesn't know what it means to be merciful, and the life of Teodi is completely lost between his hands and swords. Blood was sprinkled all over Nangong Yu, his face was bloody, but the smile on his mouth still remained. Retreat, retreat. At this moment, the commander quickly issued an order. Not only him, but even the gluttonous fighters around him felt terrified when they saw Nangong Yu. The Teodi war that swarmed in just now retreated at this moment, like flowing water. Nangong Yu didn't stop him, but also stopped his movements. To be honest, his physical strength was running low, and he used the system of a generation of super fighters to carry these abilities. At the same time, it is only possible to use two kinds, and there is also a limit. This is also the reason why the self just now was like a demon god descending to earth. Don't let them go. Xin Zhao broke free, looked at Nangong Yu instead, and shouted immediately. Without answering his question, Nangong Yu frowned slightly, and looked at Xin Zhao like a fool, and then the figure turned into a flash of lightning again and left. With this gaze, Xin Zhao was slightly taken aback, but seeing the gluttonous corpses piled up on the ground under his feet, Xin Zhao subconsciously swallowed his saliva. After the entanglement just now, Zhe Xiaolun has already started flying again. Chang Wei glanced at Zhe Xiaolun from a distance, then resolutely flew towards the Teodi battleship, and the time came to a full 10 minutes. At this time, the gluttonous battleship also emitted a jet of air, but it emitted vibrations as usual. Next second, boom, a wave of light rushed towards Reina at lightning speed. An extremely huge stick, infinitely magnified in Lena's eyes. FK, killing Shenwu. Chapter 25 Offensive and Defensive Battle. The Final Victory. 2/6. Chapter 25 Offensive and Defensive Battle. The Final Victory. 2/6. Boom. Huge energy bombarded Lena's stomach almost instantly. Even with the dark matter alloy armor, it was instantly shattered. Reyna was not injured, but just took a breath for a while. Randomly pulled out the god-killing martial arts from her stomach, but Lena's body was intact, reaching above her body was already harder than a dark matter alloy. However, if you want to use the ability again in a short time, I'm afraid it won't work. At the same time, Changwei has already arrived under the Teodi battleship, and her hands are stuck to the defense wall of the battleship, and the wormhole ability is just calculating crazily. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. Lena and Changwei can be regarded as super fighters with relatively old qualifications. On the air front, even if you do it yourself, there is absolutely no way. The first generation of super fighters mastered the special abilities of the second generation of super fighters, and what they extracted were only abilities, not genes. So, what needs to be done now is to ensure that everything on the ground defense line is fully carried out. After taking out all the super fighters intact, Nangong Yu returned the axe to Lu Chuang. Brother, if you still use it, just squeak. Lu Chuang also looked respectful. As for Xin Zhao at the side, he shrank his head. If it wasn't for Qilin's explanation, I'm afraid Xin Zhao still doesn't know where he went wrong just now. Next time, if there is a chance. Nangong Yu replied casually. You go to help the Shongbing Company perform its mission, and I will defend all the ground troops. This battle must be guaranteed to be victorious. You must think clearly. If you lose the battle, the villains will be the ones behind you. Thousands of ordinary people, sweeping across everyone's faces, Nangong Yu's expression was resolute. This makes everyone more aware of their sense of responsibility. Yes, guaranteed to complete the task. All the super fighters said in unison at this moment. Gone. Finally, the voice fell, and Nangong Yu's figure suddenly turned into a flash of lightning, disappearing from everyone's eyes, and aimed directly at the human combat base. Commander Teodi waved his big hand. Ground troops. Countless Teodi took out both melee weapons and long-range weapons, and immediately made an impact on the ground troops in front of them. Immediately fight back. We must ensure the integrity of the ground troops. Success or failure depends on it. A middle-aged man in military uniform, holding a binoculars, his face was extremely cold. At this critical juncture, if the ground forces are impacted, I am afraid that everything will fall short. Everyone relies on the missiles of the ground forces, as well as various long-range high-attack weapons, which have reached a critical juncture. The soldiers resolutely got into the tanks and took up their spears and cannons. Boom! With the first loud noise, humans and Teodi exchanged fire instantly. The scene in front of him was completely chaotic. Nangong Yu didn't have time to think about it. The flash of lightning had already entered the crowd. Both sides were still in the trial stage, and neither of them used high-standard weapons. Chance. Nangong Yu's face was calm, and the strategy conceived in his mind was also displayed in an instant. Slightly clenching his fist, countless forces began to explode under the guidance. Void invincible body. This is the most appropriate strength for a body, and it is the basic guarantee for everything. At this moment, I don't care about how hard my body is. Boom. Nangong Yu threw himself at Teodi's camp like a cannonball. There were many attacks on the surface of the body, the slight tingling at the beginning, but now I don't feel it at all. Boom. Nangong Yu was like a divine soldier descended from the sky, instantly arriving in the camp of the gluttonous army. Kill him. Don't miss any chance. The Teodi army was roaring, and more Teodi surrounded Nangong Yu. Countless weapons were chopped off in the next moment, but even if Nangong Yu's clothes were chopped off, he couldn't lift the watch anymore, leaving no traces. It hits the target. Nangong Yu looked around and grinned. The smile on the corner of his mouth was really mocking. The next moment, put your hands together. A terrifying aura centered on Nangong Yu, expanding crazily to the surroundings. This fierce energy caused all the gluttonous warriors to change their faces wildly at the same time. Flare bombing. Extremely cold words spit out from Nangong Yu's mouth. There was a flame-like light in his eyes, and this extremely violent energy exploded in an instant. Starting from the center of the Teodi army, the Teodi closest to Nangong Yu was burnt to powder almost instantly, and then expanded to the surrounding area. Countless Teodi had no time to escape and call for help. Under the dumbstruck of the human fighters, the ground troops were preserved, and invisible ripples appeared above everyone's heads. Maximum attack. On the opposite side of the wormhole came the figure of Changwei. She supported the wormhole with difficulty with both hands, and the gluttonous warship was connected to the other side. Fire! Fire! There was a final roar from the ground troops. Countless missiles fired shells at the same time, directly bombarding the gluttonous battleship through impulse. Boom! Countless red clouds bloomed on the gluttonous battleship, which also marked the final victory of the human race in this offensive and defensive battle. Nangong Yu ended with laughter and laughter. Everything is still in my heart, just like my blood boils. Welcome back. Training is over. Start scoring. A familiar gentle female voice came. Chapter 26 Strength Improvement. Machiko's Invitation. 3/6. Chapter 26 Strength Improvement. Machiko's Invitation. 3/6. In the space filled with silver, everything was covered by water, and all receded in the blink of an eye, leaving an empty space in place. Nangong Yu withdrew his mind. the space in front of him was extremely wide, and no one knew how big it was. Slowly exhaling, dispelling the tension from the battle just now, Nangong Yu also walked towards the only door. Pushing open the door, a new projection appeared in front of my eyes last time, followed by the female voice of the system. Comprehensive evaluation. A. At the critical moment of the war, the host chose the offensive and defensive battle with the lowest consumption. Various abilities have also been controlled accordingly. The beautiful female voice explained. Following this, the information on the wall has also undergone new changes. Extraction rate increased. Void invincible body, 15% right pointing arrow 20%. Lightning power, 15% right pointing arrow 20%. God killing power, 10% right pointing arrow 20%. Stellar communication, 3% right pointing arrow 5%. The power of the earth, 10%. Power of the storm, 20%. With arms folded, Nangong Yu carefully read all the information changes on the wall. Almost all the changes come from the ability he used just now, and the ability to control within a certain period of time can also control more abilities. Like lightning speed, the name has changed. At the last moment, Nangong Yu communicated with the stars in the sky and adapted to the flare bombing. There were also different changes in the name of the ability. Wei Wei clenches her fist, and what comes back is a powerful and terrifying force. Feeling carefully, Nangong Yu found that his body had also increased its strength to a certain extent. Comprehensive evaluation. The pinnacle of the second-generation super fighter. The last line of writing appeared on the wall. Nangong Yu nodded secretly, and he was only one step away from the real god body. Training is over. Nangong Yu silently quit. Consciousness was also pulled by an invisible force at this moment, and returned to the peaceful room the next moment, and the sky outside turned pale. Nangong Yu did not choose to exercise as usual, wrapped up in a quilt and began to sleep soundly. During the battle, his nerves are tense almost all the time, and his own strength can at best be regarded as a special type of super fighter. If it really caught the attention of the gluttonous battleship, I'm afraid the training would end early. As for everything I experienced just now felt as if it was completely real. Forced to close his eyes and throw away that feeling, Nangong Yu felt better. 2 weeks passed by in a hurry. This morning, Nangong Yu was preparing to go to exercise as usual, when he received a call from Machazi. Mysterious Mr. X, please be there, please don't refuse. Good. After thinking for a while, Nangong Yu nodded in agreement. He took out his newly bought clothes and was ready to go. The busiest street in the city, where many special occasions are held. For example, street dance performances, some special restaurants, or any special press conferences and promotions will be held here. The stalls here are very hard to find and the prices are very high. But the influence of the bustling streets here is also extraordinary. The comic collection that once serialized, All Might, also became a hit here, and the comic agency even became popular for it. And today, the most central and most valuable booth here has been reserved, and it is said that comics are also published. The emergence of Quirks has led a large number of humans with quirks to become hero, and the most wonderful thing about these heroes is that they are always striving for a peaceful environment for mankind. Therefore, comics have become an alternative spiritual pillar. Today, the manga was released again. Almost as soon as this news came out, it attracted the attention of countless people. I don't know which latest hero it is about, all news is blocked. Even the special field breeder known as the strongest report has not dug up any news. I don't know if it's about All Might. If it's not, it's just hype. There were a lot of people at the scene, but because the news has been blocked, and even the press conference was covered up by various things, many people lost interest. They all turned their heads and walked to other places, and there were discussions everywhere on the road. I have a gossip about the release of the new version of Super Seminary. Yaoyorozu Momo raised a finger and said confidently. Really? With a soft voice, Ochako immediately became interested. Whereas Suyu-chan, are you also interested in Super Seminary? No, Asui Suyu immediately shook his head. I'm interested in the technology system inside. Don't talk too much, let's go and see together. Yaoyorozu Momo immediately rushed towards the crowd with two people. At the same time, the press conference began. Welcome everyone to the conference site. I am Machiko, the person in charge. Chapter 27 Comics released. Sudden accident. 4/6. Chapter 27 Comics released. Sudden accident. 4/6. Today, here, we're releasing our latest manga creation. Before we do again, we'll give a small review. 5 years ago, the appearance of this comic seemed to be an alternative in the comics, but he occupied the first place in the sales edition at that time with the result of not being fat. It is not only liked by teenagers, but also friends of all ages are keen on this comic. Speaking of this, Machiko pursed her lips and smiled. I believe that many people are confused. But it doesn't matter, you will definitely like the release of the new version. Clatter. Uncovering the red cloth covering the back, the cover promotion is based on the Silver Wing Blade series of Super Seminary, with Queen Kesha as the main picture, and the huge dark silver angel occupies almost 1/3 of the space. Super Seminary. New version, a new starting point here. As soon as the renderings came out, everyone present was immediately stunned. Because, there has never been a comic with such a bold design, and more promotional pictures have been placed. The most eye-catching is the majestic woman sitting on the throne. Behind her, There are endless female angel warriors, all the angels bow their heads before her eyes. The time is right. Machiko picked up the microphone. In another parallel universe, there are such a group of people, they call them gods. ... The chapters of the story are uttered from Machazi's mouth, making everyone feel like they are on the scene. Nangong Yu didn't expect that the effect of using the holy hack and slash as a publicity picture this time would be so good, and it seemed that Genchazi's speech directly attracted the attention of most people. The surrounding stage audience, whether they were singing or dancing, were all looked back by seeing one by one, standing under the stage, listening to Machazi's promotion seriously. There are no cliché performances, nor are any popular hero required to come on sale. The name Genchazi is even more unknown. There are also people who knew her. A long time ago, she was just the owner of a small comic agency, and now she is standing on the stage in front of her. Silver Wings, will they continue their brilliance, or will they leave behind their brilliance in this battle for hegemony? Each of them is a born warrior, and every angel is a nearly perfect woman. Quote, the story is almost here. Machiko put the microphone on the table and stretched out her arms. The new comic, Super Seminary, is here at this time. It is on sale to everyone, and the retail price is 20 yuan. It's so cheap. This is lower than the price of all comics on the market, and I don't know that the comic society won't make money. That's not right. If such a wonderful story can really be expressed in the comics in front of me, then it's definitely worth the money. ... Many people were still immersed in the story and couldn't extricate themselves. There was a lot of discussion about the sale price organization, and the enthusiasm of everyone in the audience was instantly ignited. Machiko looked around and finally saw Nangong Yu on the periphery of the crowd. His expression immediately became agitated, and just as he was about to speak, he saw Nangong Yu shaking his head slightly. Machazi is a smart person, so he immediately understood. If you talk about everyone, knowing that the author of this comic is just a 15-year-old boy, then Nangong Yu's normal life will be completely disrupted. Now, the sale begins. As Machiko's voice fell, the 5 carefully selected ladies behind them started to take the stage holding the manga book in their arms. First release. There are only 100 copies, and only the first 20 of them, with the author's mysterious signature X dear, welcome to Snap Up. Genchazi once again dropped a blockbuster. Among the audience in the audience, there might as well be some loyal fans. When they heard this sentence, they immediately became excited. I want to buy. I want to buy. Ochako was the first to raise his hand, both eyes were shining. This is a loyal fan. Seeing the girl's appearance, the people around were slightly taken aback. Machiko didn't expect it either, so she nodded and smiled, took out the signed manga book, handed it to Ochako, and put the money she received aside. Ochako opened the package, and immediately saw the mysterious X's autograph, and was speechless in surprise. It is true. The uncle next to him was excited, and then hurriedly raised his hand. I want to buy it too. I also want. I want a copy too. Everyone, at this moment, began to boil, and the scene was very intense, and some of them even started to drive up the price. I'll give you 50, buy a copy. I offer 100, I offer 200, ... With the lowest retail price, it suddenly rose to 400 copies, and Genchazi was so happy that he was speechless. At this time, a strange voice sounded. Everyone, don't be fooled by her. This person sold his comic agency a month ago. Where did he get the money to write comics? All of this is a story to deceive everyone. Chapter 28 Dilemma. A bad direction is underway. 5/6. Chapter 28 Dilemma. A bad direction is underway. 5/6. The fat man with a gold necklace came out, showing everyone the address of Machazi Manga Club, and various receipt information in his hand. Immediately, everyone's eyes were drawn to it. Even the fat man walked into the crowd. I very much doubt that the manga in her hand is the result of stealing from others, and it is even entirely possible that it is a fake. The fat man mocked. Even this woman proposed to follow me for money. His eyes were full of provocation and he fell in love with Genchazi, and the fat man's face was full of hypocrisy. Machiko frowned slightly. At this critical juncture, if the sale is interrupted, it will cause a lot of losses. And it is entirely possible for all audiences who do not know the truth to be deceived. It's a small matter of my own. If the manga in my hand can't be sold, Machiko feels that she is really ashamed of Nangong Yu, and it is also possible that the manga club will not be able to return to its own hands. If you don't believe me, you can open your own manga. It's completely real. Machiko picked up the microphone and explained. Let me see. Among them, those who bought the manga immediately opened the manga in their hands, and the subsequent content was also displayed in the eyes of everyone, with a solid and clear style of painting, even compared with all the serialized comics on the market, this one is completely original from a brain hole. It's really real. Everyone was shocked the first time they saw the comics. Even those who had never heard of Super Seminary before became interested immediately. Even, some of them have already started calling the Super Seminary fans and friends they know. Seeing that the plan failed, Fatty immediately changed his strategy. Her comics must have been stolen. Without any money, how could it be possible to publish all the comics? For a moment, everyone also looked at Genchazi. As a woman, Machiko can answer all questions in surprise, and even deftly divert everyone's attention. But on this issue, it really cannot be said that the mysterious X found himself and funded a sum of money. Machiko hesitated to speak, but Machiko said very firmly, everyone can trust me and believe that this comic is completely provided by the mysterious Mr. X. It is inconvenient to reveal Mr. X's identity here, so, oh I got it, some people suddenly realized, but others insisted on their skepticism. Seeing the end of the matter, the fat man immediately changed the subject. Anyway, I can't believe you. Unfortunately, we will also publish Mr. X's Dense Forest God comics soon, and everyone is welcome to join us. Good. The crowd cheered immediately. This board of Super Seminary almost caught everyone's eyes and conquered everyone's attention. The new version of comics will also be more interesting. Machiko was full of anger. It is impossible for Mr. X to cooperate with you. People like you are not worthy of talking about Mr. X's cartoons. Oh, the fat man changed his tone. Why didn't I hear Mr. X say about you? You couldn't have hired someone to forge this manga, right? A woman who does anything for money will probably steal it by any means. The eyes of the onlookers have been drawn, and the people who eat melons have also prepared small benches. I'm not, Machiko immediately explained, but someone has already shouted in the crowd, why should we believe you? Yeah, why? Even if the comics are well drawn, Mr. X's identity should not be stolen. Just like fanning the flames, everyone pushed the wall down. As the saying goes, 2 fists are hard to defeat 4 hands. No matter how wise Genchazi is, it is impossible to defeat villains' elaborate plot. Nangong Yu also saw the whole story. Ochako in the crowd immediately voiced his voice. I believe Miss Machiko, because this is Mr. X's handwriting, and the style is exactly the same as the work 5 years ago. Yaoyorozu Momo also raised his hand. I believe it too. Me too. Asui Suyu also joined in the fun. The comments of a few children can't affect the conspiracy of the troublemaker. I can also say that I am a fan of Mr. X. You can't prove it. No one knows if you were invited by the people on the stage. Just now you were the first one to buy comics. Little girl, you can't be a trustee. I'm not. Ochako immediately defended, but was also blushed by the 2 popular faces in front of him. Quote. The melon-eating crowd stopped talking, and some fools in the field began to lean towards the fat man's position. The real T microphone cable was cut, and the voice could not suppress the crowd for a while. The sale will be put on hold entirely. No, this matter must be handed over to the police. Fatty was the first to speak out. Machiko frowned immediately. No way. If this matter is handed over to the police once, the sale will be such a good opportunity, and there will be no second time. What you say doesn't count. The fat man sneered. Seeing that his plan was about to succeed, Nangong Yu walked out of the crowd, jumped onto the stage, picked up a comic book, and opened it. My master doesn't know you people at all, and even my master's comic release meeting is disrupted. I think I should call the police and arrest you. Chapter 29 Contrast. On stage and off stage. 6/6. Chapter 29 1 Power Contrast. On stage and off stage. 6/6. Seeing Nangong Yu jumping onto the stage, Machazi was slightly pleased. Since Nangong Yu came to solve the problem, she didn't need to worry about it. Student Nangong, Ochako and Asui Suyu spoke at the same time. This made Yaoyorozu Momo on the side murmur softly. Looking at Nangong Yu who was also young, Yaoyorozu Momo folded his arms around his chest, naturally looking forward to what will happen next. In the audience, someone asked immediately. Your master, good. Nangong Yu nodded slightly. Mysterious X, made shocking achievements 5 years ago. My master's, Super Seminary, has such a good score, but unfortunately he was injured in an accident, and now he is writing again. Thinking that there are still people using his name to deceive others. You, boy, pay attention to what you say. The fat man's face turned cold. Immediately, someone in the crowd was about to stand up, and the fat man quickly shouted back with his eyes. Rolling his eyes, the fat man said at the same time, then how can you prove what you said? You said that Mr. X is your master. I dare to say that he is my master. The people around were not booing. Everyone looked at Nangong Yu at the same time, this boy who looked only 15 years old. Ha ha. Regarding the troublemaker in front of him, Nangong Yu really couldn't laugh or cry, and immediately said sharply, then I have to use the things in the painting to prove my identity, but once my identity is proved to be true, you deliberately posed to provoke trouble, right? You will be legally responsible. Before the words finished, Nangong Yu had already lowered his head to look at the fat man in the audience. Let's prove your identity first, boy. The fat man narrowed his eyes slightly, and he also didn't want to give in too much, even calmer than Nangong Yu. Everyone has heard that this kid himself said that he is Mr. X's apprentice. If he can't prove his identity at all, then he must to deceive everyone. There is definitely something wrong with this comic. As soon as these words came out, brush, the eyes of the people around all looked at Nangong Yu in an instant. Many people hold the attitude of eating melons, and really want to see how Nangong Yu will prove his identity. Very good. Nangong Yu smiled instead of anger, and then looked at Machazi beside him. Please prepare all the manga tools. Aren't you going to prove my identity? It's naturally easy. Soldiers come to block, water comes to tutun. But, again, some surprises are required. Okay. Machiko immediately nodded respectfully, and then walked into the venue behind her. In a short time, Nangong Yu called MT. Lady, what are you doing? Disturbing lucid dreams early in the morning. Mount. Lady's drowsy voice came from the other end of the phone, clearly not waking up. Nangong Yu laughed happily. There are criminals here. There are criminals handed over to the police, why are you calling me? Mount. Lady yawned, and was about to go back to sleep again. I was still thinking, Nangong Yu is a real kid. The next moment, I heard Nangong Yu say, if this criminal affects my mood, I am not happy. If I reject the application for admission, then the loss outweighs the gain. Bang, it was as if an atomic bomb exploded in her heart, and MT. Lady was fully awake in an instant. Immediately ejected from the sofa. Say. Location. ... After recovering, all the comic tools have appeared on the stage, and some people in the audience stretched their necks to watch one or two. This. Machiko looked at Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu shook his head silently, and Zhenchazi walked aside. Everyone can come up and watch. Nangong Yu said at the same time. There was a commotion in the audience immediately. Walk. Ochako took the initiative to pull Yaoyorozu Momo and Asui Suyu this time, and walked to the stage without hesitation. Someone next to him followed closely behind. But following Fatty's words, do you really think that anyone is interested in watching a child draw? Many people also fell into a dilemma. Most people chose to stay in the audience and wait for the results, while a few people chose to read their newly bought comics. Nangong Yu reached out and grabbed the paintbrush, weighed it, and then began to color. Everything is ready to start painting. The painting is also very simple. After the first stroke, I can't stop. There's something. This boy. Some people were surprised by Nangong Yu's skillful movements. Not only that, but with the deepening of Nangong Yu's paintings, more and more people were alarmed by Nangong Yu. I didn't expect Nangong's painting to be so powerful. Ochako's heart was beating wildly. Asui Suyu nodded, as for Yaoyorozu Momo already narrowed his eyes. As a lady from a wealthy family, she has also seen many famous paintings, and even many masters' paintings. At this time, she is comparable to Nangong Yu's paintings. So that means, Nangong Yu has the level of a master. Marvelous. This line is simply unsolvable. What is this painting? ... Many people looked more and more seriously, and many people even kept cleaning their lenses. The people in the audience were the first to take the stage, and the others couldn't sit still. One by one, they went forward. After a while, the stage was overcrowded. Machazi stood next to Nangong Yu and tried her best to resist the invasion of the people around her, but as an ordinary person, she couldn't stop it at all. This seems to have caused quite a commotion. Surrounded by reporters who were interviewing other booths, seeing the crowds here, they all smelled something bad for a while, and came one after another. And most central, Nangong Yu also holds a paintbrush and concentrates on painting. Chapter 30 The holiday is over. School is coming. 1/10. Chapter 30 The holiday is over. School is coming. 1/10. How can it be? The fat man with the gold necklace finally squeezed into the center of the stage, and the characters painted by Nangong Yu seemed to be alive and vivid. Random eyes, a seemingly decorated apprentice robe, and the bottomless darkness behind him. This character, Nangong Yu actually did not intend to expose it now. Death Carl. In Super Seminary, it can be regarded as the most mysterious one, and it is also the most powerful one. In obscurity, its strength has surpassed the strongest Kesha in the known universe. The gluttonous battleship under its command became the mastermind of the invasion of the Earth, and even other species that believed in the god of death joined in this invasion. The Grim Reaper initially accepted all the impacts from civilization with the most humble attitude. Study your persistent beliefs and master the so-called void. When everything was ripe, Carl, the god of death, finally showed his fangs. The most difficult aspect of this character belongs to his unique gaze. With the finishing touches, the painting of Carl, the god of death, was finally displayed in front of everyone's eyes. Anyone can see his extraordinary in the painting in front of him. And it's from Nangong Yu. Some people can't help but compare it with the comics they bought. The lines are exactly the same. What the young man said is true. Master's hand, this boy is already ready to become a master. Are you interested in coming to my comic club? I'll give you a 5-figure monthly salary. ... Amid the commotion, Nangong Yu lightly shook his head. Now that I have proved my identity, you will be imprisoned like this. As for provocation, leave it to the police. A moment of panic flashed in the eyes of the fat man on the opposite side, but it was only a flash. At this time, arguing is no longer a wise choice. With timid eyes, he chose to leave. However, the next moment, click, a pair of handcuffs were clearly tied to his arms. You have been arrested. Please follow us back to the police station for investigation, otherwise, we can choose to kill you on the spot. The policeman showed his ID. The fat man can only admit that in this era of hero, the legal binding force on hero is almost zero, but after a series of policies are introduced, it is also to better ensure the safety of ordinary people. Looking at the serious face of the policeman in front of him, the fat man knew that the policeman was not joking. I'm really sorry for the impact on you. The voice fell, and the police drove away. Nangong Yu looked at Yu Shanyu who was leaning against the wall in the distance, and returned a kind smile. As for what happened just now, these works also include Nangong Yu's full-body portrait of Carl. In less than 10 minutes, all the comics on the field were completely sold out, and even the price of one book had soared to more than 100. 100 sets have already been sold out, and we will hurry up to make a production. Look for the mysterious comic book club, which has the only publishing rights. At that time, everyone is welcome to come and order. After Machazi said something, everyone in the audience clearly showed an expression of unsatisfactory expressions. Next, the price of Nangong Yu's portrait of Carl skyrocketed, and was finally bought back by the mysterious girl at a price of 100,000 yuan. This girl, Nangong Yu, has some impressions. Yaoyorozu Momo, a young lady who was born with a golden spoon in her mouth, and her intelligence and wisdom have set an example among the younger generation. Yaoyorozu Momo is among the recommended places for the hero department of Shongying High School. The short vacation slipped through his fingers, and Nangong Yu also received the admission letter from Shongying High School. The familiar photoelectric image is the figure of All Might. Young Nangong, I have already discovered your difference. Run bravely forward, you will be the strongest existence I expect. In a short sentence, Nangong Yu felt a different expectation from All Might's eyes, and there was also that 100% unwavering gaze. After tidying up everything in this room for a while, Nangong Yu found Yu Shanyu once in his spare time, and it was the first time he invited MT Lady to dinner. In the end, Nangong Yu left a sum of money to Zhenchazi. The mysterious comic club has been opened, and a version of Super Seminary can only satisfy everyone for a short period of time, and Nangong Yu also handed over the rest to Machiko. All of this is just a starting point. Our goal is not just as simple as a comic book club. Following the trend of the most popular profession at the moment is our way forward, and the pattern must be far-reaching. I understand. The clever Machazi can see through every bit, and she also heard something different from Nangong Yu's words. After the last farewell, the school season is here. Chapter 31 First Grade Class A. Provocation from Bakugo. 2/10. Chapter 31 First Grade Class A. Provocation from Bakugo. 2/10. It's a new day, the sun is just right, and the air in this area is still very good. Nangong Yu came to Shongying on time, and it feels different from the last time. It was not as good as this place. At this time, it seems to have a sense of belonging. After all, he started school as a new student, and Nangong Yu is also very clear that he is here only for the hero license. First grade, Class A. After glancing at the admission notice, Nangong Yu walked towards the grand building in front of him. The campus is huge, and there are clear introductions along the way. Regarding the specific teaching buildings, Nangong Yu looked up at the tall buildings in front of him. I'm afraid even if I know it, I can't think that the building in front of me is just an ordinary teaching building. Open the door. There are 8 or 8 students scattered in the classroom, but Nangong Yu has never seen any of them, so he should be in a different assessment area during the assessment. Several of them surrounded the city, and they didn't know what they were looking at on their mobile phones. Welcome. The mental boy wearing glasses spoke immediately. After the words were finished, he had already walked quickly to Nangong Yu, and stretched out his hands respectfully. Hello, I'm Ida who graduated from a private smart middle school. Nangong Yu also knew about this guy in front of him. He casually replied, Nangong Yu. At this moment, Nangong Yu heard an exclamation. FK, I can't use other words to describe the shock in my heart. However, I am uneducated, so I can walk the world with a single sentence. I don't know if Hiro will teach traditional courses. The 3 classmates talked fiercely with each other. Iida was speechless. This is a classroom, please don't say such words, this is an act of disrespect to the ancestors who have studied here. Cut. The boy with grape-like hair rolled his eyes. Then you come and see it too, I promise you will see it, you will be shocked. It should be called thrilling, said the mouth on the arm of a student with a strange shape beside him. The last one is a boy whose arms are different from ordinary people, the latter stares intently. These 3 are Minoru Mineta the little man, Shoji Mezzo and Shiro Honda. Nangong Yu casually walked to the back seat. From the looks of it, it seems that I came early. Sure enough, after watching the video, Ida pushed his glasses subconsciously, but why does it look familiar? Before he finished speaking, he had already looked at Nangong Yu at the back of the classroom. His expression went from bewildered at the beginning, to a slight change, and then shocked. Nangong, isn't this the student Nangong? This sound attracted the attention of the other 3 at the same time. Minoru Mineta looked at the phone, and then at Nangong Yu. This is completely alone. By the way, Nangong is also a classmate in our class. Student Nangong, I have decided that you are my idol. Shoji Mezzo immediately came to Nangong Yu's side, looking serious under the mask. Shiro Honda also moved to sit in front of Nangong Yu. I have decided that from today onwards, I will sit here and follow Nangong around. An inexplicable conversation made Nangong Yu a little puzzled. At the same time, they're talking about this. A soft voice sounded, and Ochako walked over with the phone in his hand. What was playing on it turned out to be the cartoon of Carl, the god of death, that I would make on the spot yesterday. Oh, Nangong Yu nodded slightly. However, Nangong, you are really good. We were all stunned on stage. Asui Suyu also sat beside him. I didn't expect that Nangong-san not only passed the entrance examination, but also as a cartoonist. Sorry. Ida immediately showed a devout expression. This guy was like this when he was serious, and Nangong Yu couldn't laugh or cry for a while. After finally getting everyone to settle down, Nangong Yu began to flip through his phone aimlessly. The headline on it was yesterday's reporter's photo of the god of death, Carl. At this time, with a bang, the classroom was kicked open, which almost shocked everyone. The beige-haired boy, with messy hair, looked uneasy at all. When he came to the classroom, he immediately came to Nangong Yu. Then, looking down at Nangong Yu, his voice was full of gunpowder. I heard that you were the one who broke the boundary between the two examination areas with one punch during the entrance examination. Is there something wrong? Nangong Yu leaned back, leaned his chair against the table behind, and looked up, his gaze also steadfast. Bakugo Katsuki, Green Valley Izuku's nemesis, is also a crooked delinquent. One day, I will defeat you. Leaving a word, Bakugo Katsuki randomly chose a place by the window, leaned back, and put his legs on the table. The air was full of gunpowder, but Ida was not affected at all and ran over immediately. Chapter 32: A classroom full of gunpowder. 3/10. Chapter 32: A classroom full of gunpowder. 3/10. Don't put your feet on the table. Ida immediately criticized Bakugo. Except for Nangong Yu, it was the first time Bakugo felt someone talking like that, so he immediately raised his head and stared at him. Don't you feel sorry for Shongying's seniors, as well as the person who made the guests? Ida pointed at the desk and immediately shouted seriously. Do not think so. Bakugo plucked his ears, and shouted disdainfully, which junior high school did you graduate from? A small supporting role. Hearing this, Ida couldn't help showing a smile. I'm Ida who graduated from a private smart middle school. Clever. Bakugo became arrogant again. Isn't that the so-called elite? It seems worth killing. Click. You. Ida was stunned immediately, and said with a stiff face, the value of killing. You are too cruel. Are you really the one who inspires you to become a hero? Just when Ida was about to speak, the classroom door was pushed open. Green-haired Midoriya Izuku also walked in. This immediately attracted everyone's attention, and Ida also trotted to make an introduction. It is the first time that Lu Ji-yu, who is a homeboy, has such a hearty communication with others on weekdays, and he looks a little embarrassed for a while. I'm Izuku Green Valley, hello. With an awkward yet polite smile on his face, Izuku Green Valley scratched his head. Mr. Lugu, did you find out in advance that the score composition of the actual test was correct? Ida suddenly looked serious. This sudden change also made Midoriya Izuku slightly stunned. Before he could speak, Ida, who was opposite him, immediately bowed deeply. I didn't even notice it. Please forgive me for underestimating you. Although I am very unwilling, it seems that you are better. Sorry, I didn't find out. Lu Ji-yu was really helpless. At this moment, Ochako, who was standing beside Nangong Yu, also recognized Izuku from Green Valley, and immediately said with a smile on his face, that fluffy-haired little transparent. It's that good guy. Mike was right, you're doing well. Past, you look so cute in uniform. Looking at Ochako on the opposite side, Midoriya Izuku didn't know where to put his hands. At the same moment, the sight shifted, and Green Valley Izuku immediately saw Nangong Yu beside Ochako. Once upon a time, the boy who really spoke to himself like hero. Quote. Green Valley Izuku ran over quickly, clenched his fists, his face was full of excitement. Did you pass the exam as well? I didn't even notice you. But, I did pass the exam. I will continue to work hard. There are some scars on the hand after the wound recovery, Nangong Yu is very clear. This power is finally passed on to you by All Might. Come on. Facing Green Valley, Nangong Yu just smiled lightly. Glancing at Lugu's sincere glasses, Nangong Yu looked away. The roads of the two people are not the same. The road that Green Valley Izuku will take next is the actual test of what he used to be an ordinary human being. Only by passing these tests will he become a real hero from one level. Even if he only has the instinct to save people, but has no way to control that ability, according to Xiao Zishang's words. Also not worth mentioning. Good. Nangong Yu's two short words also made Green Valley Izuku feel that the pressure was relieved. But what exactly is causing the chills down the spine? Hello, Xiao Sheng. Green Valley Izuku bravely waved his hand. The Bakugo over there seemed to be ignited instantly after eating a meal of dynamite, and the air concentration felt a little higher. Everyone starts picking their spots. I don't know what kind of classmates I will meet today, will I make friends? The discussion of several girls came out. Ochako looked hopeful. Asui Suyu on the side was about to speak when he heard a strange voice coming from the door. If you want to play and find friends, go elsewhere, this is the hero branch. A sleeping bag that looked like a yellow silkworm chrysalis appeared at the door of the classroom, followed by the sound of the sleeping bag being zippered. Nangong Yu looked at the man at the door at the same time. Her messy hair hadn't been tidied up for an unknown amount of time, and a scarf that looked more like white paper was wrapped around her neck. Lu Zitai, a very powerful assassin-class hero. Okay, it finally took 8 seconds, you calm down, time is limited, you are all irrational. He put the sleeping bag aside casually, as if he hadn't woken up, but he was really sluggish, and the next moment, he looked at the class. I'm your head teacher, Shota Shaozawa, please give me your advice. Quote. Also, wear this and assemble at the playground. Nangong Yu saw the school uniform like sportswear in front of him, and Nangong Yu knew very well what Shonda Xiao's was going to do. Quirks Mastery Test. Chapter 33 Quirks Mastery Test. 4/10. Chapter 33 Quirks Mastery Test. 4/10. Playground. All the students in Class A of the first grade have changed their clothes, sportswear with unique logos, and slightly tight clothes. This is not the first time Nangong Yu has experienced it, and it can be said that he is familiar with the road. In addition, there are also special students who are eligible for recommendation. On the left is a boy with white hair and on the right is a boy with red hair. Shoto Todoroki, He is the son of hero Endeavor, who is now ranked number 2 in the world. But now the whole person is serious, standing in the team, like a boring board. But Nangong Yu knew very well that the strength of the boy in front of him was vastly different from that of all the others in Class A of the first grade. The one-handed ice ability can freeze almost everything, and it is a rare plural, quirks. The left hand is cold and the right hand is flame. It seems that he has never used his flame ability. Another one, hello, reached out and greeted everyone, quirks, for the Maiden of Creation. Yaoyorozu Momo. It was also the girl who appeared at the launch event of Transfiguration in that day, and finally bought the painting of Karl, the god of death, at an extremely high price. It can be said that the family background is also very wealthy. We meet again. Noticing Nangong Yu's gaze, Yaoyorozu Momo smiled immediately. I am Yaoyorozu Momo. Quote. Nangong Yu was just about to speak. Yaoyorozu Momo on the opposite side smiled slyly. Student Nangong. Of course I know your name. As a girl with a sense of superiority, Yaoyorozu Momo nodded slightly. Unexpectedly, Nangong Yu looked away as if he didn't feel anything at all. After a summer vacation, Green Valley Izuku's physique has changed significantly, which is also due to All Might's emergency training results. Compared with his strongest weapon, Green Valley Izuku is like a ceramic glass. At any time, it may be shattered due to a little bit of force. There are still scars on the fingers on the arm, probably because of excessive use of ability. Look away. Xiaozi Shangda also looked at all the students on the playground, holding the roll call list of all the students in his hand, and stated the purpose of getting everyone to gather. Quirks mastery test. Almost everyone spoke in unison, and Ochako clenched his fists even more excitedly. What about the entrance ceremony? What about the school introduction? If you want to become a hero, you don't have time to participate in such leisurely activities. With his back to everyone, Shangtai Xing's flipped through the roster in his hands lightly, making a rustling sound, while flipping through everyone's, quirks, and various attribute introductions. From the very first Nangong Yu to the last Green Valley Izuku. Snapped. Xiaozi Shangda closed the roster. One of Shangying's selling points is the free school spirit, and this also applies to teachers. You should have done it in junior high school, right? Ban Quirk's physical fitness test. Our country is still using those traditional records to set the average standard. It is not reasonable at all, but after all, this is a matter of the Ministry of Culture and Science. The actual number 1 in the battle is Nangong Yu. How many meters can you throw a softball in junior high school? Not tested, Nangong Yu said. So, use quirks and throw it around. Xiaozi Shangda nodded indifferently. Everyone became interested immediately. This is probably the first time that quirks can be used unscrupulously. In the original school's physical test, it was just some standards achieved by using the physique of ordinary people. Now it seems that Shangying is completely different from ordinary high school. Ochako's soft voice came out. Asui Suyu nodded. I just don't know what kind of results we will get by using quirks. Hope it's not too bad. Shoji Mezo's mouth simulated by branching arms. Lightly weighing the softball next to him, Nangong Yu came to the place planned by Shota Xiaozawa. As long as you don't get out of that circle, you can do whatever you want. Shangtai Xiao said something casually. His state was still sluggish, his expression was still lazy, and he urged, hurry up, use all your strength. Nangong Yu replied. Looking at the endless playground in front of him, Nangong Yu discovered for the first time that the playground can be so big. The entire playground occupies a place where you can't see the side at a glance. The teaching building is obviously only a small part of it, and the area is very large, but why does it look like the teaching building is so small? Stepping down firmly, Nangong Yu's eyes became serious for a moment. This quirks mastery test is actually not as simple as it seems at all, and Shota Musawa never said. The head teacher holds absolute rules in some respects. As long as someone evaluates the results and Xiao Zexiong is too dissatisfied, he will resort to that absolutely overwhelming rule. Chapter 34 There is a kind of gaze. Call hope. 5/10. Chapter 34 There is a kind of gaze. Call hope. 5/10. Slap. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and Nangong Yu bowed his body slightly, as if his whole body was surrounded by lightning, although it was not dense. When the power of lightning was activated, Nangong Yu clearly felt that the speed of everyone around her had slowed down. No, not so. It's my own speed that has become faster. Withdrawing his gaze, Nangong Yu looked at the farthest part of the campus wall. The next moment, he swung his right hand suddenly, and under the flash of lightning, the softball in his hand was sent flying like a cannonball. The change in the blink of an eye is like a flash of lightning. The softball disappeared in front of everyone's eyes in an instant. The lightning flashed in his eyes, and after the lightning speed became the lightning power, there was almost a qualitative leap in this ability. It's not just about speed. Proficient in using the power of lightning, Nangong Yu knows that after mastering it to a certain level, he can almost really reach the speed of lightning. Wow, it's flying, Minoru Mineta exclaimed, covering the sun with his hands, trying to see clearly with his eyesight, but the softball had become so small in his eyes that he couldn't see where it flew. Anyway, the distance is very far away. No way, so far away. The handsome boy with blonde hair twitched the corner of his mouth. Aoyama Yuga, the strength of a teenager who can emit laser light from his belly button should not be underestimated. Boom, everyone was taken aback by the crosstalk. The campus wall in the distance has dense cracks like glass, and a small hole has appeared in the center. Softball lands at N. Click. The recording pen in Shangtai Xiaozi's hand also snapped. Even so, Shangtai Xiaozi didn't have too many emotional changes on his face, and then he didn't know what method he used, and he also obtained the corresponding data and showed it to everyone. Xiao Zexiong took out another recording pen lazily. First of all, you must understand where your limit is. That is a reasonable way to build the foundation of hero. Ding. Accurate data appears. I saw that the instrument in Shangtai Xiaozi's hand accurately displayed 1500 meters. At this moment, everyone in Class A of the first grade was shocked. Oh, the boy with red shamat hair let out a wolf howl. 1500 meters, it's too scary. Shangying is worthy of being a hero. You can use quirks to your heart's content. You are worthy of being a hero division. Zero Honda beside him also clenched his fists. The eyes of the Rocky boy were also filled with excitement. At this moment, everyone's blood seemed to be on fire. It seems interesting. The long black hair covered half of Xiao Zishang's face, and his cold voice spread. These 3 years used to grow hero, do you all want to spend with this mentality? Quote. This kind of question just stunned everyone. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. After all, this is indeed a bit of a joke, and they are still in the hero department. Good. The next moment, Shangtai Xiao suddenly showed a dark smile. Then I will consider the person who ranks last in the total score of the 8 items as having no potential and expel him. Bang. This sentence is like a bolt from the blue. Everyone was startled at the same time. Students are expelled on the first day of school. Homeroom teacher, Nangong Yu, who walked into the team, said calmly. Shangtai Xiao immediately put away his dark expression. Don't you think it's very interesting? Then I will define this as a game. Isn't it a bit harsh to talk about games? Nangong Yu raised his head and looked at Shangtai Xiao with a calm expression. Looking at each other, Nangong Yu didn't have the slightest fear in his eyes, but was full of seriousness. Uraraka Ochako on the side also clenched his fists. This is still the first day, no. Even if it's not the first day, the decision to expel students is not too. Natural disasters, major accidents. Opening the record book, Sasawa Shota lowered his head and interrupted Ochako's words. As well as villains who act recklessly, disasters will happen anytime and anywhere. Now Japan is full of crises of human nature. Those who can save these crises talents are called hero. If you guys plan to go to McDonald's after school and talk and laugh, then I can only say sorry. In the next 3 years, hero will spare no effort to create various dangers for you, rushing to a more distant place. With a long sigh, Shangtai Xiao also raised his head to look at the crowd, and hooked his fingers. Do your best to overcome the difficulties. Looking across everyone's faces, Shangtai Xiao's eyes were filled with a look that everyone couldn't understand. It was hope. Even the last one, Green Valley Izuku, is the same. Chapter 35 50-meter sprint. Terrible, 6/10. Chapter 35 50-meter sprint. Terrible, 6/10. Although as a baptism, these words are too heavy, but so is the truth. Nangong Yu nodded slightly. Now all the high school students, everything they just came into contact with is beautiful. It is completely the beautiful world that Hero forged for everyone. But, everything is not born beautiful, and life is not smooth sailing, but some people are constantly moving forward with heavy burdens. Hero, a word that everyone seems to yearn for, and even to achieve this goal, everyone came to Shangying to participate in the assessment. After passing the examination, he joined the class. Class A of the first grade of Shangying High School. Hero branch. As Aizawa Shota said, there is no room for reaction at all. When all disasters come, all Hero can do is to try their best to resist. And here, all will be in the same predicament as real Hero. This is the way to cultivate real hero. But this is the real peak. Okay, let's not talk about your own experience, and now we will start our official Quirks mastery test. Shangtai Xiao looked at everyone's faces. Then, he looked at the notebook in his hand. The first item is the 50-meter sprint. All you need to do is to spare no effort to use your own quirks. Use quirks to burst out your strongest strength. This is your natural advantage. Yes, everyone immediately spoke in unison, and the heavy atmosphere greeted them, and everyone began to be eager to try. The site is cleared, and all equipment has been placed. The first group, Nangong Yuan. After Aizawa Shota looked at the crowd, he casually pointed to Ida who was standing among them. Ida was taken aback, and pointed at himself uncertainly. That's right, it's you. Aizawa Shota retracted his gaze. Hurry up and don't waste time. Yes, Ida immediately became energetic, then stood on the starting area and squatted down. Preparation. The sound of the machine sounded, which almost affected everyone's expressions, because the next test will also be the next test for everyone. No one will be spared. Nangong Yu stretched his legs for a brief warm-up. Even if you have super strength, you still need to do these basic movements every time you exercise to keep your body warm quickly. Moreover, this sportswear can allow everyone to exert their rights more advantageously. Ida finished her half squat, revealing something similar to an exhaust pipe. Nangong Yu took a glance and then looked away. Ida, quirks, engine, through the engine of the legs, can increase his speed to the extreme. It can be said that this sprint is definitely Ida's advantage. Through the materials, Shota Xiaozawa also made a brief comparison. And the other one, Nangong Yu's information sheet. Quirks, is suspected to be a control ability, but this ability cannot be fully controlled, so it can be said that it is still within the uncontrollable range. However, there are physical enhancements. If others see the list in Shangtai Shaoxi's hands, they will be absolutely stunned. A student who couldn't mark a single piece of information completely, unexpectedly ranked first in the class in terms of overall score. The preparatory action is over. Drop. The machine actually made a sound. Nangong Yu's eyes flashed with lightning, and within the visible range, Nangong Yu saw the power of lightning flashing around him. Everything slowed down at this moment. Nangong Yu flew out like a sharp sword off the string. Whoosh. There seemed to be a flash of silver lightning in someone's eyes, and with the recording sound from the other end of the machine, Nangong Yu was already standing at the opposite point. Ida's engine was also sprayed with smoke, and he put his hands on his knees, panting heavily. Also standing at the finish line, but Ida knew very well that Nangong Yu's speed was extremely fast. 2 seconds. Nangong Yu's results appeared. 2 seconds. It's too scary. This. Everyone's eyes on Nangong Yu changed. Minoru Mineta curled her lips. Sure enough, abilities like strengthening are more in favor of hero. Ida. 3 seconds too. Ida's grades also came out, and a smile appeared on his face. Compared to junior high school, it has improved a bit, but compared to Nangong, it is not enough. Shanggying is indeed a gathering place for strong people. Cut. Bakugo in the crowd turned his head and looked to the side. Green Valley Izuku was even more shocked and speechless. Uraraka Ochako secretly clenched his fists, and then began to prepare himself. As for the others, their eyes were all looking in front of them at the same time. The test continues. Xiao Shangtai gave an order and began to look for the second group of targets. Chapter 36 inches Quirks, is out. Each show their skills. 7/10. Chapter 36 inches Quirks, is out. Each show their skills. 7/10. Nangong Yu is back in the team. Asui Suyu, the time is 5 seconds 5/8. Quirks, is a frog girl who can easily exceed the peak speed of the human body in human form, and has strength. Okay, lighten the clothes and shoes. Wherever Uraraka Ochako reached out and touched, the original weight disappeared. Quirks are weightless, and can make everything they touch become weightless, but if they are overused, they will vomit. Drop. 5 seconds 4/9. The boy with the big tail crossed the line first, and the moment the huge tail was propped up on the ground, the figure also jumped out. 7 seconds 1/5. Uraraka Ochako also stopped and took a deep breath. No matter what the result is, I finally passed this difficult hurdle. Withdrawing his gaze, Uraraka Ochako subconsciously looked at Nangong Yu in the crowd. Nangong Yu also smiled encouragingly. Aoyama Yuga, Quirks, is the front of the naval laser, which emits laser light through one's own navel. But there is a weakness that the time cannot exceed 1 second. Otherwise, there will be severe stomach upset. Coming. With his arm pillowed, Aoyama Yuga jumped into the air in an instant, and the laser was launched in an instant. The figure immediately rushed in the opposite direction, extremely fast. After a second, pat, Aoyama Yuga fell to the ground, his clothes stained with dirt. Ashido Mina beside him took the opportunity to overtake. Human body shape, but the whole eyeball is more like a pink girl with mutated insects, with horns growing on her head, and her speed is also amazing. 4 seconds 3. Aoyama Yuga sprayed the laser again and crossed the line in an instant. 5 seconds 5/1. What's going on with this guy? The short man standing in the crowd, Minoru Mineta stroked his chin, suspicious. Seeing everyone using their quirks for the test, Shota Misawa also subconsciously clenched a notebook in his hand. As long as you maximize your quirks, observe the growth of various results, what you can do and what you can't do, you will know what you can do. It will be clearly revealed. Time passed, and almost everyone had completed the first assessment test. In the last group, Shangtai Shao's also looked at the last two. Bakugo Katsuki and Green Valley Izuku. Especially Green Valley Izuku. According to the data, Green Valley Izuku can't fully grasp his own abilities. This is directly related to how to use the imagination of one's quirks. Ability is also developed. Shota Sakuzawa looked at Izuku Midoriya. Drop. The test started, and the two jumped out immediately. Bakugo quickly found his key, and at the same time as he opened his hands, fire broke out between his palms. Bang bang bang. It erupted in an instant like a hot flame, which also drove Bakugo's body to achieve the effect of spraying, and sprayed out quickly. However, on the other hand, Green Valley Izuku was running like an ordinary person. There is no advantage whatsoever, not even quirks. Time is fixed. 4 seconds 1/3. Bakugo stopped, looked at his hands and couldn't help but wonder. Sure enough, if you use 2 hands, the power will be dispersed. Midoriya Izuku also crossed the line. 7 seconds 2. Even so, Green Valley Izuku gasped for breath as if he was exhausting his knees. The first project is already so difficult. There are still 7 tests to come, and as long as I use my ability once, it will break my body. On the other hand, other people are still understatement. Plop, plop. Green Valley Izuku's heart is beating wildly, because if his grades are really ranked at the bottom, he will face the crisis of being expelled. Adjust. Green Valley Izuku frantically thought about these 2 words, but his brows became tighter and tighter, and he frantically tried to adjust. The more difficult it was to achieve this effect. All Might used to speak. Now it seems that I can't do it at all. The second test arrives. Grip. Bakugo looked at Green Valley Izuku, There was a moment of indifference in his eyes, and then he snorted coldly and turned his head aside. Although his own strength can be regarded as outstanding, but in real comparison, the one named Nangong Yu in the crowd. Too strong. Shota Xiao's has already stared at Izuku Midoriya. He is completely no different from ordinary people, and even his physique is worse than ordinary people. Quirks that cannot be mastered will be a burden even on the battlefield. With such a sentence in his mind, Xiao Zishanga still looked away and looked at the second test item. Chapter 37. Gripper Damage Event. 8/10. Chapter 37. Gripper Damage Event. 8/10. Sharp. A scream came from Shiro Honda's mouth. Minoru Mineta also looked at Shoji Mezo in shock. The wing-like tentacles simulated 3 arms respectively. The moment he held the gripper, his strength exploded. Drop. 540 kilograms. This is a momentary freeze, and the horror is about to torture almost everyone. Are you an orangutan? Shiro Honda couldn't control the admiration on his face, and he clenched his hands subconsciously, but looking at Shoji Mezo's tentacle simulation, he couldn't help laughing. Octopus. Minoru Mineta's face turned positive. Octopus. The lewd one. Nangong Yu also received the testing equipment, but he didn't act immediately. Green Valley Izuku looked at the performance of the people around him, and there was a hint of panic in his eyes. 56.4 kilograms. Nangong Yu saw the numbers on Green Valley Izuku's grip, and calmly said, "It can only be said that it has reached the standard of ordinary people, but your quirks should be more than that." Bang. Nangong Yu's words were like a bolt from the blue. Green Valley Izuku felt half struck by lightning, and said with a stiff smile, yeah, I can't do anything about it. I can control my quirks very well, so I can't use them casually. Nangong Yu naturally knew what Green Valley Izuku was talking about. A manufactured container is not a perfect container, accommodating the strengthening ability of one. For all, especially Izuku, who inherited All Might, completely regards this power as borrowed. When he came to the side of Izuku in Green Valley, Nangong Yu took out the gripper, and with light force, he squeezed out the same number as 56.4 kilograms and fixed it. It's as if you haven't used your own strength, the difference between moving your fingers and exerting your full strength. Try to feel like heating an egg in a microwave oven, the shell cannot be broken. As if muttering to himself, Nangong Yu's eyes suddenly became serious, and he slowly exerted force on his hand again. The power of killing gods erupted in an instant, and his arms seemed to have bulging veins. The number on the gripper is increasing crazily, and it has grown to 700 kg in the blink of an eye, and it is still soaring crazily. This is the number transmitted by the force grip driven by the sudden surge of power. Following that, the display of the gripper, as if it had been subjected to some kind of terrifying force, couldn't bear it at all. It keeps jumping between 8.9.8.9, which is obviously abnormal. Next moment, click, the grip exploded and scattered into a heap of fragments. This, Green Valley Izuku looked straight. 1000 kg, the load limit of the gripper is precisely these. As a weak otaku, Green Valley Izuku's favorite and subconscious behavior is to see everything he can see and record it in his mind. So, Nangong Yu's strength just now suddenly exploded to 1000 kg. 600 kilograms can easily break a person's hardest bones, that is to say, the power of Nangong Yu's punch is enough to kill people instantly. At this moment, Green Valley Izuku didn't realize that his heart was trembling. What happened? Shanghai Xiao's in the distance also came over, looked at the debris on his eyes, and then took the testing instrument again without looking back, but at the same time said, "Remember to clean up the garbage you tossed out when you leave." "Good," Nangong Yu replied. Looking away, Nangong Yu looked at Green Valley Izuku again. Looking at the latter's panicked eyes, Nangong Yu casually sat aside. "Your power doesn't mean that you can only use it when it erupts suddenly. It will cause you indestructible damage. It is you who used all your power. I know exactly what happened to you during the assessment." "Yes, is it?" Green Valley Izuku said tremblingly, sitting beside Nangong Yu, trembling for a moment. "After all, I would never have thought that the harmless male student in front of me would be such a terrifying existence. Thinking back, where did I find the courage to find this male classmate and ask if he could become a hero?" With his mind completely immersed in this, Green Valley Izuku subconsciously held his knees with his hands, even ignoring the strength Nangong Yu said. "Since this power belongs to you, then you have the responsibility to return the things carried by this power to the person who originally established this belief. An egg cannot carry 100% of the power of a microwave oven. Why can't it carry the power he can bear?" The power grip has been delivered. Nangong Yu picked up the power grip and patted Green Valley Izuku on the shoulder, stood up, and the strength surged again. "Didi, there is a sound from the gripper, which means the test is over." Nangong Yu showed the numerical value of the force control device to Green Valley Izuku. At this moment, Green Valley Izuku's pupils shrank instantly. Because the strength is just fixed at 1000 kg. Chapter 38 Green Valley Izuku. Got it, 9/10. Chapter 38 Green Valley Izuku. Got it, 9/10. Nangong Yu, the control of power is too terrifying. Just stabilized at 1000 kilograms, if there is more, I am afraid that the grip in the hand will be damaged again. A person can't control the power he exerts at all, whether it is more or less, there is only a moment. You can decide how much power you use in the shortest time, and it's not too difficult to control it. But in the hands of Nangong Yu, think about it carefully, Under what circumstances can the egg in the microwave oven be prevented from breaking, and the effect of heating the egg can also be achieved. Looking back, Nangong Yu walked towards Shangtai Xiao's to record the data. As for Green Valley Izuku, it's just for the sake of his good relationship with All Might, to teach this idiot like teacher's apprentice. If Gran Torino knew about Izuku, who was trained by All Might, it would be just like this now. I'm afraid they will come from another city and beat All Might on the head. Quote. Looking at the gripper in his hand, Midoriya Izuku fell silent. All Might once said that the best way to control this power is to feel it. But, it feels. Exactly what kind of feeling can allow oneself to exert its power without being hurt by this power? Suddenly, Nangong Yu's words flashed through Izuku's mind. Since exerting 100% of the strength will cause damage to one's body, it's like an egg bears heat that one should not have to bear, so let the egg bear the heat that the egg can bear, and the strength that the gripper can bear. It's okay if you don't. At this moment, all the problems seemed to be solved easily, and the words in his mind seemed to be dazed, spreading wildly. Bear, the strength I can bear. Looking at his hands again, Midoriya Izuku felt enlightened in an instant. Hold on to the gripper. In that case, let's try. His eyes suddenly became serious, and the ALL.FOR.ONE in his body seemed to be called at this moment, and the picture of the oil star track, a picture of one star transmitting power to another, appeared in his mind. Power emerged. Good. Nangong Yu in the corner nodded in satisfaction, and then looked away. Green Valley Izuku's biggest problem is that he treats this power as borrowed, not his own power at all. So no matter what you do, you are also affected by All Might, and your hands are tied. Whether in small or other All Might's tricks, completely bring your character into the shadow of All Might. Once you use the power, it will be 100% explosive. No moderation at all. All Might also didn't expect this problem to come. During the short period of summer vacation, Izuku of Green Valley conducted a critical training. Although it has been polished to a certain extent, compared to ALL.FOR.ONE, it is far from enough. Even if you barely pass the entrance exam, you will definitely hurt this matter seriously. Now, this kid knows a little bit. It can be said that this enlightenment ability can also be regarded as quirks. Uraraka Ochako on the opposite side also finished training. Student Nangong. Jumping in front of Nangong Yu as if in surprise, Uraraka Ochako stretched out his hands the next moment, and said mischievously, surprise. How's the result? The soft voice made Nangong Yu helplessly shake his head. Ha. Uraraka Ochako immediately made a fist-like movement and said, you don't even look at who I am Uraraka Ochako. 40 kilograms. Nangong Yu asked. Ochako shook his head and smiled mysteriously. No. 70 kilogram. After a moment of silence, Nangong Yu said suddenly. Uraraka Ochako was taken aback for a moment, then immediately laughed and said, you can guess this. Ha. When Nangong Yu stretched out his hand, his brain collapsed. Ochako covered his head with a helpless face. I won't play with you anymore, and I won't play with you in the future. Such a surprising thing, since you treat me like this. After finishing speaking, he was about to leave angrily, and suddenly Ochako said with a mysterious face, oh, I don't know which master in our class has achieved such a strong result of 1000 kilogram. It's really a decline in the world. Do you think so? Classmate Nangong. See the teasing smile on Ochako's face. Who cares? Nangong Yu touched his nose. It was obvious that this guy was having fun there. Okay, the second assessment is over, and I've got everyone's results for the next third. Shangtai Xiao said. This also attracted everyone's attention. Standing long jump. Chapter 39th. Dissipating Prime Minister. Shot. 10 out of 10. Chapter 39th. Losing Z Shangtai. Shot. 10 out of 10. Each has its own advantages. DD. Individuals end their tests at the whistle. Everyone is doing great too. More interesting. Bakugo's jet sped up and went right over the finish line for a long distance. Uraraka Ochako turned himself into weightlessness directly, and his results were relatively good. Iida Ida's engine did not show much good results. The third item. Jump repeatedly. A Minoru Mineta with a not-so-great result immediately uses its own quirks to place grapes that have been together for countless years on both sides. This test is the most interesting one. What is tested is everyone's reaction speed. At the lightning speed, Nangong Yu was enough to maximize his speed. Opposite Green Valley Izuku, looking at everyone's quirks performance, it became the worst one for a while. The fourth item. Throw a softball. That is the one that Nangong Yu demonstrated at the beginning. DD. Bakugo Katsuki. 705 meters. Shota Musawa showed the test results. Everyone was stunned for a moment. It was Uraraka Ochako's turn to play, and this guy suddenly became full of fighting spirit, and after shaking his arm, he used quirks. Then, without hesitation, he threw the softball in his hand. I saw that the originally small softball flew up instantly as if it had been launched. Everyone immediately covered their eyes and looked at the softball that was getting smaller and smaller in the sky. They saw that the softball was flying higher and higher, but there was no sign of it falling down. It's even so small that everyone can't see the trace at all. Infinity. Sasawa Shota showed the result with a deadpan face. Unlimited. Everyone spoke in unison. No way. The word infinity was thrown out. The corner of Minoru Mineta's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to say anymore. Kaminari Denki clenched his fists and looked excited. That's amazing. Sure enough, it matches Quirks. His strength is so amazing. Ida rubbed his chin with a thoughtful expression. Finally, it's the turn of Midoriya Izuku. Smelly for a long time, cut. When Bakugo saw Green Valley Izuku, there were some subtle changes in his eyes immediately. After an infinity came out, everyone returned to the trouble, and they all tried their best to complete the test. Arriving at Green Valley Izuku, Midoriya Izuku was equally nervous. Nangong Yu's teachings are always on the mind. The intensity of adaptation, the intensity of adaptation. I kept chanting these few words. The more I chanted about Green Valley Izuku, the more nervous I felt. Green Valley Izuku forced himself to calm down, but the more he thought about it, the more nervous he became. Crunch. Holding the softball in my hand tightly, the feeling never came. Far away. Have you reached the limit? Prime Minister Xiaozi looked over with his lazy eyes. Using Quirks. At the beginning, I'm afraid it has already fallen down, but I still insist on it until now. Green Valley boy, Asui Suyu said calmly. Everyone looked at the immobile Green Valley Izuku, and was a little puzzled for a while. He doesn't have Quirks at all. Don't know how he passed the entrance examination. Bakugo Katsuki sneered. For a split second, some of them questioned in unison, no Quirks. Ida immediately retorted. How is it possible? You have never seen the terrifying performance of Izuku Midori during the entrance examination. Except for the person who broke through the examination field, the next one is Lujiu classmate. How can it be? Bakugo Katsuki gritted his teeth slightly, obviously a Quirkless, unexpectedly. Forget it. Don't care, do your best. Everyone's words were lingering in his ears like flies. Midoriya Izuku's heart became ruthless, and he immediately became anxious, holding the hand of the softball and was about to launch one. For all. Suddenly, ding, in the crisp sound of life, the softball in Green Valley's hand was thrown at the same time. Drop. 46 meters. A report came from the machine. How is it possible? Green Valley Izuku's eyes changed suddenly, and he looked at his hands but they were safe, and he didn't even feel that Quirks had been activated at that moment. Obviously I was going to use it just now. Izuku was stunned. I eliminated your Quirks. Xiaozi Shangta spoke out. At this time, Shangtai Xiaoja's image changed drastically. The blindfold on his neck fell off, and the special paper wrapped around his body like a scarf also automatically at this moment without wind. That kind of entrance examination is really irrational, and a guy like you can even enter. Sasawa Soda's two red eyes looked extremely terrifying. Eliminate Quirks. Green Valley Izuku suddenly grasped the key words. That goggle, you can eliminate the opponent's Quirks with your eyes. Eliminate hero. Eraser. Head. Eraser. Head. Don't know. Kirishima Eijiro scratched his head. Nangong Yu also stood up. It's the hidden hero. As Green Valley Izuku said, you can eliminate your Quirks just by looking at them. Chapter 40 The Highlight. Outbreak of Green Valley Izuku. 1/10. Chapter 40 The Highlight. Outbreak of Green Valley Izuku. 1/10. Looks like you really can't handle Quirks. Xiao Shangtai's hair stood on end, suddenly turned into white ribbons and fluttered, his eyes flashed red, and his influence was like a big devil. And, it's a hero. Launched Quirks, and appeared in front of Green Valley Izuku. Ah, Green Valley Izuku was startled, he was completely shocked. I'm afraid this is the first time that a real hero has been treated at such a distance. If you become unable to move again, don't you still expect others to rescue you? Xiaozi Shangtai said indifferently. Hearing this, LDGU Izuku, who was stunned just now, immediately retorted. I didn't think about it that way. The voice has not yet fallen. Whoosh, the flying paper flew over, entangled Midoriya Izuku, and came to Shota Kusawa. Looking at each other, Xiaozi Shangta was still indifferent. No matter what you think, people around you have to come to save you. In the past, there was an overzealous hero, who created a person to save 1,000 people in a catastrophe. The legend is more than human. Even if you have the same skin courage as him, you may become a puppet after saving a person. Ah, even if Green Valley couldn't move his whole body, he could still feel his blood spurting at this moment. You can't become a hero with your strength. Xiaozi Shangtai said the last words indifferently. It's like an ultimatum. Crotch. Like a bell, it was instantly imprinted in Izuku's ears. Green Valley boy, you can do it. All Might said encouragingly. Even if there is no Quirks, I will become a hero. As the strongest in Class A, Nangong Yu is convinced. These convictions are the greatest encouragement given to myself under a firm tone. At this moment, Xiaozi Shangtai took back the Quirks, and wrapped the ribbon flying around his shoulders again, blocking the goggles, turned and left. There are 2 more chances to throw the ball, hurry up and get it done. Green Valley Izuku was struggling in his heart, and his palms were slowly clenched subconsciously. No matter how hard you try, the words of the professional hero will still have the same problem. ... Looking at Green Valley Izuku in the field, Nangong Yu knows why this guy behaves like this. After all, I have always been a weak person, and my biggest weakness is lack of self-confidence. Even if I have inherited the Quirks power of the strongest hero, I still have speed and strength. However, ontology is skeptical about everything, so Green Valley Izuku cannot be regarded as a strong man with Quirks in the true sense before he has stabilized his own strength. At most, he is a stronger ordinary person. During the entrance examination, it was the first time he used his ability, and it was also the most ruthless time for him. Up to now, it has only been a short time in the past. Aren't you firm in your position to become a hero? Nangong Yu said calmly. Quote. However, Nangong Yu believed that Green Valley Izuku heard it, and the latter looked over as expected. Since you can't control your own quirks, since you can't maintain the maximum tolerance limit, then find a way to get the maximum strength with the minimum damage. Believe in yourself, you can be a hero, it's all within yourself. This sentence was almost said against Xiao Zishonga, but Xiao Zishongtai didn't feel anything. Nangong, student Nangong, Uraraka Ochako put his hands on his chest with a worried look on his face. Green Valley Izuku once saved himself in the entrance examination. So at this moment, Uraraka Ochako also mustered up his courage. I believe in you, student Green Valley. I believe in you too. Ida was so unwavering for the first time for no reason. A smile appeared on the corner of Nangong Yu's mouth. It can be said, as a weak person, she has never been affirmed by others. Even my mother only said that she did her best. What everyone said. At this moment, recurrency becomes a force. Midoriya Izuku walks over, picks up softball. In my heart, Nangong Yu's words have already flashed. Minimum cost, to obtain maximum power. Looking at the softball in his hand, Midoriya Izuku's eyes were full of enthusiasm. I understand. Shangtai Xiao's also looked over, thinking that Izuku would give up, but unexpectedly Nangong Yu's words brought about some changes. Okay, let's see if it's a good material. After all, I'm just a teacher now. A word flashed in my heart. Just see. Green Valley Izuku threw the softball in his hand in an instant, but one of his fingers hit the softball in an instant. Boom. The softball flew out immediately, like a cannonball, with lightning speed. Successful. Green Valley Izuku was so excited that he was about to cry. Good. Nangong Yu also showed encouraging eyes. All the encouragers also felt the terrifying ability of Green Valley Izuku for the first time. As for Bakugo Katsuki, they showed disbelief. Teacher, I haven't lost my combat power. Midoriya Izuku looked at Shota Kusawa and pumped his fist. I see it. Shota Shaozawa noticed that Izuku's fingers were blackened and bruised, and he still called out, continue the test. Chapter 41. It's time to announce the results. Here we come. 2/10. Chapter 41. Time to announce the results. Here we come. 2/10. At the end of the test, Green Valley Izuku did not say that he was going to bandage, but was preparing for the start of the next test. Good performance. Nangong Yu smiled slightly. According to Green Valley Izuku's current strength, that is, 100% 1. ALL.FOR.ONE, with the power of lightning, combined with the power of killing gods, it can be a fight. However, only two abilities can be used at the same time. Only by fully using the Void Invincible Body can it be possible to completely resist damage. Hey. Scratching his head, Midoriya Izuku gave an embarrassed smile. Although Nangong Yu knew very well what was going on with Izuku in Green Valley, Bakugo Katsuki didn't know about Izuku in Green Valley at all. For a moment, it was as if 10,000 tons of powder kegs were ignited. How is this going? Bang bang bang. The flames were constantly burning in the palm of his hand. Bakugo Katsuki gritted his teeth and rushed forward without hesitation. Stunk. Explain it clearly to me, boy. Green Valley Izuku, who has been incomparable in all aspects since childhood, suddenly has such a terrifying quirks. The strength seems to burst out suddenly. What to do? Seeing Bakugo Katsuki charge towards Midoriya Izuku, Ochako was immediately worried. Fine. Nangong Yu shook his head lightly. As we all know, quirks awakens quirks before the age of 4 without a doubt. If there is no quirks before the age of 4, then there is a 99% chance in this life that you will be just an ordinary person. However, now Midoriya Izuku is 15 years old, suddenly told Bakugo Katsuki that there are quirks, and such powerful and terrifying quirks, and passed the assessment like himself to join Shongying High School. How can this be? Seeing Bakugo Katsuki pounce on him, Midoriya Izuku was startled. The fear of being dominated by Bakugo Katsuki appeared in his heart at this moment, and Midoriya Izuku's teeth were chattering. Why? Nangong Yu sighed indistinctly. After all, I have been bullied since I was a child, and I can't blame Izuku for being too useless. Just too much admiration for Hiro, or other friends with quirks, or Bakugo Katsuki who grew up with him. Talk. Bakugo Katsuki roared, his fist almost reaching Midoriya Izuku's face. Next moment, an extremely hard white scarf flew out like a Luan snake, and with a snap, it had completely wrapped around Bakugo Katsuki, and the huge force made it impossible for him to move an inch. What is it? This cloth is so hard. Bakugo Katsuki just felt that it was difficult for him to move. On the other end, Sasawa Shota raised a notice on his head. This is a capture weapon made of steel made of carbon fiber and special alloy, really. Don't ask me to use quirks over and over again, I have dry eyes. His eyes were red. Apparently, Shota Musawa used quirks again. Such powerful quirks, what a waste. Immediately, there was a burst of pity in the crowd. Okay, don't waste time, continue to the next one. 5th item, endurance running. 6th item, sit-ups. The 7th item, sitting forward bend. Everyone's performance is also outstanding, but when it comes to quirks, everyone's test results are different, but they can't show everyone's true strength. Green Valley Izuku has been painstakingly done all the tests. Similarly, Nangong Yu's performance has always been at the top, not only because of his strong physique, but also because of his consistent exercise. After testing, Nangong Yu looked at some of the top players: Shoto Todoroki, Bakugo Katsuki, Tokiyami Fumikage, and Shoji Mezo. Second tier: Ojiro Mashirao, Kirishima Eijiro, Ida, Yaoyorozu Momo, Kaminari Denki, Ashido Mina, Asui Suyu, Shiro Honta, Jiro Kyoka, and Aoyama Yuga. Level 3: Toru Hagakure, Uraraka Ochako, Sato Rikido, Kota Koji, Green Valley Izuku, and Minoru Mineta. The strength of the entire Class A ranks like this. However, after being enlightened, Green Valley Izuku was able to use a little bit of power, enough to catch up to everyone a little bit. But still not enough. Then, hurry up and announce the results. You can't wait. In the tone of urging, the calm-faced Shangtai Shaos looked at everyone. The total score is very simple, it is the total score of each achievement. It is too time-consuming to explain each one verbally, so I will put it together and make it public. The last one will be fired. Ashido Mina in the crowd suddenly spoke out. What a pity, I don't know if I'm the last. Uraraka Ochako also showed a worried expression. After all, it was the most critical moment. As long as it's not me, Minoru Mineta said casually, but still cautiously looked at the crowd. Green Valley Izuku gritted his teeth slightly. Only the softball results are good, and the other results are terrible. When I ran there, I ran in a mess because of the pain. It's okay, it's already very good, you have to believe in yourself. Nangong Yu said, which can be regarded as the end of Green Valley Izuku's thoughts. But at this moment, drop. During the prompt, Shangtai Shaos clicked the instrument in his hand, and the instrument immediately displayed everyone's results. Nangong Yu also looked at everyone's results. First place, Nangong Yu. Second place. I didn't expect it to be her. Chapter 42 Expulsion. I lied to you. 3/10. Chapter 42 Expulsion. I lied to you. 3/10. Good. Yaoyorozu Momo showed a yes gesture. He also noticed Nangong Yu's gaze and returned a smile. Quirks for creation. With an extremely weak voice, Nangong Yu whispered softly, and the corner of Nangong Yu's mouth subconsciously evoked a familiar smile. If we talk about creative ability, I am afraid that comparing it with extraction, it is really a highlight. After all, extraction is not just about simply extracting the ability created by oneself, it even includes everything in this world, when all recognition reaches 100%. Nangong Yu was confident that even angel civilization can be extracted. But what's the point of that? The third place is Shoto Todoroki. The boy with half white and half red hair had obvious burn marks on his right cheek. He looked at the grade board for a while, and his expression changed slightly. Obviously, for such a result, Shoto Todoroki was obviously surprised. For the first time, Shoto Todoroki, who was not interested in anything, looked at his strongest opponent seriously. Nangong Yu looked calm, still looking at the grade board. As for why Shoto Todoroki has such a performance, it is inseparable from the current second-ranked hero Endeavor. Compared with Hero All Might, which has the highest national recognition, the popularity support of the second place comes from adult men aged 25 to 48. Compared with the people who can't be surpassed all their lives All Might. Therefore, Endeavor chose to use another method, that is, to create a next generation stronger than itself. After using special means to marry Shoto Todoroki's mother, Endeavor continued to create the next generation. Pity, things like multiple quirks, which didn't really happen, finally came to Shoto Todoroki just when he was about to lose hope. For his own children, Endeavor's training method is simple and rude, but it is also to make Shoto Todoroki surpass himself more effectively. However, Shoto Todoroki's mother became an odd number. This directly triggered Shoto Todoroki's hatred for Endeavor, so Shoto Todoroki has always treated himself with the most demanding posture. One day he'll surpass Endeavor, surpass that BD father. Shoto Todoroki, one of the 4 picks, also knows another pick, Yaoyorozu Momo, a character from Quirks, who seems capable of creating anything. However, seeing another one now, surpassing the 2 with an absolute advantage, Shoto Todoroki's expression changed slightly, and his eyes became serious. Cut. Didn't make it to the top 3. Bakugo Katsuki opened his mouth as if he was about to breathe fire, but his gaze became extremely serious. Even if it was just the contact on the first day of school, he felt the pressure from this class, which was beyond his comparability. Nangong Yu also noticed this guy. Although Bakugo Katsuki has a very grumpy temper, this guy is also a very careful person, not as rash as he appears on the surface. The 5th overall score, Ida. Well, I got a good grade, but Nangong-san still has the advantage of crushing. Ida exhaled. Shoji Mezo on the side also simulated a mouth and nose, and he can draw. The key is still a master. As long as you practice, you can achieve it. Nangong Yu encouraged casually. Then look at the results. For the guys in the second stage, it can only be said that some of them have the lowest comprehensive scores. As for the bottom one, sure enough, it's Green Valley Izuku. The last one will be expelled. Green Valley Izuku looked down at his injured finger, and felt his heart was in his throat at this moment. Everyone looked at Green Valley Izuku, an extremely hardworking young man, with a bit of pity in their eyes. However, Shangtai Shaos suddenly made a sound. By the way, the expulsion is to lie to you. It is a reasonable hypocrisy to arouse you quirks to a greater extent. After finishing speaking, Sasawa Shota showed a smile uglier than crying. Ah, everyone immediately petrified. It's like the feeling of weightlessness when walking carefully on the top of the clouds and suddenly landing on the ground the next moment. Yaoyorozu Momo said with a speechless face, isn't that obviously a lie? Only a few of you will believe it, just think about it for a while. Obviously speechless, speechless, liar. Minoru Mineta's petrified state is really serious, right now. But it's really scary. Shiro Honda laughed and eased the atmosphere. Kirishima Eijiro clenched his fists, still full of energy. I am ready to meet the challenge at any time. This is the end of the test. There are materials about the lesson plan in the classroom. I will read it carefully after I go back. After the words fell, Shota Shouz handed the report to Izuku Green Valley. Go to the health room to see the old woman for treatment. There will be piles of more severe tests waiting for you from tomorrow. Be mentally prepared. Quote. Just 2 steps away, he suddenly interjected. Nangong Yu, come with me to go through some formalities. Good. Nangong Yu followed behind. Looking at the backs of the 2 people, everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. ... Just after walking around the corner, Prime Minister Xiaozi casually said, why do you want to help that kid? One less guy that even Quirks can't handle well, isn't it good? ... Chapter 43, All Might's intention to retire. 4/10. Chapter 43, All Might's intention to retire. 4/10. I believe you can also see that his quirks is a bit similar to someone else. All Might was irreparably injured in that battle. The symbol of peace obtained with all our efforts cannot be ruined. Nangong Yu said, casually. Having said that, Nangong Yu speaks for almost all hero. The efforts that have been made for a long time are not just to maintain peace and save the world. As a friend of All Might, Shota Shouzawa naturally knows All Might clearly. Quote. Xiao Zexiong was too silent. What Nangong Yu said is not unreasonable, and, that battle also caused permanent damage to All Might, otherwise, with his blood, how could it be possible for him to become a teacher of Shongying? At this time, ahem, with the sound of coughing, a burly man in the style of hero jumped out of the corner. Of course it was All Might. He put his arm around Shota Shouz and Nangong Yu with the other, and said with a smile, ha ha ha. Are you looking for me? The teeth in the mouth are neatly exposed, and hero haunts with a smile. Known as a symbol of peace, because every time All Might plays, it is always accompanied by a sentence, don't worry, because I am here. Quote. Shangtai Xings was relatively speechless, and dismissed All Might casually, do I still have a job? Besides, Nangong Yu remembered to come to me to add more information. This is the end of today's study. After speaking, he left without looking back. Even if you are facing hero, who is #1 in national popularity, All Might. Shangtai Shouz, who was originally indifferent, is also extremely indifferent. There are 2 people left. All Might was the first to speak out. Look for a quiet place to chat. I think so too. 2 cups of coffee. The waiter put down 2 cups of coffee and turned to leave. Nangong Yu held one of the cups in his hand, feeling warm. All Might on the opposite side has returned to the form of an ordinary person. Same as a few weeks ago, the same skinny, looking like a skull, and a listless look. Congratulations to Nangong boy. All Might held a cup of coffee in his hand. The next experience will be more and more harsh. You must stick to it and take the path you believe is right. I know. Nangong Yu nodded calmly and said, it's you, crimes are getting less and less, and you should not use your abilities at will. Besides, you have chosen a good heir. Wow. All Might immediately looked up, and after seeing Nangong Yu's smile, he also scratched his head as if embarrassed. Haha. You discovered this, but for the young man from Green Valley, there is still a long way to go. Speaking of this, All Might couldn't help sighing. Compared to the temporarily polished weapon, although it can hold it, but if he wants to show his true strength, he really has to pay more than others. Green Valley Izuku's perseverance is really good. As a quirkless boy, he suddenly has the strongest power in the world. He can maintain his original intention without any ambition. It is also the sense of responsibility that allows you to entrust your strength for him. Nangong Yu took a sip of his coffee. From the beginning to the end, their eyes were clear and sharp. Compared with before, the faces of both of them were a bit heavy when they met this time. All Might didn't speak anymore, just sipped his coffee lightly. Now that the body has become like this, it is already difficult to eat normally, and now it is just a leisure. Have you decided? Nangong Yu broke the silence. Quote. All Might was taken aback, but couldn't help laughing bitterly. It's decided. This body is not as good as before, and now it can only last for 2.5 hours. 1/4/1. The ability of a power to be continuously transmitted, passed on from generation to generation, and the ability of one person is passed on to the next person. Like the flame of hope, and here at All Might, the torch that has reached its peak allows All Might to successfully create a symbol of peace. Today, that flame has passed to Izuku of Green Valley. The transmission of flames means that with the rise of one flame and the extinguishment of another flame, the spirit of transmission is like a sacred flame. The words of All Might have seriously demonstrated that the strength is not as good as before, and everything is powerless. So working in Shongying has become the best choice. The power that is slowly disappearing, exerts the last residual heat. No matter what, I still hope that Nangong boy can teach Lu Ji Yu to a certain extent. All Might said seriously, I promise you. Nangong Yu nodded. All Might just wanted to thank Nangong Yu smiled faintly. But don't forget your duty. You are a symbol of peace. One day you will be a symbol of peace, and you will always be a symbol of peace. Anyone can retire, but you can't. This sentence was almost staring at All Might's eyes. Nangong Yu has never been more serious than at this moment. Yes, All Might opened his mouth, but finally nodded. My quirks are not just as simple as they seem. I believe you already have a deep understanding. In the near future, I can even directly create a civilization. As long as you promise not to die, I can restore you to your peak state. Nangong Yu drank the last cup of coffee in one gulp, then left without looking back. Behind, crunch. The coffee cup was tightly crumpled into a ball, and All Might didn't realize that he had exerted a lot of strength unknowingly. All Might is an existence that desires power more than anyone else. Looking at his hand, with the loss of strength, it has lost almost 1%, if what Nangong Boy said is true. That, Chapter 44 Ambition appears. Layout begins. 5/10. Chapter 44 Ambition appears. Layout begins. 5/10. The Quirks Mastery Test on the first day is over, and it can be regarded as formal enrollment. The school is not a boarding system, so Nangong Yu went home before nightfall. Regarding quirks, Nangong Yu added an enhancement after thinking about it. It is possible to strengthen a certain part of the body within a certain period of time, whether it is speed or strength, to achieve a sudden explosion. Although Xiao Zishanta was a little suspicious, he still made it perfect. Your road ahead is extremely difficult than everyone else's. These are the original words of Prime Minister Xiao Zi when he was too serious. Moreover, Nangong Yu knows All Might, and Shanghai Xing's is also a little strange. As for whether the hero in front of him can eliminate his ability, Nangong Yu still has some expectations. After all, this is not quirks. After doing some simple things, Nangong Yu didn't exercise as usual because he received a call from Machiko. The sales channels have been opened, and a lot of cooperation with other sales industries has been obtained. The first income has surpassed the previous glory of the comic book club at its peak. I will continue to work hard, Machiko said with a little excitement. After all, if this kind of thing happens to anyone, whoever is not nervous will not be excited, especially Nangong Yu gave great encouragement and help. The appearance of Super Seminary is like a pie falling from the sky. Moreover, the manga reappeared after a lapse of years, and the popularity is still the same as before. It was able to win the first position in the manga agency market back then, and now. Brilliant is rising again. Keep going. Nangong Yu, who turned on the computer and looked at the data, encouraged him aloud. Looking at the largest partner among them, Baihao Group, Nangong Yu couldn't help touching his chin. Yaoyorozu Momo is the eldest lady of Baihao Group, a group that has taken off so fast, it must not be as simple as it appears on the surface. Now that I have seen the potential of the comic, Super Seminary, and I am still a classmate with Yaoyorozu Momo, all cooperation matters are indeed possible. Mr. X, if there is nothing else, I will go to work first. On the other end of the phone, Machiko hesitated. Now that the plan has been completed, Nangong Yu will not delay any longer. Listen carefully now, the next step is to get down to business. The first sales funds are to expand channels, wait for the second manga to acquire this person's office, price and so on. You can see that I have my own use. Nangong Yu looked at the picture that had been called up on the computer. Third line hero. Ivaner. Quirks. Stretch. Firm. Loss. ... Okay, I have received the materials, and I will proceed to do it, sir, don't worry. Machiko looked at the materials in front of her with an extremely serious expression on her face. To be honest, this is the first time I have come into contact with a 15-year-old boy. The latter has almost changed everything on the market step by step. When it started, Super Seminary, it ransacked the manga version quickly, and even completely refreshed the hero section report. The data on the market cannot be falsified at all. The results of the new episode of Super Seminary are there. In just a few days, the results have skyrocketed. Moreover, the expansion of sales channels has laid a solid foundation for subsequent efforts. It can be said that this comic is definitely the key to take off. There is nothing else, go get busy first, don't focus on the things in front of you. Nangong Yu ordered a word, and hung up the call. Comic Club, start. The magnificence of Super Seminary cannot be presented by simple comics. What can really be presented is the future animation industry. The emergence of a huge industry will drive changes in the entire industrial chain. Only anime can allow everyone to initiate a change in awareness within the shortest possible time. A hero firm is equivalent to a bodyguard firm that makes a fortune and is also the key to hiding one's identity in the future. Nangong Yu doesn't know what kind of impact the market will face when a hero with plural quirks appears. But I'm afraid it must be very exciting. Under the moonlight, Nangong Yu gently poured a glass of red wine, looking at the night, with deep colors in his eyes. On the first day of the Quirks Mastery Test, everyone played their own colors, which was very characteristic. Come the next day, after school registration, everyone returned to the classroom and started normal compulsory courses. Shangying's course schedule includes compulsory subjects in the morning, and general courses such as English are taught by Mike, who speaks standard English really well. Moreover, Mike doesn't like to ask questions in class. So, what's wrong with it? Mike looked at everyone who was silent. At this moment, many people showed helpless expressions. Appearing here as an elite, the courses in front of me are indeed too ordinary. Everybody hands up shows enthusiasm. Mike danced excitedly. Yaoyorozu Momo immediately raised his hand and cooperated intensively with Mike, only then did he remobilize his enthusiasm. At noon, you can enjoy first-class cuisine in the school cafeteria. Finally, afternoon classes have arrived. Hero Basics. P.S. I found that all readers are not motivated. Whether it is the comment area or the flowers, the author is very serious about it. The reactions of the readers are not to affect the author's mood, but to reflect the writing situation. I am very grateful to you for reading the book, even if, spray a word, the standalone is almost over, and it will be on the shelves soon. Please give some reactions. I love you. Chapter 45 All Might. Hero S Basics. 6/10. Chapter 45 All Might. Hero Basics. 6/10. Do you know what the basics of hero are? Minoru Mineta sat at the back of the classroom and propped his head board. Kirishima Eijiro clenched his fists. Although I don't know what it is, I still feel very excited. TCH, why are you so excited? Bakugo Katsuki interjected helplessly. None of you have been in touch before. Uraraka Ochako asked casually in a soft voice. Nangong Yu said with a casual smile. The basics of hero is the most intuitive way to teach you how to become a hero. If you guessed right, it will be guided by real well-known hero. Yaoyorozu Momo took a special look at Nangong Yu, then continued lying on the table board. Thump. Green Valley Izuku's complexion changed immediately, because Green Valley Izuku knew very well that All Might had come to this school. Could it be? Click. As the classroom door opened, loud laughter came from the door. Ha ha ha, here I come. It's very common to enter through the door. At this moment, everyone's eyes gathered at the same time, and the person at the door was like the focus. All Might, Kaminari Denki shouted with an extremely excited expression. Kirishima Eijiro also clenched his fists, full of enthusiasm and said, it's amazing, so he is really lazy as a teacher. Amidst the boiling sound of everyone, All Might strode towards the podium. The muscles on his body are erected, supporting the entire battle uniform, and he is completely like a burly man, which is not much different from that on TV. That's the costume of the Silver World of Maiman. Asui Suyu immediately followed. Ojiro Mashirao also joked. The style of painting is so different that I have goosebumps. At this time, All Might also stood completely in the center of the podium, with his hands on his hips, and explained, the course I am in charge of is Hero Basics, which is a course for various trainings to build the foundation of hero. It is also the most, without further ado, today is him, combat training. Fighting. Upon hearing the word, fight, Bakugo Katsuki immediately showed an extremely dark smile. I'm afraid there is no one who likes fighting more than Bakugo Katsuki. Green Valley Izuku panicked when he heard it. After all, he had never fought before. What follows? Everyone, look this way. Clatter. Flapping the big cloak behind him, All Might posed coolly and pointed to the wall next to him. I saw countless sockets that popped up slowly on the wall, with numbers clearly marked on them, and everyone looked confused. All Might explained again. The battle suit is customized according to the Quirks report and requirements submitted by you before enrollment. Oh, at this moment, everyone's enthusiasm was instantly brought to a focus. Nangong Yu also got his own combat uniform, which is a set of armor-like clothing. This world does not have the concept of dark matter alloys, so armor belongs to ordinary alloys, which are relatively hard and light to a certain extent. Nangong Yu weighed it casually, and it was quite heavy even though it was so small. Putting it on ordinary people and not fighting has already added a burden to oneself, which is completely irrational. But Nangong Yu is very clear that whether it is this weight or more weight, it can be regarded as nothing in himself. Currently, Nangong Yu has no plans to extract dark matter alloy armor. Wait until the Hero Office achievement is completed, and then extract it at that time, that's it. Today's recognition has generally reached 30%, and Nangong Yu has no intention of withdrawing to stabilize his 20% strength. That's the most important thing. Just like the test done yesterday, you can stabilize your strength at 1000 kilograms, and then you need to know how much strength you need to expend when fighting. Before you have a hero license, you'd better be careful. The rules and regulations used to restrain quirks in this world also have some restrictive effect on oneself. I am afraid that only in the hero class can you use the ability unscrupulously. After changing clothes, gather at the playground beta one by one. All Might ordered, and everyone walked to the locker room. There was a chattering sound from the girl. Nangong Yu took off his coat casually. The muscles on his body were much stronger than all the people present. This caused Kaminari Denki to howl. This is the first time I have discovered that the lines on a boy's body can be so powerful. Minoru Mineta was trembling all over. The muscles exuding such a powerful feeling are terrifying. Compared with the appearance of ordinary muscles of all people, Nangong Yu's body really brought a visual impact to everyone. So the number 1 score didn't just come out of thin air. Shoto Todoroki also put on his combat uniform. Green Valley Izuku clenched his fists secretly. The short exercise gave his body a certain strength scale, but he couldn't compare with Nangong Yu at all. Dressing up, all come to the playground beta assembly. Chapter 46 Hero S Basics. Dress up, 7/10. Chapter 46 Hero Basics. Dress up, 7/10. Before the exit of exit, All Might stood with his arms akimbo. Looking at all the students slowly coming out of the darkness, All Might laughed loudly. it is also very important to start with dressing up, boys and girls. Starting today, you must have the self-awareness of being hero. Quote, if you look closely, everyone's battle uniforms are different. However, all might feel the breath of hero from everyone. Not bad, everyone is very handsome. Grinning, All Might continued, okay, let's get started. Fertilized eggs. The way Gran Torino said it came to mind, and All Might used it without realizing it. Hero suit. Before enrolling, submit the Quirks report, body information, design and other requirements, and the school's exclusive sponsoring company will provide the latest clothing. It is an extremely wonderful system. The hero in this world are not called hero monotonously, but because they take on everything that hero has to do. Different from ordinary people's battle uniforms, it can maximize the ability of hero and play a more powerful role. Before enrolling, Nangong Yu also thought about it. Now that he has passed the examination of Shongying High School, he naturally also belongs to his own hero academy, so Nangong Yu made a lot of efforts. However, in the end, everything that was considered was rejected. From it, the most original design concept of the Super Seminary was selected, which is also the most suitable alloy armor, which is light and capable of exerting powerful capabilities. Under the void invincible body, all collisions are scum, and with the speed, the whole body will become an extremely terrifying weapon. Moreover, under the power of killing gods, the increase in the system will also reach a terrifying height. Therefore, the battle uniform must be the simplest and fit itself. The last one to play was Midori Valley Izuku. He is wearing a green sportswear, with the same All Might logo on his forehead, and his mouth is custom made to look like teeth showing in a smile. Obviously there is no customized battle uniform. There is a down-to-earth sense of security. Uraraka Ochako stood up and praised. This made Green Valley Izuku even more nervous. Nangong Yu also said casually, only by the battle suit that suits you best can you better display your strength. The first step is to be familiar with your battle suit, otherwise you will only be hindered in combat. Ha ha, Uraraka Ochako smiled embarrassingly. It would have been nice if I had written the requirements clearly at the beginning, but it turned out to be this kind of tights, it's too embarrassing. Small hero suit. Uraraka Ochako's figure is fully outlined, especially where the growth is very fierce. Hero branch is amazing. Minoru Mineta immediately gave a thumbs up. All Might on the opposite side also saw Green Valley Izuku's combat uniform clearly, covered his mouth for a while, and snickered aside. Withdrawing his gaze, Nangong Yu looked at the others. The battle uniforms are also simple and clear, adjustments made in order to better display one's own strength. Okay, it's time for combat training. All Might reminded aloud. At this moment, All Might's expression became serious. When it's time to praise, you need to praise, but this is a very solemn moment, and you must be taught. Everyone becomes a team. At this moment, the silver armor next to Izuku Green Valley suddenly raised his hand, and Ida's voice came from inside. Teacher, this is the practice field for the entrance examination, may I have a simulated block exercise? Quote, no. Facing Ida's question, All Might shook his head lightly, then stretched out 2 fingers and said, this time we will go up 2 floors. Although we saw the crusade against villains, most of them it's all done outdoors, but in terms of statistics, the probability of vicious villains appearing in the city is higher. All Might's words made everyone react immediately. This is an exercise for all the crimes that come out now, including ordinary people and criminals with quirks, as well. Prison and house arrest, underground trading, in this hero-saturated society, ahem. In short, the really cunning villains are all lurking in the dark, and you will be divided into the first group and hero group, and a 2-on-2 indoor battle. All Might explained again. Clenching his fists, he was already full of energy. Although everyone listened carefully, Nangong Yu still saw Ite's painful look flashing past occasionally when he coughed. If I didn't guess wrong, the wound brought a certain amount of pain. Don't you need to do hero-level basic instruction? Asui Suyu interrupted suddenly. All Might said. This is just a practice to understand the basics, but this time the focus is that what you have to face is no longer a robot that can be destroyed. What is the so-called winning and losing judgment mechanism? Yaoyorozu Momo said straight to the point. Wearing a bold Yaoyorozu Momo, with a belt on the front of the fierce, most of the fierce parts are exposed, it looks like my Shiranui's clothing, it is simply surging. At this time, Bakugo Katsuki showed a familiar black-bellied smile. Can you beat people away? Chapter 47 Battle of Nangong Yu. Advent. 8/10. Chapter 47 Battle of Nangong Yu. Advent. 8/10. Will there be a penalty of expulsion like Mr. Aizawa? Uraraka Ochako asked with some concern. Ida also asked at the same time. May I ask what method should be adopted in grouping? Isn't my cloak super handsome? Aoyama Yuga also threw out his cloak. In an instant, All Might was wrapped up in all the problems, and there was a lot of cold sweat on his forehead. Listen, All Might opened the paper-like thing in his hand, making all the students startled. Cheat sheet. Faced with everyone's shock, All Might didn't explain, and said directly, the setting is that villains hides nuclear weapons somewhere in the stronghold, and Hero is going to eliminate this threat. Hero needs to catch the villains within the limited time, which means successfully recovering the nuclear weapon. And the villains needs to protect the nuclear weapon or catch the hero within the limited time. Looking at All Might with a somewhat hurried expression, Nangong Yu knew. Wanting to maintain the shape in front of him, he is under a huge load every moment, and it is obvious that All Might is very anxious at this time. What an American setting, Green Valley Izuku complained. Partners and opponents are determined by lottery. All Might dropped another blockbuster. Everyone was listening intently at the same time, and was shocked by this sudden blow. Is it so casual? Iida asked immediately. However, Green Valley Izuku was the first to explain. Because professional hero often need to temporarily form a team with hero from other firms, I think it should be out of this consideration. Green Valley Izuku's thinking has always been very strong, and Iida also saw it, and suddenly realized it. I see. Considerations for the future. Sorry. I'm sorry. Iida immediately bowed and apologized. It's okay, let's get started. All Might said at the same time. Because of the random draw, Nangong Yu and Uraraka Ochako were drawn into a group, in Group C. What a coincidence. Haha. Uraraka Ochako immediately leaned over and laughed. Wearing a pink battle suit and black tights, Ochako's outfit really made Nangong Yu a little helpless. Come on. Exhaled. Nangong Yu encouraged. Okay, the first group. All Might instantly drew 2 sets of numbers from the boxes on both sides, namely A and C. All Might also announced at the same time. Group 1 will face off, Group A will face Group C, and everyone else will go to the monitoring room first. Yes, everyone immediately spoke in unison. We were drawn. Uraraka Ochako was a little surprised. After all, the first group was drawn, and I don't know whether to say it was lucky or unlucky, but now that it was drawn, Uraraka Ochako also worked hard. Group C. Bakugo Katsuki's eyes immediately showed a lot of fighting spirit, but he looked at his battle suit and was still confident. I will definitely defeat you. Group A is Bakugo Katsuki and Iida, the combination of 2 people. Faced with Bakugo Katsuki's violent temper, Nangong Yu couldn't help chuckling and said, good luck. Bakugo Katsuki, quirks, blow up, teenager. In fact, some flammable substance is stored in the sweat secreted from the sweat glands, so it can make an explosion out of thin air. Relatively speaking, his personality is relatively hot, and he cannot get along with other people. Even so, it is a relatively strong opponent. Iida on the opposite side also said, for the fairness of this performance, Nangong-san. I will definitely do my best. So, please don't show mercy. So, Uraraka-san, be careful. Okay. Ochako immediately waved his arms, looking eager to try. Everyone went to the monitoring room. Immediately after the preparations, All Might's voice rang out from the open space. The villains team goes in first to prepare. 5 minutes later, the hero team's infiltration battle officially begins. The loud voice spread throughout the open space, and it was obvious that there were talking machine-like things everywhere. Moreover, just in front of him, Nangong Yu found a lot of surveillance cameras, and everyone's every move would be displayed on the screen in the surveillance room. Yes, the 4 of Nangong and Yu agreed at the same time. The building in front of me is completely existing during the assessment period, and all the surrounding high-rise buildings are exactly the same as the outside environment. There is no difference. The complex terrain conditions make this place look extremely crowded. All Might uttered again. Bakugo boy, Iida boy, you didn't try to learn villains' thinking mode, which is basically equivalent to actual combat. Don't be afraid of getting hurt, go boldly. This is also equivalent to telling 2 people not to hold back too much when they can fight under certain circumstances. Yes, Iida nodded immediately. All Might reminded again. But if you go too far, the battle will still be interrupted. Bakugo Katsuki didn't say a word, but his dark smile was obvious, and he was looking forward to this match. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Battle. Start. With the order of All Might, the time of battle. Finally, coming. Chapter 48 only. 1 way, 9/10. Chapter 48 only. 1 way, 9/10. On the 3rd floor, somewhere, Iida looked at the nuclear bomb in front of him, but still kept pacing. The big black cannonball looks so similar. Can't it be true? This thought popped out of his mind, and Iida couldn't help walking towards the nuclear bomb. Although it's acting, it's also very uncomfortable to play villains. Looking at the big guy, I feel a little helpless. Iida knocked on the huge nuclear bomb in front of him casually, and made a sound of, kill, and Iida immediately reacted, so it's just a model. Hello. After shouting, Bakugo Katsuki was silent for a while, and suddenly asked, what kind of strategy do you think we need to use to deal with Nangong Yu? Bakugo Katsuki, who has always been extremely arrogant, suddenly said seriously, which made Iida slightly taken aback. But then I reacted. This is nothing else, precisely because the opponent is Nangong Yu. In terms of speed comparison, strength, reaction, combat effectiveness, all no ones are dominated by Nangong Yu, and with an absolute advantage, he has squeezed out all the rankings behind him. But, the only thing is that it is still uncertain. Touching his chin, Iida leaned against the black cannonball, wiped his chin, and showed a serious look on his face. That is, trick. After a while, a look of confusion flashed in his eyes. To defeat Nangong Yu, there is only one way I can think of. Start. Following All Might's order, Uraraka Ochako immediately cheered up, walked in front of him, and immediately peeked left and right at the tall building. Looks like a thief. Boom. Nangong Yu is a brain collapse. What's the matter? Uraraka Ochako rubbed his head, looking puzzled. Nangong Yu shook his head helplessly and said, we are fighting. The goal of the villains is to protect the nuclear bomb, and we can capture the enemy within a limited time. Now we are fighting strategic warfare, not hand-to-hand combat. You don't need to be so practical, survey. Under Nangong Yu's explanation, Uraraka Ochako suddenly realized, and couldn't help laughing awkwardly. I thought it was like the one in the gangster movie, ha ha ha. Quote. Nangong Yu only felt the air around him freeze for a while, looked at the building in front of him and said seriously, we must recover the nuclear bomb in a very short time as much as possible, and capture the villains. The battle has already started, with Uraraka Ochako next to him, and Nangong Yu no longer intends to release water. The terrain of the high-rise building in front of me should be no different from that of ordinary buildings. You can find the upper floor along the direction of the stairs. According to the actual combat drills, the aspects that need to be paid attention to. What do I need to do? Uraraka Ochako looked over immediately. Nangong Yu analyzed cautiously. According to the indoor terrain, if this is a real battle and there are hostages held by villains in the room, then we must be more careful in our actions, first of all, without disturbing villains respond to. Oh, Uraraka Ochako was immediately attracted by the words. Nangong Yu continued. In addition, we must consider rescuing the hostages if the nuclear bomb does not explode, so we must ensure that the nuclear bomb is recovered under a safe strategy. The frontal collision is of course important, and a surprise attack from the rear is also required. Looking at Uraraka Ochako, Ochako immediately reacted and pointed his finger at himself. I will recycle, you will collide head-on. It's understandable, but it doesn't have to be 1v1. Nangong Yu smiled. For the cultivation of hero, it is not necessarily the play of individualism. Gently closing his eyes, Nangong Yu stretched out his hand to stick to the building beside him, and the spatial perception immediately activated. All the surrounding vibrations came to mind like a clear scene for a moment, including the second room on the left of the stairs on the third floor. It looks like someone is waiting to move things. The second room on the left of the stairs on the third floor, pay attention to concealing your actions. Don't act rashly within 3 minutes, I have dealt with the front villains, and I will meet you. Nangong Yu slowly opened his eyes. The shape of the shape also comes to mind completely. Yes, Uraraka Ochako saluted mischievously. The battle is on the verge of breaking out. Nangong Yu will use spatial perception to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment, as well as various small movements. The first layer exists like a maze. Nangong Yu quickly found Bakugo Katsuki who had been lurking in the center of the maze. Although I'm not reconciled, but I really want to defeat you. Gritting his teeth slightly, Bakugo Katsuki looked extremely determined. Although the voice was small, Nangong Yu also heard this sentence in his ears. Do you think you can hide? This scene, it was also broadcast in the eyes of everyone. Chapter 49 White Lie. Nervous Bakugo Katsuki. 10 out of 10. Chapter 49 White Lie. Nervous Bakugo Katsuki. 10 out of 10. Jiro Kyoka pointed to the screen and said firstly, hey, it's actually very similar to my ability. Yes, Kirishima Eijiro also couldn't help exclaiming. Special quirks. They can survey the terrain in an instant. Minoru Mineta's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be, like me, are they also plural quirks? Shoto Todoroki also had such a question in his mind. As we all know, the emergence of quirks is an incredible phenomenon. But then, some plural quirks did appear in society. This kind of phenomenon is rare, and the strength will always be stronger because of the extra quirks. But, the most crucial point. Too much to chew. If you want to fully master your quirks, you not only need to be proficient in using them since childhood, but you also need to master your quirks in order to play a more powerful role. Plural quirks is always powerful, but it also has its absolute weakness. That is, the plural quirks take twice as long as others to master, and they can't even be done consistently. Can't even stand against the distilled singular quirks. When Nangong Yu mastered the test in quirks, what he showed was unparalleled endurance, and his explosiveness, which everyone always thought was an increase. But now he can suddenly master the ability to survey the terrain, which almost surprised everyone. No, at the most critical moment, All Might denied everyone's words. Amplify your own ability to your arm, and through the vibration of the object, you can feel the vibration of the object's special frequency, and you can also achieve the effect of surveying the terrain. Not sure how exactly Nangong Yu in the screen does this though. But this can only be the most fitting explanation, although there are suspicions of a bit of cover-up. Looking at Nangong Yu on the screen, All Might was not nervous until the first time the two knew each other. The sudden burst of speed and power, although extremely weak, but All Might firmly believes that this is definitely an augmented quirks. After returning home, Nangong Yu actually manipulated the cooked thick fish to burn and dance there. All Might found out that the quirks first registered on Nangong Yu's profile was control. Moreover, it is impossible to use familiarity at all. All the quirks appeared on Nangong Yu at the same time, so how could All Might not suspect that Nangong Yu had something to do with the big devil ALL.FOR.ONE? But as the contact got deeper and deeper, All Might discovered that Nangong Yu had nothing to do with the legendary ALL.FOR.ONE. At this time, a terrifying idea appeared in All Might's mind. Could it be Nangong Yu's quirks for the creation of quirks? If we say the most reasonable explanation at this time, I am afraid that he has given birth to a new quirks, and he can master it proficiently. Nangong Yu's quirks is a mystery, but for the hero's side, it's a rare powerhouse. Nangong Yu's strength, coupled with ALL.FOR.ALL, will become the strongest symbol of peace for the next generation, but Nangong Yu refused. With the teaching of former master Shimura Nana, All might choose to believe in Nangong Yu's path, at least, before he grows up, give him enough shelter to prevent him from being invaded by evil. Then, like a godsend, I found a boy who also inherited one. For all, Midoriya Izuku. If Nangong Yu's quirks are really creating quirks, I am afraid that one day there will be a quirks that will heal themselves. Looking at the mirror, Nangong Yu, who seemed to be in the land of no one, was also carefully checking out all obstacles and stepped forward without hesitation. A gleam of light flashed in All Might's eyes. Young Nangong, this can be considered a white lie. Stride forward, become stronger without hesitation. This is you, Nangong boy. For your future, I'm really looking forward to it. In the field, following the terrain in his mind, Nangong Yu walked to the deepest part of the maze, turning left and right. If it were an ordinary person, he might not be able to tell the direction at all. However, among countless entrances, Nangong Yu chose one without hesitation. Tread. Footsteps sounded slowly. This sound seems to have the function of stirring people's hearts. Bakugo Katsuki had a trace of cold sweat on his forehead, and tried to keep this posture completely still. If the sneak attack was successful, it would be possible to cooperate with Ida. Poof, poof. Hearts are beating wildly against Nangong Yu. This name seems to be impossible to beat. Tread. The sound of footsteps stopped abruptly, and Bakugo Katsuki had already completely held his breath, because the sound was only a wall away from him. What can such a narrow distance do? Sneak attack. Or face gang. Did you come out by yourself or did I knock you out? Nangong Yu's calm voice came out. This made Bakugo Katsuki's eyes widen suddenly. How is it possible? When did he find himself? The heartbeat caused by nervousness has spread far away through the wall, and people with a little actual combat experience will also assassinate you. The voice was still cold, but Nangong Yu completely analyzed the action. Gritting his teeth, Bakugo Katsuki walked out of the ambush, but the seriousness in his eyes had been raised to a higher level, and he even held his hand on the equipped injector. If Nangong Yu makes a slight movement, Bakugo Katsuki will pull the switch of the injector without hesitation. Are you so careful? Seeing Bakugo Katsuki's action, Nangong Yu couldn't help laughing. Chapter 50 Bakugo Katsuki's Outbreak. 1/10. Chapter 50 Bakugo Katsuki's Outbreak. 1/10. Snort. Bakugo Katsuki snorted coldly and stopped talking. Delay Nangong Yu's actions within a certain period of time and hide the nuclear bomb, while Ida on the other side defeated and even trapped Uraraka Ochako in a short time. Then the two sides converged and combined the strength of two people to deal with Nangong Yu under a two-pronged approach. 5 minutes, as long as the 5 minutes are delayed, the two of them will be successful. When Ida mentioned this plan, Bakugo Katsuki didn't intend to agree to it. However, when leaving, Ida said bluntly, I can't compare your combat power at all, and only you can hold Nangong Yu in a short period of time. Uraraka Ochako will definitely come to recover the nuclear bomb. So, what we have to do now is to hold Nangong Yu within this period of time. Thinking about Nangong Yu's all kinds of bad luck, Bakugo Katsuki gritted his teeth and finally nodded in agreement. Now, looking at Nangong Yu on the opposite side, Bakugo Katsuki kept thinking about a question in his mind, whether to go to war or not. Aren't you always trying to beat me? Lightning flashed in his eyes. Nangong Yu put away the smile at the corner of his mouth, and the next moment, his figure turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards Bakugo Katsuki. The power of lightning exploded completely at this moment. The battle is imminent. Bakugo Katsuki didn't have time to think. The body drives because, you can't stop fighting just because you can't win. In the monitoring room, even in the face of an impossible villains, you still need to make your own choices at critical moments. All Might said to everyone. The battle in front of him has already started, but the battle scene in front of him has become the best teaching material. Everyone stared intently at the scene in front of them. Everyone wants to know what kind of judgment Bakugo Katsuki will make in the face of Nangong Yu, who is like a big devil. And, will Ida's strategy succeed? In the field, bang bang bang, Bakugo Katsuki's two hands burst into flames. Obviously, Bakugo launched quirks, almost without hesitation. At this critical moment, it was too late to hesitate. Nangong Yu's speed almost surpassed everyone's perception, in the 50-meter sprint and in the endurance run. Nangong Yu was almost completely in the lead, and the speed of Ida, whose engine is quirks, is extremely difficult. In contrast, Ida's engine is completely speed enhanced, and it considers quirks with burst damage. Bakugo Katsuki can only think of confronting the enemy head-on to limit Nangong Yu. The fire immediately burst into light, and his hands aimed at Nangong Yu immediately, and two groups of flames rushed towards his eyes. Nangong Yu, who turned into electric light, clearly seed the two bursting flames in front of his eyes, which slowly exploded in his eyes. The surrounding buildings were immediately affected a lot, and the blasted airflow blew out the walls quite a bit. In this small space, many obstacles blocked his gaze. Bakugo Katsuki's move is really good. Although it can be easily resisted with the void invincible body, the training must be worthwhile, and the lightning power is not absolutely invincible. Hitting these fragments at absolute speed will also cause a lot of scratches. Even because the speed is fast enough, the damage received is higher. Seeing the lightning like Nangong Yu on the opposite side stop and dodge backwards, Bakugo Katsuki couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. However, the battle has already begun, and naturally it cannot end. Moreover, Bakugo Katsuki's violent temper meant that Nangong Yu would not be dodged so easily. The moment he seized the opportunity, his right hand immediately sprayed flames, and his whole figure flew forward. In a head-on confrontation, Bakugo Katsuki aimed at Nangong Yu's head without hesitation, and pulled the switch of the burst injector. Boom! Just like a stockpile grenade, the flames erupted completely at this moment, and the jet produced by the explosion was like a powerful light bomb launched. Under the considerable movement, not only the walls were affected, but even the ground and ceiling were destroyed by the explosion jet into a piece of slag. All dangers erupted completely at this moment. As soon as Nangong Yu stopped his figure, he felt the infinite tremors in the space in front of him, like a big killer that had been stored for a long time. Facing such a terrifying scene, the corner of Nangong Yu's mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. Whatever you want. In the last battle, the Void Invincible body didn't get any strengthening at all, because it didn't have much positive confrontation with villains. There is only one way to strengthen the Void Invincible body, and that is to be beaten. Jie Shaolun's road to becoming a god. In the early stage, there are only beatings, such as tank shells, intercontinental missiles, aerospace bombing, and in the end, he directly fights against alien warships. It's simply a terrifying ability. Moreover, the big sword that is not activated is a bug. Facing the road of strengthening, how could Nangong Yu miss such a good opportunity? Bakugo Katsuki didn't know if his vision was an illusion. At the last moment, Nangong Yu went to the center of the explosion without hesitation. In the monitoring room, everyone saw this scene at the same time, and everyone had the same doubt in their hearts. Is he crazy? Chapter 51 Let's Break Out. Bakugo, 2/10. Chapter 51 Let's Break Out. Bakugo, 2/10. All Might, do you want to pause? Yaoyorozu Momo on the side frowned. At this critical moment, it was almost beyond everyone's expectations. Bakugo Katsuki's powerful beginnings were revealed almost in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the explosion in the picture has surpassed everyone's imagination. The huge power is not present, and anyone can stop it. Would you like to pause? Such doubts also flashed in All Might's mind, and his fingers couldn't help but want to press pause. All Might. Asui Suyu also nodded. All Might, pause. Pause. Teacher. Kaminari Denki also echoed. Everyone looked at each other almost at the same time, and then prepared to suspend persuasion. All Might is equally excited. Unlike the enemy villains outside, all the students here are the future force. Every penny is missing, and every moment is extremely stressful. Everyone is fighting, and All Might is afraid of who Quirks is too powerful, and who will have some irreparable impact. And afraid of who Quirks is too weak, not confident. However, Nangong Yu, he is a sorcerer. Now, he is in the center of the explosion, and it is the most powerful position. All Might can't help but hit the pause button. Let me guess what you're thinking. Suddenly, Nangong Yu's voice came. Wait, look. Minoru Mineta suddenly pointed excitedly at the picture in front of him. Kirishima Eijiro said in surprise, Nangong Yu. And, unscathed, Shoto Todoroki also showed a shocked expression. At the moment of the explosion just now, Shoto Todoroki already imagined that if he was the center of the explosion, he would have to completely freeze everything around him. It is possible to completely counteract the power of this explosion, but what about Nangong Yu? Physically resisted, unscathed. Is this a monster? The corner of Ishido Mina's mouth twitched. Young Nangong, I was almost deceived by you. All Might had a long-lost smile on his face. See, the flames that were still covering the sky just now completely dissipated at this moment, and the aftermath of the explosion left the surrounding walls and floors in tatters. It is enough to see how powerful Bakugo Katsuki's quirks are. Even so, everyone saw the moment when the firelight slowly dissipated, revealing Nangong Yu's unintentionally injured figure. Wearing that kind of battle-like armor on his body, even if it explodes, there is no way for Nangong Yu to turn around and spit his face. Bakugo Katsuki's pupils shrunk. No matter how powerful he was, his face was full of disbelief at this moment. My own equipment is completely customized according to my own requirements. An explosion that can unleash a powerful force in an instant. Although, Quirks has the same ability as explosive, but it lacks the kind of instant explosive damage, and the equipment on it cleverly perfects this shortcoming. The two bomb-like things in his hands can keep accumulating his own sweat, and when the critical moment of the battle month explodes instantly, the more powerful it will be. It can be said that Bakugo Katsuki belongs to the type that grows stronger as he fights. Although the power of this explosion is impressive, compared to a hard physique, it is still not enough. You should be able to make stronger explosions. Nangong Yu folded his arms around his chest, and he didn't feel nervous at all. With your little drizzle, it is impossible to cause much harm to villains. There is still a long way to go before you surpass All Might in your mind. During the speech, a familiar smile appeared on the corner of Nangong Yu's mouth. The offensive was broken, and Bakugo Katsuki felt incredible. However, hearing Nangong Yu's words, the powder keg in his mind was instantly ignited. Nangong Yu. Bakugo Katsuki was furious. You have to think clearly about the consequences of provoking me. Kill me here, or be knocked down by me. Seeing that Bakugo Katsuki was angry, Nangong Yu still calmly said, if you only bully people like Green Valley who can't master quirks all day long, then hero who are far from you, I'm afraid you won't be able to do it in this life. Reach, Bakugo Katsuki. With the last sound, Nangong Yu called out Green Valley Izuku's name almost without hesitation. Bang bang bang. There was a continuous explosion sound in the palm of the hand, which was visible to the naked eye, and the two fires exploded continuously, and the anger in Bakugo Katsuki's heart was completely full. Nangong Yu knows very well that Bakugo Katsuki's greatest sense of superiority is Green Valley Izuku, and his greatest sense of frustration is also Green Valley Izuku. The explosion just now was almost equivalent to the bombardment of an equivalent shell, and it had greatly strengthened his void invincible body. Seeing that Bakugo Katsuki was completely furious, Nangong Yu did something that surprised everyone. He folded his arms around his chest and closed his eyes. If you want to use your attack to knock me down, then I won't move. Let's see if your quirks can really play such a powerful role. If you can't even beat me, let alone All Might. So, break out, quote. Nangong Yu. Surprised, Bakugo Katsuki attacked without hesitation. At this moment, Nangong Yu's space perception is fully open. Extract, click. There was a crisp sound, and the surrounding space seemed to have a fault, which belonged to Changwei's space ability at this moment. By gray, the process of inlaying is completed. And this, the ability that has been suppressing the bottom of the box, was finally activated by Nangong Yu at a moment. Chapter 52 Bakugo's Advantage. The Terror of Nangong Yu. 3/10. Chapter 52 Bakugo's Advantage. The Terror of Nangong Yu. 3/10. The special spatial ability produced a certain change almost at this moment. Call. While breathing, Nangong Yu seemed to see everything that happened around him, as if seeing with his eyes, but in a completely different form. The surrounding walls became lines, and the surrounding buildings became a whole composed of countless lines. The feet trembled slightly, and the surveillance cameras in the distance moved slowly. The flames erupting between Bakugo Katsuki's hands, the glaring eyes, and the overall outline. Completely made up like a painting. Nangong Yu also felt himself in the painting. Void invincible body, 20% right pointing arrow 21%. Space ability, 20%. The spatial ability suddenly appeared in the form of 20% extraction, and Nangong Yu also completed the perception of a certain space to the mastery of the micro-wormhole space in an instant. With this extraordinary ability, Nangong Yu saw the attacking Bakugo Katsuki. Drop. The time came to 3 minutes. This horrific scene was also seen by all the students. Everyone in the monitoring room recovered from the shock just now and heard the conversation between the two again. Face off against the terrifyingly powerful Bakugo Katsuki. Nangong Yu actually closed his eyes for the first time, and asked Bakugo Katsuki to explode more powerfully, which seemed like a fantasy. What else is he going to do? The flame in Bakugo Katsuki's hand is erupting, and this scene is reflected in everyone's eyes. Everyone in class of the first grade of Shongying immediately analyzed that Bakugo Katsuki was absolutely doing his best, and there was no such thing as releasing water. Seeing Bakugo Katsuki charge towards Nangong Yu, he punched the door directly. However, this time, no one said anything like pause, maybe it was subconscious. The scene just now was too shocking. Whether it was a fluke or not, Nangong Yu is special. The same thought came to Shoto Todoroki's mind. He has received various training and analysis since he was a child, and aims to be the strongest hero. Immediately analyzed the situation that no one on the field noticed. That is, how did Nangong Yu survive the horrible explosion just now? The special quirks not only increase the physique to a certain extent, but also form a considerable defense. This time, can you escape? While having doubts in his heart, Shoto Todoroki did not realize that in this battle, everyone's emotions had been unknowingly mobilized. Under the special vision, Nangong Yu saw clearly. Bakugo Katsuki made a move with his familiar right hand, and the palm of his hand was bursting with bright light like a flame. This combat suit, especially the bomb on the arm, seemed to give him a lot of restraint. Although this blow was powerful, it seemed to be a little slower than the skill during the test. Right, accurately capturing the movement, Nangong Yu dodged slightly to the left, feeling a bit of warmth on his face. The bursting flames, under the boost of the void invincible body, can't do any damage at all. Dodging the blow, Nangong Yu turned the corner with a punch and instantly hit Bakugo Katsuki in the stomach. Cough. At the moment of suffering, Bakugo Katsuki's brain was thinking wildly, and he immediately reacted rigorously. He pointed his left hand at the front of Nangong Yu, and it was a burst bomb. The power exploded. Nangong Yu didn't dodge, but while the body was unharmed, there were quite a few marks on the wall behind him. The attack worked, leaving Nangong Yu unscathed. Hateful. Bakugo Katsuki gritted his teeth slightly, and immediately rushed forward, making a quick pursuit. However, even if Nangong Yu closed his eyes, he would avoid the attack at a critical moment, and even counterattack. Boom. Another punch sent Bakugo Katsuki flying, and cracks appeared on the wall behind him. Nangong Yu's offense is extremely clever, and his defense is just right. However, under repeated bombings, Nangong Yu's clothes were also torn, and the black armor on his body was also broken in a large area. Her hair was disheveled, but Nangong Yu still had her eyes closed. Don't attack, only defend. Under this punch, there is no longer any reaction. Cough. Bakugo Katsuki coughed, clenched his teeth tightly, a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. But the moment he looked at Nangong Yu, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth at the same time. You've been fooled. Stretch out your right hand, quickly pull down your left hand, and the explosion under the burst injector has reached an unprecedented level. The dazzling light alone caused everyone in the monitoring room to frown slightly. In this form, could it be? Green Valley Izuku suddenly saw something tricky. All Might nodded slowly. That's right. The longer you fight, the stronger Bakugo Boy's fighting power will be. As the fighting time increases, his bombing will become stronger and stronger. Looking at the surveillance screen, everyone suddenly realized. Yaoyorozu Momo pointed out the key point. Naturally consumes mental power and time at the same time, but as time goes by, Bakugo Katsuki's combat power may surpass any of us. Under the huge bombing flames. See how you hide. Bakugo Katsuki showed the most confident smile, but leaned against the wall at the same time. Sweating profusely, I have really reached my limit. The bombing jet this time seems to have doubled in size compared to the one just now, and its power is not comparable to that just now. Nangong Yu didn't respond as if, and just stood calmly before the bombing. Get away. Yaoyorozu Momo looked at the picture and felt his whole heart was hanging in the air. Student Nangong should be able to avoid it. Ashido Mina also expressed some doubts. Just unfold the speed, it's fine. Asui Suyu nodded firmly. However, under everyone's gaze, Nangong Yu had no intention of running away. Boom. The power erupted instantly, and faults appeared on the entire floor. The flames under the light were like dragon's breath, swallowing everything around in an instant. On the ground, there are quite a few potholes, and the surrounding areas have collapsed to a certain extent. Since this is your greatest power, let's end it. Nangong Yu's voice, like a demon king, appeared in everyone's ears again. Chapter 53 The countdown is over. Recycled successfully. 4/10. Chapter 53 The countdown is over. Recycled successfully. 4/10. The flames receded, and Nangong Yu's figure reappeared. The alloy armor on his body had been damaged in many places, but the body was only slightly embarrassed. There is no obvious injury on the body, at this time. Eyes have been opened. The void invincible physique has grown by 2% again, which is considered a relatively good result. Pop magnetic. A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in Nangong Yu's eyes, and with a movement of his feet, his figure disappeared instantly. Bakugo Katsuki no longer knows how to describe his inner thoughts, and the most powerful attack has been blocked, unable to cause any damage at all. As for himself, although he could still unleash more powerful bombs, his physical strength was already exhausted. Even if he raised the heavy bomb on his arm, there was nothing he could do. Seeing that Nangong Yu turned into a bolt of lightning again, and a shadow of a fist magnified infinitely in his eyes, Bakugo Katsuki had no time at all. He could only watch helplessly as Nangong Yu attacked. At this moment, in Nangong Yu's gaze, Bakugo Katsuki smelled something called danger for the first time. Just when everyone thought that Nangong Yu couldn't control himself and was about to strike, Nangong Yu's fist turned into a palm knife, and instantly chopped Bakugo Katsuki's neck with his palm. Bakugo Katsuki didn't have time to react. He closed his eyes, tilted his head, and passed out. At this point, the time came to 4 minutes. He just passed out. It's all right. As if talking to himself, everyone in the monitoring room clearly knew that this was what Nangong Yu told everyone. At the same time, Nangong Yu stretched out his arms and got close to the wall again. Spatial ability extracted to 20%. Compared with the initial space perception ability, it has also been improved to a higher level, and all changes in the floor can be easily perceived. Withdrawing his hand, Nangong Yu also looked at the position above his head. There's not much time to do anything for a minute. According to the real speed of Iida Ida, the Uraraka Ochako system can be put in almost an instant, and it should have been hidden by this time. However, the nuclear bomb was right above his head. I don't know if Iida Ida did it on purpose or not. In that case, a familiar smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and Nangong Yu bowed slowly under the puzzled eyes of everyone. Then he suddenly jumped to a high place, clenched his fists, and instantly broke through the ceiling above his head. The terrifying power also made his whole body pass through the second floor in an instant, and even directly passed through the third floor. The nuclear bomb is in sight. Moreover, the limited time also came to the countdown. 30, 29. Uraraka Ochako was not found around, and Nangong Yu walked towards the nuclear bomb in front of him without hesitation. It does look like a realistic model, but the real situation is just an iron shell. The school is really considerate. Nangong Yu is a little dumbfounded. At this time, careful, the engine is fully open. Two voices sounded almost simultaneously. Among them was Uraraka Ochako's exclamation, and Iida Ida's roar. Nangong Yu has unknowingly come to the trap side, although the way of appearance is a bit simple and rude, but the result is the same. The battle downstairs is over. Since Nangong Yu appeared here, it means that Bakugo Katsuki has been defeated by Nangong Yu. Even if a strategy was formulated, fortunately the strategy was reversed in an emergency. Otherwise, the two of them will be wiped out, and the loss outweighs the gain. Now, watching the short interval, Iida Ida's eyes suddenly flashed a bright light. Opportunity. The figure of Iida Ida appeared in the line of sight. The red flame sprayed by the engine on the leg turned blue instantly, and the voice of the whole person suddenly turned into a whirlwind. The impact came almost without hesitation. Behind the wall is Uraraka Ochako, who has been put on restraining handcuffs, which means death, and Iida Ida also took out another pair of handcuffs at the same time. The purpose can be imagined. However, Nangong Yu didn't intend to waste time, and also took out the restraining handcuffs in his pocket. Yellow lightning appeared in his eyes, and Nangong Yu's figure suddenly turned into lightning. Ida's handcuffs were infinitely approaching Nangong Yu, and the next moment, Nangong Yu suddenly disappeared in front of Ida's eyes. In Nangong Yu's vision, Ida's speed is at most equal to that of an ordinary person. Even with full firepower, Ida is just a normal person who is faster. For a moment, escaped Ida's ambush. Ida was stunned for a moment. This surefire attack failed, and I couldn't help myself to think about it. The limit of the third-level engine is very high. It needs to cool down again before it can be used again. Seeing that the firepower is about to go out, click, in the familiar voice, restraining handcuffs suddenly appeared on Ida's wrist. Nangong Yu came to the nuclear bomb in an instant. Successful recovery. 1. The countdown is finally over. Chapter 54 Post-War Summary. 5/10. Chapter 54 Post-War Summary. 5/10. At the end of the first group, Nangong Yu also brought Urarako Chako to the monitoring room. Everyone in the monitoring room saw everything that happened just now, and they were all aware of Nangong Yu's last sudden outburst. Before everyone could react, the battle was over. Anyway, you guys did a great job. All Might gave a thumbs up without hesitation. Urarako Chako scratched his head in embarrassment. I really didn't expect Ida-san to be so fast, and I couldn't react in an instant. Ha ha. Ida also smiled awkwardly, but subconsciously looked at Nangong Yu. Yes, compared to Nangong, I still have a lot of shortcomings. No. All Might shook his head slightly, then smiled. Being able to make a tight plan at the beginning, using the strengths among teammates to hold down villains, and finally being able to change the plan immediately at a critical moment also shows you're thinking extraordinary. Natural ability can't compare to Nangong Yu, but it's amazing. Yes, I will continue to work hard. Ida immediately stood up straight seriously. Papa, patting Ida on the shoulder, All Might continued. Although Bakugo passed out in a coma, it is worth learning for all of us to break through our limits at critical moments. Because the real battle requires constant self-breakthrough, only then can you become stronger step by step. While speaking, All Might couldn't help but blinked his eyelids. Because this sentence is completely from the heart, the battles I have been fighting all the time have become so powerful through continuous self-breakthrough. Only I know the pain I have experienced, and no matter how powerful the villains is, what I always have to face is all the people behind me who need help. Faith supports me, and I have reached the current strength step by step. Withdrawing his thoughts, All Might also looked at the others. This mock battle is not about the outstanding ability of individuals, but the cooperation between teammates and the response to the starting situation. After all, this mock battle simulates its hero basics, so you have to be good at using your strengths. Yes, everyone immediately held their heads high. At last, All Might spoke out again at this time, and everyone turned their attention to Nangong Yu at the same time. All Might hugged Nangong Yu, MVP of the whole process. Guide the students to become stronger with absolute strength, and can putting pressure on everyone, and being able to give villains a fatal blow at a critical moment. The terrifying strength is also a well-deserved strongman. Clap clap, everyone applauded subconsciously, and many people showed smiles on their faces. After a battle, everyone was completely convinced of Nangong Yu. After the end of the first paragraph, the second 5-minute arrangement began. Taking this opportunity, Nangong Yu sat in the corner. He didn't consume too much just now, and he was not injured. Under the offensive of Bakugo Katsuki, Nangong Yu can also stand the test again. When a generation of super fighters was outstanding, it was these special abilities that stood out relatively. Today, the second generation of super soldiers, these special abilities have become some shortcomings relatively speaking. In the end, Bakugo Katsuki broke out and its strength was almost equivalent to that of intercontinental missiles, some direct air-to-air annihilation missiles. It can easily bomb and open strong ships and cannons, and the power can be imagined. Under this kind of power, the alloy armor on his body couldn't bear it anymore, and even the void invincible body got some growth, which also made him feel some damage. The use of spatial ability also requires some training. Although he has mastered the ability of space, not to mention the ability of space jump, now he can't even use the simplest micro-wormhole transportation technology. Can only use some small space perception. Moreover, the power of the Earth is also undeveloped, and there is only a little bit of star communication. There are still a few days before the release of the manga. In the past so long, many recognitions have also been greatly improved, but they have not been extracted. Relieved, Nangong Yu clenched his fist slightly. Dangerous moments will come, so about the extraction, it will be in the near future. Now that the second generation super fighter is at the peak strength, it is easy to use 2 abilities at the same time. As for the 3 or 4 abilities, it is only a matter of time. Thinking of this, Nangong Yu couldn't help subconsciously evoking a smile. In such a situation, Nangong Yu actually looked forward to it. Student Nangong, come here, the second duel begins. Ochako's voice came. Nangong Yu also stood up and walked towards the console. The above clearly broadcasts what is happening. Okay, then, the second battle. Start. 2 Fei. Chapter 55 Shoto Todoroki. Strong Dregs. 6/10. Chapter 55 Shoto Todoroki. Strong Dregs. 6/10. On the screen, Shoji Mezzo came to the corridor on the second floor, and the special quirks immediately spread out like wings, simulating the mouth, nose, arms and other body organs. Copy the wrist. Any organ of the body can be replicated at the end of the tentacles. The copied ears immediately found the location of villains, and the copied mouth said at the same time. In the room on the right side of the stairs on the 4th floor, someone is barefoot on the ground. Are you planning to use that barefoot person as a bait? At the same time, Shoto Todoroki, whose body was half frozen in a thick layer of ice, walked in. It's completely ordinary clothes, but half of the body is frozen, which looks a little weird. Are you going outside? It will be dangerous. Shoto Todoroki said lightly. From just now until now, Shoto Todoroki has been thinking about how to defeat Nangong Yu. Relatively speaking, the current battle has become secondary. Hearing this, Shoji Mezzo was slightly taken aback. But seeing the firm figure of Shoto Todoroki, Shoji Mezzo didn't say any more. It seems that villains is going to take a defensive battle. As if talking to himself, Shoto Todoroki stopped and stuck his hand against the wall. 2v2 battles can also be carried out using defensive battles. The first battle is 1v1 roaming, and then Iida Ida and Bakugo Katsuki joined together to form a 2v1 strategy. But at the critical juncture, Iida Ida urgently realized that an opponent like Nangong Yu cannot be dealt with simply by having a large number of people. Therefore, urgently changing the strategy, in the end, we can only put all our eggs in one basket. As a result, it was easily broken by Nangong Yu. Laugh. Amid such a sound, a layer of ice continued to spread where Shoto Todoroki was sticking to the wall, completely freezing the wall in front of him in the blink of an eye. It also continued to grow from the ground, and the surrounding air became extremely cold in an instant. Shoto Todoroki looked at the darkness, and said indifferently, but it has nothing to do with me. Tread. Stepping out one step at a time, the slowly growing ice layer seemed to be stimulated in an instant, spreading wildly like in front of my eyes, almost in the blink of an eye. All the places on the first floor were completely frozen. Shoji Mezzo didn't insist anymore, and turned and walked towards the only exit behind him. After exiting the exit, the scoffing sound behind him hadn't stopped, and he looked up. It's not just a one-level relationship. The whole building seemed to be turned into an ice sculpture in an instant. Under the ice cover, Shoji Mezzo's eyes widened suddenly before he realized it. Shoto Todoroki, who has always been taciturn, has such terrifying abilities. At the same time, on the 4th floor, it hurts. Between the frozen floors, 2 ice cubes in the shape of feet appeared on the ground, and the girl's pain was heard immediately. Is this Quirks? Ojiro Mashirao looked at the ice all over the ground, and tried to pull out his feet that were sealed in the ice. His face was confused for a while. This ability is too terrifying. Nangong Yu in the control room finally knew who the 2 groups in this battle were. Shoji Mezzo and Shoto Todoroki are the hero team, who recover nukes. And Ojiro Mashirao and Toru Hagakuri is the criminal team. Tread. The sound of footsteps came from the safe entrance in front of him, and Ojiro Mashirao also looked at the safe entrance in front of him. In the dark, Shoto Todoroki, with a red light in his right eye, walked into the room completely frozen by himself. The first moment Ojiro Mashirao saw villains, he immediately assumed an attacking posture. But Shoto Todoroki didn't care at all, and strode forward. You can attack at will, but if a piece of skin is torn from your foot, you won't be able to stand up happily. Although the tone is a bit defiant. But after weighing the pros and cons, Ojiro Mashirao gave up his attacking stance. This feeling of helplessness made him frown slightly, but he could only watch Shoto Todoroki walk by. It was attached to the nuclear bomb casually. Recycling. Successful. At the same time, the sound of All Might's teeth chattering came from the monitoring, which also indicated that the second group assessment was over. It wasn't just this kind of building that was frozen, the monitoring room also seemed to have entered a snowy day, and everyone could see the breath they exhaled casually. From the beginning, less than 2 minutes. The battle is over. Not only did the teammate not be injured, but the nuclear bomb was also protected, and to a certain extent, the power of the villains was weakened at the same time. All Might made the final conclusion with chattering teeth. Kirishima Eijiro summoned up all his energy and said, this kind of teammate is simply scumbag. For the first time, Bakugo Katsuki, who woke up, showed a surprised expression in his eyes. Nangong Yu, as usual, had a smile on his lips. Only when your teammates are stronger can you be competitive. But it is not impossible to crack the ice ability in this screen. Chapter 56 The battle is over. There are losses and gains. 7/10. Chapter 56 The battle is over. There are losses and gains. 7/10. On screen. Ending the battle hastily, Shoto Todoroki put his left hand on the wall, accompanied by a slogan of, Team Hero wins, and launched his own, Quirks, at the same time. Laugh. A powerful airflow erupted from between the palms, and the ice covering the entire building also began to melt at this time. Under the condition of extremely rapid heating, whether it is the ice layer on the edge of the wall or on the ground, a large amount of steam has evaporated. For a moment, hot water began to drop from the ceiling in the room that was still extremely cold just now. Fever. Ojiro Mashirao also quickly responded. However, at the same time, he looked at Shoto Todoroki standing by the wall, with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. Sorry, our levels are too different. Shoto Todoroki calmly expressed his apology. Hot. The frozen feet on the ground challenged wildly at this moment, and the hot water droplets falling from the top of the head were simply fatal. Through the monitoring screen, everyone saw this scene and heard the sound at the same time. Nangong Yu's face was filled with a speechless expression. Toru Hagakuri's superpower is that he can be invisible, but he can only hide himself, and has no ability to assimilate invisibility. So Toru Hagakuri was naked from the beginning to the end of this battle. There was also an incident where Ojiro Mashirao guessed that bare feet were the bait. Shoto Todoroki, as a student of Hero Department of Shongying High School, one of the 4 recommenders. Quirks 4, half cold, half hot. His right hand froze and his left hand burned, a terrifying existence whose range and temperature were completely unknown. Good, so strong. Sato Rikido subconsciously clenched his fists, his face full of enthusiasm. Kaminari Denki beside him also swallowed subconsciously. What kind of perverted quirks? It's worthy of being recommended for admission. Asui Suyu also showed a shocked expression. Okay, everyone gathers for the review of the second station. All Might's voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. Only Bakugo Katsuki remained silent, looking at the back of the slowly leaving through the surveillance screen, and Nangong Yu who stood beside him with a calm face. Bakugo Katsuki slowly clenched his palms. Drop. The third stop begins. The criminal team of Shiro Honda and Kirishima Eijiro, against the hero team of Tokiyami Fumikage and Asui Suyu. The hero group won the final victory. The fourth battle. In the end, it was Yayorozu Momo's criminal team that won. Game 5. Game 6. Proceed in order according to the ranking. 21 people, and in the end there was a direct buy, and it turned out that this person was Minoru Mineta, mainly to cheer this guy up. In this actual battle, everyone's quirks showed their unique abilities. Whether the strong or the weak, they all learned how to use their quirks to exert their best combat effectiveness. Whether it is a strategy or an actual battle, this battle is of great significance to everyone. Only one person, Midoriya Izuku, again using quirks in the middle of the fight that he was completely unable to master, ended up with a badly injured arm and came to the recovery girl's office. In the final comment, All Might praised everyone, but finally patted Minoru Mineta on the shoulder. It seems to be a buy, but in fact it lacks a very important experience. On the clearing, everyone gathers here. After some exhortations, All Might suddenly became a little nervous. Looking at the time, Nangong Yu also understood why All Might was so urgent. Today's transformation is only 2.5 hours. Change your clothes, go back to the classroom. Without waiting for everyone to ask questions, All Might immediately waved goodbye to everyone. The next moment, after posing in a running posture, he disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone couldn't open their eyes due to the sudden wind pressure. Although it was a bit strange, it was the first time that everyone felt the specific strength of number 1 hero from the side. Even the wind pressure of a simple run is enough to move everyone. I said I'm fine, just scratch the skin. No, you also need a little bandage. Nangong Yu really couldn't resist Uraraka Ochako in front of him. Although this guy had a soft voice, he was really strong when he was stubborn. In front of the treatment room, Nangong Yu had no choice but to push open the door of the treatment room. The inside was empty, surrounded by various medicines, and there was no doctor here in the seemingly empty environment. Opposite the door is a chair. Uraraka Ochako looked around curiously, and was about to ask. At this time, "Hi, young man, are you injured somewhere?" A voice that sounded a little old came from behind the chair. As the chair turned, the owner of the voice revealed her original appearance. Chapter 57 Advice from the Healing Girl. 8/10. Chapter 57 Advice from the Healing Girl. 8/10. With a head of pale hair, his face looks wrinkled with age, and he is riding a case while wearing glasses. Seeing the scratches on Nangong Yu's face and body, he immediately reacted, "Come here and let me heal you." Good. Although he knew that the person in front of him was the former healing hero, the healing girl, who had her own unique healing method, but Nangong Yu still didn't like being stabbed on the forehead. It's amazing, after the kiss, Nangong Yu clearly felt that some power was sprouting in his body, and the wound also felt a little itchy. In the blink of an eye, the wounds on his body had completely recovered, and not even a single scar could be seen. Turning my head to look, there is a blue hero suit beside the curtain of the bed. The identity of this hero is probably the only one. It's amazing, it's amazing. Uraraka Ochako's eyes lit up, and he immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Grandma." Ahem. Hearing this address, Nangong Yu's saliva stuck in his throat, and the only one who dared to call that was Uraraka Ochako, a girl. In order to prevent the treatment girl from running away, Nangong Yu hurriedly pushed Uraraka Ochako away. "I still have a little internal injury and need to be treated. You go to the classroom first, and I will be there later." "Is it serious?" Uraraka Ochako was stunned for a moment. Nangong Yu smiled awkwardly. "It's not serious." Laugh. The door of the treatment room was closed again in a gust of air. Nangong Yu also walked aside and sat down. "Okay, All Might can come out now." Call. All Might hastily exhaled. The figure of the whole person has returned from the state of hero to the skinny appearance of ordinary people, and he looks a little sluggish. "This is the healing lady." All Might also introduced at the same time. "Although many people know my real identity, but my quirks 1/4. Only the healing girl, the principal, and my mysterious friend, and the secret that only the Green Valley boy knows." As if to tell, All Might casually sat aside. Looking at the uniform that was once worn on his body, now it is like a magnifying board pulled on his body, and All Might seems to have lost his mind. "Of course I know that you, who are at the apex, are not at ease, but as a natural hero, a symbol of peace, really that important?" The healing girl said slowly. Without these supermen, the society would not be evil and depraved. This is the responsibility of those who have this power. All Might looked at his hands, as if looking at this power that has been passed down along the way. Why? After getting the answer, the treatment girl couldn't help but sighed. Then you should learn how to stand on the position of a leader. Yes, for this, All Might nodded hastily. Nangong Yu had already come to the bedside, and Green Valley Izuku on the bed had already fallen into a deep sleep after a short treatment due to severe arm injuries. At this moment, the treatment girl looked over again. This should be what you've been talking about, Nangong Yu. Yes, All Might immediately put on a smile. Hello, Nangong Yu couldn't help saying. Slightly pondering, the treatment girl also nodded lightly. The physique is very strong. Although he is a little young, his strength has reached a terrifying level. I can feel a terrifying quirks in his body. The physique is really strong. Even if there is no with my treatment, he will recover in a short time. Ha ha, in front of the treatment girl, All Might scratched his head like a schoolboy. That's good. Although the treatment girl in front of her has a really good personality. However, as a former student, All Might seems to have gotten used to the atmosphere. Looking at Midoriya Izuku on the bed, after a while of silence. If 1.4.ALL is inherited by Nangong Yu, it will be able to exert a stronger ability. The healing girl looked at Nangong Yu. In front of this power, I'm afraid I also understand the reason for your rejection. A different road, and I like Shanyan Yahei, even if I become the strongest, it's for freedom. Nangong Yu said bluntly, since it's your choice, then take good care of your future. All Might's body is already overwhelmed. The healing girl said from her heart. Okay, Nangong boy, go back to class first, you can't skip class on the first day. Goodbye. Time always flows away inadvertently. The next class is to familiarize yourself with the campus and preview the new textbooks. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. With the departure of Xiaozi Shangda, everyone basically started to move freely. Student Nangong. Hello, I'm Ashido Mina. The pink-skinned girl was the first to run over and introduce herself. Chapter 58 Green Valley Izuku's Messy Persuasion. 9/10. Chapter 58 Green Valley Izuku's Messy Persuasion. 9/10. Clenching his hands into fists, Ashido Mina looked very excited. At this time, the girl with long green hair also came out from behind Ashido Mina. I'm Asui Suyu. I met during the assessment. You can call me Suyu-chan. I'm Sato. The burly Sato Rikido also said seriously. It's just that this face is so fierce that it looks a bit terrifying. I'm Aoyama Yuga, an extremely shining man. The coquettish boy immediately made a yes gesture. I'm Mineta. The little man also jumped up. Master Nangong. I like your comics very much. Hello, I'm Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu also stood up. The enthusiasm of everyone surrounded Nangong Yu in an instant, but in these students, Nangong Yu also felt the long-lost friendship. These students who will get along with each other in the future are also good in such an atmosphere. Shoto Todoroki looked at the sunset outside the window, and couldn't help showing a strange look in his eyes. Behind everyone, Tokiyami Fumikage, who was like a black crow, sat on the table, looking at Nangong Yu who was surrounded by classmates for a while, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his eyes. It's so noisy. After a moment of silence, Tokiyami Fumikage said helplessly. Tread. At this moment, Ida trotted over immediately, danced and said, Tokiyami-kun. The desk is not for you to sit on, come down quickly. It's not such a big deal. Jiro Kyoka said indifferently. Ojiro Mashirao also pointed his finger over, and said with great interest, speaking of which gesture you made. Ida felt that he was going to be defeated, but immediately mustered up the courage to put his left hand on his chest. You guys are so contemptuous of the desks used by the great predecessors, I really can't tolerate this kind of behavior. It's so noisy. Tokiyami Fumikage chose to close his eyes. Seeing Ida so energetic, Nangong Yu couldn't help shaking his head slightly. At the same time, the sliding door of the classroom opened. Uraraka-chan, shall we go out for dinner after school? Kaminari Denki immediately invited. Uraraka Ochako also followed behind. Both of them held a lot of books in their arms. It seemed that they should be things for everyone to learn in the future. Uraraka Ochako hesitated, but suddenly saw Nangong Yu's figure, put down his footsteps and ran over. Student Nangong, is your injury healed? What did that old lady say? Hurt. Is student Nangong injured too? It doesn't look like it at all. A word from Uraraka Ochako has aroused everyone's new focus. Nangong Yu couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth at this old lady, but he still explained without changing his face. It's just a little injury I got before, it's not a problem, it's almost healed. That's good. Uraraka Ochako smiled again. At this time, everyone has persuaded him, but he just left the classroom without saying a word. Yaoyorozu Momo's voice came from outside the door. Then there was the exclamation of Green Valley Izuku. With the sound of running, Green Valley Izuku obviously ran downstairs. After a moment of silence, Nangong Yu also followed out. The sun was setting. On the playground outside, it was reflected a bright red. Bakugo Katsuki, who is wearing ordinary clothes, is carrying a school bag and walking forward step by step with his head down. The single figure looks a little lonely. Xiao Shang. The figure of Green Valley Izuku also appeared in the field of vision, and he ran up at a high speed and shouted to stop Bakugo Katsuki. Looking back indifferently, Izuku was startled by a single look. After swallowing, Izuku mustered up his courage and said, "I think this is the only thing I have to tell you. My quirks are someone else. Give it to me." With another look, Green Valley Izuku was startled again, lowered his head and muttered, "But whoever gave it to me must never say, but although it sounds like a comic plot, it is all true, plus I can't control it well, and it's in a state that hasn't been digested into my own power, so I can only count it as a borrowed quirks." There was a slight change in Bakugo's eyes. Green Valley Izuku continued, "So I thought I could defeat my opponent without that, but all of you are too strong, and I can only use the quirks borrowed from others, but I still can't beat you in the end, so I can only rely on him. I'm not qualified at all right now, so, please don't go. One day I will turn this quirks into my own power, and use my power to defeat you." Green Valley finally plucked up the courage to speak out. Nangong Yu's figure walked out from the tree, and an invisible barrier was spreading from his hands, walking over step by step. What Green Valley Izuku said is true. Chapter 59 Greetings from Gran Torino. 10 out of 10. Chapter 59 Greetings from Gran Torino. 10 out of 10. Looking at the two people calmly, especially Bakugo Katsuki, when you understand that the power he has mastered, if it is spread out, it is enough to make him die without a place to bury him, and you still tell you at this risk, you should clearly, how much weight you have in his heart. Aside, Green Valley Izuku's eyes widened instantly, looking at Nangong Yu, he couldn't believe it. "You, how do you know? Could it be that you?" This sentence made Bakugo Katsuki's pupils shrink slightly, but he still lowered his head and said coldly, "What a mess, borrowed power, and a bunch of inexplicable nonsense. Fool me like this, what exactly are you trying to do?" In this layer of space diaphragm, Nangong Yu heard the sound of Bakugo Katsuki's heartbeat, but he hid it well. Green Valley Izuku still has to talk. Nangong Yu has already taken the lead and said, "Only here you can disturb me openly, and have the opportunity to surpass me. Leave here, sorry, you will never have any chance." Why do you all think that I'm leaving? What borrowed power? Why would you die? Do you really think I'll believe it? Bakugo clenched his hands and began to vent his anger. "Xiaosheng, I want to say." Green Valley Izuku still wants to talk. "Bakugo, boy." All Might's voice came immediately, and under the extreme speed of piercing, Nangong Yu found that the space barrier had been knocked out a hole. Farce ends. After the collision of eyes, Nangong Yu walked towards the classroom. As for the deep Green Valley Izuku, looking at Nangong Yu's back, he finally understood one thing. It turns out that it has always been the legendary, strongest weapon. Just by my side. The day flies by, night falls, and Nangong Yu returns home as usual. Checked out and nothing has changed in the home. Turning on the computer, Machiko still reports the overall news of the manga club as usual, and there will be corresponding items about the sales of manga every day. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. When you open the home page of the news page, you don't even need to search for words like Super Seminary. The home page is almost instantly surrounded by news about this comic. What will happen to the specific direction of the story? Is Changwei and Jay Shaolun in love? Goddess Reina is amazing, the goddess of the nation. It is said that there will be a mysterious big boss coming. Who is that picture drawn by the boy during the release meeting? A horrible painter. Almost all the news comes from the speculation of the public readers, and there are some independent parties. Nangong Yu can't laugh or cry. What Changwei and Jay Shaolun's CP party? What Jay Shaolun and Zhao Xin's CP party? Since the style of painting is gradually crooked, but the sales volume does explain the problem. Scrolling down, a word caught Nangong Yu's attention. The comics that killed the entire sales list 5 years ago are now making a comeback. Does it indicate some kind of news? Who is the mysterious X? Now that we know the situation, we can only know his apprentice. Unknowingly, Nangong Yu propped his head up and flipped through the news. After all, Gran Torino used some means to hide everything about his identity. Regarding all the video materials during the release meeting, except for the dissemination some time ago, there is no news on the internet. However, the Super Seminary comics come back out of the arena, and the identity exposure is only a matter of time. However, before that, the hero firm needs to be established as soon as possible in order to have a complete backup guarantee. Also, it's time for comics to start. In the same pattern, people who are extremely powerful in the field of manga may not necessarily be in the field of animation, the same is true. Interlaced like a mountain. This truth is understood by almost everyone. A new email appeared under the computer, the label of Gran Torino's appearance. Open it casually, and the boyfriend finds out that it is a video email. Nangong boy, do you still remember my old man? If you have something to do, you must come back and look around more. In addition, I have already eliminated your news on the internet for you. I didn't expect you to have a master. I kept your favorite fried fish here, come back and dance with my fish if you have the ability. I have already told Jundian to take good care of you. Seeing this, Nangong Yu couldn't help muttering to himself, that's obviously what you like, okay. I didn't expect you to be so restless when you came to Shongying High School. You made such a big fuss about something as small as the start of the school assessment. I really didn't expect you to grow up one day. Okay, Take care of yourself. Also remember my old man. The video ends with Gran Torino waving goodbye. Although it was only a one-sided video, the corner of Nangong Yu's mouth could not help evoking a smile. Unknowingly, he already regarded Gran Torino and All Might as family members. This kind of bond should be cut no matter where you go. Alright, looking away, Nangong Yu closed the webpage. But at the next moment, the computer automatically restarted, and a new scene appeared on the screen. Host, good evening. Chapter 60 Training Space. 2 Open. Battle of Juxia City. 1/10. Chapter 60 Training Space. 2 Open. Battle of Juxia City. 1/10. Some gentle female voices came. Good evening. Nangong Yu leaned back on the chair slowly, his eyelids drooping slightly. Tell me, what can I do now? Awareness and update. It is recommended that the host open the second training space. The female voice explained, and then asked, is it on? After a moment of silence, Nangong Yu opened his eyes. Open. After the words fell, Nangong Yu immediately felt an invisible force pulling his spirit, and the next moment he had reappeared in the system space. Projection on. The personal information of Nangong Yu is marked in the center. Host. Nangong Yu. Extracting the world. Super Seminary. Comprehensive evaluation. The second generation super soldier. ... As for the left wall, a new super seminary background appeared at this time, and the specific data was displayed again. Opening up the world. Super Seminary. Progress. 40%. Extract. Void undefeated body. 23%. Lightning speed. 21%. God-killing power. 20%. Star control. 5%. Earth power. 10%. Storm power. 20%. Space power. 20%. Quote. Extract items. None. The specific data shows the abilities that have been extracted, and as for the deeper right, there are some black abilities that have not been unlocked. Keisha's sacred body, Morgana's space control, Carl's fear of the void. Nangong Yu tried to move it, and the message appeared immediately. Insufficient awareness. All the abilities are completely black, and the animation has not been unlocked. After 2 attempts, Nangong Yu had no choice but to give up. As for the abilities that have been extracted, they are not marked according to the extraction. Many of them have increased their awareness, but Nangong Yu has no plans to unlock them. The current strength improvement requires a certain level. Only step by step can one fully grasp the power, and the sudden burst of power cannot be controlled by Nangong Yu for a while. For example, Lena's star is annihilated. If one accidentally extracts it completely, when it is used, the entire Earth may disappear. At the same time, the door of the training space appeared on the right wall, and Nangong Yu pushed the door and entered. Click. Coming to this strange space again, Nangong Yu only had endless silver light spots in front of his eyes. It looked like an extremely deep space, and he didn't know how far it was. The Battle of Juxia City begins. The beautiful female voice filled the entire space, and after that, Nangong Yu felt a sense of weightlessness, and a light suddenly came in front of his eyes. Nangong Yu tried to block it with his hand, and there was already a messy fleeing body beside him again. On both sides are high-rise buildings rising from the ground, with various trademarks appearing on them. It is obvious that it was extremely prosperous. It's just that at this moment, countless people are screaming and boiling. He ran away without hesitation. There was a sound in the sky behind. Nangong Yu looked up. It was white gluttonous warships, ringing towards the cross, interlocking with each other. The sky is full of gluttons in spaceships, and they are approaching the surface of the Earth at this moment. At some point, the black wormhole in the sky has opened again, and the demon led by Morgana has revealed himself. Demon wings. The seemingly huge mothership, the devil also drives the spaceship to extend its claws to humans. Rumble. Countless intruders in the sky began to attack, and the building could not resist at all, and large pieces of stone debris began to fall. The stones and debris falling from the sky have already caused a lot of damage on the ground. The cars that once occupied the main means of human transportation, now parked on the side of the road, look like scrap iron. Many cars were smashed into potholes, and even exploded into a ball of sparks under the rocks. Mommy. The weak human child sat helplessly by the side of the road, shaking the woman beside her, who had died for a long time without knowing it. At this moment, the human nature is completely exposed. In order to escape, everyone will do everything they can, no matter the person next to them or anyone can become a pawn. Crunch. There was a sudden vibration from the opposite side, and the army green tank was driving in the original place. It was obvious that the human combat troops had already begun to deploy combat missions. This moment came suddenly, and it was obvious that no one had reacted. The gluttonous warships in the sky have descended to the Earth through the wormhole. Danger. The traffic command police on the road shouted suddenly, and at the same time rushed their legs towards the human child on the side of the road without hesitation. I saw that the huge boulder in the sky was collapsing towards the little girl. The falling speed is extremely fast, and after being attracted by gravity, the terrifying power is enough to be fatal. The demons in the sky seemed to be just trying to cause damage, attacking the surrounding buildings aimlessly everywhere, unlike Dao Tai, who had begun to densely cover the entire sky like bees. The little girl was also frightened by the huge stone above her head at this time, and even forgot to cry. The policemen stared angrily, wanting to tear their eyes apart. Seeing that the stone had already reached the top of the little girl's head, Nangong Yu's figure suddenly appeared beside the little girl under a flash of lightning, and he punched the falling stone from the sky. Boom! The stone was broken into slag, but the little girl was safe and sound. The police also rushed to the scene and were stunned to see the scene in front of them. Nangong Yu, who is completely human, has such terrifying power. Her mother is dead, you are in charge of arranging the evacuation. With a casual command, new ripples appeared behind Nangong Yu, and as he walked backwards, his entire figure had disappeared in place. Chapter 61 Space Shuttle. Changes in the Valley. 2/10. Chapter 61 Space Shuttle. Changes in the Valley. 2/10. Strange Valley. Plop. Nangong Yu looked at the strange place in front of him in a daze, and the deep ripples that were slowly closing. There is no trace of any city here. The space that I realized in a moment just now, but at this moment. Nangong Yu can clearly feel the countless space-time nodes around him, as if these nodes can be used by himself. Wormhole shuttle. Different from micro-wormhole transportation, this is a real shuttle of the body, which can span the latitude of space in an instant and reach any place you want to go. Reach out and touch. What Nangong Yu saw was countless cumbersome information, and the combination of these information just happened to be the apex of a position. Remove the most accurate vertices, and you will reach a blurred area, which is the overall shuttle. Micro-wormhole transportation is just the most accurate vertex transportation. As long as the special information of matter is preserved, it can be taken out immediately through the space ability and then put in later. Calculate. In Super Seminary, whether it is the composition of the divine body or various abilities, calculations are inseparable. The handling of huge space capacity is a complex and precise process. As long as the fighters with the Kamigawa gene in their bodies have the ability to master ordinary micro-wormhole transportation, this small ability seems to have become a currency. Gathering his mind, Nangong Yu looked at the empty place in front of him. Huge boulders blocked the way forward. In this valley, the air is fresh, and birds are singing from time to time. Cities are at war. I don't know why, but I came here after being absent-minded for a moment. Nangong Yu hesitated for a moment, but still stretched out his hands to the stone in front of him. If one wants to master any kind of ability, one must run it countless times, and the same is true for spatial abilities. The moment he touched it, Nangong Yu felt that what he touched was not just a stone, but this object was irregular in shape and composed of countless digital codes. Close your eyes gently, and the information seems to flow into your mind by itself. Opening his eyes again, Nangong Yu tried to use his space ability to open a channel beside him, and then input all the information about the stone just now. Wave. Without any obstruction, an invisible ripple appeared, and the huge stone on the right instantly fell from the ripple. Looking at the stone in front of him, there is also a slowly closing wormhole. I see, Nangong Yu suddenly realized. The space that needs to be opened also requires a special digital code to be entered, and the things to be transported also need to be synchronized, which is equivalent to the docking of one exit to another. Thing. You can carry out space transfer. At this time, boom, a huge roar came from the valley, as if some large-scale equipment collided, and the birds that were so peaceful just now sang to the surroundings. The city has been attacked by demons and gluttons, which is equivalent to launching a certain amount of impact on the earth. Although he didn't know what was in the depths of the valley, Nangong Yu thought he'd better go and have a look. Reaching out to touch the space, this time I am completely familiar with the road. The space I touch is also equivalent to material codes and data, and a powerful flow of information floods into my mind instantly. Touch this entire space, and countless information will be imported at the same time. If you want to go anywhere within a certain range, you only need to enter the corresponding number. Under the perception of space, a huge substance is impacting a certain place in a radius of hundreds of miles. Nangong Yu frowned as he watched the body. Within this range, there is actually a place that I can't understand, which is similar to the barrier formed by myself through the vibrating space. Without thinking too much, Nangong Yu chose a relatively secluded place and opened up the space casually. Wave. The corrugated space channel immediately appeared in front of his eyes, and Nangong Yu stepped into it without any delay. Another place. An obvious barrier appeared in front of his eyes. Teodi looked at the things in front of him. Even if he sent out giant mechs, it would have no effect at all under the bombardment. The demon captain on the side sneered. You gluttonous only have this stuff, and sure enough, the queen said it was a bunch of rubbish. Teodi frowned slightly, and when he heard the demon's ridicule, his anger was instantly ignited. If you have the ability, let your demons try it. I remember that this space barrier is your special skill, and it is just to mock us. Well, go away. The devil who was said to the point is not delaying. 3 of the demons came to the aircraft at the same time, aiming at the barrier in front of them, and immediately fired 3 powerful rays of light. The intense heat instantly made the barrier crumble. Start computing. Analyzing. Analysis complete. In a short period of time, a mechanical sound came from the aircraft at the same time. The snarky demon snorted coldly. Just watch from the sidelines, hot chicken. Teodi was devastated, but there was nothing he could do. Space computing ability is Morgana's forte, and the demon's fleet is also equipped with space computing technology, but Teodi only masters battleship computing like hegemony. Various terrains can be used as powerful weapons. Open. The sound came again from the demon's warship. Wave. At this moment, a gap was silently opened in the barrier that was still incomparably dignified just now. The demon and Teodi flew in almost in sequence. At this time, a cold snort came from within the valley. You dare to act wildly in my old grandson's Wagwo mountain, are you really impatient? Chapter 62 in the valley. Sun Wukong appears. 3/10. Chapter 62 in the valley. Sun Wukong appears. 3/10. Suddenly, a sneer came from the valley. This moment, whether it's Teodi or the devil, they immediately panicked. I found a monkey. I asked for reinforcements. Captain Teodi immediately took out his communicator and sent out his call without hesitation. Received. Reinforcement will arrive immediately. Report specific geographical information. On the other side, the demon's speed is not slow, but compared to Teodi, its actions are much more subtle. Captain Otto, Sun Wukong has been found, whether to implement Plan A. The communication doc was silent for a while and said, implement Plan A, see if the monkey is like the one in the fairy tale, and retreat immediately if the data is found, otherwise you will not be enough for him to fight. Yes, the demon immediately nodded respectfully. Pat, Nangong Yu landed steadily behind the tree trunk, and at the same time, he could see the situation in front of him clearly. In the valley, a large number of gluttons and demons emerged here, almost all of them were holding heavy weapons, and there were several taller humanoid mechas behind them. Seeing the black weapon in the demon's hand clearly, Nangong Yu couldn't help frowning. This kind of heavy weapon is also known as killing the gods. It is a weapon made entirely for the purpose of killing the divine body. Once fired, it will cause irreparable damage to the body. The original way of this weapon was developed by Morgana in order to deal with the extremely tough angels. But I didn't expect that on the earth, the existence of God was created in the Super Seminary in a short period of time. What's more, the Monkey King from the fairy tales also suddenly appeared in this real world, and caused a lot of trouble for Teodi. After fighting again and again, the earth does not suffer much loss. On the contrary, Teodi experienced wave after wave of shocks, resulting in countless casualties. However, the devil did not capture the specific news about Monkey King, and found a trace of Monkey King not long ago. Tracking this far now, Captain, do you want to activate Shenshinwu? The little soldier holding Shenshinwu at the side asked. The captain gritted his teeth. Open it. Although our team only has 2 god-killing bullets, Captain Otto specially equipped us with a lightning halberd, more powerful. While speaking, his eyes firmly fixed on the box next to him. Yes, the devil soldier didn't delay anymore, and immediately installed something like a black bullet into the Shenshinwu in his hand. On the side of Teodi, there is also a giant battleship of Teodi, which is of course much smaller than the mother ship. Nangong Yu hastily spread a space barrier beside him. Using the method of rapidly shaking the space, he can effectively hide his figure and voice, although he doesn't know how powerful the Teodi battleship technology is. However, looking at the Shenshinwu in front of him and the lightning halberd in the box, Nangong Yu was really jealous. Since you are here, don't even think about leaving unharmed. There was another cry of astonishment, and a very dazed figure flew towards here, and Nangong Yu finally saw the figure of the person in front of him clearly. Clang! The golden cudgel fell to the ground, and Monkey King stood proudly in front of everyone, and immediately opened his golden eyes. She is covered with monkey hair, but her sharp eyes are emitting a cold light, and the pheasant feathers on her head are exactly the same as the great sage in the fairy tales. Are you just here, you little bastards? Give your grandpa a stick. While speaking, the golden cudgel immediately stretched out, striking the demon and gluttonous camps without any expectation. Chapter 63 The loot is in hand. 4/10. Chapter 63 The loot is in hand. 4/10. Looking at the weapon in Sun Wukong's hand, Nangong Yu's own analysis immediately appeared in his mind. Dark matter alloy rod, an existence equivalent to the dark matter alloy armor, is also a weapon developed by the Super Seminary for Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong's piercing eyes. It should have the function of dark matter energy scanning. Boom! The instantly extended golden cudgel made everyone unable to react, and instantly smashed into pieces. Under Sun Wukong's huge Rikido, many Teodi were killed on the spot, and the alloy armor on their bodies was smashed to pieces. Not good. The demon also suffered a lot of battle damage. The demon captain immediately commanded, "Analyze Monkey King for me, hurry up." The 3 spaceships behind him took off at the same time, and under the powerful computing power, a ray of light shrouded Monkey King. Sun Wukong snorted coldly. I really thought you would rush to attack my Wagwo mountain with your little technology. Since you are impatient to live, then Grandpa Dasheng will send you to see the King of Hades. Ha! With a roar, Sun Wukong was instantly paralyzed, jumping and rushing towards all the villains in front of him. Unable to analyze. Unable to analyze. The demon spacecraft uploaded a sound that made all the demons despair. Countless Monkey Kings on the opposite side had rushed over, and no one under the stick could resist, and they would either die or be injured when they shot. Retreat. Retreat. The devil captain was not very stable at the beginning, and his heart completely collapsed at this moment. The little devil at the side took out Shishinwu without hesitation and pulled the trigger. Boom! The black cannonball was fired from the barrel immediately, and Sun Wukong also noticed it. While turning around and spinning, the dark matter alloy rod in his hand also hit the black cannonball. Bang! Under the collision, the dark matter alloy rods were damaged and some cracks appeared. The demons on the opposite side climbed onto the spaceship one by one without delay. Run! Sun Wukong let out a cold snort, and threw out the golden cudgel again. At the same time as the golden cudgel became, a spaceship had turned into a ball of flames and exploded in the air. Sun Wukong withdrew his gaze, turned to look at Teodi scattered in front of him, and followed him away. When the time was right, Nangong Yu didn't delay any longer, and first activated the space ability, and ripples appeared beside him, and Nangong Yu jumped in without hesitation. Then, he stretched out his hand again and began to input all the information of the spaceship that carried the lightning halberd and killing Shenwu just now. Wave. The next moment, 2 space wormholes immediately appeared in front of my eyes. The spaceship appeared here without any warning. This, not good. The 2 demons who escaped just now saw the familiar canyon again, their faces changed slightly, and the next moment, the soil layer on the ground instantly surrounded them. Then, a flash of yellow lightning rushed over. Lightning bloomed in his eyes, and Nangong Yu's speed increased to the extreme. The veins on the arm supported by the god-killing power bulged, and 2 fists hit the Teodi's head in front of him at extreme speed. With 2 muffled sounds, Nangong Yu casually threw away the corpses of the 2 Teodi, picked up the Shenwu in one hand, looked for it, and found a bullet of Shenwu. Just, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and Nangong Yu then opened the lightning halberd box in front of him, which contained a special weapon. In the halberd, there was actually a blue electric light flashing, as if it was saturated, and it was generally trapped in the halberd. Holding it in my hand, the weapon weighed heavily. The smile on Nangong Yu's face grew wider. Not bad. Chapter 64 Humanity's Turnaround. 5/10. Chapter 64 Humanity's Turnaround. 5/10. Withdrawing his gaze, Nangong Yu glanced at the valley in front of him, and then opened the space wormhole. Come on. Attack with all your strength. Repel these miscellaneous shapes. Give me cover from the heavy artillery battalion. With every roar, what is displayed is the military spirit of a country. The originally vast city, under the conditional terrain, is now full of tanks, and countless soldiers are galloping away. Soldiers in dark green military uniforms hold guns one by one. There was a mess on the ground, and flames ignited around it, and there was a corpse not far away. The once safest environment has turned into what it is now. Fortunately, the surviving humans have been evacuated. The heavy artillery battalion is ready. The voice came from beside the tank. Shoot these aliens for me. The commander-in-chief roared angrily. I don't care if these things are demons or so-called gluttons. Super soldiers are working hard on the front lines, and our ground troops can't fall behind. If you dare to invade our country, you will die without a place to die. Fire. Yes. Boom boom boom. The human tank fired a soul-stirring heavy cannonball, and the shell immediately flew towards the Teodi that was destroying the city. Boom. The continuous explosion of flames on the ground is enough to see that human beings have used their most terrifying firepower. Under the cover of this firepower, Teodi also suffered casualties, but compared with the human ground troops, the losses were still relatively small. After a round of bombing, the Teodi on the opposite side immediately reacted. Countless Teodi wearing silver-white armors rushed over immediately, and all kinds of weapons in their hands began to fire. Humans also fought fiercely, but they were not worth mentioning in comparison. What to do, Chief? The soldier's anxiety was like adding fuel to the fire. The commander also frowned slightly. This place belongs to an important central area, so you can't take a step back. However, the aliens' offensive is too fierce, and they can't just watch all the soldiers die. Retreat, Chief. The subordinate on the side shouted hastily. I can't quit the chief. I will swear to protect this area. There are thousands of ordinary people behind me. We can't let them be buried in the sea of fire. The battalion commander of the heavy artillery battalion was about to burst into tears. Humans, pay the price for your arrogance yourself. At this moment, Teodi's voice spread from a distance, and all kinds of firepower instantly covered the human positions intensively. Watching the commander beside him fall in a pool of blood, the commander once again fell into a dilemma. I found you. Teodi insisted on rushing here under heavy casualties, carrying the human artillery fire. The two sides met, and the distance was no more than 30 meters. At this distance, human beings will cause a large number of casualties in an instant, and the arrow must be fired. Under the situation of imminent triggering, pop magnetic, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared in the Teodi camp, and a dozen soldiers were instantly turned into flying ash, but it seemed to be just a signal. Rumble. Under the earthquake, all the Teodi were surrounded to form a layer of soil. Pop magnetic. Pop magnetic. The lightning flashed continuously, and the gluttonous camp, which was still invincible just now, was immediately defeated. The turning point is just around the corner, and the commander pushed the boat forward. The firepower is overwhelmed, let me FK them. Under the final victory, Nangong Yu stepped into the wormhole again, and the lightning halberd in his hand also dimmed a bit, but it didn't matter. Because, Nangong Yu sensed most of the existences with special abilities. Chapter 65. The Power of Killing Gods. So scary. 6/10. Chapter 65. The Power of Killing Gods. So scary. 6/10. Demon Wings. The battle has already begun, and everything is still going according to plan. Demon Atuo said respectfully. Morgana nodded lightly. Catch them for me, Brother Thornton. You go to deal with Big D. You need to use supernatural power to deal with God. Okay, I'll go now. The big crocodile walked towards the wormhole space in front of him holding his axe. In a strange cave. I beg you, kill me. Waylon's leg was seriously injured, Even if the bleeding was stopped at this time, she couldn't move freely. Looking at Rui Mengmeng in front of her, Wayland begged. Impossible. Rui Mengmeng gritted her teeth tightly. I'll guard the entrance of the cave. I'm a divine body, what will they do to me for a while? Lu Chuang sighed silently, and then he was about to walk towards the only entrance of the cave. At this time, Zizi, after the sound of electricity, Morgana's voice came. Brother D, you are a god, you have the right to enjoy an endless lifespan, now is the time to turn from darkness to light, I can satisfy any request you have. That's good, Lu Chuang sneered, put the axe beside him, and sat down at the entrance of the cave. Rui Mengmeng and Wei Lan also heard this conversation, and their expressions were startled at the same time. Brother D, you have to know that you are the god of war in Nuoxing. Agree to my request, at least you don't have to die in this battle. No, I'm not finished yet, Lu Chuang interrupted Morgana without hesitation. First of all, I want to tell you that I have a name called Great Wall No. 1. As for the Nuoxing god of war you are talking about, I don't know it. If you want to disturb the morale of the army, then I can tell you, go away. Big D, roll, Lu Chuang shouted without hesitation. I will not give up on my comrade in arms. If you have the ability, let me lead your grandfather to death. ... At the same time, Thornton also appeared near the cave, moved his nose and assumed an attacking posture, and Lu Chuang also stood up. Looking at the big crocodile, Lu Chuang subconsciously clenched his axe tightly. Come as soon as you say it, bah, ha. Thornton on the opposite side also jumped up with a shout. Just as Lu Chuang was about to pick up his axe, he saw a flash of lightning in the sky suddenly strike. Click. Thornton's sharp blade broke instantly under the thunder, and the outer layer of fur on his body was already scorched black, and Thornton let out a strange cry. When Morgana saw the scene in front of her, she was furious. Who the hell fired the electricity? Let me check. Lu Chuang looked up, just in time to see Nangong Yu jumping down from the sky. Hey, it's you. Lu Chuang was taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly realized. Nangong Yu didn't speak, but raised the lightning halberd in his hand and pointed it at the crocodile in front of him again. If you don't want to die, get out, or you can try. No, I admit defeat. Thornton immediately faltered, and ripples appeared behind him at the same time, and Thornton quickly ran in. Morgana didn't know Nangong Yu, but she was very aware of the lightning halberd in Nangong Yu's hand. At this moment, there was a crackling sound, and the scene stopped abruptly. What's going on? Morgana instantly became very annoyed. Someone may be jamming our signal. ... In place. Just as Lu Chuang was about to speak, Nangong Yu interrupted casually. I have limited time, try to attach your god-killing power to the weapon and release it, just like I did just now. I reached out and touched Lu Chuang, the information was intercepted, it was over. Nangong Yu went into the wormhole again. Countdown. 10 minutes. At this moment, a gentle female voice belonging to the system suddenly appeared in the sky. Chapter 66 Simplify the Complexity. The Resonance of the Power of Space. 7/10. Chapter 66 Simplify Complexity. The Resonance of the Power of Space. 7/10. Everything I experience here is training. It is also the scene experienced in the comic, Super Seminary. Nangong Yu is very clear that in this space, there is a countdown to this kind of training. However, I didn't expect it was only 10 minutes. Gathering his mind, Nangong Yu closed his eyes and felt the trembling of the earth with his heart. Unleashed with great force, Nangong Yu felt the feedback from the ground under his feet, not only clearly conveying the direction. Feedback, the god pit that was bombed on the earth, the land reclaimed by humans, the place that was blasted to the ground with countless explosives. Layers of soil, rocks. Nangong Yu didn't find out. The ground around him seemed to be responding, the soil layer was leaping, and countless dust appeared on the ground, but beside Nangong Yu, he couldn't move an inch. Spatial perception is on at the same time. The response from the surrounding earth gradually calmed down, but within this short period of time, Nangong Yu had already felt the response from another portion of the earth's power, and there was another existence with space ability. Opening his eyes, Nangong Yu walked into the wormhole in front of him without hesitation. This is the first time that the power of two different attribute forms is used at the same time, but the effect is very good. The mutual response makes the individual power more than doubled. Moreover, in the place where the earth is all over the country, the power of the earth is completely a form of creation. Time is urgent, and it is too late to communicate with Reina now. ... The chief culprit in this war is Demon Queen Morgana, although I don't know what the latter's purpose is, but the devil attacked the Great Strait. At that moment, everything was simply irresistible. Killing Shenwu passed through Dusao's temple. Death made everything icy cold, and Reina was caught and bombarded with flares. In an instant, the Great Strait was blown to pieces. The communication between the super soldiers is cut off, all the super soldiers don't know where they are walking now. Communications of the ground forces were destroyed. During this period of time, what Cheng Wei can do is to stand firm above the North Star. Whoosh, the sharp dagger slashed across a demon's head again. Just as Cheng Wei was about to return to the ground, another powerful sense of space came over. Cheng Wei almost cheered up, because only demons can master such power, and she is the only one who has the ability to feel space on Earth. However, this power is not malicious, and conveys its own name very purely. Nangong Yu. Moreover, there were corresponding changes on the ground. Cheng Wei didn't dare to imagine that this was the power of the earth, but Cheng Yaowen had used such power before. In order to restrain Lena in front of everyone, it was like changing the world. Back on the ground, Cheng Wei found a familiar wormhole beside her, and she held her sharpest weapon in her hands without hesitation. Call. Wearing a skirt this time is very far away, even if Nangong Yu can clearly feel the loss of strength in his body, he can wear a skirt like this twice at most. It's you. Seeing Nangong Yu's appearance clearly, Cheng Wei spoke out suddenly, and her eyes revealed an inconceivable look. After all, the last time they met, Nangong Yu was just a stronger fighter. There is no Nangong Yu in all the records, but he undoubtedly contributed to the victory of the war. I glanced at the sky. There was a countdown marked in the sky that no one could see. Nangong Yu didn't delay anymore, and said bluntly, "Come with me to activate the space ability and find Morgana's body. I don't have much time, only one bullet." Quote, "You are." Hearing this, Cheng Wei suddenly widened her eyes. "Yes, simplify it," Nangong Yu said with a serious face, and then stretched out his hand without hesitation to activate his largest space perception so far. Morgana's most powerful ability is also the space ability. It can be said that Rose's gene is Morgana's best creation. However, now that the war had completely started at this moment, Nangong Yu didn't have much time to delay. Cheng Wei followed suit, and also displayed the most powerful sense of space so far. In just a second, Cheng Wei's eyes turned into shock. The spatial abilities used by the two resonated, intertwined and entangled, expanding with countless times of abilities in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Nangong Yu launched the most powerful power of the earth. The ground trembled, and the space ability expanded again, like countless silver snakes flying out of the ground, jumping crazily to all the corners of the ground. Under this insane space perception ability, Cheng Wei can perceive anything she wants to perceive. Where are the teammates on the ground? What is the situation of all the super fighters? And then, perception soared. In an instant, he was frozen in a strange place. Demon wings. I found it. Cheng Wei suddenly opened her eyes, and at the same time, she could start to calculate the space crazily and open the wormhole. On the wings of the demon far away from Tianya, Morgana also felt a surge of energy crazily pouring in, and Morgana's complexion changed slightly. After living for more than 30,000 years, this is the first time I feel this kind of terrifying early-stage ability. She walked towards the main ship of demon wings without hesitation, and even reached out to activate the space ability, but immediately there was a pile of dust to make the space ability effective. Morgana's complexion changed wildly, and a wormhole appeared in the next second. A black bullet magnified infinitely in the pupil. Chapter 67 Training is over. Back to everyday. 8/10. Chapter 67 The training is over. Back to everyday. 8/10. Everything is like a stream of water, covering infinitely in the eyes, and finally disappears completely. Returning to this silver space again, Nangong Yu couldn't help feeling more sad. Under the final countdown, everything seemed to disappear. Nangong Yu couldn't even tell whether everything that happened in the training space was real or not. Taking a deep look at the silver space in front of him, Nangong Yu pushed open the thick door and walked out of the room. Comprehensive evaluation. Simplify the complexity, end the battle in the shortest time, and master all the abilities that need to be used. Congratulations to the host's strength once again, explained the beautiful female voice. Following this, the information on the wall has also undergone new changes. Extraction rate increased. Void undefeated body, 23% right pointing arrow 25%. Lightning power, 21% right pointing arrow 25%. God killing power, 20% right pointing arrow 25%. Spatial ability, 20% right pointing arrow 25%. Stellar communication, 5%. The power of the earth, 10% right pointing arrow 20%. Power of the storm, 20%. There are not many subtle changes, but Nangong Yu can clearly feel how much his ability has been strengthened by slightly clenching his fists. New information also appeared in the item column. Extractable. Lightning Halberd ×1, Killing God Spear ×1. Two items appeared behind the wall with the Super Seminary as the background. The entire wall became transparent, and the two items appeared on the wall at the same time. It looks lifelike, even the lightning jumping inside the lightning halberd seems to be alive. Nangong Yu touched his chin, and his heart moved. Extract. When I stretched out my hand, there was a heavy weight in my hand. Naturally it was the weapon lightning halberd that I used just now. The flashing lightning in the lightning halberd was a little dim compared to the beginning, but it was a little stronger after it was released just now. Looks like it can recharge automatically. Nangong Yu smiled. With a heartbeat again, the lightning halberd had reappeared in the wall, and he took out the god-killing spear beside him. Nangong Yu took a look and found that he seemed to have forgotten an important question. There is only a god-killing gun, but no god-killing bullets. Embarrassed, I put it back again. After watching the data change again, Nangong Yu looked away. Quit. Thinking silently in his heart, Nangong Yu clearly felt that his consciousness was being pulled. The next moment, the whole person returned to his body as if falling, still maintaining the posture of leaning his hands behind his head. It's just that the perception that follows is as surging as the earth, and on this earth, I seem to be the only master. And, spatial capabilities are almost at your fingertips. Just a simple glance, the specific data of all the items in front of me are completely reflected in my mind. Moving with a wave, the apple on the table appeared in the palm of his hand. With another wave, the apple returned to the table, as if nothing had happened. The night is getting dark outside the window. A new email appears on the computer. Hero firm, the acquisition was successful. Machiko's report came as it was. Nangong Yu thought about it, and still sent an early rest, but Machazi responded with a smile immediately. ... Strong woman. These 3 words subconsciously appeared in Nangong Yu's mind. Now that Super Seminary is on the market, it has been serialized until the war between angels and demons begins, and the figure of the Holy Keisha is about to appear. Compared with the popularity on the internet, I'm afraid this is another confrontation between goddesses. As for the progress of the story, after hesitating for a while, Nangong Yu opened the drawing board. Finally set the pattern. God and God. ... As the new day came, Nangong Yu walked to school on time. But for some reason, a large number of uninvited guests appeared at the school gate today. Crayon click. Countless cameras were filming passing classmates at the same time. Unfortunately, Uraraka Ochako was surrounded. He had a somewhat soft personality, and he didn't know how to get out for a while. Excuse me, can you describe what All Might looks like? The reporter immediately asked his question, and the microphone pointed to Uraraka Ochako. Look, like. As soon as he mentioned All Might, Uraraka Ochako subconsciously made a fitness movement and said, that, the muscles all over the body bulge. ... May I ask All Might to work in Shongying, how do you feel? This time it was Ida's turn. This guy with a sense of justice immediately straightened his face. This made me realize more clearly that I am studying in this top school. Needless to say, his majesty and style, in addition there is a humorous side too. We students see many of his styles a lot, so this is definitely something for us to learn straight away. Although I said a lot, I didn't get to the point at all. All the reporters were stunned for a moment. Bakugo Katsuki also came to the school at the same time, and the female reporter chased after him without hesitation. Excuse me, when you were in Shongying High School, you were the one in the mud incident. Shut up. Bakugo Katsuki was not in a good mood at first, but the anger in his heart rose when he heard this. ... Is he really a teacher in Shongying? I'm his loyal idol, can you ask him for an autograph for me? With all kinds of questions, Shangtai Xiao's finally came out. He doesn't go to work today, you will hinder the class, please go back. Although I don't know where these reporters heard these rumors, it is really annoying. We'd love to have a direct interview with All Might himself. The reporters were still chasing after her, and the female reporter who was at the front swallowed her saliva and bravely approached the school gate. Drop. Under the red scan, all the surrounding organs were opened in an instant. Rumble. The extremely tall school walls were completely put on alert at this moment. Nangong Yu looked helpless from a distance, but this farce ended here. Chapter 68 Hot Topic. Choose a study committee member. 8/10. Chapter 68 Hot Topic. Choose a study committee member. 8/10. After trying to open the space channel, densely packed space nodes immediately appeared in his mind. Without hesitation, Nangong Yu stretched out his hand and entered the relative numerical coordinates. The next moment, ripples appeared in front of his eyes. Nangong Yu was overjoyed, he did not expect to succeed just once. Lift your leg and step in. When it reappeared, it had already come to a secret corridor. It was precisely this kind of place where no one was around. After tidying up his clothes, Nangong Yu walked to the classroom. The space shuttle ability is now well known, but this ability cannot be exposed to the outside world at all. There are very few quirks in the space system. In this world full of quirks, most of the quirks are just ordinary quirks. Among them, the more powerful, 493, is the amplifier quirks, and the powerful booster quirks have created many Superman-like existences. By all guesses, All Might's quirks are the boosters. Become a hero without any deeds, step by step, and become the #1 hero of the whole people. This is why many people envy the amplifier quirks. Of course, this is only my own ability, not quirks. First grade Class A, click. Pushing open the door of the classroom, it seems that Yin's family is not very peaceful. The news of All Might's appointment as teacher Shongying shocked the whole country, and the media flocked to it in the past few days, causing a great sensation. Everyone has heard about it. It's really annoying. You don't know how many reporters there are at the school gate. Kirishima Eijiro looked unhappy. This is a guy with a relatively hot temper, so naturally he can't stand interviews like discs. Minoru Mineta waved his hand. Well, you're pretty good. I'm completely surrounded. I can't walk at all. I can only answer their questions. I seem to have seen Uraraka-chan just now. Are you surrounded too? Brush. For a moment, everyone's eyes could be seen. It's okay. Uraraka Ochako blushed and said timidly. Suddenly, just as Nangong Yu pushed open the door, Uraraka Ochako looked up immediately. Student Nangong, you're only here now. Did you meet any reporters on the way? No. Nangong Yu blushed and said without heartbeat, but isn't this what you will often experience in the future? After becoming a hero, you will face various interviews, and you must work hard to adapt to this environment. Yes. Having said that, everyone's helpless expressions immediately regained their vitality. As for the fact that everyone didn't notice, when it came to reporters, Bakugo Katsuki, who had been sitting in his seat all the time, had a strangely indifferent expression on his face. The silt incident at night brought back the memories of that time. At this time, Shangtai Xiao's, who was still looking extremely messy, pushed the door open, and then walked up to the podium. Everyone, go back to your seats and stop making noise. In less than 10 seconds, Shanghai Xiaos looked at the neatly seated people in the audience. Forget about what happened to the reporter this morning, let's go back to normal. Quote. Yesterday, the battle training was hard for you. I have seen the VPR and the results. Bakugo, don't act like a child in the future. Because you have a lot of ability. Shota Sakuzawa took the lead in looking at Bakugo Katsuki, and criticized the angrily leaving school yesterday. I see. Bakugo Katsuki's expression became much calmer. Green Valley. Speaking of this name, Shota Xiaos had a helpless expression on his face. Is it the end of breaking an arm again this time? Don't be unable to control quirks all the time, so there is no way to do it. Use it as an excuse. This will not get past me. Close. I don't like to say the same thing over and over again. If you can overcome this, you can do a lot of things. Hurry up. Green Valley. Criticism is mixed with motivation. Green Valley Izuku immediately showed a more energetic look, and immediately nodded seriously. Yes. Also, yesterday's hero basic class, Nangong Yu. You have the ability to end battles in a very short period of time. Although I found that you have some intentions to train your classmates, you still need to pay attention to knowing how to use your own strength. Xiaozi Shang's last comment came. Good. Nangong Yu smiled lightly. This is not a criticism at all. Alright. Xiaozi's calm voice interrupted everyone's thinking, and then continued. Let's get into the topic of today's class meeting. Sorry, there are some places, but today I want to invite you. Is it the battle session again? Almost everyone felt tense at the same time. Because of Xiaozi Shang's words, every time there is a battle, the experience in this school is only a few days, but the battle occupies most of everyone's courses. Xiaozi Shang made a final decision. Decide on the candidates for the study committee. Finally a normal class task. Everyone was almost relieved at this moment, and their expressions relaxed from the tension. I want to be the monitor. Let me come. Kirishima Eijiro was the first to stand up from her seat, with high morale and her hands raised high in the air. Me too. Kaminari Denki also showed interest and raised his right hand. Jiro Kyoka raised his hand for the first time. I want to be too. At this moment, everyone's enthusiasm was mobilized. The position of Yuga is arranged for me. Aoyama Yuga immediately intervened, and his attitude was very Yuga's. Ashido Mina is also extremely excited. I want to be a leader. My campaign slogan is 30 centimeters above the knees of all girls. 3.1. Minoru Mineta immediately stood on the stool, and the little man seemed equally anxious. Let me come. Me. Even Bakugo Katsuki, who usually doesn't care much about these topics, has fire in his eyes. The classroom, which was still extremely quiet just now, completely boiled at this moment. Nangong Yu couldn't help being infected with a little smile. From the point of view of the general department, the squad leader is just a miscellaneous job, and the scene should not be so hot. But in the hero department, it is a responsibility to lead the group. A position that can lay the foundation for becoming a top hero in the future. Quiet. Ida's voice suddenly overwhelmed everyone. Chapter 69 Voting Competition. 9/10. Chapter 69 Voting Competition. 9/10. For a moment, everyone's eyes were on him at the same time. Ida looked at everyone with a serious expression. This is a job with great responsibilities to lead everyone. You can't just take it if you want to. You must be trusted by witnesses before you can take the job. If you want to follow democracy, let everyone present. I will elect the real leader together with all of you, and I think this proposal should be decided by voting. The eyes are full of seriousness, but Ida is the first to raise her hand. Don't you raise your hands very high yourself. Everyone was speechless. We haven't known each other for a long time. Under such circumstances, voting is not advisable. Asui Suyu immediately pointed out the problem. Kirishima Eijiro also said helplessly, so everyone will definitely vote for me. This method will not work. FFLX. Ida clenched his fists. Under this situation, the person who can get the votes is the one who is truly worthy of the position, isn't it? The next moment, Ida looked at Sasawa Soda and said, Teacher, what do you think? However, Shanga Xiao's on the opposite side has already completely wrapped himself in the sleeping bag. Please zip up the sleeping bag. Squeak. You look at the decision, anyway, before this class is over. After speaking, he immediately lay down on the ground, closed his eyes and fell asleep immediately. Voting begins. Everyone was busy and nervous, one by one carefully covering their tickets. Generally speaking, these classmates were just children before. Relive your high school life. Nangong Yu shook his head in disbelief, and then wrote Yaoyorozu Momo's name on the paper. In the overall situation of the class, no one is more suitable to be an analyst than Yaoyorozu Momo. After all, powerful analysis ability, and overall, surpassed everyone's perception. When learning the basics of hero, Yaoyorozu Momo's analytical ability moved almost everyone. He perfectly summarized the strengths and weaknesses of everyone, and summed up a series of reaction conditions that need to be made during battle. This point shocked All Might. Who are you writing? Show me. Minoru Mineta tugged Kaminari Denki's arm dishonestly. Do not show you. Kaminari Denki covered the written note and immediately refused. Bakugo Katsuki, who has always been carefree, fell into a dilemma for a while, hesitated for a while, gritted his teeth, and wrote down the candidate in his heart on a piece of paper. Others were also motivated by curiosity. Show me who you wrote about. In the sound of boiling. Ida had already stood on the podium and knocked on the podium, and everyone's noise stopped. After writing the voting results on the blackboard, Yaoyorozu Momo assisted. Things Uraraka Miko started collecting. Ida, 1 ticket. Ida began to read. Yaoyorozu Momo on the side indicates the number of votes written in orthographic. Jiro Kyoka, 1 vote. Nangong Yu, 1 vote. During the final reading, the name of Yaoyorozu Momo expressed in orthographic characters on the right side of the blackboard is now recorded. Okay, let's see the last vote at this time. Ida pushed his eyes. Blackboard. Nangong Yu's name appeared on the right side of the orthographic 4 pictures, which shocked everyone with the most votes. Taking out the last ticket, Ida's expression changed slightly, this. But then I took the initiative to submit it to Yaoyorozu Momo. Yaoyorozu Momo took it casually, hesitated for a moment, and added a sum after his own name. At this time, Yaoyorozu Momo and Nangong Yu have reached 4 votes, which seems to be evenly matched. There are 4 people supporting it. Kaminari Denki was slightly taken aback. Minoru Mineta looked mournful. Why not me? Student Nangong has 4 votes, and classmate Yaoyorozu Momo has 4 votes. How to judge this? Uraraka Ochako's eyes widened, not knowing what was going on in his mind. I think Nangong Yu is the strongest. Nangong Yu be our monitor. Jiro Kyoka looked at Shoji Mezo beside him. The latter immediately made a mouth and nose. I think Yaoyorozu Momo is better. The analysis is the most in place. Shoto Todoroki, what do you think? Ashido Mina looked at the silent boy beside him. Anything is fine, Shoto Todoroki said with a slightly casual expression. Podium. Then, just Nangong. Yaoyorozu Momo hesitated for a while and was about to speak. Nangong Yu stood up and walked towards the podium at the same time. Now that there is a disagreement, I can only say that the students in the class are too awesome. Nangong Yu only guessed that he got 2 votes. As for the other 2 votes, he didn't know where they came from. As a monitor, do you want to exist as the mind of the whole class? Nangong Yu looked at everyone. Regardless of whether you are in this position or not, everyone must understand that at critical moments, what the squad leader has to do is not just order. What the squad leader needs to think about is completely beyond what ordinary people can think of. With all due respect, I voted for Yaoyorozu Momo, because I can calmly analyze all the advantages and disadvantages, and can keep the calmest mind at all times. I approve of Yaoyorozu Momo. Squad leader. Sure enough, I thought it was too simple. By Wang Qian. Thinking about it this way, I'm really not suitable to be the squad leader. Being a squad leader is too difficult, let other people worry about it. Nangong Yu's words immediately aroused everyone's reflections. Student Nangong. Yaoyorozu Momo blushed unconsciously when she heard Nangong Yu's words. Then, Yaoyorozu Momo will be our future monitor, and Nangong will be our deputy monitor. Shanta Xiao's finally got out of his sleeping bag. It's just that this face is sleepy, and it still looks like he hasn't woken up. Good. Everyone also happily agreed. The result is pretty good. Asui Suyu smiled. Uraraka Ochako also clenched his fists. The strongest strength in the class, and the smartest mind, we will become stronger and stronger. Chapter 70 First Meeting with Sigang Muhong. 10 out of 10. Chapter 70 The First Meeting with Sigang Muhong. 10 out of 10. Lunch Canteen. There were 2 people at a table, and Yaoyorozu Momo immediately showed surprise when he saw the crowd surrounding the cafeteria. Too many people. Because in addition to the hero department, students from the support department and the management department are also gathered here. Nangong Yu explained casually that, after eating 2 bites of food, Yaoyorozu Momo was a little embarrassed to say, actually, on the ballot, it should be that you become the squad leader. The most important vote, I gave it to myself, and you gave it to me. No effect. Nangong Yu smiled faintly. When the election ended just now, Yaoyorozu Momo made an invitation, and Nangong Yu did not refuse. As for the place to eat, Yaoyorozu Momo did not expect Nangong Yu to bring him to the cafeteria. Unexpectedly, the food in the cafeteria was really delicious. I hope our squad leader can lead everyone at the most critical moment. After all, being a team is very tiring. In contrast, I like freedom. Nangong Yu wiped his mouth and took it casually, pick up the plate and put it aside. This can be regarded as a small and subtle 923 habit. I will work hard. With the rice in the spoon in his hand, Yaoyorozu Momo immediately looked up with a determined look. Eye contact. The atmosphere was a bit dignified. Nangong Yu quickly found out. I believe in you. That, classmate Nangong. Yaoyorozu Momo was just about to ask something. At this moment, jingle bell. As a warning, the bell rang suddenly, resounding through the entire cafeteria in an instant. The ringing of the bell meant that the school had been warned by some kind of unknown invasion, and the cafeteria, which had been noisy for a while, immediately broke out in riots. Run away. There are not only hero students in the cafeteria. When did the general students experience such a thing? They immediately panicked, and many students rushed to the only safe passage. There was a lot of movement, and with the alarm bells ringing, all the students frantically rushed towards the safe passage, and the crowd was instantly blocked. What happened? Yaoyorozu Momo stood up instantly. Nangong Yu's complexion changed, and he activated the power of the earth, cooperating with the space ability. A large number of people seemed to emerge in the school, and, under the perception, a special figure appeared in his mind, and Nangong Yu's expression changed slightly. Dead handle wooden hanger, you go and calm down here, clear the safe passage, I still have some urgent matters. Nangong Yu said something casually, propped up on the table and jumped into the corridor. The eyes flashed with lightning, and the whole person turned into lightning and disappeared in place. As for Yaoyorozu Momo, watching Nangong Yu leave in a hurry, he clenched his fists subconsciously, and then walked towards the crowd that was already too crowded to move. Tick, tick, the police appeared at the school gate, and a large number of armed policemen walked into the campus, facing countless reporters frantically filming all the subjects around them. Shangdiang High School is the most famous school in the hero department, and all the news here is also very strict. So far, the society has not learned much information about Shangdiang High School. The reporters who got this opportunity are of course unwilling to let go of these opportunities. On the side of the archives room on the 3rd floor, the space ripples opened, and Nangong Yu saw the crowd of reporters below through the transparent window in front of him. Then he walked to the other side of the archive room without hesitation. Where AIFC? There seemed to be an extremely urgent voice, struggling with the books in front of him, looking for something. Exclamation mark. In My Hero Academia, completely is the seed of evil, I just didn't expect the two people to meet so early. Step on him. Nangong Yu walked calmly, then stopped, and looked at the boy who was covering his head with countless hand-like objects at the corner. Are you making such a big commotion just to find something in the archives? Leaning against the wall, Nangong Yu sneered. Oh, Sigang Muhong also stopped what he was doing, turned around and looked over. Black top, trousers that look a bit tattered, his face is completely covered by countless hands-like things, only a familiar white eye is exposed, and he just stares at him like that. Crunch. For some unknown reason, the dead-handle wooden hanger frantically grabbed at his own neck, as harsh as grabbing a piece of scrap iron. Who are you? You can actually detect my existence. Continuing to scratch his neck, he had already scratched out a large rash, and the pupils exposed by Sigang were full of gloomy expressions. He seems a little anxious. Then, he suddenly looked at one of the files beside him and held it in his hand. The movement of scratching his neck slowly slowed down. Brush. A purple mist appeared behind, and a pair of yellow eyes were revealed in the purple mist. Have you found it? They should have already reacted, we need to retreat. 11. Sigang Mahong didn't show any expression, and then he looked at Nangong Yu, you brat. Next time, I'll kill you. Ha ha ha. Amidst the maniacal laughter, the purple mist completely enveloped Sigang Muhong's body, and in the next second, the purple mist also disappeared in place. Nangong Yu looked at the inexplicable dead-handle wooden hanging, but there was a strange look in his eyes. Gaba, slowly clenching his palms, Nangong Yu smiled a little. Next time, it won't be so easy to leave. Flipping through the files casually, Nangong Yu also saw clearly what the volume of files that Sigang Mahong took away was exactly. Class schedule, all about first-grade action. Click. There was a sudden door opening sound behind him, and Nangong Yu suddenly got into the wormhole. Chapter 71. Rescue Training. 1/10. Chapter 71 Rescue Training. 1/10. After the farce at noon, the classroom regained its calm. Except for the slight scratches on 2 students from the general department in the cafeteria at noon, there were no casualties. Shangtai Xiao stood on the podium with a sleepy expression. Seems like it's just some trivial thing. Everyone in the audience listened carefully. Speaking of this, Shangtai Xiao pointed to Yaoyorozu Momo at the side. It is precisely because of the instruction of the squad leader at noon that everyone left the cafeteria in an orderly manner. The principal also praised Yaoyorozu Momo for his outstanding performance. Please make persistent efforts. Yes. Yaoyorozu Momo immediately nodded seriously. After saying this, after a pause for a while, Xiaozi Shangta said the class of this afternoon. Today's hero basics are supervised by me, All Might, and another teacher. Hi, what kind of class is it? Kirishima Eijiro suddenly stood up and asked. Wow. Sasawa Shota immediately showed a name tag with special vocabulary, and explained. Rescue training in the event of natural disasters, floods and other accidents. At the same time as hearing this term, Nangong Yu's mouth was already smiling. Rescue. Kaminari Denki was slightly stunned and said, this time I feel quite uncomfortable. Ashido Mina nodded energetically. Yes. You idiot, this is the essence of hero okay. Kirishima Eijiro corrected immediately, clenched his fists and said, I'm already eager to try. Asui Suyu on the side also showed interest. If there is a flood, it will be my stage alone. Hey, I'm not finished yet. Xiaozi Shangtai interrupted everyone's whimsical thoughts with a dark face. This time, you can choose the costumes according to your own judgment. After all, there should be some costumes that are limited to specific activities. The training ground equipment is a bit far away. Far away, take the bus there in a while, and the above preparations will begin. After the words fell, Shangtai Xiao's had already walked outside the classroom. Squeak. Immediately, everyone's battle uniforms appeared on the wall on the other side of the classroom, and Nangong Yu also got up to get his own battle uniform. Playground. Student Nangong, thank you so much at noon. Yaoyorozu Momo trotted all the way, wearing a revealing combat uniform, which was a little dazzling for a while. Uraraka Ochako on the side was slightly taken aback. Thank you for what? Uraraka Ochako was confused and couldn't understand what Yaoyorozu Momo was talking about. Fine. Nangong Yu smiled, but his eyes still inadvertently passed the broad scale of Yaoyorozu Momo. Although he is young, he is very well developed. What Yaoyorozu Momo should say is the inspiration for her at noon. Under such chaotic conditions, Yaoyorozu Momo, who has a calm mind, can quickly analyze all the situations, and needs to take countermeasures at the same time, can easily do it. However, under such an environment, Yaoyorozu Momo was just unfamiliar with his ability for a while, so a little encouragement would be good. Then I'll make arrangements first. After returning a smile to Uraraka Ochako, Yaoyorozu Momo began to organize his classmates. Everyone stand in 2 rows and get on the bus in order. 0. Seeking flowers. Yes. Amidst the boiling sound, the students wearing their respective hero costumes stepped onto the bus one after another. On the bus, amidst the noise, I am a person who will speak out directly no matter what, Midoriya-san. Asui Suyu suddenly said to Midoriya Izuku beside him. What? Classmate Asui. Green Valley Izuku was still the same, talking to the female classmate beside him, his freckled face immediately turned red. Asui Suyu corrected. You can call me Suyu-chan. Your quirks are somewhat similar to All Might quirks. Asui Suyu suddenly said. Also All Might seems to be injured, I always feel weaker than before. Rail. This. Asui Suyu's words startled Izuku Midoriya, and quickly covered it up with embarrassment. Kirishima Eijiro on the side laughed and said, Little Suyu, All Might is impossible to get hurt. But this kind of enhanced simple and straightforward quirks is good, can do a lot of gorgeous things. My hardening affects people, it's really strong, but it looks too earthy. I feel handsome. Green Valley Izuku's eyes immediately revealed a longing look, it is also a very desirable ability in professional hero. It's almost here, give me a break. Seeing the commotion surrounding him, which covered up all the sounds, Shangtai Xiao suddenly scolded, and at the same time accidentally glanced at Nangong Yu behind the car. Looking out the window, Nangong Yu's eyes were deeply short-sighted. Chapter 72 USJ and No. 13. 2/10. Chapter 72 USJ and No. 13. 2/10. The gigantic base, completely covered in glass, looks like a large eggshell from the outside. It's so big here. Uraraka Ochako was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The crowd walked forward under the leadership of Sasawa Shota, and Hiro who looked like a space suit came oncoming. Students have been waiting for you for a long time. Number 13 smiled and narrowed his eyes. Yellow shoes, a figure completely covered by the banner, even the face is a specially treated mask. It's Space Hero number 13, a very gentleman's hero who performed extremely well at the disaster rescue scene. Green, 870, Gu Izuku said in a low voice. Uraraka Ochako also blushed. I really like what number 13 said. Okay, let's go in. Number 13 smiled, and then made an invitation gesture to everyone. The vastness was invisible from the outside, but after entering the interior, Nangong Yu discovered that there were various simulated disaster scenes around. Amazing. Is this USJ? Kirishima Eijiro was the first to ask. The mouths of the others opened wide in shock, and they could almost put down an egg. Flood disaster. Surrounded by a large area of water, one of the cruise ships, which looks lonely, simulates the scene of a disaster when a flood occurs. Earth and sand disaster. A hill stands directly in the room, imitating a natural disaster like a landslide. Disaster. Storm. Nangong Yu saw it. I have to admire. Under all circumstances, Hiro's rescue of disasters, and the imitation of various disasters by Hiro is completely lifelike. As expected of the number 1 existence in the hero category. And so on, this is just an acting theater created by imagining all accidents and disasters. It's called the Simulated Disaster Accident Field. It's called USJ for short. 13th showed everything here to everyone. Everyone was almost speechless, and it was the first time for many people to speak. So this is US. Only then did all the students suddenly realize that their voices were boiling. And when everyone was looking around, Shangtai Xiao's also came to number 13 and asked, where is No. 13 All Might people, didn't they agree to meet here? It could be seen that Xiaozi Shangta had a look of displeasure. Senior, this. On the 13th, he approached Xiaozi Shangta, and whispered, it seems that I have used my ability to the limit of my ability on the way to work, and I am resting in the lounge now. This approach is too unreasonable. Having said that, the unhappiness on Xiaozi Shangtai's face also slowly receded. There's no way, let's start. Good. Everyone was excited for an instant. Number 13 also stood up. As we all know, my quirks are black holes, which can suck everything in and crush them. So using such quirks can also carry out rescue in a worse environment. Green Valley Izuku immediately excitedly said, yes, but this power can easily kill people. 13th continued. However, this sentence immediately caused a lot of impact on everyone. I imagine some of my classmates have quirks as well. After a pause, number 13 continued. At first glance, our current society was established through the strict control of quirks' practical and qualification system. But as long as one wrong step is made, it can be easily destroyed. We all have such radical quirks, please keep this in mind. I want to pass Mr. Aizawa's quirks mastery test. Everyone already knows the countless possibilities contained in their own power. Through All Might's battle training, they have also truly experienced their own power. How dangerous it is when dealing with others. In this class, I will change my mind for you, and learn how to use your quirks to save others. Our power does not exist to hurt others, but to save others. I hope you will learn more after this class, to be able to recognize this. Above, thank you for listening. After the words fell, number 13 made a standard salute. It was also a group of high school students. Upon hearing these words, everyone immediately felt a sense of pride in their hearts, and even felt extremely excited about what happened before them. Amidst the noise, Nangong Yu also applauded. What number 13 said is correct. In today's world, with the appearance of quirks, there are more and more existences with terrifying abilities, and what restricts these existences is 1.1, which is the qualification to use quirks. If quirks is used in a good place, it will be everyone's dream. But once quirks is used in other places, such as destruction and damage, it is impossible for most ordinary people to restrain the world of superpowers with the abilities of most ordinary people. Okay, so first, as soon as Xiao Zishangda spoke, countless electric currents came from above his head, and all the lights in the venue were extinguished. At the same time, in the most important fountain of the venue, a purple mist gushes out. Nangong Yu's expression froze. 3. Chapter 73 Villain S Invasion. Premeditated surprise attack. 3/10. Chapter 73 Villain's Invasion. A premeditated surprise attack. 3/10. Sure enough, the next moment. Brush. A pale and feeble hand pushed through the purple mist and slowly walked out. Countless hands-like things cover the face tightly. Dead handle wooden hanger. Nangong Yu saw this familiar figure again. On the high platform, while putting on a defensive posture, Sasawa Shota said, "No. 13. You protect the students." Yes. The expression under the mask of number 13 also became serious. The students on the stage also saw the strangeness from the field. What is that? Kirishima Eijiro pointed to the field. I saw that under the purple mist, the dead handle wooden hanging had come out completely. This time it was not only the face covered with hand-like things. On the arms on both sides, the same thing appeared on the side of the sun. And, it's not over yet. Immediately behind the dead handle wood hanging, countless OH-shaped weird existences emerged from the purple mist. Mutants with human faces and claws, and humans with horns and walking upright, holding weapons in their hands. All the monsters rushed out at this moment. Is it like the entrance exam, the routine of starting directly without reminding? Kaminari Denki was still a little confused about the situation. Green Valley Izuku just made a move. Prime Minister Xiaozi at the side snapped, "Don't move. These are villains." At the same time, everyone saw that Shangtai Xiao's had put on his goggles, and it was obvious that he was completely ready for battle. OBEJ. This. Everyone was shocked at the same time. And, at this time, the villains coming out of the purple mist are like endless, more and more. But Sigeng Diao didn't seem to care about the people around him at all, looking around as if he was looking for someone. On the 13th, an eraser. Head. According to the teacher's class schedule obtained 2 days ago, All Might should also appear here today. The purple mist danced slowly, sending out its own Joji. Where is it? It's rare for me to bring so many buddies here. It seems that the dead handle wooden hanging still did not hear the voice, All Might. The symbol of peace is not there. In the next second, Sigang Muhong suddenly looked at the stage. Does it mean that as long as you kill those children, he will appear? Suddenly, the purple mist danced again. The child who found us last time is also in the crowd. Oh, Sigang Mudiao's eyelids moved. That just killed him. As for Nangong Yu, he also felt the death-like gaze from Sigang Muhong not far away. That look full of hatred. Look away. Nangong Yu also noticed that there was a giant doll next to Sigang Mu hanging. The brain is completely exposed to the air, the sharp mouth is like a parrot, the recent teeth are exposed to the air, and the 2 eyes seem to be forcibly placed on the brain. The extremely distorted picture does not look like a creature in this human world at all. With black skin and strong muscles, he exudes a surging sense of strength all the time. Nomu. Nangong Yu couldn't help crossing the name in his mind. This is a completely man-made creature, which is the experiment done by the previous ALL.FOR.ONE using countless humans. The body of the Nomu in front of me can at least accommodate the quirks of countless individuals. It is also because it was produced to deal with All Might. For a moment, Nangong Yu smiled again. The villains. It's too stupid to sneak into the hero school. Kirishima Eijiro looked angry and puzzled. At this moment, Yaoyorozu Momo also walked over through the crowd, and quickly asked, "Teacher, where is the sensor that notifies the intruder?" Only Yaoyorozu Momo realized this kind of problem. Of course there is, it's just. 13th also hesitated to speak. Shoto Todoroki, who was silent in the crowd, suddenly said, "I just don't know if they just appeared here or the whole school. Anyway, since the sensor didn't respond, it means that some of them should have quirks in this area. Pick this far away the school premises, and knowing when classes come to class. It's ugly, but they don't." With a face as cold as ice, Shoto Todoroki has unknowingly raised his vigilance to the highest level. This is an extremely well-planned surprise attack plan for a certain purpose. The analysis of Hongjiao 810 Dong made everyone breathless. On the 13th, start evacuation. The city contacted the school. The villains have taken into account the countermeasures of changing his sensor. It is possible that the guys from the radio department are interfering. Kaminari, try using quirks too. After the order was over, Xiao Zishangda walked towards all the villains without hesitation. Under the eyes of everyone, Green Valley Izuku immediately said in a hurry, "Where's the teacher? Are you going to fight alone? Even if the quirks are eliminated, there are no quirks here." Eraser. Head's fighting method is to eliminate the villains' quirks and then capture them, in frontal battles. Green Valley Izuku's face was full of worry. But no one saw it. and there was a hint of relief in Xiao Zishang's eyes. If you only have one skill, you can't be a hero, I leave it to you, number 13. After the words fell, Shangtai jumped up high, and his whole body had already arrived at the invading crowd. In the students' corner, almost everyone was watching the villain suddenly appear in the field. Nangong Yu had already opened the ripples, and stepped forward. Chapter 74 Power of a Punch. Shock the audience. 4/10. Chapter 74 Power of a Punch. Shock the audience. 4/10. No one noticed that Nangong Yu disappeared here. When he appeared again, Nangong Yu had already come to the audience. In the relatively dense building fire area, many villains with special forms have gathered here, and it is not known what premeditation is there. Look, there's a slippery fish here. The plan has begun. Not knowing that the villains roared, the horse-headed man closest to Nangong Yu charged forward, waving the long knife in his hand. The inflated figure is as tall as a small building, and the muscles around him swelled to the point of explosion, exuding a sense of strength all the time. Seeing it in his eyes, Nangong Yu didn't seem to feel it at all. There was already a flash of lightning in his eyes. Boy! Enraged, the horse-headed man rushed over at an even faster speed, raised the long knife in his hand high, aimed at Nangong Yu, and chopped down. Dat! The lightning flashed in his eyes, and Nangong Yu's whole body was immediately covered with countless lightning bolts. The power of lightning is on. Everything around seemed to slow down. Nangong Yu clenched his fists without hesitation, and the veins in his arms under his sleeves suddenly popped out. The power of killing gods explodes. Aiming at the horse-headed man's stomach, Nangong Yu immediately threw out a punch. Seeing the small fists coming at him, the horse-headed man realized that he couldn't dodge at all. This moment, the USJ exercise site is quiet. Boom. An unparalleled airflow suddenly blows out from the very center, and everyone feels this violent airflow at the same time. The explosion of Nangong Yu's terrifying power shook the surrounding air, and there was another bang, and the horse-headed man had already hit the wall. In the entire huge USJ scene, the horse-headed man was thrown at least 400 meters away by Nangong Yu's punch. Click. The hardest wall that USJ installed in order to prevent various dangers created countless cracks at this moment. The horse-headed man rolled the whites of his eyes, as if he had lost consciousness, and still kept his hands and feet stretched out. As for his body, he had sunk deeply into the wall in a bow shape. Whether it was Sigang Muhong, Xiao Shangtai, or even all the students in the stands, they all looked over immediately. Yes, Nangong Yu. Yaoyorozu Momo covered her mouth in disbelief. Uraraka Ochako's eyes were also full of shock. Student Nangong. When did you get there? This. Bakugo Katsuki didn't notice it. His hands were shaking, not because he was afraid but because there was no more exciting moment than now. Is this the true strength of the class leader? Ida's face was extremely calm, but his heart seemed to be full of waves. It turns out, that day, the 1000 kg strength shown by the squad leader was just doing it casually. Green Valley Izuku's eyes were complicated. Also, it seems that the strongest weapon that All Might mentioned is not as simple as imagined. But even so, Green Valley Izuku also clenched his fists as if inspired by his strength. Now that I have chosen the power of 1/4, even if I am not the strongest weapon, one day I will become the strongest person like Nangong Yu. What kind of monster is this? There was also a little shock in Sigang Mudiao's indifferent voice. Should be enhanced quirks. But, Kurogiri also immediately said, the plan has changed, should we retreat first? Sigang Muhong was silent for a while, and then immediately let out a piercing laugh. Ha ha ha, retreat. Why retreat? It's just a child. Kill him, kill him, kill him. Plans as usual. Kurogiri gave an order, and after looking at each other, many mutants flocked to Nangong Yu in large numbers, and the number of people on Xiao Shangtai's side immediately decreased a lot. As for the dead-handle wooden hanging, he looked at Nomu inadvertently, and a doubt appeared in his mind again, which made him scratch his neck again. Are you going to crush that kid to death with Nomu? Clatter. Shangtai Xiao's flew to avoid the knife that was coming at him, and then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that more and more mutants were walking towards Nangong Yu. And the mutant who was stuck deep in the wall. To catch everyone's attention, fight together, but standing still and waiting to be surrounded. What the hell is he thinking? For the first time, Shangtai Xiao's realized that for some reason, he couldn't see through Nangong Yu. In the stands, on the 13th, seeing that the battle of Shota Sasawa was imminent, he immediately turned around and prepared to take everyone away, but at this moment, Kurogiri in the center of the field had already come in front of everyone. Backquote. Ha ha ha, 13th, are you ready to escape? Kurogiri taunted in an adult voice. The villains has arrived, and number 13 is no longer reserved, shouting, all students stand behind me. Before he finished speaking, he stretched out a hand like a spacesuit, and the finger part opened a gap, revealing the endless and deep darkness inside. Brush. The invisible suction force suddenly appeared, and the powerful force instantly sucked towards Kurogiri. To be on the safe side, number 13 directly turned on a large black hole power. It worked. Kirishima Eijiro smiled. Woo. Green Valley Izuku's face also relaxed. After all, he successfully restrained the villains. Teacher number 13 has succeeded. Kurogiri suddenly laughed coldly. Number 13 may be better at teaching, but combat experience. Ha ha ha. Kurogiri jumped, and the next moment, suddenly appeared behind No. 13. Not good. The moment number 13 felt the shattering power of his own black hole, alarm bells rang in his heart, but it was already too late. The space suit was cracked, and the body of number 13 was injured instantly. The time has come. Kurogiri also jumped at all the students in an instant. At the same time, Nangong Yu in the field saw more and more intruders converging together. A familiar smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Frustrated. Closing square bracket. Plus. Chapter 75 Nangong Yu. Like a god who controls lightning. 5/10. Chapter 75 Nangong Yu. Like a god who controls lightning. 5/10. Click. After Xiao Zishangde jumped, a red light flashed in his eyes, instantly eliminated the mutant. Quirks, in front of him. Before the latter could react, Xiao Zishangde had already slapped it. Under the enormous power, mutants can't resist at all. After solving the villains in front of him, Shangde Xiao saw more and more villains from the corner of his eye, flocking to Nangong Yu on the side. But the kid didn't seem to be moving. Shangde Xiao's felt anxious. Is there any flaw in this kid's quirks? It goes without saying that Shotokusawa is going to help. After all, no matter what, this kid is also his student, and he can't let his student suffer any injuries. All the villains in front of me have obviously premeditated for a long time. Oh, Shigong Mudiao glanced at Nangong Yu, and under his indifferent expression, he immediately waved his hand towards Shangde Xiao's. Countless intruders flocked to Shangde Xiao's at the same time, and it was difficult for Shangde Xiao's to escape under the entanglement. Eraser. Head, can eliminate other people's quirks, but no matter how powerful you are, it is impossible to eliminate so many people's quirks in an instant. Interesting. Poof. 423 kicked the villains into the water, and at the same time, the Trashcan too saw the lovers in front of him. Hateful. Gritting his teeth slightly, he can only seek to eliminate the quirks of the villains in front of him faster. The other side. What's the matter? Wasn't this kid very majestic just now? Why is he so scared now? Or see us coming. What kind of conspiracy are you kidding? Never mind him. Kill him. Ordinary mutants rushed forward when they saw Nangong Yu, who was not making any movement. All the intruders behind seemed to be drawn, and ran towards Nangong Yu involuntarily. Although I don't know the benefits of doing this in my mind, it is also a good experience to make a scene in Chongying High School. Seeing more and more villains gather in front of my eyes, I am afraid that I am only 20 meters away from my position. I can only reach this position in the blink of an eye. It can be said that the real thing is right in front of my eyes. Since you are asking sincerely, then I will tell you mercifully what I want to do. Nangong Yu said calmly. Extract. This thought flashed through his mind. AIEC, a strange force suddenly came towards him. Nangong Yu opened his right hand, and immediately, a long halberd shining with silver lightning appeared in his hand. Pop magnetic. The lightning flickered, and there was almost no difference from the lightning halberd to its full state. It seems that it does have automatic charging. Since that's the case, let's try to use full firepower. The smile on the corners of Nangong Yu's mouth became more relaxed, his body bent slightly, his feet moved, his eyes flashed with lightning, and accompanied by the strong power of killing gods, the power of his whole body exploded in an instant. Boom. The ground under his feet couldn't resist Nangong Yu's strength at all, and the hard ground was torn apart in an instant. What is he going to do? Could it be that he was frightened and ran away again? FK them. Shoot it down from the sky. Kill this student. The intruder on the ground was stunned for a moment, and then commanded casually regardless of the situation. There is no ability to stay in the air for the time being, and all attacks can only be played during this short interval. Enough. I understood in my heart. Under the silver lightning flashing around Nangong Yu, another kind of lightning suddenly bloomed like a flower in Nangong Yu's hands. Within a limited time, even Nangong Yu can't see the speed of the lightning. The speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second. And I am far from the real lightning. Looking again, this bolt of lightning has penetrated into the crowd, like fish and water blending, spreading across the entire ground in an instant. This silver streak appeared in the eyes of almost everyone. But, just for a moment, pop magnetic. It was the last thought that crossed the minds of all intruders, and some even wanted to reach out and touch it. Accompanied by a painful cry, everyone was enveloped in it instantly, and the lightning flashed wildly on all the intruders, no matter on the ground or in the sky. At the same time, on the high platform, Kurogiri stopped in his tracks. We met for the first time. We are the League of Villains. Our purpose is to kill All Might. The symbol of peace should be here too. Did something happen? Number 13 is seriously injured. Don't take it seriously at all. As for the other children, don't worry about it. At this time, don't think about it. Between the two roars, Bakugo Katsuki and Kirishima Eijiro had charged Kurogiri. Boom. Countless thick smoke was produced under the intense explosion, and the surrounding smoke was lingering in an instant. When the smoke and dust cleared, everyone could see the black mist that merged again. It's so dangerous, so dangerous. Kurogiri's indifferent voice sounded again, once again in Kurogiri's attitude. Although you are only students, you are also good fields. But my task is to kill you separately. As soon as the voice fell, countless black mist immediately came out from Kurogiri, enveloping everyone in it. Danger, Ida said suddenly, and immediately started the engine, and under the surge of his speed, he grabbed the last classmate. Looking back again, under the huge black mist, all the classmates disappeared completely at this moment, leaving only Kurogiri in front of me. Uraraka Ochako, who was lucky enough to stay, said seriously, this should be the rarest space, Quirks. However, at the same moment, everyone also noticed the strange scene blooming in the sky in the distance. At this moment, Nangong Yu is like the god who masters thunder and lightning. All the thunder and lightning come out from his hands, and the silver light surrounds Nangong Yu, but he is not one step closer to Nangong Yu. Only a few seconds. Regardless of whether it is strong endurance or endurance, this lightning has perfectly restored the maximum power output of lightning, and even a mutant physique cannot resist it. Good. It was only a few seconds in the air. Snapped. Nangong Yu landed steadily. The lightning halberd in his hand had lost the brilliance of the original silver lightning, and looked like a silver halberd ignored by Puhua. But Nangong Yu knew very well that although this lightning halberd was not comparable to the dark matter alloy armor, its hardness was completely comparable to that of the dark matter alloy. Looking around, there are no intruders who can stand on the ground. What is that? Kurogiri on the high platform suddenly made a sound, obviously flustered. Chapter 76, The God-Killing Spear with Blue Fire. 6/10. Chapter 76, The God-Killing Spear with Blue Fire. 6/10. The next moment, the perfect hunting environment just now turned into a mess, with a burnt smell everywhere. The corpse of the mutant on the ground twitched for a moment, then completely stopped moving. There were corpses everywhere behind Nangong Yu, and Nangong Yu also walked to the place where the lightning did not reach. Tread. So calmly, step by step, he walked towards the remaining intruders. With a calm face, he held that weird weapon in his hand, as if nothing had happened from the beginning to the end, and there was even a faint smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. Even if there is only this short distance of 10 meters, the pressure Nangong Yu put on all the intruders is really too great. Gudong. Most of the intruders subconsciously swallowed their saliva almost at the same time, and many of them already had cold sweat on their foreheads. Even looking at Nangong Yu, they could feel the ever-increasing pressure. As Nangong Yu approached, some of the Quirks were weak and couldn't help but began to back away. This scene is extremely ridiculous. Kurogiri on the high platform didn't care about the students in front of him. The thick Kurogiri instantly wrapped his body, drew in his figure, and appeared behind the intruder in front of Nangong Yu again. What? As intruders, are you so cowardly? Nangong Yu mocked. Choke. Holding the lightning halberd horizontally, a flash of lightning appeared in Nangong Yu's eyes again, and the power of lightning exploded, and Nangong Yu's figure suddenly disappeared in place. Appeared again, just one came in front of the intruder. The lightning halberd in his hand was like a sharp stabbing blade. After 2 training sessions, it was impossible for Nangong Yu to show mercy to villains. Base. A cold light flashed, and the lightning halberd slashed across the neck of one of the mutants. Before the latter had time to cover his neck, the mutant fell to the ground in a flash of blood. Nangong Yu's figure was like a ghost, and everyone found that this bolt of lightning had come before their eyes. That strangely shaped weapon was already dripping with blood, and Nangong Yu had no intention of stopping. The Quirks, in the distance were the intruders who were shooting, and immediately launched a long-range attack without hesitation. Under the strong coverage area, Ji immediately jumped to the distance. Bang! The ground couldn't bear the burst of god-killing power, and cracked again. Looking at the target, Nangong Yu's eyes were filled with ice, and he was already among the crowd when he landed. What exactly are his quirks? Why is it not shown in the information? Kurogiri looked at Nangong Yu like a god of war, unstoppable, and a lot of doubts immediately appeared in his mind. As for Shangtai Xiao's on the other side, he has been entangled by a large number of invaders. Even if quirks can be eliminated, it is impossible to eliminate a large number of villains in a short time. Right now, boom! Nangong Yu fell from the sky like a cannonball, and instantly hit all the invaders who were shooting quirks at long range. The appearance of Nangong Yu immediately made many people flustered. Don't come here. One of the intruders was obviously terrified, closed his eyes, and frantically aimed at Nangong Yu. However, surrounded by the power of lightning, the countless bullets seemed to slow down a little in the eyes, and Nangong Yu easily dodged them all. The bullet also hit the intruder team. After a few screams, a few more unlucky ones fell down. Like this kind of scourge, Nangong Yu raised his knife and brought it down, harvesting and taking it away again. Stop, stop. One of the more sensible men immediately began to direct. Under shooting quirks, the coverage area is relatively wide, but there are also more accidental injuries to the team, and many people have been slightly injured. We've been waiting for this moment. A flash of confusion flashed in his eyes. Nangong Yu opened his right hand suddenly, and muttered in his heart, "Extract." A black long gun with a strange shape appeared in his hand, and he glanced at the number on it, 99,999. Nangong Yu pointed the gun at the crowd without hesitation. Even if it cannot be armed with god-killing bullets, ordinary bullets can also fly, and this is also made under custom conditions. This point, of course, is real tea, and we will do our best to deal with it. In the underground of the Hero office, many researchers have appeared. Nangong Yu has paid a high salary and has extracted a lot of scientific research materials from the Super Seminary. This is enough to attract researchers. Seeing the firearm that suddenly appeared in Nangong Yu's hand, Nangong Yu's pupils immediately shrank from the intruder in front of him. 0. Seeking flowers. Taste the power of a bullet. At this moment, Nangong Yu pulled the trigger without hesitation. Da da da. The blue flame spouted from the muzzle of the gun seems to just confirm the sentence of the blue fire Gatling. If the bullets under the god-killing spear do not reach a certain hardness, they may be damaged before they appear on the scene. And the current bullets are just ordinary bullets, just like ordinary BB bullets. Nangong Yu couldn't even feel any counter shock. The number of bullets of 9,999 is counting down crazily at this moment. This black god-killing gun is like the scythe of death. After the first round, many people have been harvested. A group of people closest to him had fallen into a pool of blood. Support, support. Seeing a large number of intruders fall, no matter how wisely they commanded, they were extremely flustered and roared at this moment. No one dares to rush anymore. At the same time, a large number of intruders were also spotted, and the students who were teleported by Kurogiri scattered to other places. After all, no one wants to die. Nangong Yu will not let go of such a good opportunity. Lightning flashed in his eyes. No matter how fast the speed invader was, he couldn't resist Nangong Yu's attack. Hit him. Attack him personally. As soon as he stops, the guns cover. Smart people quickly discovered that Nangong Yu's figure would stop every time he shot, and it was impossible to keep moving at a high speed. Stopping at the figure, Nangong Yu raised his gun again. Many mutants with rough skin and thick flesh immediately stood in front of the intruders, and the long-range attackers behind them also seized the time to shoot close artillery coverage. Not good. Ida on the high platform keenly noticed Nangong Yu's crisis, and was about to rush to help in the next moment, but was grabbed by the clothes of the seriously injured number 13 teacher. Seeing a large number of artillery fire covering Nangong Yu, Uraraka Ochako also covered his mouth. 13th looked at Ida. Rikido without anger. You are the most important at this time. Chapter 77 The center of the incident. Nangong Yu, 7/10. Chapter 77 The center of the event. Nangong Yu, 7/10. Ida was slightly taken aback. Number 13 hastily said, use your engine, go beyond your limit, run at the fastest speed right now, as long as you contact the school, you'll be fine. But, Ida looked at the field again. Everyone is in danger, how can I escape? Silly boy, 13th coughed. You really think that all your classmates are so simple? Since you choose to become a hero, you should know that such a thing will happen sooner or later. Believe in your classmates, and now you are all the key to people. You have to understand, this is not to run away. To be a hero also needs to pay attention to strategy. At this time, a large area of firepower covering Nangong Yu bombed down at the same time, instantly surrounding Nangong Yu. Boom. 887. A giant mushroom cloud lifts off indoors. It worked. We made it. Finally blow up this BD to death. Now we are no longer afraid of someone obstructing us. This dialogue also flashed across all the intruders, mirrors, and many intruders even had a sense of accomplishment written on their faces. However, Kurogiri, who has been staring at the field, has an extremely dignified expression. Why do I have a bad feeling in my heart? Not only the people from the League of Villains were staring at this scene, but Shota Musawa also saw this scene. The anger in his heart reached its peak in an instant, and he punched the person who eliminated Quirks in front of him, and he didn't stay behind at all. Damn it! With the cold words coming out of his mouth, Shota Musawa appeared to be rioting again because of the activation of Quirks, with the hair standing on end on his head. Click. The dead handle wooden hanging movement of scratching his neck stopped for a moment, and some expressions flashed in his eyes. Finally dead, on the high platform. Ida was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Student Nangong, Uraraka Ochako also screamed out, unable to believe what happened before his eyes. No, number 13 said again. Until the last moment, we must always think of our classmates. This moment seemed to affect everyone's heart, including those students who were teleported to every corner of the room. Just after the explosion that everyone expected, countless smoke and dust flew up. However, when the smoke and dust cleared, a figure, still standing in the scattered smoke and dust. However, Nangong Yu appeared in front of everyone intact, except that the clothes on his body were a little tattered, revealing his muscular body. After spitting, Nangong Yu opened his right hand, and the black gun had disappeared. Nangong Yu said with a displeased face, I just played for a while and ran out of bullets. It seems that I need to make more. This kid. The big stone in Shangtai Shaozi's heart also fell to the ground suddenly, and a smile subconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. The kid who was messing around is really worrying. But now he can still deal with the battle with all his heart. Having said that, the sharp movements of his hands were not slow at all. Click, click, click 1. Sigang Muhong frantically scratched his neck. Even though his neck was already covered with blood, and even had blood flowing, he was still moving frantically. Why don't you die? Why don't you die? Same as damn All Might, why don't you die? With a roar, the voice of Sigang Muhong suddenly turned cold. Nomu. Ga. The sound of the dead handle wooden hanging was like a switch, and the strange man who had lost his head standing next to him opened his mouth at this moment, and it was obvious that it had been activated. Although it is the ultimate power to deal with All Might, it is better to kill you before him. There was a cold light in his eyes, and Sigang Mudiao had already cast all his eyes on Nangong Yu. You really didn't die. Kurogiri's voice was full of disbelief, but he quickly used the people around him to Nangong Yu, kill him. Don't want. The people who were thrown to Nangong Yu's side were separated from each other in a burst of cold light, turning into corpses. Kurogiri suddenly noticed the movement on the high platform. Kurogiri appeared, wrapped himself in it, and when he appeared again, he was already on the high platform. On the high platform. Alright, I got it. At this moment, Ida finally figured out what number 13 said. with serious eyes. The engine on his leg also started at this moment. However, Kurogiri suddenly appeared in front of him, which made Iida feel a little tricky. Do you want to send reinforcements? Don't worry, I won't let you go there. Kurogiri's frantically beating heart calmed down at this moment. When facing you, I don't have the oppressive feeling when facing that lunatic. Kurogiri jumps and is about to wrap up to Iida et al. At this time, a silver wave appeared in the same space. This is, Iida's slow beating heart suddenly stops at this moment. What kind of villains will appear here? Not good. Uraraka Ochako is also fully prepared for battle. The seriously injured number 13 stood up with his body supported, aiming at the silver wave to pull the black hole ability. There was already a villains, and the villains could not be allowed to invade again at all. But right now, Kurogiri, where do you want to go? Nangong Yu's familiar voice came out from the silver ripples, and the tattered Nangong Yu stepped out of the ripples, his eyes flickering coldly, and the strangely shaped silver weapon appeared in his hand. Call. Although I don't understand why Nangong Yu also has this kind of quirks, all the students, including number 13, are relieved at the same time. Be careful, he's very powerful, number 13 ordered, and fell to the ground again. Uraraka Ochako hurried over to help. Iida also looked at Nangong Yu with seriousness in his eyes. Nangong Yu knew what Ida's purpose was. A familiar smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were fixed on Kurogiri. Boldly do what you want to do. If he dares to make any rash moves, 0.1 I will get the result within a second. You, Kurogiri, who was confused by Nangong Yu's space ability, suddenly sneered. If you really have that ability, why don't you fire me now? The thing you always wear around neck shows that you are an entity. When you activated your ability, you just hid the entity in Kurogiri. If you want to die, you can try. Nangong Yu also sneered back. Heiwu was at a loss for words for a moment, but his heart seemed to be terrified, because what Nangong Yu said was true. Looking at Nangong Yu again, Kurogiri still wants to speak, just hear it. At most 3 seconds, if you don't get lost, I don't mind killing one more villains. With extremely cold eyes, Nangong Yu put away the sneer at the corner of his mouth. The main body hiding in Kurogiri, looking at Nangong Yu. My heart began to tremble unconsciously. Chapter 78 Deploy Nomu. Sudden Strategy. 8/10. Chapter 78 Deploy Nomu. Sudden Strategy. 8/10. Iida also heard Nangong Yu's warning to villains, and unconsciously felt a sense of longing in her heart. When facing the real villains, Nangong Yu was not far behind the real hero. Being able to persist in the field for so long, leading so many villains, and under the force of one blow, he can actually give the villains a head-on blow. All of this indicates that Nangong Yu, to some extent, can be perfectly comparable to Hero. It has even completely surpassed Hero. The villains in front of him hesitated to make a move, probably because of Nangong Yu's godlike warning. 3. Nangong Yu started the countdown. Kurogiri heard it in his ears, but still insisted that what Nangong Yu said was a lie. 2. Counting down again, Nangong Yu has already clenched the lightning halberd in his right hand. This subtle scene was also seen by Kurogiri, and everything indicated that Nangong Yu was not joking at all. Moreover, this cold gaze made Kurogiri also feel a trace of fear. The scenes that happened in the field just now, almost everyone watched in their eyes. Nangong Yu, 08 Fu villains will never hold back, regardless of whether killing is illegal or not, he will kill anyone he sees. Hands up and down with a knife, you won't be soft at all. Run! Nangong Yu roared suddenly, and his whole body flew out like a sword that was off the string. What? A moment of hesitation suddenly appeared in Kurogiri's mind, because why not count down, but run? What does this mean? What does this indicate? The next moment, he saw Nangong Yu turning into lightning and coming to him, brandishing a strange lightning-like weapon, like a sharp blade directly piercing his heart. And, he went right into the darkness. He can find the body. This crazy idea continued to spread in his mind, and from the flickering silver lightning, Kurogiri even smelled a breath of death. At the same time, out of the corner of his eye, he also noticed that there was a silver wave in front of Ida's eyes, which was a distorted space. Ida applied for 100% concentration, and saw the silver space at the same time. The engine on his feet had completely turned blue. With full force, with the fastest speed, rooted into the silver wave, Kurogiri still wanted to obstruct it, but he was completely helpless, and after a moment of questioning, the breath of death became more and more dignified. Heavy Kurogiri, Nangong Yu felt that, also buried in the existence of space fluctuations. However, as soon as he rushed in, Nangong Yu subconsciously sensed the danger. Turn around and punch. Bang! A strong air current swept over everyone present in an instant. Uraraka Ochako's entire body was swept away by the airflow, and the potted plants on the high platform flew directly to an unknown distance. One punch counts. Nangong Yu finally found out what it was that punched him. Nomu. Nangong Yu's complexion changed slightly. He didn't expect that the ultimate weapon against All Might would be used on himself. Although this punch only diverts 20% of its power temporarily, even ordinary people can't resist it at all. No matter it's hard steel or alloy, it can be crushed with one punch. Unexpectedly, with this punch, Nomu was not only unharmed, but also did not react at all. Gah! Raising his head high, Nomu made a crow-like cry, and his whole body completely resisted in front of Kurogiri. What's this? Uraraka Ochako finally stabilized his figure, but when he saw Nomu at first sight, he was frightened by such a thing. Good risk, good risk. Kurogiri immediately said by chance. Since you have used Nomu, then I won't stay here. Kurogiri swept over his body again, completely disappearing in place. Nangong Yu and the people behind the pillars were left behind. Sato Rikido's look and atmosphere. Damn. Why can't I help them? Watching them fight, but I can only hide here. Me too. Uraraka Shuzi lowered his head, his stubborn face was full of unwillingness. Number 13 sighed. You didn't know how to be hero, not just to deal with all emergencies, but also to protect the injured people. And it seems that Ida has already left. As long as the school is notified, we will be fine. Afterwards, he was shaking in pain again, and Uraraka Ochako beside him hurriedly supported him. As for Nangong Yu, the fingertips of his right hand moved. The fluctuations in the space behind him clearly showed that there were some classmates beside him. Nomu on the opposite side launched an attack without any regularity again, and the blue veins can be seen on the muscle-covered arm. Even if this punch is just an ordinary punch, it can completely resist 20% of his own strength. The battlefield is not here. Looking at the scene, the corner of Nangong Yu's mouth brought back a familiar smile, but there was a strange look in his eyes. Why use Nomu now? Kurogiri looked at Sigang Muhong in confusion. The scene just now was really thrilling, and now thinking about it, he still feels a little bit of fear in his heart. After being familiar with using this personality 990, Kurogiri felt the breath of death for the first time. Infinitely close. I just watch him jumping around in front of my eyes, it's annoying. Scratching his neck, Sigang Muhang said casually, with a very disdainful tone. I hope it can be resolved. Kurogiri was suspicious. The next moment, seeing the silver ripples appearing in front of the dead handle wood hanging suddenly, Kurogiri exclaimed, not good. The protruding Kurogiri was instantly wrapped around the dead handle wooden hanging. However, within 1/3 of a second, a huge black figure suddenly appeared in Kurogiri, and the punch came straight. Knowing that Nangong Yu can use the teleportation quirks, Kurogiri is always on guard. This punch almost hit him, as if it came out of nowhere. Shikuragi's pupils shrunk, and Kurogiri could even see Kurogiri wrapping himself, at the same time as this punch. Boom. Nomu appeared all over his body, just like a normal punch just now, making silver ripples. Nangong Yu followed closely behind. As for the other side, Kurogiri stepped away, and one arm of the dead handle wood sling clicked, and it broke like a building block, and was pulled aside. Being hurt by your own toy, isn't it cool? Nangong Yu's mocking voice followed closely behind. Chapter 79 Black-Bellied Nangong Yu. 9/10. Chapter 79 Black-Bellied Nangong Yu. 9/10. Og. A painful sound came from the dead handle wooden hanger, but he quickly clenched his teeth and stopped making any sound, but the movement of scratching his neck became faster and faster. Click click click. There was blood dripping from the neck, it was shocking. Dead handle wooden hanging. Kurogiri shouted hastily. Seeing the dead arm hanging from the tree, Kurogiri understood. After all, Nangong Yu is one step faster than himself. I'm fine. Sigang Muhong stared at Nangong Yu with two eyes. The killing intent in his heart was extremely strong, and immediately said coldly, Nomu. Kill him. Use all your strength to kill him. However, Sihan Muhong, once Nomu uses power, when the time comes all might. What else did Kurogiri say? Sigang Mudiao interrupted mercilessly. Kill this flea first, then talk about all might. All right. Kurogiri had no choice but to give up, but also retreated to the side, and no longer easily shot. Shota Shaozawa also noticed the guy who had been standing beside Shigaraki Diao, shot suddenly, and then suddenly appeared in the field. Although I don't know why, Shota Musawa also noticed Kurogiri's teleportation ability, and the silver ripple that appeared later. The most critical point, Nangong Yu also has teleportation quirks. Xiaozi glanced at Nangong Yu with two sharp eyes, and then withdrew his eyes, the enhanced quirks of shit. Snapped. A slap on the face of an intruder, under the huge force, ordinary people were immediately slapped unconscious. Boom. At this moment, an air current that frightened everyone broke out again in the field. Xiao Zexionta kicked a person away, and jumped to the upstairs next to him in 2 steps. Through the goggles, Shengshongtai's eyes changed slightly, because he saw the most shocking scene. See, that big man with black fur was facing Nangong Yu's fists, and that's how the airflow came from. And the reason why they swept the scene was because the fist style of the two people was too strong. Nomu raised his head to the sky and screamed. After one punch, both backed away. As for the dead handle wooden hanging behind him, he tilted his head and muttered, why can't even kill a small flea? Kill him, he suddenly roared loudly. It was as if an order was issued, and Nomu, who had been doing his duty just now, had his eyeballs instantly turn blood red. Crunch. The muscles of the whole body swelled wildly at this moment, as if they were stimulated. Ha ha ha. Sigang Muhong let out a maniacal laugh, and his eyes kept widening. Yes, that's it. Roar. Nomu's cry changed into some kind of dull growl, like a lion or a tiger. Ah! Monster! The animal mutants on the side immediately covered their heads and got into the building next to them, trembling. Nangong Yu also saw this scene. However, what is interesting is that Nangong Yu actually felt extremely excited and eager to try. After receiving the highest order, when Nomu saw Nangong Yu, he stepped forward and charged. As for Nangong Yu, say silently in your heart, extract. Extraction successful. This time, the system responded. I saw that in the system space, the category that belongs to the extraction ability. Invincible void, suddenly withdrawn from 25% to 50%. God-killing power, withdrawal from 25% to 50%. Stellar communication, 5% raised 10%. A strange feeling erupted from his body, and this kind of comfort made Nangong Yu want to make the cry of the big sword. With the smile still on the corner of his mouth, Nangong Yu suddenly activated a part of his god-killing power. The arms popped up slightly. If you stretch the small clothes, it may explode at any time. Obviously, Nangong Yu was ready to face it head-on. Seeing Nomu rushing, Nangong Yu suddenly moved his fingertips, and a silver ripple appeared in front of Nomu's eyes. Construction disaster zone. There may be villains here at any time. Nangong Yu has already played against villains. We must break through here as soon as possible to help him. Ashido Mina said cautiously. At this time, found it. Here they are. Kill them. Amidst a roar like robbers, all the intruders rushed over. Shoto Todoroki on the side had already stuck his hand to the wall without saying a word, and saw a layer of frost suddenly spread on the wall. This scene also appeared in the Hero Basic class at that time. Brush. The next moment, the ice layer seemed to appear suddenly, freezing everything around it, not just the surrounding buildings. And the crowd rushing over were all frozen in layers like ice sculptures. Backquote. Okay, Shoto Todoroki withdrew his hand, as if he was in the middle of no one. With a cold face, he passed by everyone, and some people tried to move. With a click, the ice cube instantly burst into a ball of ice slag. The person frozen in it has obviously turned into a slag-like thing. This terrifying scene made everyone else's eyes widen, and they no longer dared to move. After looking around for a while, Ashido Mina also rushed to Shoto Todoroki. The two of them had just left the disaster area, and the airflow directly swept over the spot. Ashido Mina immediately pointed to the field. There. Shoto Todoroki also looked over, and just as he was about to make a move, he saw a gigantic figure smashing down from the sky. The black fur is simply something that has never been shot by the intruders. T.O.B. What's this? Okay, Shoto Todoroki was also surprised by Nomu, who smashed countless buildings beside him. On the bald head, the brain is exposed to the air, and it looks like a crow's head. Shoto Todoroki was just about to make a move, when he saw Nomu, as if he didn't notice at all, bowed himself, and suddenly jumped towards the field. In the field, ha, I was actually dodged by you. Nangong Yu scratched his head to cover up his embarrassment, and slowly withdrew the god-killing power he had just activated to cover his eyes and ears, and his body shape returned to normal. Kurogiri was momentarily at a loss for words. Who would have thought that during the battle, Nangong Yu would use his space ability at every turn, sending Nomu's strongest attack directly to Sigengmahong. Obviously, he was determined to kill Sigengmu. Kurogiri was watching all the time. Boom. Nomu landed at the same time and came to Nangong Yu. Chapter 80 Unscathed. Terrorist attacks. 10 out of 10. Chapter 80 Unscathed. Terrorist attack. 10 out of 10. Kill him. The dead handle wooden hang roared. This is already the first time I have issued an order. Roar. Nomu seemed to be stimulated, opened his mouth wide and let out a roar immediately. The muscles on his body tensed again, and it was obvious that he used his full strength again. Has rushed to Nangong Yu without hesitation. Bang. Bang. Every movement of this huge figure would cause a lot of movement, and many cracks appeared on the incomparably hard marble floor. At this moment, the battle is on the verge of breaking out. Sigengmahong scratched his neck unhurriedly, watching the upcoming battle on the field, with an expression of interest in his eyes. But at this moment, Nangong Yu didn't make any reaction, and still stood there calmly. Boy, are you courting death? Kacha scratched his neck. Sigengmahong said indifferently. There is something strange. Kurogiri also spoke at the same time. Although Nangong Yu is not scheming, but he has a dark personality, and he may make amazing and terrifying acts at any time. And the Silver Wave 620 just now seems to be nowhere to be found. Are those quirks, too? Be careful. After hesitating for a while, Kurogiri reminded, this kid is weird. It says enhanced quirks on the information. I didn't expect it to be enhanced so much. Sigengmahong stared at Nangong Yu, and said coldly, besides, he is also a quirks in space, with keen observation skills, and the ability to be tough, like an immortal Xiaoqiang. I really want to crush you die. Even the plural, quirks, is too many plurals. Information. What is written in the information is not accurate at all. However, looking at the uncertain Nangong Yu in front of him, Sigengmahong was a little puzzled. Is this kid looking for death? Right now, Nomu had already come to Nangong Yu's eyes, and punched out. Nangong Yu didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. He let Nomu punch him with his arms casually across his chest. Boom. A powerful airflow erupted on Nomu's fist, sweeping the spot again. Quote. Every horrific attack by Nomu draws everyone's attention. After all, with a small amount of movement, the field has already been destroyed badly, and just a single punch can break the air that engulfs the entire field. Every time they confront each other, it almost touches everyone's heart. With another explosion, a person's voice hit the wall in an instant, and the wall couldn't withstand the terrifying impact, and instantly shattered. It worked. A smile appeared on Kurogiri's face. Nangong Yu, who is like a big devil, puts too much psychological pressure on everyone, even touched everyone's heart. As an existence that brought him the feeling of death for the first time, almost all of Heiyuan's colleagues took care of Nangong Yu. Oh, the dead-handle wooden hanging still scratched his neck, but the range of motion was much smaller. Countless smoke and dust rose from the ground, covering everyone's vision. Nangong Yu, Shangtai Xiao's also paid attention to all the situations that happened in the field. Seeing Nangong Yu being punched flying by that monster, Shangtai Xiao's was also anxious. Although I only know that Nangong Yu Quirks has an enhanced version. Now, there is another space like Quirks. However, Shangtai Xiao's also thought of another result. Because I have come into contact with some, Quirks is a mutant who is tough and enhanced, but it is only a short-term enhancement, but it needs to pay all the price. The more I think about it, the more anxious I become. The smoke covered everything, and Shangtai Xiao's couldn't see what state Nangong Yu was in. Slightly injured, or completely injured and unable to move. Seeing that Nomu rushed towards aid without hesitation, Shota Xiao's realized that he had unknowingly pressed the most critical point on Nangong Yu. Shit, as a hero, Sota Sasawa hates the idea of it. Perhaps, invisibly, Nangong Yu has also been regarded as a unique hero. Tread. Numerous cracks appeared on the ground, surrounded by smoke and dust. Nomu strode frantically towards Nangong Yu step by step. Obviously, this is ready to kill. Sasawa Sota kicked away the intruder beside him, and immediately jumped up towards Nomu. Don't even think about it. Click. Blinking his eyes, he thought he had eliminated the quirkless situation in his brain, and Shota Muzawa struck out what he thought was the most powerful attack. Danger comes. Nomu reacted immediately. The veins on his arm popped up, and he turned around and hit it. This punch can punch a punch of airflow, and it appears again. Xiaozi Shangta's expression changed wildly. Didn't he already eliminate the quirks? Why? Seeing the fist magnify infinitely in the eyes. Xiaozi Shangta actually smelled a breath of death. Under the calm voice, there was a lot of anger. A silver wave of light appeared in front of Shota Xiaozawa immediately. Nomu's punch had penetrated into the silver ripples, and a silver ripple also appeared behind Shota Xiao's. Slowly falling, under the change of vision, Shangtai Xiao suddenly found that he had come into the smoke and dust, and the young man in front of him seemed to be unscathed. Click. The hardcover black arm fell to the ground with a clatter. Silver brilliance appeared in the smoke and dust, as if it was held in someone's hand. Roar. Nomu was in pain, and his right arm seemed to be cut off by the roots. At this time, the smoke and dust dissipated slowly, and Nangong Yu's figure gradually appeared in everyone's eyes, but Nangong Yu, unscathed, except that the clothes were a little tattered again. The hard-covered muscles were exposed all over his body, and he pushed aside the stone fragments beside him, and Nangong Yu walked out slowly. Really, how can this be? Is he really just a high school student? Is this already comparable to All Might? There were many voices of swallowing saliva under the exclamation. Seeing the voice of Nangong Yu standing up again, everyone was terrified in their hearts. Roar. Nomu roared without warning, and under the harsh voice, it was obvious that he was very upset. Kurogiri's tone was heavy. Still not dead. At this moment, Sigangmahong's calm expression became completely distorted, a test product like waste. Chapter 81 Looking like a fool. 1/10. Chapter 81 Looking like a fool. 1/10. The other side. Call. Xiaozi Shangta exhaled. No matter what, this monster-like guy finally broke an arm. Moreover, looking at Nangong Yu's appearance, he didn't get hurt at all. On the contrary, this guy seemed to be fighting more and more bravely. The sight moved to Nangong Yu's body, the muscles that were so strong that they exploded. Enhanced quirks. That silver ripple should be a rare space quirks. So Nangong Yu is a plural quirks. In this day and age, there are basically plural quirks born in every household. Even in order to obtain powerful individuals, some powerful families will choose to marry, and their children have a small chance of getting quirks from both parents. Brush. The next moment, the boundless ice surface was issued from Shoto Todoroki's hand, spreading infinitely from the ground. White hair on the left, red hair on the right. Quirks, are half cold, half hot. Shoto Todoroki from the disaster zone attacks. Opposite. Danger. Kurogiri exclaimed. Immediately, countless black gases erupted from the body, and at the same time wrapped the dead handle wooden hanging. Countless ice surfaces spread from the ground, freezing this place in an instant. Ah, what? Amidst the exclamation, those intruders who had no time to escape were instantly frozen in the ice layer. Ah, behind him, Ashido Mina, a girl with red skin and tentacles on her head, leapt vigorously and immediately puffed up her cheeks and spit out countless corrosive liquids from her mouth. When you hit the ground, laugh. Immediately, countless holes were corroded on the ground, emitting quenching smoke. The powerful spray range also covered some ice sculptures within the range. The inside of the ice sculpture has been lost, only felt as an intruder, and immediately disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Laugh. Shoto Todoroki stayed behind Nangong Yu in a half-squatting skating posture, looking coldly at all the intruders in front of him. Click. Ashido Mina landed from behind Nangong Yu and grinned. Here comes the mistress. In front of him was a muscular Nangong Yu. The clothes on the upper body have been completely torn off, and with black hair, he just stood in front of everyone. Glancing at the three students in front of him and Shangta Xiao's behind him, he took off the goggles without hesitation and then put on eye drops. Do you think of them as hero? However, since they can stand here, they have become real hero and have resisted villains more than once. Brush. The black mist fell, and Kurogiri immediately hung the dead wood on the ground, and his left arm was still pulled on the ground, which was obviously crushed by a punch. Waste. Sigang Muhong scratched his neck unhappily again. These are some mobs, and what they found were just rubbish. You should have been thrown in the rubbish dump. Even if I give you a chance, you are just rubbish, trash. Dead handle wooden hanging, we. Kurogiri hesitated for a moment, looked at Sigang Muhong, and said seriously, now Shongying has already reacted, are we going to leave? No, I don't want to leave yet, I haven't seen the symbol of peace all might be killed. Sigang Muhong refused without hesitation. Since we brought these wastes, we must create something that Shongying will regret. Even a small student can't handle it, so let them all die here. Nomu, roar. On the side, the black monster who had been on hook all the time also received a reaction at this moment. The broken right arm seemed to be inspired by something, and some tiny granulation sprouted from the broken part of the arm in an instant, as if growing again. Moment. Brush. A whole black right arm reappeared again. Quote. Shangtai Shaozi's expression changed slightly. Ha ha ha, isn't it surprising? The dead handlewood hanging laughed loudly. This is what we can completely kill All Might. It can not only absorb shocks, make All Might's attack 0, can regenerate, and the power increase can completely surpass All Might. Nomu with a lot of quirks in one. For this toy, the dead handle wooden hanging is a bit proud. Kurogiri floats leisurely behind the dead handle wood hanging, like a faithful watcher. 0. Seeking flowers. Only Nomu doesn't move at all, just like a toy, only after each command of the dead handle wood, it will move. 5. Seeing the performance of Sigang Muhong introducing the product, Nangong Yu laughed immediately. Can you kill All Might? Even I can't solve it, and you have to solve All Might. It really is a whimsical fool. After the words fell, Nangong Yu took the lead and looked at Sigang Mudiao with the same gaze as if he was looking at a fool. Under the reversal of his state, it was as if Shigong Mudiao who had appeared 10 times looked at a dead person. Opposite. You. Sigang Muhong gritted his teeth slightly, scratched his bloodshot neck, and twisted his body irregularly. Damn you. It's you, a childlike garbage, who stops me time and time again, you. Quote. Don't worry, I'll interrupt. Nangong Yu stretched out his hand to stop, and sneered, you can't even solve the garbage, so what are you, let alone do you really think that your Nomu is a very powerful existence? If I say that I can instantly solve your so-called toy, let's bet you won't be a dead man again. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, everyone felt puzzled by Nangong Yu's smile, but it was so dazzling in Sidang Mudiao's eyes. Nangong Yu, Shangtai Shao's had finished taking the eye drops and walked out slowly. Trust me, teacher. Nangong Yu nodded seriously, looking at each other. Xiaozi Shangtai's face was calm, his eyes still showed a look of disdain for everything, but after seeing Nangong Yu's expression, he was slightly taken aback. Once upon a time, a fool patted himself on the shoulder and said this sentence. Do what you can. Shangtai Shao's hesitated for a moment, but still patted Nangong Yu on the shoulder. Being affirmed, Nangong Yu opened his right hand, and the lightning halberd appeared in his hand immediately. The silver lightning flashed, and the lightning halberd hummed. Nangong Yu was fully prepared. Nomu. Sigang Mahong also issued an order, and Nomu's eyes were bloodshot again, and a red light burst out. Roar. With a roar, Nomu's muscles began to swell. Fighting. One touch. Chapter 82 Flooded Area. Minoru Mineta 3 people, 2/10. Chapter 82 Flood Disaster Area. 3 Minoru Mineta, 2/10. Every time he took a step, cracks would also appear under Nangong Yu's feet, and the ground could not bear the huge impact at all. Under the power of killing gods, all defenses are useless. Moreover, the void invincible body under 50% extraction, resisted the impact of Nomu hard, as if it was just scratched on the arm, without any feeling. Now, Nangong Yu also has a general understanding of the 50% void invincible body. Looking at Nomu, Shoto Todoroki, and Shota Sasawa who looked like fierce water beasts in front of them, their complexions became serious. Even Ashido Mina's complexion changed slightly. However, Nangong flat color is still calm. Roar. With a roar, Nomu moved. 007. A gust of air swept across his body crazily, and Nomu's figure disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already met Nangong Yu. The power of killing gods is fully activated. Nangong Yu clenched his fist with his right hand and punched out. Boom. Both collided, and a powerful airflow rushed out instantly. Under the rush of the air current, almost everyone couldn't open their eyes, and many people immediately covered their faces. Some of the less powerful individuals next to them managed to stabilize their figures only by firmly hugging the things around them. No matter how strong you are, it won't work at all. Sigan Muhang's eyes are full of confidence. All Might relies on impact to attack, and Nomu was created exclusively to deal with All Might. Then Nangong Yu is not dangerous anymore. Ashido Mina immediately covered her mouth. Xiaozi Shangtai looked calm. It is not that simple to be able to cope with Nangong Yu for such a long time, and there is also room for quirks. Even if you can't beat it, nothing will happen. Call. Shoto Todoroki didn't say a word, but the breath he exhaled immediately turned into ice crystals. His eyes were cold, and he was ready to rush over at any time. With a pair of eyes fixed on Nangong Yu, Shoto Todoroki really wants to know where the limit of Nangong Yu is. Same moment. Yeah, the voice of Nangong Yu's retorted question came from the air current. Next second, I saw a figure, instantly soaring into the sky from the air current, flying out towards nowhere. Its sturdy body was like a sack. Everyone's heart tightened. Almost every battle between Nangong Yu and Nomu will touch everyone's heart. Nomu. Sigang Muhong's eyes suddenly changed. 1 second he was full of confidence in Nomu's impact-absorbing ability, but the next second he was slapped in the face by Nangong Yu's punch. Not Nangong Yu. Shoto Todoroki speaks. Ashido Mina subconsciously patted his chest. Cut. The stone hanging in Xiao Shongtai's heart fell to the ground, and his head turned to the other side. Boom. In the air current, there was another dull sound, and Nangong Yu's figure soared into the sky, almost rushing towards Nomu, who was knocked into the air without any hesitation. Can be invaded. Superior. Kill them. After confirming that Nangong Yu had left the area, the intruders came back to their senses, and the long-range attack, Quirks, immediately covered the 3 of them. Going up, putting on the goggles again, a cold light flashed in Sasawa Shota's eyes, and he came in front of Shoto Todoroki and Ashido Mina. Simulated disaster area on water. I don't want to die. In the safe area of the ship, Minoru Mineta sat on the ground holding his head, with a look of fear on his face. Green Valley Izuku on the side said seriously, we will not die. We will definitely leave from here. I think so. Asui Suyu looked at the 2 of them. But, we must come up with a fake one that can break through and deal with those intruders in the water. Little devil, don't hide, come out and die. A man with shark teeth shouted in the water. The mutant next to him laughed loudly. These brats are scared to the point of peeing their pants by us, ha ha ha. Some intruders shook their heads secretly. After all, these students are just children. One of them said, let Shark King take action, end the battle early, I just want to see the symbol of peace All Might disappear. Okay, the others nodded their heads. At the same time, the man known as the Shark King stepped out of the crowd, took off his clothes, and jumped with all his strength. Plop, a small splash of water splashed, and the Shark King was transformed into a gigantic shark when he touched the water. The sharp horns on the head exuded a metallic luster, the eyes exuded red light, and the shark's sharp teeth shone coldly, and the mutants around had to dodge immediately. What is that? Green Valley Izuku pointed at the horn that suddenly came out of the water, his complexion changed slightly. Asui Suyu's tone became urgent. It's a shark, but why does this shark seem a bit strange? At this time, the sharp horns collided with the hull in an instant. Bang! Amidst the loud sound, the hull was knocked open by horns exuding metallic luster, and the hull immediately shook greatly. No! The hull is flooded. Seeing that the hull was changing and sinking, countless water flows into the hull, and several people felt the shaking at the same time. Asui Suyu immediately said, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Minoru Mineta's newly strengthened heart was broken immediately. Shut up. Green Valley Izuku's face is still firm. You have to be clear, you want to become a hero. If you can't overcome this little difficulty, you can't become a hero. Looking at the more and more intense water flow, the sharks kept churning in the water, and 5.6 unexpectedly formed quite a vortex. Green Valley Izuku suddenly had a new strategy in his mind, and immediately said, I have figured out a way to get out of here, but I still need the cooperation of the 2 of you. Asui Suyu nodded immediately. Us. Just as Green Valley Izuku was about to speak, Minoru Mineta beside him said curiously, look at what that is. In the sky, a huge black shadow is flying. Run. Green Valley Izuku's pupils shrunk, quickly grabbed the arms of Asui Suyu and Minoru Mineta, and used 1, 4, all on their legs. Next moment, boom. Nomu, who was dressed in hardcover muscles, smashed down on the hull, and the incomplete hull exploded completely at this moment. Chapter 84 End the Battle. 2/10. Chapter 84 End the Battle. 2/10. Under the violent impact of the huge vortex created by the Shark King, the water flow instantly accelerated and turned into a bigger waterspout in the blink of an eye. Rumble. The surface of the water was suddenly choppy, with countless sea waves, and the danger factor of the small flood site rose again at this moment. At this moment, the intruders who were still holding the chance to win had completely changed their expressions, and many of them had changed their expressions wildly. What's this? Be careful, run, do not come. At this moment, human power becomes insignificant in the face of horrific natural disasters. Even with quirks that can move freely in the water, there is no way to resist the instantaneous waterspout. Almost in the blink of an eye, countless intruders in the water were all involved in the waterspout. It's now, Minoru Mineta. It's up to you. Green Valley Izuku fell to the ground. His left leg could no longer move freely, which was the consequence of using ONEFOR, rashly just now. Minoru Mineta. Asui Suyu also looked at the short man. Minoru Mineta, as the one with the weakest strength in 2008 besides Green Valley Izuku, is watched by 2 people at this moment, and you only feel a weight on your shoulders for a while. However, looking at the choppy water in front of him and the intruders involved in it, Minoru Mineta still clenched his hands tightly, summoning courage at this moment. Wow, even if I bleed to death, I will stick them all. Minoru Mineta yelled, but the movements of his hands were not slow at all. Constantly plucking off the grapes on the head and dropping them into the water almost like a catapult. Quirks is a Minoru Mineta of grapes. As long as you pick off the grapes on your head, no matter who you are, the strong stickiness can stick for a whole day. I saw that the grapes flew into the water in an instant, and then were rolled together by the waterspout, forming a pile of such weird things. Make it or break it. Asui Suyu muttered to himself. This is also the voice of Green Valley Izuku who was lying on the side. What is this? Amid the exclamation, the intruder on the left accidentally touched the grape, and couldn't shake it off no matter how he swung his arm. Then, something blocked his vision. I saw such grapes appearing everywhere on the water. Under the powerful waterspout, no one is spared. Success. A smile appeared on Izuku's face again. However, a sudden change occurred. In the eyes of Green Valley Izuku, the monster with black muscles appeared immediately, and it jumped up under the powerful waterspout. Asuisuyu immediately stretched out his long tongue to wrap around Midoriya Izuku, grabbed Minoru Mineta with one hand and was about to jump to the side. However, Nomu's speed is simply too fast. Seeing Nomu falling from the sky was about to step down, a silver ripple appeared immediately under the three of them. The unexplained weightlessness made the three startled, and they looked around again, and they had already appeared in different positions. In front of them, Nangong Yu's explosive muscular strength was displayed in front of the three of them. You are safe. Nangong Yu still maintained a smile at the corner of his mouth. Boom. Nomu landed heavily. The ground couldn't bear the huge coercion at all. It was broken into countless pieces in an instant, and even a small pothole appeared with Nomu as the center. What kind of monster? Minoru Mineta's eyes widened immediately, and she secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Asuisuyu is also full of surprises. Terrible quirks, we can't resist this power. All Might. At this moment, Green Valley Izuku showed a serious look in his eyes. At this moment, he thought of what Sigang Muhong said about All Might's killer move. It couldn't be this one. I heard that there is something that can kill All Might, but it seems that's all there is to it. Nangong Yu teased, staring at Nomu in front of him. It seems that the biggest weakness of this thing is the lack of independent thinking ability. The previous battles were all under the command of Sigang Muhong, but now it seems that he has not recovered. Although this was said by himself, Nangong Yu is very clear that this thing does have enough strength to match All Might at present. Can absorb the impact endlessly, increase the strength of the body, and regenerate. So many quirks merged into one, after all, created a terrifying monster. Roar. Nomu suddenly opened his mouth wide and roared. Seeing Nangong Yu's figure, he rushed over without hesitation again. As he stepped forward, the ground continued to shatter with a crackling sound, and a fist the size of an ordinary person's head suddenly hit Nangong Yu. Within a short distance, Green Valley Izuku immediately reacted and shouted, "Danger!" Student Nangong. Asuisuyu was also slightly taken aback, with a flustered look on his face. Minoru Mineta on the side was already trembling under Nomu's huge pressure. The next moment, Nomu has already punched Nangong Yu on the head. However, in the eyes of everyone, this fist actually came in front of Nangong Yu, and the veins on his arm were bulging. No matter how much Ren Nomu used his strength, it was difficult to push the branch any longer. It seemed that some terrifying force hindered his attack. Asuisuyu plucked up the courage to walk in and take a look. Nangong Yu just stretched out his hand easily, blocking Nomu's attack. It's all right. Nangong Yu turned his head and smiled, then looked at Nomu again. The attack of this thing is a bit monotonous. There is not even a so-called move at all. It just uses the so-called violent attack, relying on the blessing of a few quirks. Alright, it's time to end the battle. The left hand is still resisting Nomu. Nangong Yu is safe and comfortable, because Nangong Yu knows very well that Nomu's full strength cannot break through the defense of the void invincible body at all. Even in a duel, it is only equivalent to 20% of the power of killing gods. Open your right hand slightly, and a silver light appears at this moment. Lightning Halberd. In just a few minutes, some dancing arcs reappeared in the lightning halberd, which looked exquisite. The veins on Nomu's arms popped out, and he was clearly trying to beat Nangong Yu with all his might. Unfortunately, you have no chance. Sighing slightly, Huan Ziko issued the final water cooling order, blame. I saw Nangong Yu raised his hand, and a cold light flashed in his hand. Base. Like the trembling of silverware, Nomu's head broke completely from the neck without warning. Chapter 85 All Might. Coming. 3/10. Chapter 85 All Might. Here come. 3/10. Batter. The broken head fell to the ground in an instant, and Nangong Yu also felt that the strength that had been fighting against him had completely dissipated at this moment. The powerless black body collapsed. Call. Minoru Mineta let out a long breath, patted his chest, and finally passed the danger. And everyone doesn't have to die here. I didn't expect such a tragic battle to happen after the first battle. Asuisuyu looked at Nangong Yu's back and didn't know what he was thinking. As for Green Valley Izuku, at that moment just now, with the flash of silver light, Green Valley Izuku discovered that the fluorescence was actually coming from the weapon in Nangong Yu's hand. Then the unique weapon that is still flashing with electric arcs, I don't know what it is so sharp. Moreover, Nangong Yu's strength is surprisingly strong, even against such a villain who has no chance of winning. It is also possible to do so with ease. If it is yourself, it is impossible. Even, it is impossible to confront directly. Field. Damn. Hate. Seeing that his toy was killed like this, Sigang Muhong's mental state collapsed again, scratching his neck frantically, as if something had penetrated into his body. The next moment, Sigang Muhong was staring at Nangong Yu. It was this existence like a kid who completely ruined all his plans. Moreover, the secret weapon that can be used to defeat All Might is so vulnerable. From the beginning to the end, I was restrained by this kid. Deadwood, let's go first. Kurogiri on the side called out. Looking at all the intruders in front of him, there are only a few who are still standing on the ground, and the intruders in front of him are still falling down one by one. Opposite, the battle still goes on. Without Nomu's restraint, the intruders in front of them seem to be just some brainless villains. Can't be called a criminal at all. Compared with the horrible criminals who fought against them when they were young, these invaders really didn't have enough teeth. However, after using countless times to eliminate Quirks, my eyes are really dry. From being overwhelmed at the beginning, the pressure has been reduced a lot now, and Shoto Todoroki's combat power on one side is also terrifyingly high. Quirks are half cold, half hot. Shoto Todoroki, using only icy quirks from beginning to end. Wherever it went, it solidified into a piece of ice sculpture. But it seems that there has been a certain amount of consumption, and Shoto Todoroki seldom confronts the enemy head-on. The breath exhaled casually is already clearly visible. Shoto Todoroki looks calm, and has been facing high-intensity training since he was a child. Right now, these villains are not his all-in-one enemy at all. Click. Almost as soon as he raised his hand, another ice sculpture appeared, and with a punch, the ice sculpture in front of him immediately shattered and fell to the ground. Hey, Ashido Mina behind, had a great time playing. Between the openings, there were a few sticky corrosive liquids, which immediately corroded many large pits when they fell on the ground. It fell on the intruder's ice sculpture, and in just a few seconds, the ice sculpture completely melted into a ball. On the opposite side, two more intruders plucked up their courage and launched an impact on Shota Shaozawa. One of his arms turned into a sharp blade, and the other hands merged into scissors. What strange. Quirks, again. Xiaozi Shangtai let out a cold snort, and chopped down two more intruders with two knives in his hands, completely vulnerable to a single blow. This time, the elimination ability was not used. After all, the eyes are extremely dry, and using the eyes for a long time will consume a lot of eyes. But now it is time for fighting, and there is no way to drop eye drops, so he can only protect himself with his own strong strength. At the same time, quack, a green figure suddenly appeared in everyone's eyes, and with a light jump, the whole person had already arrived in the villains. After landing at a high altitude, Rikido, who spewed out his huge tongue in a short distance, also sent an intruder flying head-on. We are coming. Minoru Mineta picked off the grapes on his head and threw them casually, hitting many villains directly. Many people pinched the grapes on their bodies in confusion, but later found that once they were stuck, they could never be shaken off. What's this? So, in such a confused situation, Green Valley Izuku punched out, and the villains was knocked down and perfectly sticky with the ground. In the field, it's just a group of rabble. Sigang Mudiao's face turned cold, but his eyes were full of disdain. Except for Nomu just now, all the intruders here seemed to be just throwable things. Moreover, due to Nangong Yu's restraint, not only were all plans disrupted, even toys like Nomu were wiped out. Kurogiri said helplessly, after all, they are just random punks. Let's go first. After all, we have already been alarmed. Click. The gate of USJ is open. A hero battle uniform from the Silver Age of the American comics appeared in everyone's eyes, with 2 locks of hair on his head and a gloomy smile on his face. All Might. It's All Might coming. All Might. Whether it is the students in the disaster area or the students fighting in the field, they all looked up at the person at the door at the same time. All Might, known as the symbol of peace. Here we come. Good job and, against the enemy invaders. All Might is coming. No, Ulmer, I don't know who yelled, and the others immediately stopped as if they were scared out of their wits. Crunch. Clenching his fists tightly, All Might's muscular muscles were vibrating at this moment. All Might is in an extremely gloomy mood. By taking advantage of this short opportunity, I actually invaded here. Lowering his head slightly, All Might's tone was extremely cold. With a slight bow and an explosive jump, All Might has arrived on the court. Face to face with Kurogiri floating leisurely on the opposite side, and the dead handle wooden hanging surrounded by hand-like props all over the body, getting lost every day. At this moment, everyone looked to the field, the real #1 hero, All Might Yan. Chapter 86 Treat my teacher. Say hello to you. 4/10. Chapter 86 Be my teacher. Say hello to you. 4/10. It's fine, why do you want to ask? Because I'm here. All Might uttered this classic line in front of everyone with a sullen smile. Click, click. Stepping on the ground that has been broken, every step down, these broken ground will produce new debris, it is impossible to bear the occasional steps. Tread, tread, tread. All Might's footsteps seemed unusually heavy, and I'm afraid the mood at the moment is like walking. The rescue was carried out there just now, but I didn't expect to delay the transformation time. In the school, I heard another instruction from the principal, if it wasn't for Ida who suddenly appeared in the school and reported that there was a problem with USJ. Invaded by massive villains, I'm afraid the school doesn't know the news at all, and thinking of putting all the students in danger because of their own mistakes. All Might, like BUZ, fell into a very self-blaming situation, in case any student was really in danger. Perhaps the most unforgivable thing All Might can do is his own mistakes. And the instigator of all this is right in front of you now. Boom, boom, boom. All Might stepped out slowly step by step, leaping over Shoto Todoroki and Ashido Mina who were fighting. He exchanged a glance with Shota Xiao's, and Shota Xiao's also took off his goggles, recovering 620 from the fighting state. She gave a thumbs up to Izuku, who was leaning on the wall, and smiled at Asui Suyu and Minoru Mineta. Go ahead. The front of the crowd. Shirtless. Ah no, Nangong Yu showing explosive strength all over his body. Papa, All Might patted Nangong Yu on the shoulder. Because of the arrival of All Might, Nangong Yu has discovered that the rhythm of the USJ indoor battle has been disrupted for a while. All intruders exist as if they have seen a natural enemy. In a short time, riots broke out within the invaders. No, it's All Might. Someone swallowed. It's really All Might. Someone's quirks are out of control. Run. Someone was the first to run towards the dead handle wooden hanging. As All Might walked forward step by step, the intruders didn't even have the courage to meet their eyes. This moment, intruders, completely vulnerable, as if disintegrated from within. All Might, a hero, who is called a symbol of peace by people all over the world, has won the #1 honor that all heroes dream of. A hero supported by men, women and children. Not just a symbol of peace, but even a spiritual pillar for all. At the moment Ulmer AICF came here. The battle is over. This is the symbol of peace, known as the #1 hero of absolute strength. Young man, you did a good job. Looking at Nangong Yu whose height only reached his waist, All Might grinned. Xiao Xiao checked, and found that Nangong Yu was not injured at all, but this kid had a chilling aura all over his body. And it seems that the strength seems to have reached a certain level of terror. A body full of surging muscles, just looking at the blood in his eyes. It was once called the strongest weapon. However, the boy has his own way to go. Oh, you came really late. If it was a little later, the battle should have ended. Or I should have been killed by the villains by then. Nangong Yu flipped, rolling his eyes. He laughed casually. The tone was a little heavy. All Might in front of him, Nangong Yu had no intention of showing mercy. The real situation of All Might now can be counted on one finger. But in order to deal with the public, All Might's hero passion still exists for a day, and he will not stop helping those in need for a day. This is a lesson for All Might. Quote. All Might was silent for a while and said, I see, Nangong boy. All Might knows exactly what Nangong Yu is talking about. Just know it, and I'll leave it to you. I'm still in the middle of my blood, but the battle is over. Your so-called Nomu is also without a fight. Cursing his lips, Nangong Yu opened his right hand, and 6 silver waves appeared in the space immediately. With the improvement of Space Shuttle, 6 space wormholes are already the limit, but this just happens to save all the students from the disaster area. Looks like, Nangong boy, you have mastered the new quirks again. All Might also noticed the silver wave that Nangong Yu made with just a wave of his hand. As the volatility fell, so students wearing hero uniforms also appeared in the field. Ah, what is this? Jiro Kyoka was still in a fighting pose, with Yayorozu Momo and Kaminari Denki beside him. Shoji Mezzo and Tokiyami Fumikage appeared not far away, and the two looked confused. Come here, this is student Nangong's ability. Uraraka Ochako immediately waved to everyone. Bakugo Katsuki looked at Nangong Yu like a monster, wondering what kind of secret this guy is hiding. On the contrary, Kirishima Eijiro looked at the muscular Nangong Yu, touched his head and laughed, then clenched his fists and hit his chest. This is the posture that a man should have. Sato Rikido also clenched his fists. Student Nangong is really hiding something. As for Nangong Yu, he shook his head helplessly, and finally walked towards Yayorozu Momo. Ah, seeing Nangong Yu's strong figure, Yayorozu Momo was taken aback for a moment, then blushed slightly, and immediately covered his face. Under the size of everyone, Nangong was really full of black lines. Cough cough. After coughing, Nangong Yu said, What are you looking at? Help me make a piece of clothing. I really didn't think you would take advantage of me. Yayorozu Momo swore that he had never seen such a brazen person before, but helplessly, then pulled out the same clothes as the sportswear from the huge chest. The other side. This fateful scene is happening. Time to go. Kurogiri made a sound, and then sprayed countless black mist from his body, instantly enveloping the dead handle wooden hanger. Young man, although I don't know what your purpose is, but do you really think you can kill me? All Might also stopped in front of the dead handle wooden hanging. Looking at each other, Sigangmu Diao let out an almost crazy laugh. Ha ha ha. Everyone says you are a symbol of peace, but at best you are just a stronger idiot. Test whether your strength has declined, but if you don't see the truth, Nomu will die. Quote. All Might saw that eye full of disdain from the fingertips on Sigang Muhong's face. All Might remained silent. As for your students, Nangong Yu, I will remember this name deeply in my mind. And it's normal for you to eat and drink, but I just can't understand you, hero. From now on, I will also tell you that regarding the official establishment of the League of Villains, this is only our first battle. Gaba. All Might clenched his palms. I won't let you succeed. Ha ha ha, who's to say, maybe the next event will be the fall of the symbol of peace. Sigang Muhong walked back slowly, his entire figure had been hidden in Kurogiri, and then, he stopped again. Be my teacher, say hello to you. This is probably the first time I have seen such an extremely arrogant terrorist. All Might also learned from Ida that it is similar to the space, quirks, ability. Who is your teacher? All Might said. Nigaragi laughed. You guys like to call it, 1-4-ALL. Crackling. It was like a bolt from the blue in my heart. All Might's pupils shrunk. He suddenly raised his head, and grabbed at the dead handle wooden hanging. But everything has disappeared into that piece of Kurogiri. Chapter 87 Begin, Sports Festival. 5/10 Resurrection with full blood, please collect it. Chapter 87 Let's start. Sports Festival. Continuing the report below. Just yesterday, students of Hero Division of Hero High School were attacked at the disaster training facility. According to the police investigation, we learned that the group of criminals called themselves League of Villains, and their primary goal was to kill All Might, who joined Shongying High School this spring. Turning off the TV, Ida put away the remote control, worried. I didn't expect it to be on the news. That's for sure. The academy that cultivated Hero was actually invaded by villains. It's a big news no matter where it is placed. Kirishima Eijiro slumped back in the seat, resting her hands behind her head and staring at the ceiling. Ida took another look inside the classroom. All the students were there. Fortunately, no students were injured in this invasion, but I heard that teacher number 13 and teacher Aizawa Shota were admitted to the hospital, so I don't know what happened. Everyone, all feel a little lost, Uraraka Ochako said uneasily, worry written all over her face. The atmosphere in the classroom was very oppressive, everyone was silent, and the air seemed to freeze. Hateful, Bakugo Katsuki kicked the table angrily, and the things on the table fell to the ground. Yi Yin, who only had a school uniform floating in the air but could not see his hands, feet and face, turned around, helped him pick up the things, and tried to comfort him. Bakugo-san, don't be so angry all the time. Green Valley Izuku also responded. Yes, after all, we are only freshmen, and what we can do is really limited. We can only watch the teachers and the others. Bakugo Katsuki seemed to hear something particularly unpleasant, turned around with his hands in his pockets and stared at him. I'm Hero. I came to Hero School to beat these guys, not for nothing. He glanced sideways, and murmured, and even if they are freshmen, don't some people still steal the limelight? With his words, almost everyone in the class turned their eyes to Nangong Yu, who had been silent all the time. Nangong Yu was staring out the window in a daze, and he keenly felt his gaze turned back. How? Bakugo Katsuki pouted, but said nothing. But someone still spoke out what was in his heart, and saw Minoru Mineta throwing herself on Nangong Yu's table in admiration, with golden eyes shining all over her eyes. Student Nangong, why are you so powerful? Seeing that you have no problem fighting those intruders, even Nomu, who they always think is very powerful, was almost killed by you. Yes, what are your quirks? It seems that there are space system quirks. What's that silver weapon? Is it also part of the quirks? Once someone started, a lot of questions came to Nangong Yu like a tide. Nangong Yu couldn't resist everyone's enthusiasm for a while, and didn't know how to explain it. Swish. At this time, the classroom door was quickly opened, ending the noisy atmosphere in the classroom. Everyone sat quietly in their seats, and saw Mr. Aizawa walking in slowly. He seemed to be injured, and his walking posture was unsteady. Before he was only bandaged around his face, now he is almost covered with bandages all over his body. To be able to attend classes in this state is really very dedicated. Mr. Aizawa cleared his throat first, and then said, I know that you have suffered a lot from the previous incident, but since you have entered this academy, this is the most basic crisis you will face. Don't say that you are not ready, you are just newcomers or something, villains will not appear when you are fully prepared. I mean, don't let your guard down anytime soon, because the fight is not over. Yell. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of gasping sounds immediately sounded in the classroom. What's going on? The battle isn't over, could it be that the villains appeared again? Kirishima Eijiro asked with wide-eyed eyes. Trouble is coming again, Shoto Todoroki said lightly, his tone didn't seem to be worry or fear, but a faint expectation. Also looking forward to it was Bakugo Katsuki, but he showed it by kicking the table again and yelling, just in time. Last time I didn't show my strength. The villains that appeared this time is beyond your capabilities. Our teachers and the police will be responsible for this matter. Your focus at this stage should be on other places. Aizawa Shota tapped twice on the desktop, and his bandaged fingers made a crisp sound on the podium. What is it? Asked Ojiro Mashirao, who was in the front row. Hero Sports Festival. Heroes. Sports Festival. All the students in the class were muttering the name. Teacher. Yaoyorozu Momo raised his hand suddenly. What's the matter, Yaoyorozu Wan? We have just been invaded by the villains, isn't it inappropriate to hold a sports festival now? Aizawa Shota shook his head. Our Heroes Sports Festival is different from ordinary high schools. It is a major event comparable to Olympic international events. Many well-known professional hero will visit and compete with elite students from various colleges. 0. Seeking flowers. It can be said that this event will determine your next entry qualifications. If you perform well in the sports festival, you may be selected by professional hero and join their firm for an internship. This point is crucial for you to become hero. Ida propped his chin and pondered. Indeed, if we can join a powerful professional hero firm, we will definitely get a lot of training. Moreover, this sports festival has another important role. Aizawa-sensei spoke slowly. Effect. Our Hero Academy is the school of Hero to the public, and Hero is the target of the people's trust. After this invasion, everyone's trust in us will definitely decrease, and the sports festival is held to show them that not only are we not defeated, but we will also come out stronger. 0. Oh, that made me excited, said Sato Rikido. Me too. Ashido Mina stretched out her arms, looking very excited. Everyone also agreed. Aizawa Shota's gaze slowly moved over the excited students in the classroom, and finally settled on a certain person. As for Nangong Yu, I have something to tell you, please stay after school later. Nangong Yu raised his head, facing Aizawa Shota's eyes without much emotion. He nodded without asking why. When the get out of class bell rang, Nangong Yu stood up in front of everyone's eyes, followed Aizawa Shota and walked out. Why did Aizawa-sensei call Nangong-sen out alone? Uraraka Ochako asked. It should be about fighting the invaders before. Asui Suyu said, looking at Aizawa-sensei, he doesn't seem very happy. You don't want to criticize Nangong-san, do you? Huh, criticism. Without him, none of us may survive. He is so strong, must he be praised? Hey, if only I were as strong as him. Kirishima Eijiro looked frustrated. Forget it, with his strength, you will be in heaven for the rest of your life. Said Shiro Honta. What did you say? Kirishima Eijiro jumped at him immediately, and the two of them twisted into a ball. Student Nangong. Green Valley Izuku looked at the back of Nangong Yu leaving and was a little dazed. Has his strength reached the level of professional hero? Chapter 88 Supercomputing. System upgrade. 6/10 seek to pursue order, seek full order. Aizawa Shota maintained his usual aloofness, and there was heat in my eyes. Student Nangong. I hope you can tell me the truth now. Nangong Yu was slightly taken aback. What's the matter? Teacher. Aizawa Shota was silent for a moment. Where did all these quirks that you showed on your body come from? Nangong Yu pouted. It refers to the quirks on me, doesn't it belong to me completely? Aizawa Shota hesitated. Aren't you going to tell me? These quirks in me are awakened by me, and no one taught me. Nangong Yu was very firm. Student Nangong, can you be responsible for what you said? Nangong Yu nodded firmly. Aizawa Shota let out a long breath, as if making some solemn decision. Congratulations, Student Nangong, you have officially joined the ranks of professional quirks from today on. Nangong Yu froze for a moment, and then an unconcealable excitement appeared on his face. Aizawa Shota was relieved. For the sports festival, we still have to prepare well for 140. There will be a camping training in the near future, so you can go with it. Nangong Yu nodded and said very politely, then I'll go back first, teacher. Nangong Yu did not return to the classroom after saying goodbye to Aizawa Shota, but climbed to the highest floor and stood there overlooking the campus. I don't know when. The entire Hero Academy is gradually entering a very delicate state. Everyone here seems to have a qualification to be a hero. However, there are many biases in the understanding of hero, which vary from person to person. Nangong Yu at the moment, standing on the highest floor of the teaching building on the balcony. Looking at the so-called world in his eyes with an incomprehensible gaze. Time passed slowly, and finally the bell rang for the end of get out of class. Nangong Yu, who had a serious face just now, seemed to be concerned about the country and the people, suddenly changed into a different look. He jumped down from the top of the teaching building like a wild hare that had run loose. Brush, 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 have you ever seen parkour? He fell straight down. This scene shocked many students. Cool, handsome, feather, good job, what, for a time, mixed reviews. Nangong Yu doesn't care what these people think. He ran quickly, and passed the intersection not long after. A bento specialty store appears in front of you. In the legends, the bento in this shop is very delicious. Reduced price bento is what Nangong Yu came here for. If others know this, I'm afraid they will laugh at him to death. Nangong Yu was not so funny, he will tell others his true intentions. After waiting in a crowded queue, he finally got his dream bento. Nangong Yu ran to a small alley, ready to open the bento to eat. Abruptly, a lightning-like object snatched the bento from his hand in an instant. Immediately, disappeared into the dark corner. I'm going, what is it? Dare to grab my bento. The corners of Nangong Yu's lips twitched recklessly, and she unleashed her steps and chased after her. But the opponent, Nangong frowned. It seems to have some spatial level power. He kept shuttling in the dark corners, and Nangong Yu couldn't do anything about him for a while. And during the whole process, his bento had already been eaten up. Crow, is it tolerable or unbearable? Nangong Yu was angry and roared. Looking up, he found that his opponent was standing on the wall not far away, looking at Nangong Yu proudly, laughing from time to time. Challenge me and I'll make you pay. Now Nangong Yu was extremely angry. However, in view of the fact that the little thing moves too fast, to restrain it, one must master the calendar area of the spatial level. In Nangong Yu's eyes, a touch of scarlet flashed. The system is forced to start. The extraction function is loaded. The target rose. The gentle voice of the system sounded in an instant. The command of the host has been detected. Is it mandatory to start? Force start. Enter the system simulation state. Rose function extraction. Enter the microspace computing state. System autonomous auxiliary computing. At this moment, Nangong Yu's eyes turned from red to blue, and a strange light flickered. Then, it's the bento I worked so hard to get in line. Challenge me, you monster, don't blame my ruthless subordinates. Seemingly feeling the anger from Nangong Yu, the little thing immediately jumped up and continued to shuttle in the shadows, avoiding Nangong Yu's pursuit. Wormhole space calculation. The entrance is open. Teleportation. Without hesitation, he jumped forward. Nangong Yu disappeared here out of thin air. Passing by at the intersection, several people of the same age who happened to see this scene were frightened. There is a ghost. Several people shouted in their mouths and ran away one after another. With the assistance of system calculations, Nangong Yu keeps micro-shuttle between wormholes. Soon he discovered that the little guy's ability was also limited. It seemed that he could only transfer between shadows. After trying several times of chasing, Nangong Yu has already noticed the weakness of that little thing. Feng Shui takes turns. It's my turn. Feel free to move, Nangong Yu. Forcibly extract part of Rose's power. Dark matter settlement function, shadow transmission function, synchronous calculation, system warning, exceeding computing power. I hope the host will be careful. Nangong Yu gritted his teeth. Is it tolerable or unbearable? Forced calculation. Under Nangong Yu's tough attitude, the system started crazy calculations. The next moment, a thin wall of dark matter suddenly appeared around the shadow of the little thing. In just a moment, this layer of dark matter wall completely wrapped up that little thing and bound him completely. Nangong Yu stepped forward with a smile, then stretched out his hand and made a gesture. The little thing shrank, and then went directly to Nangong Yu's hand. I said long ago that you little guy can't escape from my palm. You were so arrogant after eating my bento. See if I don't kill you today. Just when he was about to start, a loud noise suddenly sounded behind him. Stop it and don't hurt it. Nangong Yu turned around and frowned. Uraraka Ochako, why, this little guy is very hateful. If you let it out, it may cause some unsafe factors. Uraraka Ochako was a little embarrassed and smiled. Actually, this little thing, I've seen him before. He can't cause any real harm to this world, and I often give him something to eat, so please let him go. All right, Nangong Yu was a little helpless, but seeing Uraraka Ochako begging himself so much, he threw the little thing in his hand over. During the process, the small thing quickly turned into a cage formed of dark matter materials. Uraraka Ochako was very excited when he saw it. I've never caught this little guy before, but he has the ability to travel through the darkness. Nangong Yu spread his hands. Forget it, if you like it, I can give it to you. Nangong Yu turned around and left, just 2 steps away when Uraraka Ochako said suddenly. Nangong Yu, what's wrong with me? Uraraka Ochako bit his lip. I mean, you're a monster, I can't see through you until now, huh? Haha. Nangong Yu was stunned, and then continued to slander him. I heard that the school has a plan to go camping recently. I wonder if you will go. You kid, change the subject. Uraraka Ochako hesitated for a while. It seems that Nangong Yu has 5.3 quirks, she really has no way of knowing for a while. Actually, I still prefer to exercise in the field, so that we can fully improve our combat capabilities. I've had enough of that at school. If that's the case, then we'll see you when the time comes for field training. Nangong Yu did not deny her point of view, and immediately left pretending to be casual. After walking a long way, he couldn't help but look back and take a look at Uraraka Ochako. It's a good thing my flash is fast, otherwise my secret will be exposed if I get entangled by that little girl. Talking to himself, he strode away towards the house. Wheels. That's when I protested. Fill your stomach first. When he was concentrating on food and clothing, the gentle voice of the system sounded again. The host forcibly activated the system beyond the budget, breaking through the original computing power of the system. The system is evolving autonomously. What? Nangong Yu couldn't help being taken aback. It seems that his impulse just now gave the system a chance to evolve. Chapter 89 Extraction. Supramolecular Computing. 7/10 Seek to collect, seek to pursue. Before Nangong Yu could feel the full excitement of the system upgrade, there was a sudden violent vibration under his feet. The system has just been upgraded, and he has not yet understood what kind of power the upgraded system can bring to him. If he meets some powerful guys at this time, it will be really difficult. Just when he was frowning, a liquid-like guy suddenly popped open from the manhole cover of the sewer, appearing in front of him. Ha, I really didn't expect to meet the owner of Quirks here. Nangong Yu naturally knew this guy. That liquid creature appeared in the first episode of Hero Academy. So it's you. I think you're looking for death. There's no room for you, yet you dare to appear in front of me. So what? I've already felt that you don't have any power. Come and be my food. The liquid-like body wriggled non-stop, and began to wrap around Nangong Yu's body. If you want me to be your object, then you must have the awareness of death. But just when he was about to teach him a lesson, he suddenly realized that he didn't seem to know what kind of abilities the upgraded system gave him. Oh wait. Just when he was at a loss, the warm voice of the system suddenly sounded. The system extracts the link. Please select the target person of the Super Seminary. Nangong Yu suddenly became excited, that is to say, now he can freely connect with all the people in the Super Seminary or their abilities. Thinking of this, the corners of Nangong Yu's mouth could not help but rise slightly. Okay, since you have appeared in front of me, let me finish you today. Target person, Ash. The system extracts the connection. Target locked. Connection complete. The next moment, a human tall ice bow appeared in Nangong Yu's hand. Ash is one of the heirs chosen by the Holy Kaisa, and there is a trace of the blood of the Angel King in her blood. On the ice bow, the power of icy cold entering the body, coupled with the power of the blood of the angel, instantly made Nangong Yu feel the unprecedented power of the Emperor. Behind his back, a pair of virtual wings suddenly spread out, making him suspend in midair. Yes, Ash didn't become a real angel, but even so, it's enough to eliminate a liquid monster like you. Said Nangong Yu directly opened the bow and arrow in midair. How is this possible? You should be a quirkless, how could you suddenly have such great power? Quirkless. Which eye of yours sees me as a quirkless? Nangong Yu's voice had become icy cold. The liquid monster began to tremble, especially the powerful ice power was his nemesis. In that case, then I will devour you, and from now on I will no longer have to be afraid of the power of ice. The liquid monster seemed to have suddenly figured it out at this time. So he's ready to jump up and trap Nangong Yu with its liquid body, then strip him of his quirks. But Nangong Yu, who knows all the villains in Hero Academy like the back of his hand, how could he let this guy get close? When the bow and arrow in his hand was fully drawn, 5 ice arrows suddenly appeared on the bow and arrow. That kind of feeling that all arrows are firing at once is so refreshing. I told you a long time ago, I want you to be prepared to die. Then come on. That monster didn't seem to realize how powerful the 5 ice swords were, so he rushed towards the 5 ice swords abruptly, trying to attribute the power of the 5 ice arrows to himself. When its body touched the 5 icy arrows, countless ice crystals began to spread all over his body. In the end, his whole body was frozen into an irregularly shaped ice sculpture. Nangong Yu landed on the ground and tapped the ice sculpture in front of him with the divine bow in his hand. You still want my life? I'm really impatient. Is there anything else you want to say to me? I can count it as your last words. While talking, Nangong Yu kept playing with the ice bow and arrow in his hand. At the same time, he was also constantly feeling some kind of control over power after his system was upgraded. The ability of Cheng Wei used before, can't find any trace in the body at this moment. It seems that the upgraded system can completely provide itself with the ability of anyone in the Super Seminary, but it will disintegrate after use. Although it seems a bit ruthless to say such words, but this is also good, I can control a more powerful Luong with a single length. At this moment, the monster had already been completely frozen by the ice, unable to speak at all. UBD, if you don't speak, then I can only assume that you have nothing to say. Say goodbye to this world. Saying that, Nangong Yu stepped back more than a dozen steps, and then drew the full bow of the ice magic skill in his hand again. A huge ice giant arrow flew directly from the divine bow, piercing through the huge ice sculpture at once, and then completely shattered. Nangong Yu walked up to those broken pieces. If I knew it was like this, why did I do it in the first place? Why did you jump out and block my way? I really don't know what to do. After finishing speaking, he took back the ice bow in his hand, and then rushed home. At the same time, he was also carefully feeling all the changes in his body. In the next time, he will completely rely on the system to transform all the abilities in the Super Seminary, and have a good time with these people in the Hero Academy. Thinking of this, he was so excited. But before he arrived at the house, he saw flames bursting into the sky not far away, and All Might appeared there at some point. At this moment, the entire building has tilted and collapsed. It was about to crush all the people inside under the ruins. Although All Might is powerful, he also has a combat record of saving 1,000 people by himself. But the phenomenon in front of him is not something a person with super quirks can do. The huge building has tilted, and within a few seconds, the entire building will collapse. And the thousands of people inside the building who have no time to escape will be buried in the flames. All Might also seemed very anxious at this moment. He was going in and out of the building with 987 at the fastest speed. Meanwhile, other Quirks owners are doing their best to save people in the building and put out the fire. All Might, it looks like we're running out of time. The building won't last long. Please hold on for a while, there are still thousands of people inside. The power of All Might seems to have been used to its peak. But that fire seems to have been deliberately done by someone, and some kind of violent element seems to have been added to the fire element. Yes, there's no way to put it out. Professional quirks are also passing information quickly. For them, the limit has indeed been reached. Nangong Yu gritted his teeth. You guys, when will you let me feel relieved? So Nangong Yu straightened up and walked slowly like a fire scene. System extraction, Monkey King. Ability fusion, clone. The system integration is complete. Enter the calculation program. There was a slight bursting sound, and Nangong Yu instantly turned into Qian Wan Huan. At the same time, the system is also performing supramolecular computing. Each Nangong Yu possesses the unique abilities of Monkey King. With so many Nangong Yu showing up, All Might couldn't help but widen his eyes. Young man, is this also your ability? It really surprised me. I saw all the Nangong Yu rushed into the building at once, and then each Nangong Yu rushed out of the building with someone in his arms. All of this is under the precise calculation of the system, and every position that Nangong Yu enters is the position of the victim closest to them. Chapter 90 Camping, Python Attack, 8/10. Under the precise calculation of the system, Nangong Yu rescued thousands of people from the building at the same time in an instant. Almost all the people present did not react to this scene, even those Quirks owners were stunned. They simply don't know where such a miraculous person came out of, who actually possesses the avatar technique. After saving all the people, Nangong Yu instantly eliminated all fusions with Monkey King. Immediately afterwards, he ordered the system again to connect and extract Jiwen. The extraction of the system is complete. My Jiwen IV, Nangong Yu's eyes instantly turned gray and white. Then the ground began to tremble violently, and countless boulders protruded from the ground, surrounding the entire building. In such a short moment, the building that was about to collapse was completely wrapped by the sudden appearance of huge stones. In this way, it can prevent the collapsed giant building from hurting some surrounding buildings and people. It's hard to imagine that this series of actions was done by Nangong Yu alone. The possession of quirks is almost everyone's innate talent, and a person can only have one kind of quirks per life. Although there are some talented people who can have more than two kinds of quirks at the same time, those are unique people. At this moment, the power displayed by Nangong Yu has surpassed people's perception of quirks. Regarding this point, Nangong Yu certainly knew very clearly. So after all the stones wrapped the building and made sure that he would not tilt, Nangong Yu immediately released the extraction fusion with Jarvan IV. Extract fusion rose. Space wormhole settlement. Jump. The connection is complete. The system assists the calculation. Start jumping. An invisible impulsive space appeared directly in front of Nangong Yu. The next moment he disappeared without a trace. Was that Nangong Yu just now? Occasionally, Mad narrowed his eyes slightly, which seemed a bit unacceptable. Everything happened so fast that no one caught the proof that Nangong Yu appeared here. Endeavor gritted his teeth and couldn't believe his eyes. Even when the tens of thousands of Nangong Yu appeared in the building, the sea of flames and thick smoke had already blocked his figure. What's more, with the help of Sun Wukong, Nangong Yu's speed has already reached the level of transcending dimensions. It is impossible for anyone to capture him. A group of professional quirks stunned at the masterpiece in front of them, feeling ashamed. All Might looked up at the sky. Is the boy really you? The wormhole jump is just a momentary thing. Nangong Yu arrived at his home in no time. After eating something casually, Nangong Yu lay on the bed, reminiscing about the day's events boredly. This is really cool. It can be fused and extracted in an instant, and the ability to connect a character in a super seminary. In this way, your efficiency will increase hundreds of times than before, and you can even deal with the threats of different quirks. Taking a long breath of relief, Nangong Yu immediately felt a kind of self-confidence that came from the soul. After thinking this through, he fell asleep soundly. When he woke up, he received a notice from the academy. Sure enough, field training will continue. So Nangong Yu jumped up from the bed, stretched himself, packed his school bag, and walked to the school leisurely. He walked quite leisurely along the way, and he didn't encounter so many troubles like the last time he went home. Nangong Yu played parkour leisurely. Call out, call out, call out. The windy boy kept moving in the sight of passers-by. People cast envious glances one after another. It's good to be young. Not long after, Nangong Yu arrived at the academy. But he seemed to come a little late, and the students were basically ready. Student Nangong, you are a bit late. Uraraka Ochako looks a little cute. Nangong Yu scratched his head embarrassingly. I went to bed late yesterday, and I stayed in bed for a while in the morning. TCH, it's such a reason again. Bakugo disapproved. Shoto Todoroki shakes off his baggage. Are we going? Aizawa Shota smiled. All students bring their own equipment, let's go up the mountain. Under the leadership of several teachers of the college, the students went up to a nearby mountain. In the bleak autumn wind, this high mountain became a little eerie. It's said that there are many quirks creatures here. Asui Suyu said casually, but Uraraka Ochako took it seriously. There can't really be monsters here, right? So what should we do? Yaoyoro Umomo still had a calm look. Well, even if there are so many quirks creatures, we will wipe them all out. Girls are so troublesome. Bakugo said a word and walked straight up the mountain. Aizawa Shota shook his head. Everyone still needs to pay attention. These quirks creatures on the mountain, their strength is very similar to some people with quirk superpowers and even stronger than quirk superpowers to some extent. Quote, this time, the accompanying students were a little scared and moved closer to each other. But you don't need to be so afraid. The purpose of this training is the stone monsters on the top of the mountain. In a sense they are still very docile. Only then did the students feel relieved. Just when all the students and teachers walked halfway up the mountain, there was a strange clanging sound at the foot of the mountain. Countless little snakes spread from the foot of the mountain to the mountain without knowing when. Their radiant and naked bodies were connected one after another, approaching them like waterfalls. When I went up the mountain just now, I didn't see so many little snakes. Salsa, salsa, these creepy voices kept coming to their ears. Some female students even squatted on the ground and began to cry. They can't even release their quirks now, fear has already filled their hearts. When Aizawa Shota saw such a situation, even he frowned. These little snakes that appeared for no reason kept changing their formation as if someone could manipulate them, and finally surrounded them directly. And the squeaks of these little things really make people feel a little creepy. Backquote, quirks, manipulating snakes. Aizawa Shota kept mumbling there. In his mind, it's likely someone who owns the snake manipulating quirks and is here to make trouble. Subconsciously Aizawa Shota casts his quirks. But it didn't stop the actions of these snakes, as all the behavior that the snake is doing there autonomously. After thinking of this, Aizawa Shota suddenly frowned. Although his quirks are to eliminate other people's quirks, but with so many snakes appearing around them, he is still a little helpless. Even though these snakes have their own quirks, after eliminating all their individual quirks, these snakes are live and aggressive creatures. Bakugo Katsuki couldn't suppress his fiery temper at this moment. Invisible flames have spread from all over his body. All the nearby snakes had been burned to ashes by him. Go to hell you bastards. Uraraka Ochako also hid behind Bakugo at this time. What shall we do now? Hide well, don't speak loudly. Bakugo angrily threw the flame in his hand into the pile of snakes. Seeing this situation, Aizawa Shota immediately made adjustments. All the elemental quirks were guarding the surrounding area, and the rest walked in the middle, trying to find a way to move up the mountain. After all, it is impossible for them to return the same way now, and all retreat routes have been cut off by these small snakes that suddenly appeared. Boom, boom. Suddenly remembering the loud noise, it immediately attracted all eyes. On the top of the mountain, suddenly a blue python circled down. The place it passed was constantly reminded of the rumbling sound. All the trees were reduced to ashes under its kind of faint quirks. Aizawa Shota stood up at the first time, intending to eliminate all quirks of this snake from a long distance. But when his so-called quirks elimination ability was shot out, it was like hitting a piece of cotton, and was bounced back mercilessly. Aizawa Shota's pupils shrank suddenly, and he hurriedly retreated into the crowd. At this time, Bakugo Katsuki was exhausted due to the continuous output of flames. Those little snakes seemed to be drilled out of the void, and they rushed towards them in a steady stream. Uraraka Ochako also used his quirks to levitate the surrounding snakes. But even so, it can only solve the difficulties for a while. Chapter 91 Void Engine Calculations. Annihilation. 9/10 What I owe brothers, pay it back. At this moment, the giant python seems to be playing with its own dolls, constantly manipulating tens of thousands of small snakes to destroy everyone's belongings, including some of the communication systems they brought. Sure enough, this snake already possessed some kind of intelligence, and he planned to keep all the people here to become his food. Aizawa Shota felt a little puzzled. Before they came here, there was no information that there would be such a powerful monster on this mountain. It seems that they were negligent this time, and as the instructor of this field training, there is only Aizawa Shota. Once there is a huge crisis, I am afraid that none of them will be able to go back. At this moment, the giant python was less than 10 meters away from them. Ha ha ha, stupid human beings, I didn't expect to have such a super quirks person today, send them to your door. Aizawa Shota took a step forward, protecting all the students behind him. What the hell are you? What do you want to do? Ha ha ha, can't you see, I just have to eat you all, and I can have those quirks on you. Aizawa Shota gritted his teeth, it seemed that this was another devouring monster. At this moment, no matter how you look at them, they are all in a desperate situation. If you want to eat us, ask me. Shoto Todoroki directly took a step forward, and a double sky of ice and fire immediately appeared on his body. Baohao also dragged his tired body and walked to the side of Shoto Todoroki. If you want to eat us, first ask me if I agree. Uraraka Ochako also mustered up his courage and prepared to fight. 827 Suddenly, Nangong Yu smiled slightly, and a touch of indescribable confidence flashed across his handsome face. The breeze brushed his cheeks gently, blowing a strand of his hair, which looked so elegant. Teacher, why don't you give them to me? Aizawa Shota frowned slightly, although until now, he still has no idea what kind of quirks Nangong Yu has. But let a student rush to the forefront so hastily, that is his teacher's dereliction of duty. No, absolutely not, find a way to contact the academy now and wait for reinforcements. Nangong Yu shook his head, not caring about Aizawa Shota's wishes at all. He stepped forward and walked straight out of their camp. Looking up at the sky, Aizawa Shota breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, you giant python, suddenly blocking our way is to devour us. The giant python obviously froze for a moment. Young man, have you been scared out of your wits? What I said just now is so clear that I want to get the quirks on you. Nangong Yu smiled coldly, really? But I hope you can know that if you want to devour others, you must be prepared to be devoured. As soon as this sentence was said, the giant python suddenly laughed wildly. Humble human beings, who are about to die, don't know, but are still playing word games with me here. The corners of Nangong Yu's mouth drew a dangerous arc, and a scarlet flashed in his eyes. In his opinion, the python in front of him is already a corpse. But behind him, Aizawa Shota still didn't think Nangong Yu could beat such a strong opponent. You, come back quickly, follow orders. Nangong Yu didn't look back, he just gave him a gift. Mr. Aizawa, if my strength tells me that I am not allowed to turn back, will you approve my action? Such a confident answer directly surprised Aizawa Shota. However, Nangong Yu gave him no further answer. System extraction connection. Reaper Karthus. Simultaneously operate the void engine. The connection is successful. The void engine is activated. Autonomous auxiliary calculation is in progress. After the system connection extraction started, Nangong Yu's mouth showed a death-like smile. Suddenly he opened his arms, as if to greet the whole world. A group of humble microorganisms that came out of nowhere, dared to claim to devour others. It's ridiculous. At this moment, Nangong Yu's body suddenly began to hang in the air. When he rose to a certain height, a death-like aura instantly permeated his whole body. Let me come to judge you guys who don't know the heights of heaven and earth. After the words fell, Nangong Yu suddenly raised his head and looked towards the sky, his eyes burst into purple-black light. In an instant, the whole sky was overcast with clouds, thunder and lightning. Such a majestic momentum made Aizawa Shota feel a little incredible. Could such a powerful force really come from Nangong Yu's tiny body? Just when he was wondering, countless beams of light were suddenly released from the terrifying clouds. These beams of light completely envelop AICJ, all the little snakes at the same time, and even the slightly larger beams of light directly envelop the king snake. Is this really Nangong's power? Uraraka Ochako covered his mouth with a look of admiration. Damn it, let that guy show off again. Bakugo was a little unhappy. This guy is really hiding something. Shoto Todoroki also showed admiration on his face. This time, that giant python also panicked. All kinds of lights suddenly began to bloom on his body, as if he was struggling to die. Those are countless quirks, seemingly owned by those he devoured before. These quirks exploded from the bodies of the giant pythons in an instant, and shot straight into the sky. It seems that they want to fight against these beams of light that suddenly descended. But every snake locked by the beam of light showed almost the same panic at this moment. Each of them is struggling, but they just can't get rid of the lock of the beam of light. Stupid, lowly savage creatures. Trying to steal the quirks of men to make themselves stronger. You are so stupid with this ambition, completely perish from this world. A sentence full of domineering and death breath made the whole mountain seem like a purgatory. Next, all the beams of light were filled with black-purple mist, and these mist fell quickly like the light of judgment, hitting all the snakes. At that moment, all the snakes disappeared like flying ash. That giant python probably gambled all the quirks he had swallowed all his life to save his life. But at this moment, he is also in a state of exhaustion, leaving only the body of gold and steel that has been cultivated for an unknown number of years. The giant python crawled on the ground like a puddle of mud. And the powerful breath of death just now has already made Aizawa Shota and others tremble all over. This is completely a power from another world, which makes them have a general feeling of being out of their wits. Nangong Yu had reached the top of the giant python at this moment. Are you aware? The giant python was trembling all over. Please spare my life. The simple dialogue has already clearly divided the outcome between the two people. Having lost his subordinates and the quirk-wearing giant python, he no longer has the capital to be arrogant at this moment. Nangong Yu's cold eyes were already full of murderous intent. Let you go? How could you ask such an innocent question? Those quirks who begged you to let them go, did you let them go? The giant python's pupils expanded rapidly, and his face was already shrouded in the shadow of death. Nangong Yu stretched out his right hand, and the system in his brain also made a gentle sound at this time. The calculation of the void engine begins. The disintegration of matter. At the atomic level, the void engine starts to calculate. The material stripping and decomposition starts. Cell separation. A series of extremely complex calculations only took 0.03 seconds. Afterwards, Nangong Yu's hands burst out with a black-purple light. Under this set of black and purple light, the giant python instantly dissipated into nothingness. Chapter 92. It's just a stone monster. Want dignity? 10 out of 10. Brothers, say yes, subscribe, hee. Aizawa Shota was already shocked by the scene in front of him. He really couldn't understand the light of death just now. Which kind of quirks did it belong to? Even after Nangong Yu completed the task of eliminating the python, Aizawa Shota was unable to eliminate Nangong Yu's quirks. Or that kind of ability doesn't belong to the category of quirks at all. But Nangong Yu didn't explain anything, he just showed a successful smile to everyone after landing. This time, a touch of fear emerged in everyone's heart. What emerged from Nangong Yu's body just now is a strong breath of death. Uraraka Ochako stood there dumbfounded and muttered, yes, it seems that no matter who is shrouded in this breath of death, they will be wiped out. Yaoyorozu's 80,000 is also full of shock. But now Nangong Yu greeted them amiably like a normal person. This can't help but make them feel that Nangong Yu is like a steaming boy. Teacher, the road ahead will be much easier. Isn't the purpose of our field training this time just for the stone monsters on the top of the mountain? Only then did Aizawa Shota react. He smiled awkwardly, then looked at all the classmates. Let us thank Nangong Yu for saving our lives just now. It was only after this time that all the students came to their senses and applauded Nangong Yu one after another, and Yishin thanked him. Nangong Yu waved his hand, then turned around and continued walking up the mountain. Aizawa Shota appeased everyone, and continued to walk up the mountain. After what happened just now, everyone has maintained a state of first-level alert. However, they were also relieved a lot about this trip. After all, they have someone as powerful and mysterious as Nangong Yu in their ranks. It really feels so safe to come out with Nangong. Ochako has become a nympho. Asui Suyu stood aside and licked his tongue. Azuraraka, your crush. Oh, what are you talking about? Bakugo's line shook his head. Cut. From time to time, a few little rabbits would jump over the side of the road, and the birds in the mountains were singing there. They seemed to be welcoming these people from Hero Academy. But there are also some weird ones. Just when they arrived here, a stone on the side of the road suddenly rolled for no reason. When the tongue is rolling, it also makes some gurgling noises from time to time. Uraraka Ochako seemed to have discovered this interesting thing, so she walked directly towards the stone. Huh, how can this stone move by itself? Saying that, Uraraka Ochako stretched out his finger. Nangong Yu directly stepped forward and grabbed her hand. Don't touch this stone, it may be the stone monster we are going to deal with this time. Uraraka Ochako was taken aback and hurriedly took a few steps back. However, the stone that was still rolling around just now, the sun went up there. Nangong Yu squatted next to the stone, hugging the stone as if he was treating a good buddy of his own. I said, brother, can you stop pretending? We have already discovered it, so there is no point in pretending to be like this. The stone is motionless. It doesn't matter, as long as you tell us, where is your leader? We won't know the same as you. The stone remains motionless. Don't blame us for being ignorant. As long as you tell us everything we want to know, we promise not to hurt you. The stone rolled briefly, then remained motionless again. Nangong Yu stood up with a smile and walked in front of Bakugo Katsuki. That stone doesn't seem to be listening. You go over and burn it with your fire. It's best to make 2 explosions. Bakugo Katsuki doesn't seem to like it when people talk to him in this tone. But the strength that Nangong Yu displayed already gave him a kind of fear from the soul. Bakugo Katsuki didn't say anything more, walked directly to the side of the stone, and released the flames on his body. The powerful flame directly enveloped the stone, and then made a series of bursting sounds on the stone. With the sound of explosions, the stone finally made a weird sound. Help, I'm going to be burned to death by you. Originally, it was just an ordinary stone, but at this moment, it stretched out its hands, feet and head. But just when he was about to run away, a magma-like flame exploded directly in front of him. Bakugo Katsuki has completely blocked his escape route at some point. Nangong Yu walked over with a smile. Now you have another chance, it depends on whether you listen or not. The whole body of the stone was trembling there, looking completely at a loss. Seeing that the stone still didn't say a word, Nangong Yu couldn't help but sighed. You said how wonderful this world is, with the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers, the blue sky and white clouds. Are you willing to say goodbye to him so soon? The trembling frequency of that stone's body is getting higher and higher, and it seems that that posture is about to break through his bottom line, telling him everything he knows. Boom! Suddenly a bigger stone fell in front of them. 0. Seeking flowers. The stone was directly smashed into powder, and then the powder began to slowly drill into the new stone. You hateful humans, you actually came to our territory to play with us again. If you are sensible, leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude to you. It sounded like a threat, and for some reason, it was so funny coming out of this guy's mouth. Nangong Yu shook his head helplessly, completely ignoring the stone's words. It seems that you guys don't care what will happen to you at all. If that's the case, then don't blame us for being ruthless. As he spoke, Nangong Yu's eyes suddenly burst into a strange light. System extraction link. Target Jarvan IV. The system is successfully connected. Enter the calculation page. The corners of Nangong Yu's mouth rose slightly. Subsequently, a large number of stones emerged from the ground frantically. These stones directly squeezed all the stones in the mountains out of their hiding places. At the same time, the stone monsters all over the mountains and plains were also tightly wrapped by these new stones, unable to move at all. Aizawa Shota couldn't restrain the shock in his heart at this moment. Perhaps in the past, his understanding of Nangong Yu was only above the best successor of ALL.FOR.ONE. But now, Nangong Yu is a collection of many quirks in his eyes. Even he couldn't understand what was going on with Nangong Yu. But when he was in a daze, there seemed to be some kind of connection between all the stones on the mountain. They were connected to each other along the new stones, and even their new bodies completely swallowed the new stones. At the end, a huge stone man with a height of 50 meters appeared on the top of the mountain. Aizawa Shota only reacted at this time. How did it become so big? When did these stone monsters become so violent? Damn it, you'll be good after a lesson. A crack in the ice had already appeared under Shoto Todoroki's feet. Yaoyorozu 80,000 is also ready to fight. In fact, their academy would come up the mountain every once in a while to have a duel with the stone monster. The conditions for the birth of these guys are very harsh, and once they are born, they will not die easily. Even if they are broken into pieces, they can be recovered in a short time. That's why these stone monsters are the target of the cadets, Quirks training on themselves. It's just that Aizawa Shota didn't expect that this year's stone monsters would actually protest. Chapter 93 Reina, Fire Dance Shining Sun, 1/10 Brothers, say yes, subscribe, hehe. Faced with the huge stone monster that suddenly appeared, everyone was obviously surprised to varying degrees. But that didn't deter Aizawa Shota. He glanced at the huge stone monster, and then said to the students behind him, come on, show your quirks. Shoto Todoroki snorted coldly, and immediately showed his quirks, who were both ice and fire. Green Valley Izuku did not have any amazing performances along the way. After all, in the last battle, his body's endurance reached the limit. For so long, he didn't find someone to recover for himself. The recovery process is also consuming his own energy, and if things go on like this, his life will be threatened if it continues. So he also observed their fighting methods from the back of the crowd, so as to improve his fighting ability. Of course, Bakugo Katsuki rushed to the front. He was the most aggrieved one in the previous confrontation with Shikurugi. This, 707, battle seems to be a pure training for them. The golem's ability appears to be a more complex type of quirks. Although it is said that the fusion of many stone monsters has become even bigger, it is no different from the essence. Aizawa Shota also intends to sit aside and watch some of his students come to train. But at this moment, fiery red lines suddenly appeared on the huge stone monster. The entire mountain suddenly became hot. Aizawa Shota's pupils shrank suddenly, and he hurriedly stood up, looking at the somewhat weird stone monster. Usually when they come here to train, the quirks and abilities shown by these stone monsters are far less strange than today. Not only fused together, but also evolved the function of magma. However, at this time Shoto Todoroki had already rushed forward, instinctively using his quirks that belonged to half of the ice. It seems that they want to completely freeze the stone monster in front of them. But the stone monster didn't know what was going on, and it seemed to be a little immune to the ice quirks. Damn the magma quirks on this guy, aren't they afraid of ice? The battle immediately entered a stalemate. Aizawa Shota frowned, looking at the stone monster in front of him. This is absolutely impossible. Has some kind of mutation occurred in this stone monster? Green Valley Izuku gritted his teeth and wanted to forcefully cast quirks to punch the stone man. Indeed, with his mighty quirks, he can take down this stone monster in one punch. But his scarred body could no longer support him to use even his unique quirks. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous sound made the whole mountain almost collapse, but it still didn't stop the stone monster's attack. Almost all the students are under a high-pressure state of being suppressed. Aizawa Shota sensed that something was wrong, and immediately stepped forward to cast his elimination quirks. But before his quirks range covered the stone monster, a gust of wind suddenly blew past. It blows Aizawa Shota far away in one fell swoop. Nangong Yu, who was standing not far away, shook his head. Sometimes I still need to do it myself. The system extracts the connection. Target J. Shaolun. The connection is successful. The power of killing gods enters the solution. The power of killing gods is ready. Nangong Yu smiled slightly, and then put his hands together. At the end of the day, it's just a stone that's just gotten a little bigger. After the voice fell, a powerful oppressive force suddenly filled the entire mountaintop. This oppressive force made everyone a little breathless. Even Musawa Shouta's legs were slightly bent. Compared with them, which stone man's body is heavier? The powerful oppressive force made the stone man's body slowly embed into the ground. But the stone man seems to have a spirit that would rather die than surrender. He raised his head suddenly, looking at the sky as if he wanted to know what it was that could restrict his actions so much. But at the moment when he just raised his head, a huge sword suddenly smashed down on the top of his head. The stone man, who would rather die than surrender just now, suddenly had a flash of fear in his eyes. Boom. Before he could react, the huge sword body had already fallen from the top of his head. Boom. A dull voice sounded, and the stone man's body had become in pieces. But the oppressive force caused by the huge sword still has not dissipated. It wasn't until the light and shadow of the great sword completely disappeared that the people on the top of the mountain lost the oppression just now. Is this also Nangong's quirks? Shoto Todoroki looked a little dull. Composite quirks, he thought he was already perfect. But the shock Nangong Yu brought him made him feel ashamed. That's amazing. How many quirks does Nangong know? Asui Suyu said, licking his tongue. Bao Hao gritted his teeth and a desire to challenge rose from his eyes. For Nangong Yu, Aizawa Shota has long been numb. Those magical quirks constantly appearing on him are simply unpredictable. I don't know how many secrets Nangong Yu hides. But just when they were rejoicing, a cloud of black gas suddenly drifted over from the cave not far away. Where the black gas passed, the small stones that had been broken just now were reassembled together, turning into a stone monster again. It's just that it's different from the magma stone just now. This time the stone monster's body is full of a death-like breath. You human beings are really too much, breaking into our territory for no reason, destroying our subjects time and time again. I'm going to grind you all to a pulp today. Speaking of a huge voice, it sounded on the mountain peak in an instant. The body of the stone man, which was filled with black gas, suddenly released a kind of black and purple mucus. This mucus spread slowly like mist. But all objects that touched this mucus were melted by him. At this moment, a touch of fear suddenly rose in everyone's heart. They kept curling up together. However, Nangong Yu's eyes were already filled with ice coldness. The stone men who had been smashed into pieces by him merged together again, which was simply a provocation to him. So Nangong Yu was once again filled with murderous aura. System extraction fusion, target Lena. The fusion is successful. Enter the star calculation. Nangong Yu directly stretched out his palm, and murmured to the reintegrated stone man in 5.2, go to hell. In an instant, a huge stellar flare suddenly fell from the sky, directly covering the huge stone man's body completely. A wave of heat came head-on, shocking everyone back several steps. After the powerful flare dissipated, the stone monster that was standing there just now disappeared without a trace. It seems that it has been completely vaporized by the flare just now. Looking at all this, Aizawa Shota suddenly felt that if Nangong Yu compromised and surrendered to the enemy camp, then the whole world might be destroyed by him in an instant. After this idea flashed in Aizawa Shota's mind, he immediately realized a sense of crisis. But when he saw the harmless Nangong Yu in front of him again, he suddenly dismissed his opinion. How can a person who goes all out for his companions stand on the opposite side of his companions? Chapter 94 Decomposition. Dimensional Creatures. 2/10 the second update is delivered. Please subscribe for flowers. At this moment, the entire mountaintop fell into a kind of emptiness that makes people feel confused. The bleak wind kept blowing across the top of the mountain, leaving only the ashes of the stone man. Aizawa Shota suppressed all the doubts in his heart, and then announced the end of this field training. However, when they returned to the academy, they unexpectedly received a message. Smelting. Aizawa Shota couldn't believe his ears. All Might is also a little helpless. The intelligence is very accurate, and the location of the wormhole target has been discovered. Aizawa Shota gasped. That is to say, we must concentrate our efforts and destroy it. All Might tapped the table next to him unconsciously with his fingers, looking very unhappy. In a sense, magic refining is a completely different principle. After it reaches synchronization with us, it will release a large number of alien creatures. Aizawa Shota frowned. Could it be that he appeared in our dimension for no reason? All Might was silent for a moment. The whole room fell silent. Now is not the time to think about these things, we must find a way to completely eliminate the magic chain. Aizawa Shota was still frowning. There are no space quirks among us. And every time O8 appears, the entrance to the refining space is very small, I'm afraid only one person can enter. All Might remained silent. He clearly knew that no matter who walked into that different dimensional space, it would be tantamount to death. If it could be destroyed from the outside, we wouldn't think of sending people in to destroy it from the inside. The two looked at each other, their faces full of melancholy and hesitation. Sending a person in, then this person must achieve, and can solve a different dimensional space with one person's power. Such a person, unless it is a person who has multiple quirks, are extremely powerful quirks. In the hearts of the two of them, one after another, they lived the lives of the candidates they thought were feasible. At the end, when the two looked at each other, they said the name Nangong Yu at the same time. Nangong Yu's quirks, in the eyes of everyone, does not have an accurate positioning. His magical multiplicity and quirks compounding make everyone feel unmatched. Our field training has just ended, let's observe the progress of Mullian's development first. After speaking, Aizawa Shota gritted his teeth and left the office. Standing on the tallest building in the city, a black space gradually appeared while looking at the sky. This void is very similar to the wormhole space in his ideology. As it grew bigger little by little, the breath of some kind of overtime air emanating from it became stronger and stronger. Nangong Yu frowned. He had never seen such a strange phenomenon. Just as he was concentrating on observing the black hole above the sky, a ray of light suddenly fell from the black hole to the earth. Nangong Yu's pupils shrank suddenly, and then he immediately started the system. The system extracts the connection. The target rose. The connection is successful. Wormhole microcomputing starts. At that moment, Nangong Yu appeared at the place where the light and shadow fell just now. But this place is empty, only a huge pothole. Above that void, there was a strange aura. Suddenly, a strong oppression suddenly pressed down on Nangong Yu. Feeling the crisis, Nangong Yu immediately retreated, and the gentle voice of the system also sounded in his mind. System connection extraction. Target Na. The system is successfully connected. Auxiliary synchronization calculation is enabled. With the successful connection of the system, Nangong Yu's whole body was instantly covered by a layer of white protective cover. At the same time, this layer of protective cover also covered all the directions dozens of miles away from him. The moment the protective cover was formed, countless black and purple raindrops hit the barrier non-stop. The sound of jingling makes people's ears tremble. But those black and purple spaces only lasted for less than 10 seconds before disappearing. Above the sky, there was a sudden groan. It seems that someone is wondering. The auxiliary computing system is locked, the high-altitude azimuth, and the coordinates are established. The corner of Nangong Yu's mouth drew a dangerous arc, and immediately after that, a white bird flew out of his body. This flying bird keeps getting bigger as it travels. In the end, it soared for 9 days like a huge phoenix. Before the mysterious guy in the sky reacted, Phoenix immediately had sparks with him. That guy fell directly from the void. Nangong Yu took a closer look and realized that he had never seen this guy before. Even when I watched anime before, I never saw it. Could it be the new quirk synthesis? That guy was obviously stunned by the flying bird just now, and he didn't stabilize his figure until he landed. Interesting, no one has ever been able to find out where I am. Nangong Yu frowned. Who are you? Jia. It's okay to tell you, I am the advance envoy sent by Master AFP to this world. Nangong Yu froze there for a moment. A foe, isn't it the mysterious villain boss in Hero Academy? How could it appear at this time? This is not in line with the development of the plot. After thinking about it carefully, Nangong Yu found that there seemed to be only this guy and the black hole in the sky from beginning to end. Does this guy have some kind of spatial ability too? Who knows? The mysterious person in front of him didn't give Nangong Yu any time to think. He jumped up suddenly, black and purple light burst out from his body, and countless ice crystal thorns flung towards Nangong Yu again. Each of these ice crystal thorns is black-purple, and each ice crystal thorn reveals a rich black-purple light. I'm afraid that as long as these ice crystals are touched, they will immediately turn into pus. This kind of ability makes people feel a little jealous. Nangong Yu stabilized his mentality and figure, carefully thinking about the countermeasures. The power that belongs to Janna is still on him at this moment. Just relying on the protective cover alone, the opponent cannot break through his own defense line. As the number of ice crystals released by the opponent continued to increase, Nangong Yu felt obvious pressure. It seems that blind defense still can't fight against this guy. Just as this thought flashed in my mind, the system sounded again. Void engine locked. Fusion extraction void engine. Autonomous auxiliary computing operation. Analysis of calculations. Dimensional impulsive space creatures. Weapon use. Vacuum ice. Physical condition analysis. Neutrino synthesis. The void engine is powerful, and it can analyze this unknown creature clearly in just a short moment. Space dimension disintegration. Erase. Void engine supercomputing solution started. Neutrino level division. Multi-dimensional space strangulation. At that moment, the unknown creature that just appeared was firmly locked by the void engine. Before he could react, a large amount of space, the dimensional storm completely decomposed his body from the form of atoms. Until the moment of his death, he didn't know how he died. HMPH, Super Seminary, that's a war that surpasses the gods, isn't it easy to deal with you, a small dimensional creature? Chapter 95 Come back, boy. 3/10 Seeking Flowers, please subscribe. Nangong Yu clapped his hands, and looked at the dimensional creature dissipating in midair with a look of contempt. But this scene is completely watched by Bakugo. When Nangong Yu turned around, he found Bakugo standing not far away. Bakugo, why are you here? Bakugo Katsuki was completely dumbfounded at this time. Although he watched the entire battle, he just couldn't figure out how the dimensional creature disappeared just now. Nangong Yu called him again before Bakugo Katsuki realized it. "You, here just now." Without waiting for Bakugo to finish speaking, Nangong Yu waved his hand indifferently. "It's nothing more than an evil space quirks user, I've wiped it out." Bakugo nodded mechanically, forcing himself to accept the statement. At this time, both men received a call from All Might. Putting down the phone, the two of them looked at each other and hurried back to the academy. When they arrived here, they found that most of the students and professional quirks had been recalled. With such a posture, one could tell at a glance that something terrible had happened, otherwise they wouldn't have gathered all of them here. All Might stood on the highest podium with a serious face. It wasn't until Nangong Yu arrived here that he cleared his throat. "I think everyone has seen that black wormhole space suspended in midair." After saying this sentence, whispering voices erupted immediately below. "I heard that space was created by a foe. What, is that the legendary existence? I don't know yet, after all, the school just went through a big battle." "That's right, the teacher will come out if you hit the apprentice, this is their usual style." "Okay, everyone, stop guessing and listen to what All Might has to say." Some chaotic discussions made the whole venue look a bit messy, but All Might quickly maintained order in the venue. I saw him let out a long sigh of relief, and then looked towards the sky. "We don't know everything in that space, so we need a warrior to enter the space to do pioneer exploration." This time, all the quirks who came to the academy were blown away. If a person enters that kind of unknown space, isn't that sending him to death? That's right, unless it's a composite type of super quirks. But how can there be so many compound quirk superpowers in this world? Could it be that this time, we are all going to be immersed in disaster? The emotions of the crowd at the venue were out of control. It seemed that the mysterious space in the sky had already caused great commotion. All Might sighed helplessly. He really didn't want to call someone up alone and order him to go to that mysterious space. Just when he was worried, Nangong Yu stood up directly. "Teacher, I want to ask, if I can enter that space, is there any reward?" Although All Might looked solemn, his heart was still full of joy. So far, among all quirks capable users, only Nangong Yu can do this. Aizawa Shota on the side stepped forward and interjected. "As long as you can complete the task and get the data we need, you will be the best quirk superpower in the academy." Nangong Yu thought for a while, and seemed a little dissatisfied. "Isn't this giving me a white note? I just want some practical benefits." When Aizawa Shota heard this, he hesitated for a moment. Of course they knew what the real benefits that Nangong Yu wanted were. Except that quirks enhanced some methods, be wealth or something substantial. At this time, the entire venue fell silent, and they cast an incredible look at Nangong Yu. In such an unknown space, no matter who enters, there is only one end. Even All Might, whom they call the most powerful, probably doesn't have the courage to go in. All Might on the high platform is under thousands of eyes at this moment. Although it is said that Nangong Yu took the initiative to stand up and played in his arms, but he didn't give him any benefits at all, which inevitably makes people doubt his commitment. He thought for a while, and said without hesitation, "I can grant you any request, even unreasonable requests." Nangong Yu just smiled. "Okay, then pick a time, I'll go in and play." After speaking, Nangong Yu turned around and left the playground. The whole venue fell silent. No one thought that Nangong Yu would take over the task so easily, and it looked like Nangong Yu went to that space to go around and play. The silence was not broken until Nangong Yu left the school. "That boy is so powerful, I suddenly adore him a little bit. I'm afraid he'll never come back after he goes in. I heard that Nangong Yu is a composite quirks, but I don't know how many quirks he has. I've seen Nangong Yu's quirks before, he's awesome." Amidst all the noise, All Might watched Nangong Yu leave. "Young man, do you know what kind of road this is?" With this sentence, All Might seems to be asking himself in his heart. Even he doesn't know what kind of heresy exists in that space. If Nangong Yu doesn't come back, he will be guilty of this matter for the rest of his life. The party looked very simple, and as Nangong Yu stepped forward, it broke up early. In the end, only All Might and Aizawa Shota were left standing on the summit stage in a daze. Is there really no problem letting that boy go there? Aizawa Shota sighed. Maybe it's his own choice. Compared with the oppression of the entire conference scene, Nangong Yu is like a boy in the wind at this time. He was very happy bouncing and jumping on the side of the road, and even played parkour on a whim. For him, that space is simply the best place to test his comprehensive strength after the system upgrade. As long as he can enter the space, he can kill all directions with impunity. And you can experiment to see if the system can bear it at the same time. How few super seminary synchronization capabilities do you have? With this thought in mind, he looked at the mysterious space in the sky and was filled with excitement. After returning home happily, Nangong Yu was ready to take a good rest. After entering the space, there will definitely be a bloody battle. In order to face this battle, he must have enough energy. Just as he was about to fall asleep, Bakugo's voice came from downstairs in his house. Nangong Yu hurriedly lay down outside the window, and saw that several classmates had come to his house. Hastily invited them into the house and poured tea for them. Several classmates seemed to be very silent and didn't know what to say. Finally Uraraka Ochako couldn't bear it anymore. We decided to go to that space with you." Nangong Yu just drank the tea in his mouth and sprayed it all out. Isn't this nonsense tongue? Even All Might can't control the unknown coefficients in that space. Going with these people is simply adding to the chaos. Chapter 96. Demon King Atuo, 4/10. Nangong Yu put down the teacup in his hand, and looked at the students in front of him calmly. Each of their eyes is full of anticipation and guilt. It seems to be a shame that I didn't stand up with Nangong Yu at that time. But he didn't look forward to that unknown space. After all, there is such a passion in every teenager's heart, if they don't release it, they will panic. Nangong Yu sighed helplessly. If it's an ordinary place, or still training, there's nothing wrong with him wearing these people in front of him. But where is he going? A place where the unknown coefficient explodes. It is likely to be full of endless crises, and anyone who is not careful will explain it there. If you go there with these classmates in front of you, it is very likely that none of them will come back. Equipped with a fantasy extraction system, I can take the ability of anyone in the Super Seminary anytime and anywhere for my own use. The complexity and strength of these forces far surpasses all the quirks in the Hero Academy. With these powers, he is not even afraid of any mysterious space in Hero Academy. After considering these factors, Nangong Yu still decided to persuade them to go back. Student 157, I know that everyone is afraid that I will be in danger, so they want to go with me. But I want to tell everyone that this time is just an investigation of Lurin. And I also have a life-saving device that my teacher taught me. I'm just going in and I'll be out soon. These remarks seemed to convince several students. They didn't ask any more questions, but the worry on their faces didn't diminish in the slightest. Suddenly Bakugo stood up. That means you are just going to complete the investigation mission. Nangong Yu nodded hastily. Bakugo lowered his head, was silent for a while, then raised his head and said, that means we can go in together soon. Nangong Yu couldn't help admiring Bakugo's logic. Such logic saved him a lot of trouble. It's basically like this. Nangong Yu hastily agreed. Uraraka Ochako also let out a long sigh of relief. That's great, Yu, there's nothing wrong, we don't have to worry about it. Shoto Todoroki held his chin there, looking gloomy. Nangong Yu was a little scared. Will this wise guy discover the clues? He stood up slowly, and then stared at Nangong Yu with a pair of sharp eyes. Nangong Yu's heart was almost in his throat. He was really afraid of this straightforward guy who would tell the truth about everything. Come back early. We'll be waiting for you. Nangong Yu's pupils appeared, dilated slightly. The hanging heart was also let down by him. Okay, I promise you, you will come safely. After speaking, Nangong Yu sent everyone out of the house. It wasn't until after sending them away that Nangong Yu was completely relieved. But at the moment when he was relaxing, a voice suddenly sounded from the room. Young man, it seems that you have already made preparations. At some point, All Might was already sitting at the coffee table, drinking tea by himself. Nangong Yu was taken aback. Wow, teacher, you appeared too suddenly, didn't you? All Might took a sip of tea with a blank expression. I just came to see you, is there anything else I need to prepare? Nangong Yu let out a long sigh of relief. I basically have nothing to prepare, if possible, I can start now. All Might was silent for a while, as if thinking about something. Young man, I actually don't care about some things that happened to you. Although I don't understand, but I want you to remember that you will always be the strongest bearer of my unique quirks. Nangong Yu felt a little helpless. What did he want to do when he said these sensational words at this time? Is it life or death? But after saying this, All Might sat there drinking tea quietly without saying a word. Teacher, if you have anything special, you can tell me immediately. All Might raised his head. I'm here to tell you that there is no delay in entering the space. If you can go now. Nangong Yu has black lines all over his head. It turned out that he was urging himself to go to the wormhole space. Since this is the case, why are you so sensational? I almost didn't feel moved just now. Nangong Yu let out a long breath of relief. Okay, I'm leaving now, but I'd like to ask the teacher to clean up the sanitation at home. After saying that, Nangong Yu disappeared in front of All Might. All Might froze for a moment. What? Clean the room? How can I do this kind of thing? Nangong Yu had already activated the Rose connection just now, and at this moment has occupied the entrance of the wormhole. The entire wormhole doesn't look too big, but it can only accommodate one person to enter. And in the wormhole space, there will be some weird laughter from time to time. Just when Nangong Yu was considering which ability to use to enter the wormhole space, a purple-black arm suddenly stretched out from the entrance. System extraction connection, target Thornton. The system connection is complete. Thornton's divine body analysis link is complete. As the system beeped, Nangong Yu moved his neck to relax his muscles, and a huge axe appeared in his hand. He directly stepped forward and grabbed the arm, and then suddenly entered the wormhole space. The outstretched arm is obviously a purplish-black, owned by a person from another dimension. Being suddenly dragged into the space, his face immediately became confused. Before he could react, Nangong Yu chopped off his head. Just when Nangong Yu was happy that he took the first head, he suddenly saw densely packed creatures in front of him, all of which were purple-black creatures. These creatures have a total of 3 pairs of arms and 2 pairs of feet, and each creature has several weapons on its body. Looking at the unknown creatures bearing their fangs one after another, Nangong Yu suddenly felt his scalp tingle. It seems that a mere Thornton really can't solve so many dimensional creatures. System fetch connection, target auto. The system connection is complete, and the devil Atuo is locked. The next moment, Nangong Yu's body suddenly burst out with the powerful power of a demon god. A black long sword full of barbs appeared in his hand. Feeling this powerful force, Nangong Yu couldn't help saying, "Morgana, my queen." But when he said this sentence, Nangong immediately restrained his emotions. He couldn't help complaining in his heart, why did he even inherit the character of the character? Or is it that Atuo's obsession with Morgana is too deep? Shaking his head, Nangong Yu couldn't care about these anymore. Those unknown creatures have already rushed towards him one by one. Atuo, the Devil King, once had the power to destroy a country by one person. Today, Nangong Yu will use the power of Atuo to kill all the creatures of different dimensions here. Chapter 97 Chaos in the Void 5/10. Please ask for flowers, please subscribe. The giant sword kept waving in this long and narrow space. At this moment, the corpses are covered with blood and flesh. All the other dimensional creatures fell under Nangong Yu's sword. Every time he makes a shot, the demonic energy on Nangong Yu's body will increase by 1 point. The demon Atuo is constantly absorbing strength by killing to make himself stronger. He is also Morgana's most loyal apostle, and the strongest blade in Morgana's hands. In every war, as long as Atuo is needed, he must be at the forefront. And he is also the last general to retreat in every war. He needs to kill, and needs to rely on killing to make his strength closer to the super body. As a demon second only to Morgana, he already has an existence beyond the third-generation god body. With an immortal divine body and endless slaughter, Atuo's next day can be imagined. At this moment, Nangong Yu, who has borrowed the power of Atuo, also possesses endless killing aura. This long and narrow space seems to be the entrance of the entire wormhole space. It's just that this entrance is occupied by densely packed dimensional creatures. As long as he can kill all the dimensional creatures here, he can pass through this passage and enter a larger space. Hard work paid off. Under the endless killing, Nangong Yu broke through all the defense lines and entered the space. Behind him are countless stumps and broken arms. Standing in the empty and dark space with a huge long sword in his hand, Nangong Yu's state of mind suddenly became detached. He suddenly understood why Atuo sent a confession to Morgana after killing all the people in a country. This is not what a devil should do, but this is what a worshipper should do to the goddess in his mind. At this moment, the space Nangong Yu was in seemed a bit empty. This seems a little out of place with the narrow space passage just now. After all, there are so many different dimensional creatures gathered at the entrance of a small space, and there should be more powerful and larger numbers of different dimensional creatures in the space behind. But I don't know why there's no one here. Just when Nangong Yu was about to undo Atuo's system fusion, a huge image suddenly appeared in the void. Nangong Yu took a closer look and found that this guy is AFO. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that it was a boy who entered this space. All Might, are they all dead? Nangong Yu chuckled. I just came here in your space, wandered around, and brought a few heads back with me. Our teacher doesn't have such leisure and elegance. AFO was choked all of a sudden. He didn't expect a teenager to be so arrogant. You brat, you will pay for your arrogance. Then come on, I'll see what price you want me to pay later. The scene immediately fell into a stalemate. AFO gritted his teeth and looked at Nangong Yu in front of him viciously. This space was originally where he raised some unique Quirks monsters. Once the trip is made, he will have a huge army. At that time, he will do whatever he wants, and even dominate the world. But I didn't expect such a young man to appear suddenly, killing all the guards who deployed him at the entrance. Although this space is already very powerful, the sudden arrival of such an inexplicable brat is likely to cause the space to collapse in a certain sense. So now all he needs to do is kill Nangong Yu in space. Young man, don't blame me for not reminding you. I will give you a chance to leave here. If you insist on staying here, then I will tear you to pieces. Nangong Yu snorted coldly. Then I will completely destroy your shitty space before you tear me into pieces. Now AFO is not calm. His original body is not here. What can appear here is just a projection of him. In addition, this space has not yet fully formed. If Nangong mess up here recklessly, it is very likely that the space will really be broken. However, to some extent, AFO still has great confidence in the space he built. His face gradually turned cold. Young man, since you want to stay here, then you should wait here to die. After speaking, his projection disappeared without a trace. Nangong Yu chuckled. Who lives and who dies? It's still unknown. Just when he was calm as usual, a huge worm-shaped monster suddenly appeared in the space not far from him. The monster's body kept flashing strange light, which seemed to be a symbol of power. Moreover, an almost berserk force erupted within those rays of light. It seems that as long as I get close to minutes, I will be crushed to pieces by the aura of this monster. Nangong Yu smiled slightly. He didn't care what he was facing at all. System extraction lock. Target Lena. System integration is complete. Stellar computing enters auxiliary state. If it is said that when using Lena's power outside, he needs to control it. But here is an empty space, and it is still a space that does not belong to the real world. So even if he increases the power of the stars to the maximum, no one will stop him. So after gaining Lena's power, he immediately stretched out his hand. The powerful star power enveloped him all at once. The corner of Nangong Yu's mouth has drawn a killing intent. How dare you appear in front of me? I really don't want to live. Saying that, they threw a huge star out with one hand. The scorching heat fell on the huge monster all at once. The monster seemed to have never seen such a powerful force, and its whole body froze there immediately. However, this monster didn't seem to have any consciousness at all, it still instinctively rushed towards the huge fireball. The two collided together, and a powerful explosion broke out. The monster's body was shattered inch by inch in the huge star. By the time the final and star cancel each other out, the monster is gone. Nangong Yu waved his hand and looked at the monster that had already been shattered into slag. This is the end of provoking me. Just when he wanted to relax, hundreds of monsters suddenly appeared in the sky. Although these monsters are not as huge as the monster just now, each of them is full of violent power. Nangong Yu didn't seem surprised by the appearance of these monsters at all. There was even a little excitement. Master, I can finally do a big kill today. While speaking, a golden shield and a golden long sword appeared in his hand. Even his body was covered with a layer of golden armor. Powerful power kept wandering around his body, and a golden light suddenly burst out from his eyes. Since you want to kill me, then be prepared to be killed by me. While speaking, he swung the golden long sword in his hand fiercely. Boom! With a loud sound, the beggar exploded directly in the void. Chapter 98 Broken, Void, 6/10. Thank you little rookie for the monthly pass. Thanks for the monthly ticket of 13,533,961,475 book friends. I wish you a happy life, thank you. Hang your account in this chapter, just like this book, Blooming Brilliance. Next, let's continue Xiao Yu's story. Dividing line. The storm generated by the huge energy explosion directly swept through the space. This powerful force has once again formed a space in this unknown space. The chaotic time and space constructed by such space superposition directly smashed all the tens of thousands of unknown creatures into pieces. It is estimated that with a few more such attacks, this space will be on the verge of collapse. A confident smile appeared on Nangong Yu's face. Looks like I'm going to overfulfill the task this time. But just when he was excited, a thing with a particularly strange body walked out of the void at 430. He looked like a person, and his whole body was bound together with dense bandages. Some mysterious power is constantly flowing on these bandages. Nangong Yu let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed that he had encountered a hard stubble this time. Seeing the other party walking towards him incessantly, Nangong Yu's heart suddenly became troubled. Because the guy in front of him, he has never seen before, and it doesn't seem to be a pure product of this space. It looks like a real Quirks owner, and its appearance has a little resemblance to Aizawa Shota. Are you the boy who broke into our space? Nangong Yu froze for a moment. Can he still speak? Don't care if I broke into this space or not, I'm just here to give you a death notice. As he said that, a powerful force suddenly erupted from his body, and the light of the stars directly bloomed and draped over the man's head. Who knew? That man just smiled slightly, and then stretched out his palm, easily catching Nangong Yu's long sword. The powerful star power instantly shone on the man, but the man didn't seem to be interested in these powers at all. According to the normal theory, no matter what matter is exposed to the energy of stars, it will be corroded for such a long time. Even if it is void energy, you have to avoid 3 points of star energy. Immediately afterwards, the man gave birth to his own bandaged hand and hit Nangong Yu on the stomach. A strange force came directly from the man's fist. Nangong Yu was shaken a long way by this strange force, and just now stopped walking. After taking a few deep breaths, Nangong Yu finally realized the crisis of the matter. System extraction fusion superposition, target Galen. Beyond the calculation of the system, forcefully sell Huang. The next moment, Nangong Yu's body was suddenly surrounded by 2 forces. I saw him open his arms, as if he was welcoming some kind of sacred substance. Then, a big sword made entirely of star energy suddenly appeared in the sky. Before the man could react, the big sword fell directly. The man directly reached out his palm to catch the big sword. But this time he was obviously struggling. Nangong Yu saw that after the power fusion, the power that erupted from his body was far several times that of the original 2 powers. It seems that such a superposition method is indeed a correct path. Nangong Yu smiled, and then struck out with a sword. Seeing the light with sexual energy rushed straight away, and immediately landed on the man's chest. Boom, boom, boom. A series of eye-catching bursting sounds sounded, and the man gradually dissipated under the ravages of huge energy. Only then did Nangong Yu let out a breath of foul air. UBD, do you still dare to cross in front of me? Seeing that man disappear in an instant, Nangong Yu felt a sense of relief in his heart. However, this space gradually dimmed, and through systematic calculations, Nangong Yu found that this void has shrunk a lot compared to the beginning. It seems that the constant generation of these monsters will weaken the power of space. In the end, the space will shrink to a certain extent. After knowing this, Nangong Yu directly detonated all the star power in himself. The constant explosions caused the entire space to slowly shrink. It was like a plane that gradually exploded and dissipated in Nangong Yu's hands. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Nangong Yu. This guy's body is completely composed of some kind of dark matter energy in the void. It's like being a child of the plane. Nangong Yu chuckled. Regardless of whether he was a son of a plane or not, he would tremble under his feet. So Nangong took a step back, and directly summoned the huge star sword. Who knew that the son of the plane would crush the star sword directly? I'm going. It seems that this guy has reached the level of a god. And the star energy can't deal with him. At this moment, the system reacted passively. System fusion extraction. Target Angel Yan. The system fusion is complete. Queen Angel Yan is fused. The Sword of Judgment is ready. Nangong Yu chuckled. Since the energy of stars cannot deal with you, then I will use the Sword of Judgment to show you the power of another world. After finishing the words, Nangong Yu raised a huge long sword in his hand. The sword is constantly flowing with colorful light, as if it wants to destroy everything it sees. Finally the long sword landed on the creature's head. The man didn't seem to know what the Sword of Judgment meant, and he still stretched out his hands, trying to catch the Sword of Judgment. But when his hands just touched the Sword of Judgment, non-stop voices rang out in Nangong Yu's mind. The Sword of Judgment is locked. The trial of the gods begins. Divide the space god body. Lock and cover. Following this series of continuous data analysis, a raging flame suddenly rose from the man's body. Although these flames look no different from ordinary flames, the flames can indeed burn the soul's judgment flames. Under the burning of this flame, the man disappeared into the void without warning. After taking back the judgment sword, Nangong Yu suddenly felt a little weak in his body. It seems that after forcibly fusing the power of a few hero, my body is obviously a little bit overwhelmed. Fortunately, the last son of the plane has been defeated by him. As the child of the plane disappeared completely, dense cracks appeared in this dark space. In the end, the entire space shattered. The sun shone on Nangong Yu's body again, and he let out a long sigh of relief. But when he reacted, a strong sense of gravity was attached to his body all of a sudden. Although it feels good to be back in the real world, he is still floating in midair. In desperation, he quickly used the system to integrate Chengwei's ability. After a few flashes, it reached the ground smoothly. Chapter 99. Strategic Vision. Bakugo Katsuki. 7/10. Chapter 99 Strategic Vision. Bakugo Katsuki. The world is finally clean. Countless fragments kept falling from the sky, fragments carrying void energy. At the place where Nangong Yu stayed, All Might had appeared there at some point. Young man, you did a good job. Nangong Yu was taken aback. He turned around and looked at All Might, whose eyes were slightly squinted, feeling suddenly cheated. Teacher, you chose to send me into that black hole because you want me to destroy it. Ha 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 ha. I just wanted you to investigate the situation, but I didn't expect you to destroy him. What a surprise. When All Might spoke, beads of sweat dripped down his face. The corner of Nangong Yu's mouth raised slightly, and he couldn't help complaining in his heart, I believe you a ghost. Let's go, boy. The people in the academy are waiting to celebrate your success. Nangong Yu felt helpless, but followed All Might back to the academy. The whole academy looked very lively. There are lights and festoons from inside to outside, it seems to be celebrating something. Teacher, have you prepared the celebration party so quickly? It doesn't seem like a celebration party. Embarrassment flashed across All Might's face. Boom. The huge explosion of 08 suddenly sounded in the school playground. All Might seemed to think of something. Today seems to be the opening ceremony of the sports festival. As soon as Nangong Yu went down, he knew that these people were just using him as free labor. All Might laughed awkwardly. Let's go, boy. Now that you're here, you can just be in time to participate in the competition. Nangong Yu's head was covered with black lines, and he felt a loss. The two soon arrived at the summit of the playground. The entire playground has been decorated into a huge training ground. The training ground is indestructible using a variety of materials. The match between Aoyama Yuga and Ishido Mina did not leave the slightest mark on the training ground. Aoyama Yuga's naval laser has been shot along the training ground. Ishido Mina's acid has covered the audience. The quirks of the two of them have improved a lot. Nangong Yu couldn't help but praise. Haha, boy, compared to you, they are far behind. Nangong Yu's head was full of black lines, and he always felt that he was involved in a conspiracy. The competition is over, Ishido Mina won. Nangong Yu raised his head and found that Aoyama Yuga's body was covered with Ishido Mina's slime at some point. While shaking his arm, he shouted at the referee that he had surrendered. Nangong Yu has seen Ishido Mina's slime before, it can dissolve everything. No matter how powerful Aoyama Yuga's naval laser is, he can't stop the mucus from eroding his body. Surrender is his only way out. Young man, your name is also on the entry list on the sports sacrifice, go and bring back a champion. Nangong Yu was a little helpless. After he came out of the mysterious space, he didn't say a word, and All Might had already arranged for him clearly. Nangong Yu didn't speak, just nodded, and then continued to watch the game. Ida is playing now, and he will be right against Ishido. As soon as I came up, Ida turned on her engine and floated into the air. Student Ishido, as long as I am suspended in the sky, your slime will not be able to attack me. Admit defeat, don't do unnecessary resistance. The words were broadcast through loudspeakers throughout the audience. Those who came to watch the game couldn't help giving Ida a thumbs up. Taking the game so seriously, coupled with his super powerful quirks, Husan's case is probably not against Min. But Ishido Mina doesn't look like he's going to throw in the towel. She raised her cute little face and looked at Ida seriously. I will never admit defeat so easily. After a loud cry, countless mucus appeared all over her body. Ishido Mina's quirks are acidic slimes that release gimmicks, but she couldn't manipulate the slime to make them reach greater distances. Ida, with his unique quirks, has been there playing Ishido Mina. The two stalemate for almost 10 minutes. After all, Ishido Mina couldn't resist her girlish anxious state of mind. Wow, Iida-kun is a bully, I won't play with you anymore. As she said that, she ran off the field crying. Now Ida froze in midair. Yeah, this is a competition. How can you be so careless? But no matter how he explained, the hat of bullying female classmates has been completely put on his head. Next, we invite our classmate Bakugo Katsuki. Hearing the name of the next contestant, Ida couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Bakugo Katsuki's quirks are different from other people's quirks. That's a purely explosive element, quirks. Powerful attack. No matter how strong Ida's engine movement is, Bakugo Katsuki's explosive flames can cover the entire field, leaving him nowhere to escape. Knowing the form, Ida did not suspend in midair, but landed on the ground. Bakugo-kun, let's compete today. Bakugo Katsuki gritted his teeth, and the whole person has entered a violent fighting state. In the equipment engines in his palms, a large amount of blasting elements have already been stored. The engine above Ida's legs had also been synthesized long ago, continuously ejecting blue flames. Game start. Following the referee teacher's order, the figures of the two people immediately staggered on the field. Countless flames exploded non-stop on the competition platform, and the rumbling sound did not cause any damage to the outer wall of the competition platform. The battle between the two sides quickly entered a white-hot state. Bakugo Katsuki was standing in the center of the stage, his surroundings were covered in flames, and explosive fireballs were continuously ejected from his hands. Ida also pushed his engine to the limit. All that was left on the playing field was the afterimage of Ida. The contest between the two sides seems to be in such a 193 mysterious state. But such a state of war, in the eyes of outsiders, is a foolish state of war. The two of them are frantically outputting their quirks. When the two of them go through the catastrophe, I'm afraid they will both fall to the ground. This way of unlimited output of quirks is the most taboo in actual combat. The audience seemed very dissatisfied with the way the two of them fought. Suddenly, there was a piercing explosion on the playing field. Under the alternate cover of these bursting sounds, the situation on the field was reversed. I saw those spreading flames suddenly swept away. Seeing such a scene, someone stood up excitedly on the field. Bakugo, he just surrounded the entire stage with flames. What a sharp way of fighting. Bakugo Katsuki really has a strategic vision. All Might watched the game intently. I believe that it won't be long before this flame boy will become a real professional quirks player. Nangong Yu also nodded. If he didn't have the help of the system, he might not be able to win against Bakugo Katsuki at all. While speaking, the flames surrounding the field began to shrink rapidly. Chapter 100. Ice and Fire Start a Prairie Fire. Shoto Todoroki. 8/10. Chapter 100 Ice and Fire. Shoto Todoroki. The audience on the field has already stood up with excitement and enthusiasm. The flames from the match had shrunk to a single person, when all the flames, in a burst of noise, returned to Bakugo Katsuki's body. Ida, as if he had been bombed, was lying on the stage dying. Game over. Bakugo Katsuki wins. In the auditorium, thunderous applause and cheers erupted immediately. It seems to be everyone's recognition of the flame boy. The next contestant to compete on stage, Nangong Yu. When the referee pronounced the name, the scene fell silent. All the sharp eyes focused on Nangong Yu, a legend in this academy, one of the earliest students who came close to being a professional quirksman. His story has long been widely circulated in the academy. Anyone who hasn't seen him use quirks wants to see it. Suddenly being looked at by so many eyes, Nangong Yu was indeed not used to it. Go, boy, prove yourself to everyone. 10,000 alpacas flashed in Nangong Yu's heart. At this time, don't be so righteous and say these positive words. However, Nangong Yu still sorted out his mood and walked slowly onto the stage. After the protective barrier on the competition stage was closed, endless flames erupted from Bakugo Katsuki's body immediately. Nangong Yu's mind is full of black lines. Student Bakugo, don't you need to be so serious? Bakugo Katsuki snorted coldly. I will never give up easily. Nangong Yu had no choice but to face such a hot-blooded boy. He had to fight one game. That's fine. Then I'll play a good game with Bakugo-san. Excitement flickered at the corner of Bakugo's mouth. As you wish. While speaking, the flame energy on his body has been diffused wantonly. The corners of Nangong Yu's mouth raised slightly, and the system's notification sound immediately came to mind. System extraction fusion, target Lena. System integration is complete, stellar energy assisted calculation. Nangong Yu smiled, using stellar energy to deal with flame quirks. I don't know, will Bakugo Katsuki have any psychological shadow after losing? While speaking, the Radao flame explosion had already arrived in front of Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu smiled, but stretched out his right hand calmly. The flame was easily held by Nangong Yu in his hand. Bakugo Katsuki's pupils constricted. Impossible. The next moment, Nangong Yu casually squeezed his explosive flame. Bakugo Katsuki felt even more incredible. After a brief stupor, the flame quirks on his body was brought into full play by him. A huge fireball formed between his hands. Even his eyes burst into flames. The audience on the field stood up again. Bakugo's quirks, really cool. Come on, Bakugo-kun. We'll support you forever. His cool skills immediately attracted a lot of crazy fans. But for Nangong Yu, these are bells and whistles. He stretched out his hand, palm facing the sky, and softly shouted, Huo Wuyong. A huge beam of stellar energy instantly appeared above Bakugo's head. Bakugo Katsuki raised his eyes were full of sluggishness. He subconsciously began to compare the fireball in his hand with the flame beam floating above his head. The energy emanating from the two is simply not the same. Impossible, how can there be such a powerful flame quirks? Nangong Yu, what exactly are your quirks? In this almost crazy roar, the stellar fireball in the midair had already hit him. Ah! A shrill scream suddenly spread throughout the venue. When the light dissipated, all the audience could see was Bakugo lying on the ground dying. Nangong Yu walked in front of him slowly. Student Bakugo, in fact, your quirks are already very powerful. After speaking, Nangong Yu stood up, ready to wait for the start of the next game. No, I just want to know what exactly are your quirks. Bakugo is not reconciled. Nangong Yu didn't look back, but just took off his microphone and said softly. Just now, I have injected part of the star's energy into your body. You already have a part of the sun's power in your quirks. Come on, Bakugo, you will grow even bigger. Bakugo Katsuki stood there for a long time, unable to say a word. The contest is over. The winner of this round is Nangong Yu. Bakugo Katsuki is still in the shock just now, unable to extricate himself. By the time he realized it, the host had already announced the entry of the next contestant. When crossing with Shoto Todoroki, the shock in Bakugo Katsuki's heart still could not be calmed down. The outer barrier of the arena was closed. Nangong Yu looked at Shoto Todoroki in front of him, and couldn't help but smile. Shoto Todoroki-san, I didn't expect a battle that the two of us could face directly. Shoto Todoroki still had an icy face. You and I are both composite quirks. But why? You can shuttle between different quirks. When hearing this question, Nangong Yu suddenly realized that he seemed to be really being used. He looked at All Might, who was still sitting on the high platform, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. This is to let him teach the elite among these quirks ability users on purpose. Nangong Yu felt a little helpless, but now it was hard to get off. He looked at Shoto Todoroki and said flatly, "Beat me, you are qualified to ask me this question." Cough. Shoto Todoroki almost died of anger. Two kinds of quirks, flame and ice, immediately bloomed in his hands. Ice and fire, two heavens. It's this one again. Nangong Yu seems to have known about Shoto Todoroki's abilities for a long time. System fusion extraction, target rose. System integration is successful. Wormhole space calculation is in progress. Nangong Yu took a step back slightly, then jumped up. Shoto Todoroki's quirks, who was on the same level as ice and fire, immediately hit midair. However, when the two kinds of quirks intersected, Nangong Yu disappeared. Shoto Todoroki's eyes crinkle. Space quirks. Just as he finished speaking, Nangong Yu's voice sounded behind him. You guessed it, it's the quirks of Jiao Haojiao, space. Two short knives had already appeared in Nangong Yu's hands, one of which was only 1 centimeter away from Shoto Todoroki's neck. When, a crisp sound sounded, and the knife collided with Shoto Todoroki's neck. I saw that a layer of water had been attached to Shoto Todoroki's neck. This guy's combat ability and strategic literacy are not inferior to Bakugo Katsuki. At the same time, the huge ice cave formed by the ice quirks has enveloped Nangong Yu. It seems that Shoto Todoroki wanted to catch Nangong Yu with ice when he was in a daze. Nangong Yu would not let him succeed, and disappeared into the space again in an instant. Gritting his teeth, Shoto Todoroki seemed to have a deep aversion to quirks like space. The next moment, he seemed to have made up his mind song. Ice quirks was played to the extreme by him, and the entire arena was instantly covered by ice. It seems that Shoto Todoroki is trying to find Nangong Yu. 3 Fei. Chapter 101 The Power of the Galaxy. Physical Strengthening. 8/10. Chapter 101 The Power of the Galaxy. Body Strengthening. With the spread of ice quirks, the entire competition platform has become a huge ice. Only Shoto Todoroki can walk through the ice. At the same time, Shoto Todoroki also used the ice as his sense of touch, and kept looking for the location of Nangong Yu. Sure enough, at a position in midair, the sound of ice cracks suddenly appeared. Shoto Todoroki did not hesitate. A water spur was thrown by him directly. There was a muffled hum in the space. Then there were cracks in many spaces on the field. Obviously, this is Nangong Yu who wants to break through the blockade of the ice, and is constantly looking for space. Naturally, Shoto Todoroki would not give Nangong Yu such a chance. His eyes have turned into a cold color, powerful ice, and quirks are constantly outputting on him. The audience on the field has already stood up. The intensity of their shouting this time was no less than the intensity of the last Bakugo battle. The strength of Nangong Yu has already been passed on from one to another. Although everyone admires Nangong Yu's strength, they expect to see Nangong Yu defeated. Perhaps this is a kind of public psychology. Come on, Master Shoto Todoroki. You can, Shoto Todoroki. As the ice on the field became more and more serious, the shouts from the audience also came one after another. All Might clasped his fists, propped his chin, and watched the game intently. Boy, are you going to fail here, 850. Just when the enthusiasm of the audience on the field had reached its peak, a huge ice crack suddenly appeared on the field. Before the audience could react, countless flying knives shot out from the icy crack with space shadows. This scene made the audience open their mouths. They couldn't believe that these flying knives had such a powerful force. Countless flying knives flew out densely, shattering the ice under Shoto Todoroki's subordinates in an instant. This is not over yet. While the ice is shattering, Nangong Yu's figure appears again. It's just that he is spinning at a high speed there. During the non-stop rotation, countless flying knives shot out from his body. Shoto Todoroki's pupils constricted suddenly. He hurriedly took 2 steps back, and placed a huge ice shield in front of him. But these shields seemed to be no match for those flying knives with strange power. In just a second, the huge ice shield shattered, and several throwing knives passed through Shoto Todoroki's shoulder and shot on the ring. Immediately afterwards, Shoto Todoroki's quirks disintegrated automatically, and the ice released by him also dissipated at this moment. How is this possible? The quirks just now, are they really space quirks? Shoto Todoroki looked at his shoulder in disbelief. The severe pain when the knife was thrown through his body just now made him feel like he was dying. But when he felt it again, he found that there were no wounds on his body. Nangong Yu smiled slightly. You can also understand that this is a kind of space quirks. And I can control it very skillfully. Shoto Todoroki raised his head, looked at the extremely confident Nangong Yu in front of him, and lowered his head. I lost. You were really strong. After speaking, Shoto Todoroki walked off the stage in a somewhat dejected manner. The competition is over. The winner is Nangong Yu. The next contestant is Kirishima Eijiro. The audience already had a new understanding of Nangong Yu's strength. Unlimited quirks composer. Control almost every quirks in the world. Such a powerful person filled their hearts with admiration. Eijiro has reached the stage at this time. He patted his hands and let out a roar from the beast. Student Nangong, although I admit that I can't beat you, please be prepared to be defeated by me. Nangong Yu almost spit out rice. Isn't this guy too funny? Don't worry, Kirishima-san. No matter what, I will do my best. Kirishima Eijiro seemed to be getting some kind of respect. He just stood there straight, then bent down to Nangong Yu. Then let me learn from you. Student Nangong is amazing. Looking at Kirishima Eijiro's AIDB serious look, Nangong Yu also became serious. Kirishima Eijiro yelled, and the muscles all over his body swelled instantly. His quirks are turning his body into stone. In hand-to-hand combat, almost no one is his opponent. Nangong Yu chuckled. He seemed to want to challenge the thrill of melee combat. System fusion extraction. Target J Shaolun. System integration is successful. The calculation of the power of the galaxy begins. After the system's gentle voice sounded, Nangong Yu immediately made a movement that was exactly the same as Kirishima Eijiro's. This time, the audience outside the arena grew their mouths. What's the situation? Could it be that Nangong-san wants to fight Kirishima Eijiro with physical combat? How is this possible? If this is the case, Nangong's compound quirks are a bit scary. No, Kirishima Eijiro is the strongest melee quirks I've ever seen. There's no way Nangong-san can beat him. When the students watching on the field were discussing, the fists of the two had already hit each other. The powerful body collision caused a huge impact between their 2 fists. These impacts turned into air waves and hit the protective cover of the ring, creating ripples one after another. The eyes of the audience outside the stadium were instantly attracted by the fighting between the 2 of them. The pure hand-to-hand combat made their 2 male hormones explode on the field in an instant. Student Nangong, I didn't expect you to be able to use quirks that strengthen your body. Nangong Yu smiled. I said it, I am a compound quirks. If you expect me to beat you upright, then I should use the same quirks as you. Kirishima Eijiro laughed loudly. Thank you Nangong. Speaking of the battle between the 2, it reached a feverish state. Even All Might was excited by the refreshing feeling of fisting. Young man, your real strength is far more than that. Just explode in front of me. Let me see how strong you are. The quirks output between the 2 has reached a high-pressure link. Eijiro was already out of breath. On the other hand, Nangong Yu was surprisingly calm. Moreover, the physical strength of Nangong Yu seems to be increasing continuously. Kirishima Eijiro laughed out loud, sweat dripping all over his body. Student Nangong, let us decide the winner in the last episode. Saying that, Kirishima Eijiro jumped up and swung his huge fist towards Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu chuckled, and the power of the Milky Way on his body was calculated to the extreme. Boom, 2 fists colliding together, just like 2 planets colliding together. However, who is victorious and who is weak, that is, the winner is determined in an instant. Kirishima Eijiro was thrown out by the huge counter-shock force and hit the protective shield of the ring directly. When he landed, he looked at Nangong Yu with piercing eyes. Student Nangong, thank you. After he finished speaking, he fainted with a smile. Chapter 102 Shadow Shuttle. Tokiyami Fumikage, 10 out of 10, the 10th update is delivered, please subscribe. Chapter 102 Shadow Shuttle. Tokiyami Fumikage. Nangong Yu smiled, watching the teacher drag Kirishima Eijiro down. At this moment, he felt standing on the competition stage, as if he was the only one who respected me and who else would I. At this time, the referee weakly asked the following question. I don't know if the students in the back will automatically admit defeat. Let's start the next event of the sports festival. Who knew that after he asked this question, he immediately aroused the hearts of the students to be competitive. Kaminari Denki jumped onto the competition stage directly. I don't admit defeat, I demand a good competition with Nangong. Seeing such a scene, Nangong Yu couldn't help admiring his courage. Kaminari Denki, although he can control lightning, but his lightning quirks has a fatal flaw. The larger the range of lightning power he releases, the more it will affect his IQ. So under normal circumstances, he attaches the lightning quirks to the surface of his body and fights melee. Today he dared to stand up and challenge like Nangong Yu, which shows that he has a spirit of not admitting defeat. Student Nangong, why don't you speak? Are you ignoring my challenge? Nangong Yu froze for a moment. Student Kaminari, are you ready to fight me? Kaminari Denki straddles his feet. I'm already ready. As he spoke, his whole body was surrounded by a powerful force of lightning. The referee hastily announced the start of the game, and then withdrew from the ring. Maybe Nangong Yu was tired from beating, and he suddenly didn't want to move. Not long ago, he just came back from the wormhole space. The cruelty of the battle inside can be imagined. Now let him face his classmates one by one in the form of fighting with the wheel. And each of his classmates has a super quirks ability. Taking a long breath of relief, Nangong Yu could only bite the bullet and go on. System fusion extraction, target Angel Yan. The system fusion is successful, and the calculation begins. Nangong Yu looked at Kaminari Denki, who was ready to go, and his body was also quickly wrapped by the power of thunder. Nangong Yu possessed thunder quirks, which had been an open secret as early as the last battle. At that time, in Nangong Yu's hand, there was also a weapon with a thunderbolt. So Kaminari Denki challenged Nangong Yu, almost an absolutely underdog match. But this kind of courage has been learned by all the teachers and students in the school. It has become a role model for learning. Kaminari Denki, wrapped in thunder and lightning, rushed towards Nangong Yu with a shout. Nangong Yu's body also shone with thunder, but the thunder on her body was much stronger than Kaminari Denki's. Under the contact between the two, the superior and inferior will be judged. Kaminari Denki has been passively beaten. After more than a dozen moves in a row, Kaminari Denki was simply pressed on the protective shield of the ring and beaten. After a dozen moves, Kaminari Denki finally raised his hand. I surrender. This is probably the shortest game that ended today. But this part is over. Even if someone goes up to challenge, it will be in vain. Who can beat a compound QuirksONR who has almost all quirks? The arena suddenly fell into a stalemate. At this time, the referee also stepped onto the stage in embarrassment. I announce the end of this competition. Let's start the next one. Nangong Yu dragged his tired body to All Might's side. Teacher, are you squeezing my surplus value? Haha, just let you teach your classmates well. Let their impetuous hearts calm down. Nangong Yu froze for a moment. It seemed that All Might had already discovered the shortcomings of these children. Yeah, hot blood is a good thing. But you can't control quirks with hot blood. After speaking, Nangong Yu got up. Teacher, I am really tired. Please go back and have a rest. All Might nodded. Okay, I allow you to go back and rest. However, when the next session starts, you must rush over. Nangong Yu froze for a moment. It seems that All Might still doesn't plan to let her go. In a hurry, I plan to rush back to the classroom and take a rest first. But when he reached the teaching building, a black shadow suddenly attacked him. Nangong Yu hurriedly took a step back. The black shadow stopped when it reached in front of him. Tokiyami Fumikage, the competition is over. What do you mean by attacking me here? From the shadows of the school building, Tokiyami Fumikage came out dragging his crow head. I saw all your performances in the ring just now. You were amazing, but that doesn't mean everyone is convinced. Nangong Yu froze for a moment, then smiled. It seems that Tokiyami-san wants to compete with me. That's right, the arena just now is not suitable for my combat environment at all. So I want to fight with you here. 0. Seeking flowers. Nangong Yu took a look at the surrounding environment. It was completely covered by 4 teaching buildings, and there were dark shadows everywhere. Sure enough, this place is suitable for Tokiyami Fumikage battle. If that's the case, then I'll have a good fight with you. Seeing Nangong Yu agreeing so easily, Fumikage was a little surprised. In fact, Nangong Yu just wanted to go up early and have a good rest. Tokiyami Fumikage took a few steps back, until he retreated to the darkest corner at the back. Come on, student Nangong. Let's have a showdown today. Nangong Yu sighed helplessly. Then come. System fusion extraction. Target rose. The system integration is complete, and the insect movement space assists in the calculation. 000. In the shadows, the shuttle of the rose space far exceeds the shadow clone of Tokiyami Fumikage. Sure enough, when Tokiyami Fumikage reached the darkest corner, a black figure exactly like him suddenly appeared beside him. Such weird quirks once caused a great sensation. There is even a prophecy that, with this unique quirks, Tokiyami Fumikage can become the top 3 among professional quirks. The shadow of Tokiyami Fumikage appeared, and he immediately attacked. However, Yu suddenly disappeared. Tokiyami Fumikage was taken aback, although he already knew that Nangong Yu had space quirks, but he didn't expect that it would be so powerful in a real fight. In a trance, Nangong Yu has shuttled countless times in different spaces. Finally, taking advantage of Tokiyami Fumikage's inattention, he killed his shadow clone in one blow. Tokiyami Fumikage lowered his head helplessly. He didn't expect that he would be defeated in the end where he was best at. Student Nangong, your quirks are indeed powerful. I admit defeat. After speaking, Tokiyami Fumikage left here feeling a little disappointed. Nangong Yu looked at his back and shook his head helplessly. A world of quirks, suddenly invaded by the full power of another world. Of course it loses its original power. After sighing a little, Naotori returned to the teacher of the classroom. He hurriedly wanted to put the 2 tables together and take a good rest. Suddenly, the entire classroom became dark in an instant. It seems that the classroom has created a void with the original world, losing any connection. Chapter 103 Shocking Sports Festival. Ask for flowers, ask for a fix. Chapter 103 Shocking Sports Festival. But in the void, no one answered Nangong Yu's question at all. It's just that there is a voice that keeps panting there. Nangong Yu frowned all of a sudden. Who the hell is he? Don't hide your head and show your tail, come out and fight me to the death if you have the ability. As soon as the voice fell, a black shadow appeared out of nowhere in the void. Are you Nangong Yu? Nangong Yu frowned. Who are you? I'm here to meet your messenger. Come, join us. Nangong Yu couldn't help complaining in his heart, isn't this too simple and rude? Can you have a little foreplay? What messenger? Isn't it just some mice hiding in a dark corner, coming to try to pull me over? I will never go. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. A dark purple ball of light immediately appeared in the black shadow's hand. Nangong Yu was slightly surprised. Space quirks. Just as the black figure was about to strike, a tall figure suddenly rushed into the classroom. That big hand grabbed the shadow and dragged it on the ground for several meters. Do something in front of me. Who do you think you are? The sudden appearance of All Might made that black figure a little caught off guard. Before he could say anything, he was thrown into the void by All Might, smashing him to pieces. Seeing All Might's confident smile, Nangong Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher, why did you suddenly appear here? Youth, the solo battle in the class is almost over, and we are about to face a nationwide sports festival. Nangong Yu's head was full of black lines. It turned out that the sports festival they participated in just now was just a foreplay prepared by the school to welcome the nationwide sports festival. Nangong Yu suddenly felt a little tired. If there is nothing else, I will go back to rest first, and call me at the beginning. Young man, you shouldn't be so decadent. The nationwide sports festival is a must-pass for everyone to become a professional hero. There, you can prove yourself to the world. Nangong Yu has no interest at all, he just wants to go back to sleep now. Seeing Nangong Yu's listless look, All Might didn't say anything more. Okay, boy, you go back first, I will call you when it starts. Nangong Yu dragged his tired body out of the classroom. 3 days later, led by All Might, students from the Hero Academy arrived at the competition site one after another. The scene has long been a grand event-level venue. The stalls selling snacks on the side of the road exude a tempting smell. Minoru Mineta bounces around to buy food. Jiro Kyoka and Toru Hagakuri are wandering around, and they can't resist their girly hearts. Bakugo Katsuki looked around like a stinky fart, as if looking for Izuku Midoriya. Welcome to all Quirks owners, come to the annual sports festival event. President Mike sat in the studio and began to explain this year's sports festival live. Our Quirks owners this year are very strong. The teenagers in Class A have opened our eyes. They have all come to the field of competition. The first ones to appear are the boys from Class A. Let's welcome them warmly. Bakugo Katsuki, as the first place in the entrance examination that year, first led the members of Class A to the summit. The moment he stood on the summit platform, his eyes were full of fighting will. I came here today just to get the first place. President Mike shouted excitedly in the studio. Bakugo boy, he declared fiercely on the summit stage that he wants to win the first place. Will such rhetoric become a reality? The whole sports festival is in full swing. With the wonderful explanation of President Mike, the competition has entered the right track. Let's enter our first game of this sports festival. All the students will start from our venue, and the first person to return to the venue will get the first place in this session. President Mike looked at the map in front of him while explaining. On your way forward, there will be all kinds of obstacles and obstacles. All you have to do is to break through these obstacles and return to the competition venue. Are you guys ready? The sound of the microphone spread to every corner of the venue, and all the contestants were ready to go. Following the order of the President Mike, all the students rushed out one after another. We can see now that the students in Class A rushed to the front. You are worthy of being the elite among the elites in the academy. All Might looked at the screen in front of him. Yes, the fighting power they erupted is really amazing. Aizawa Shota's eyes echoed. They seem to be proving themselves to the world. President Mike held the microphone excitedly. It really is a passionate scene. It would be great if I were at their age. We can now see Shoto Todoroki-san and Bakugo-san, far ahead as the frontrunners. Compared with the enthusiastic enthusiasm of everyone on the venue, Nangong Yu seemed a little negative. They're not on the playing field and the group in the middle walks slowly. This is really a test of physical strength. Nangong Yu couldn't help complaining. Just as he was advancing slowly, a violent explosion suddenly erupted in front of him. Looking closely, it turns out that there are a large number of simulated robots in front of you. These simulated robots are the ones that appeared during their entrance exams. The power that each robot erupts makes them feel extremely shocked. An ice sword still appeared in the hands of Shoto Todoroki. He quickly cut off a simulated robot and rushed forward. Doesn't seem to want to waste time here at all. Bakugo was even more vigorous. He kept gathering flame power in his hands, and then converted them into launching spray guns, flying in the sky. These two are in the top 2 places, and they have basically stabilized. Their quirks are the strongest among all the students. While analyzing in his heart, Nangong Yu looked at the other people, and each played their own quirks. Suddenly, a piercing explosion sounded not far from Nangong Yu. Green Valley Izuku didn't know how to use it, but Shengsheng 5.5 broke the steel plate of a simulated robot. Immediately afterwards, he used the steel plate that he broke off with his hand, and slammed into the weakness of another simulated robot. After solving 2 simulated robots in a row, Green Valley Izuku ran forward frantically holding the steel plate. Nangong Yu froze there for a moment, Such a passionate scene made him a little ashamed. Slightly let out a mouthful of turbid air, and turned to look at the passionate classmates beside him. The corners of his mouth are raised slightly. System fusion extraction. Target rose. System fusion extraction is complete. Wormhole space auxiliary calculation starts. Nangong Yu smiled and disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already reached the top of a simulated robot. The double knives in his hands were firmly inserted into the neck of the simulated robot. With a loud bang, Nangong Yu chased after breaking through several simulators. Chapter 104 The Champion of the Session, Nangong Yu. Chapter 104 Link Champion, Nangong Yu. After a few flashes, Nangong Yu is on the single suspension bridge. Green Valley Izuku has already taken the stolen steel plate and put it on the cable bridge, and slid over it. Nangong Yu couldn't help admiring the wisdom of Izuku Green Valley. At this time, countless contestants had already surrounded the suspension bridge. They all seem helpless with the drawbridge in front of them. Have you heard? Classmate Hong threw a layer of ice on the suspension bridge just now and slid over. I saw it just now. And Iida-san was also sprayed by the engine. Their quirks are so powerful. The most powerful is classmate Bakugo. He didn't even step on the suspension bridge, he just flew over. Listening to this series of discussions, Nangong Yu let out a sigh of relief. It seems that this is the difference between quirks super strong and quirks weak. Looking at the students who passed one after another, Nangong Yu opened his arms. System fusion extraction. Target black armor system. The fusion extraction is complete, and the black armor enters the solution state. Oh, at the next moment, a black armor suddenly appeared on Nangong Yu's body. At this scene, the onlookers couldn't help but feel amazed. I heard that Nangong Yu's quirks are composite. But now no one knows how many kinds of quirks he can composite. I've heard that too. What a pervert. Ignoring their arguments, Nangong Yu directly activated the black armor and flew over out of thin air. After running with the group for a while, Nangong came across a place that looked like a cliff. Here is a moat made of different stone pillars. Only by climbing the stone pillars is it possible to pass. I saw Hatsume Mei's whole body's equipment suddenly activated, and then he easily crossed the trench. Nangong Yu smiled slightly, still using the black armor system, leaping over the ditch. This move immediately attracted the attention of the purpose of the invention. She chased after Nangong Yu directly. Student Nangong, what exactly is your quirks? It looks amazing. Can you let me study it? Nangong Yu smiled slightly. Let's talk about it after the game. As he spoke, he had already crossed the ditch and ran on the road. Ahead is a huge minefield. Although this minefield will not cause any substantial damage to the human body, it will change the direction of the human body, and it will also throw people into the sky. This will greatly reduce the speed of human movement. Bakugo directly turned himself into a rocket, soaring in the sky. He would not be affected by these so-called mines at all. Shoto Todoroki calmed his keen senses and physical fitness, and kept avoiding those mines. When he saw Bakugo leaping in the sky, his heart tightened. Sure enough, in the end, Bakugo was neck and neck with him, tied for first place. Nangong Yu looked at these guys who were racing against time, and couldn't help sighing. They are really passionate. Suddenly, Nangong Yu saw Green Valley Izuku holding iron plates and digging pits. At this time, he still has some doubts. What is Green Valley Izuku doing? There are also some students who stop by the side. Some are even making fun of Izuku Midoriya. I didn't expect Green Valley Izuku to put all the mines dug up together. Next, Green Valley Izuku hit those mines directly with a steel plate. There was a loud bang. Green Valley Izuku was blown straight up by these bombs. With the help of the impact of the air wave, Green Valley Izuku instantly surpassed Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo to the first place. Nangong Yu chuckled. I didn't expect this little guy to have such wisdom. So he was unambiguous. System fusion extraction. Target Xin Zhao. System fusion extraction complete. Start calculating distance. Nangong Yu suddenly felt that his body was full of strength, and then he slightly bent his knees. Then he jumped up amidst the surprised eyes of his classmates. The height of this jump has surpassed the height of Green Valley Izuku, who was flying first by the landmine just now. At the same time, his speed also surpassed the flying speed of Green Valley Izuku just now. The fast flight made him only one step away from the 10th place. Green Valley Izuku also saw Nangong Yu soaring into the air, and Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo are also racing against time there, intending to overtake Midoriya Izuku. Green Valley Izuku gritted his teeth, turned over, and pressed the iron plate on his body to the ground again. Another loud bang. Green Valley Izuku soars into the sky again. The air wave created by this explosion directly affected Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo, and even Nangong Yu in midair was slightly affected. Taking this opportunity, Green Valley Izuku jumped out of the minefield directly. Present Mike held the mic wind excitedly, looking at the video coming back in front of him. Mr. Green Valley Izuku, leading the first place again. Behind him, followed by Hong-san, Bakugo-san and Nangong-san. It seems that this year's sports festival has surpassed the previous enthusiasm. With the quirks of Present Mike driving the audience, the whole event reached a peak. Nangong Yu synchronized with Xin Zhao's power, although he could fly across the entire minefield in one jump, but he was influenced by Green Valley Izuku just now, and there was a deviation. However, he still abruptly changed direction in midair, and then jumped out of the minefield. Seeing such a scene, Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo immediately stopped the fight between the two of them. Damn it, you actually ran in front of me, absolutely intolerable. Bakugo Katsuki showed his unyielding spirit, successively. Shoto Todoroki was also not to be outdone, a road of ice suddenly formed under his feet. Shoto Todoroki's heart was already pounding like thunder. Although this will bring convenience to the people behind, it will also allow me to catch up quickly. I must not let that person underestimate me. Endeavor's stern expression was already in Shoto Todoroki's mind. At this time, although Nangong Yu has already landed, but Green Valley Izuku is 1 point faster than him. Seeing this guy's full of energy, Master Nangong couldn't bear to take his first place away. However, since these people have hooked his blood, they must be responsible for it. System fusion extraction, target rose. The system fusion is complete. The wormhole space is calculated. Nangong Yu jumped into the wormhole space in the last few hundred meters. The game is coming to an end. Midoriya Izuku ran into the last hidden minister. Now our first runner is almost at the finish line. It seems to be Midoriya Izuku-san. There are still 10 meters to go, and if he runs another 10 meters, he can become the champion of this segment. However, before the voice of the present mic fell, a transparent wormhole space suddenly appeared in the space. The next moment, Nangong Yu appeared in a very handsome landing pose. At this time, Green Valley Izuku just ran out of the tunnel and appeared on the green field. Present Mike opened his mouth wide, and couldn't believe what happened before his eyes. In the end, unexpectedly, it was our classmate Nangong. Chapter 105 Sports Festival. 10 million points. Chapter 105 Sports Festival. 10 million points. This result is actually not surprising. Nangong Yu, as a complex mysterious quirks owner, is hardly a surprise that he won the championship. However, Green Valley Izuku did not use any quirks in the whole process, and instead got the second place, which is really unexpected. Present has been on the field non-stop introducing the whole game. Now, our rankings have been ranked at the airport. Classmate Nangong, first place. Classmate Lugu, second place. Classmate Bakugo, third place. Classmate Hong, fourth place. As the present mic announced the result of the game, the people on the field immediately became excited. Such cheers are earth-shattering. As the round came to an end, Midnight stood up to announce the rewards for all the players. The first Nangong student got 10 million points. After the result was announced, all the contestants froze there. What is the concept of 10 million points? Is the score of this game based on the level of 10,000 or more? But when Midnight continued to say the following rankings to get points, everyone was dumbfounded. They are basically scores of hundreds. Is this too bad? But then they don't think so. Midnight stood there and announced the rules for the next game. When it's raining, what we're doing is horse racing. All contestants can form 4 groups freely. During the competition, you can snatch the headscarves from other students at will. As long as you get each other's headscarves, you can get each other's points. As soon as this rule was announced, all the contestants turned their attention to Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu couldn't help but have black lines all over his face. How could he forget this? With 10 million points, that means whoever gets the turban on his head can directly advance to the first place. In other words, when the game starts, everyone will swarm and attack themselves. Even if Nangong Yu has a system that can fuse and extract the ability of anyone in the Super Seminary, it is impossible for him to challenge so many quirks owners alone. He still cares about this matter. In the following team formation process, what surprised Nangong Yu was that no one asked him to form a team at all. If you think about it, you can see why. No one knows what Nangong Yu's real quirks are. In such a cooperative team, everyone must know each other well. If there is a place where the quirks do not match, they will be completely defeated. When the final team formation was completed, Nangong Yu was still alone. Midoriya Izuku recruited Uraraka Ochako, Tokiyami Fumikage and F.A. Zimming. The combination of these people can be called a perfect combination. Based on the technological equipment made by Hatsume Mei, they can easily dodge any attack. And it can also be suspended in midair for a long time. Shoto Todoroki has Ida, Kaminari Denki, and Yayorozu Momo. Bakugo has found Kirishima Eijiro, who is strong enough to withstand his hot quirks, and with the support of Ashido Mina, it can be called perfect. When present mic was announced, almost everyone surrounded Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu frowned. It seemed that he had really provoked everyone's anger this time. Each one seemed determined to get the turban on their head. Shoto Todoroki even looked at Endeavor from the competition stage, as if to show his determination. Present was very excited in the commentary room. Now our game field has formed a situation like the stars are holding the moon. Student Nangong has been completely surrounded by all the contestants. I just don't know if he can keep the 10 million points on his head. All Might sat next to him, watching the game with burning eyes. He first looked at Nangong Yu. Young man, how will you face this predicament? Then he looked at Midoriya Izuku again. Young man, are you really going to be favored by all the professional quirks? Amidst the constant suspicions of this All Might, the game begins. Compared with the combined quirks group of 4, Nangong Yu seems a bit weak. The corners of Nangong Yu's mouth raised slightly. It seemed that he had to adopt the tactic of hiding far away this time. System fusion extraction. Target void engine. System integration and extraction completed. Void engine assisting calculation. Nangong Yu breathed a sigh of relief. She is now the number 1. As long as he can keep the 10 million points, he will always be the number 1. So he rose into the air with the void engine. What did I read right? Nangong student actually flew. Nangong student who owns the mysterious composite quirks. How many quirks does he have? Present once again drove the atmosphere of the audience. Nangong Yu built a space separation body in midair with the calculation of the void engine. In this empty body, he can enter and leave at will. And it can also be suspended in midair, and you can stop for as long as you want. Seeing this situation, the contestants stopped and looked up one after another. Nangong Yu's floating height is too high. Even if there are some specific quirks among them who have the ability to float, they can't reach the height of Nangong Yu. After full consideration, all contestants decided to give up Nangong Yu and compete for the 234th place. Backquote. It seems that other contestants have given up on Nangong. But looking at Nangong's appearance, it seems that they want to watch this competition from high in the sky. In this case, he can indeed maintain the number 1 position. The battle began, and the intensity on the field was no less than that of a duel between professional quirks. Bakugo has Kirishima Eijiro who can carry his quirks, so he exploded with unmatched strength in the beginning. But all this came to an abrupt end when he met Wujian Ningren. Nangong Yu watched all of this in midair. He wanted to make a sound to remind, but Bakugo had already collided with Wujian Ningren. The next moment, Monoma Ningren burst out with quirks exactly like Bakugo Katsuki. Nangong Yu sighed. Wujian Ningren who can copy other people's quirks is not so easy to mess with Wang Wang's. Bakugo Katsuki reacted instantly after a brief surprise. He turned around, and a powerful flame zone erupted all over his body. Damn it, UBD, go to hell. Saying that, a huge ball of fire flew out. Wu Jianing didn't dodge, but resisted abruptly. When the smoke cleared, Bakugo Katsuki discovered that Monoma Ningto had Kirishima Eijiro's quirks. By this time, Bakugo Katsuki knew that Monahan can copy other people's quirks. The game commentator present was already trembling with surprise at the moment. What? Wu Jianing can reproduce quirks. Why is such a talent condescending to Class B? This is impossible. After shocking Bakugo Katsuki, Monoma Ningto easily took his turban. I will take this thing first. If you are not convinced, come and grab it. Such provocative words directly made Bakugo Katsuki extremely angry. Chapter 106 Burning, Hot Bakugo Katsuki. Chapter 106 Burn. Bakugo Katsuki. The on-site competition has already reached a feverish stage. The synergy between Shoji Mezzo, Asui Suyu and Minoru Mineta also caused great trouble for the rest of the team. And Nangong Yu was in midair, watching the battles below. In the end, Shoto Todoroki team, Bakugo Katsuki team and Green Valley Izuku team got the 234th rank respectively. The competition is over. Nangong students still maintain their 10 million points, ahead of the first place. The remaining rankings are also clear on the big screen. Let's take a break and move on to the next stage. Hearing the end of the game, Nangong Yu also floated down from midair. Although his behavior is a bit opportunistic, he also showed his unique quirks to the teachers and students in the school. Although until now, no one knows what his quirks are. The next competition will enter the ranks of one-on-one duels. Present also announced the rules of the game on the radio, and the order of participating in the game. First of all, in our site, there will be a rectangular planning site. In the battle between the two sides, whoever leaves the planning 621st will be sentenced to lose. Or you can voluntarily surrender. This kind of rule makes many people take a breath. If they take the initiative to admit defeat, they will probably be excluded by various hero firms and will never be hired. The first ones to enter the competition venue are Nangong Yu and Shinsao who are the first. Hearing such an arrangement, many people are a little confused. Nangong Yu just ranked first, but Hitoshi Shinso's ranking is several times behind Nangong Yu. With such a huge difference in rankings, how could it be possible for them to fight directly? Of course Nangong Yu knew what quirks were when he was a new FR. So the moment he stood on the stage, he couldn't talk to Hitoshi Shinso. Hitoshi Shinso has been tempted to have a word with Nangong Yu and control his mind. But I didn't expect that Nangong Yu didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. This made Shinsao a little anxious. System fusion extraction, target void engine. System integration and extraction completed. Void engine assisting calculation. Nangong Yu, who was surrounded by the entire void engine, was not afraid of everything in front of him at this moment. Even if Hitoshi Shinso actually used his quirks to talk to Nangong Yu, there is no way to control him. Because when he used quirks, Nangong Yu had already decomposed his quirks, so his quirks couldn't be used at all, on Nangong Yu's body. I admit that although your quirks are very powerful, they have the characteristics of being unexpected in ordinary combat. But if your quirks are cracked by others, you are a worthless cripple. Hitoshi Shinso's pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked at Nangong Yu in front of him, as if he was looking at a monster. But Nangong Yu didn't give him any chance. He stepped forward and put his hand on Hitoshi Shinso's heart. A slight sound sounded, and Hitoshi Shinso was immediately knocked away tens of meters, and finally landed on the outer edge of the standard circle. The competition is over. Student Nangong won. By the way, what kind of quirks did student Nangong use just now? Although the present asked such a question, no one could answer him. Even if it is Nangong Yu himself, it is impossible to answer his question. The game goes on. Bakugo Katsuki vs. Aoyama Yuga. The two were classmates, and they have also experienced all kinds of competitions, big and small. But the battle between the two of them is always terminated unexpectedly, so until now there is no real winner. The moment he stepped onto the stage, Bakugo Katsuki gritted his teeth, looking like he wanted to beat everything. Aoyama Yuga. This is the same aristocratic gesture as always. With the sound from the referee, the game started. Aoyama Yuga released the arc laser directly from his body. Bakugo Katsuki seems to know his attack style like the back of his hand. Flames suddenly shot out from his hands, and he forcibly turned. With the impact force that makes your advantage explode, you can directly engage in melee combat with Aoyama Yuga. Compared to the battle between Nangong Yu and the Heartbreaker, the battle between the two of them looks exciting. When Bakugo Katsuki approached Aoyama Yuga suddenly reversed the laser on his body and surrounded himself with a thick arc barrier. Present stood up excitedly. He looked at the scene in front of him in admiration. Student Aoyama can still use his quirks like this. It seems that his ability to control his quirks has increased again. Bakugo sliced, and he slapped Aoyama Yuga's laser barrier with his bare hands. Laser quirks is one of the most powerful of all quirks, capable of destroying nearly everything he can see from a distance. In a way, Bakugo Katsuki's flame quirks are no match for him at all. However, when Bakugo Katsuki slapped it down with his palm, a layer of ripples visible to the naked eye immediately appeared on the laser barrier. At the same time, the scorching stellar sensation instantly burst out from the palm of Bakugo Katsuki. Aoyama Yuga's barrier shattered at this moment. Then Bakugo Katsuki knocked her off the stage with a single punch. We can see that there is a huge force in his body. At the temperature just now, we have already felt the temperature similar to that of the sun and stars. Don't know where such power comes from. After Bakugo Katsuki knocked down Aoyama Yuga, he looked up at Nangong Yu above the auditorium. At this moment, Nangong Yu just smiled slightly and didn't say much. However, Bakugo Katsuki looked grateful and looked at it for a long time. After all, the underwear inside her quirks is stellar energy, bestowed on him by Nangong Yu. All Might squinted his eyes and watched the whole game, and at the same time, he had a panoramic view of all the little moves of Bakugo Katsuki. So it was the power bestowed by student Nangong. His quirks can actually be superimposed on other people's bodies to form permanent quirks. What kind of magical power is this? At the end of the game, the cheers for Bakugo Katsuki in the audience have reached an extreme. Aoyama Yuga was very depressed. He had clearly tried his best just now, but why he still couldn't beat the opponent. And he also clearly felt the powerful power emanating from Bakugo Katsuki. Looks like Bakugo-san has become stronger again. As he spoke, he shook his head and sighed, and then he resumed his sunny personality again. The next contestants will be Huan and Asui Suyu. The hot topic on the field exploded again. After all, this is the first time they have seen a duel between two girls in such a long time. One has quirks with frogs, and the other makes acid to fight. The competition between the two of them must be very exciting. Amidst a burst of cheers, the two girls stepped onto the stage of the competition. Following the referee's order, the two of them were ready to attack each other. Chapter 107,100% Void Invincible Body. Please subscribe, please ask for flowers. Chapter 107,100% Void Invincible Body. As the competition progresses, the first round will soon be over. All the people who advanced are basically in their expectations. Among them, Fumikage is the most outstanding one. He almost eliminated the opponent in one move. After Nangong Yu watched all the first rounds in the audience, he discovered the students' quirks, each with their unique characteristics. Quirks can be very powerful if you incorporate some combat techniques into them. Now our competition has come to the second stage. I believe that all the students are ready for our passion. Now welcome our first group of contestants, Nangong and Hong. Nangong Yu was taken aback for a moment, and actually asked him to fight with Shoto Todoroki. In fact, Nangong Yu had already defeated Shoto Todoroki in the preliminaries of the Simple A-Class Sports Festival in the Academy. But at that time, he always felt that Shoto Todoroki didn't try his best. Amid the cheers of the audience, Nangong Yu and Shoto Todoroki entered the game respectively. Hey, you guy, you never use your full strength when fighting, right? Hearing Nangong Yu's question, Shoto Todoroki was obviously taken aback. I'm afraid this matter has nothing to do with you. My own quirks, I can use it as I want, no one else needs to talk about it. Nangong Yu sighed slightly. It turns out that there's something in your heart. I don't know what kind of psychological barrier is classmate Hong. It actually makes you refuse to completely burst out your quirks. Hate, 20 yelling, Juju, damn it, UBD, shut up. The corner of Nangong Yu's mouth outlines a touch of helplessness. Can this level be unbearable? It seems that Shoto Todoroki's heart not is really as big as it is said in the anime, it's a bit big. The powerful icy air enveloped the entire arena in an instant. Huge ice sculptures that freeze all space except Shoto Todoroki. The audience on the field stood up immediately. They looked at the huge ice sculpture on the competition stage in shock, and couldn't help admiring Shoto Todoroki's quirks. Now we have such a spectacle on the field. The entire event scene has been completely covered. The quirks of the students are so powerful. Present looks visibly excited. As the competition about to end like this, we can no longer see Nangong. The most powerful mysterious compound quirks in the legend, is it going to fail here today? Under the attention of everyone, there was a sudden burst of crackling sounds from the ice sculptures on the field. System fusion extraction. Target, Confinement engine. The extraction of the system is complete, and the void engine auxiliary calculation begins. Void undefeated body strengthening level, 60%. Void engine assists computing power by 60%. Void auxiliary combat capability 60%. This time the combat data given by the system is very detailed. Relying on the invincible body of the void, Nangong Yu instantly shattered all the ice sculptures on the field. When he reappeared in the sight of the audience, layer after layer of black mist has emerged from his bell. These look like they've been transported from some kind of divine world. They are not as weird as ordinary people expected, but they are divine. Boom, classmate, I want to tell you solemnly now, if you don't use all your strength, I will make you lose badly. Shoto Todoroki gritted his teeth, and looked at Nangong Yu in midair viciously. Meddling, do you think that makes you look like a god? Nangong Yu doesn't seem to care about Shoto Todoroki's verbal attacks on him. If you don't use all the power in your body, you don't have the right to talk to me like this. Shoto Todoroki has obviously been triggered by Nangong Yu, the layer of self-esteem deep in my heart. He roared, and icicles kept popping out from under his feet. Nangong Yu chuckled. Aren't you obedient? Then I'll show you how insignificant you really are. Nangong Yu stretched out his palm as the huge ice cubes soared into the sky. The void engine is calculating. The enemy's strength is completely analyzed. Shattered. In an instant, the layers of ice were directly crushed by the power of nothingness. Shoto Todoroki's speed of making ice is not even as fast as that of Nangong in destroying ice. In such a completely disproportionate battle, Shoto Todoroki was clearly at a disadvantage. Damn it, how long are you going to pretend to be so condescending? The corners of Nangong Yu's mouth rose slightly. I'm going to pretend until you can beat me. Shoto Todoroki's expression was obviously stagnant. This sentence is a naked insult to him. All Might, watching this game closely from the sidelines. Boom boy, do you really hate your father to such an extent? You don't want to use his power excessively. 0. Seeking flowers. All Might kept searching the scene and finally found Endeavor. Delusion to surpass me and pass this obsession to your own children. Endeavor, you hurt a child, but you have also made a top boy. His gaze returned to the field again, and All Might stared at Nangong Yu floating in midair with a burning gaze. Nangong boy, the future of Hong boy may be in your hands. You must let him come out of his shadow. The corner of Nangong Yu's mouth has been raised to a strange arc. The black matter above the sky has transformed into something like thunder. These things continued to spread until the end, completely covering the sky above the entire site. The void engine is forced to calculate, 100%. Utilization rate of void invincible body, 100%. When the system's gentle voice sounded, Nangong Yu obviously felt that his body was a bit overwhelmed. As expected of the strongest calculation in the Super Seminary, even if my body is the strongest bearer selected by All Might in this world, can't I fully bear the void invincible body? But in this state, it should be no problem to deal with Shoto Todoroki. Facing such strong pressure, there was a hint of hesitation in Shoto Todoroki's eyes. Student Nangong, you have actually managed to do this. You want to completely unleash the quirks on me by threatening my life. You think too much. Huge blocks of ice soared into the sky, resisting the erosion of these black thunders. However, even if Shoto Todoroki used his ice power to the limit, he still couldn't stop the oppression of the void invincible body. In the end, the black object finally wrapped him up. Boom, classmate, do you regret your actions? Nangong Yu stretched out his hands, and the void energy released had completely enveloped Shoto Todoroki. The powerful force is constantly eroding Shoto Todoroki's body. But Shoto Todoroki gritted his teeth and seemed to stick to his so-called bottom line. Nangong Yu put more strength in his hands, and said quietly, Boom, classmate. Don't you think that the quirks passed down to you by your father are not your own strength? This sentence immediately impacted Shoto Todoroki's inner world. Memories emerged bit by bit in his brain. Chapter 108 My boy broke out. Shoto Todoroki. Chapter 108 Exploding my boy. Shoto Todoroki. Is it my own power that has passed on to me? Shoto Todoroki suddenly felt a little dazed. All the while, the frozen quirks of his mother, and the fiery quirks of his father, Endeavor, were present on his body at the same time. Endeavor has always used him as a tool to defeat the number one hero, All Might. Abnormal disgust for this Shoto Todoroki. He hates that firepower on Endeavor, he just wants to use his mother's frozen quirks and earn all the respect. But the flame quirks are actually on his body, isn't that also his own quirks? Boom, classmate, you have lost your mind. In this kind of battle, if you lose your mind for a little bit, you will lose your life. Shoto Todoroki endured tremendous pressure and kept calming himself down. At this moment, Green Valley Izuku's eyes were completely attracted by the battle on the stage. Students from the south, 990, Palace can be so powerful. But what is this black gas quirks? Space quirks. Student Lu Ji-yu, should I be more concerned about classmate Hong than this? Asui Suyu reminded from the side. Green Valley Izuku frowned. Currently, Hong doesn't seem to use all the quirks on his body, he has always been inclined to ice quirks. Even the quirks that use ice and fire are very rarely used. Although Asui Suyu is expressionless, she is the most calm among all the students. I think there must be some kind of knot in Hong's heart. Even in the face of a powerful existence like Nangong, he is not willing to use his complete quirks. Green Valley Izuku also began to think, that's right. But Nangong seems to want to force him to use flame quirks. The increase in Nangong Yu's strength became slow. Boom classmate, I don't care what happened to you before, or that your father gave you an infinite pressure plate. But I want to tell you, no matter what Quirks is, as long as he is on your body, he is your strength. Use these strengths and prove yourself to everyone. Tell your father that you are better than him. Shoto Todoroki seemed to have figured out something. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Nangong Yu in midair. Could this be the reason why you use the quirks on your body unscrupulously? Nangong Yu chuckled. That's right, because they are my strength. A smile flickered across Shoto Todoroki's mouth suddenly. My own strength. Now that you've driven me this far, then I'll show you how powerful my quirks are. As the voice fell, the other half of Shoto Todoroki suddenly ignited a flame. The powerful flame turned the overused ice on his other side, and his body immediately warmed up. In this way, under the interlacing of ice and flames, his body can use lower temperature ice and higher temperature flames unlimitedly. Compensating for each other, his strength has reached the extreme. The extreme cold ice suddenly passed through the void thunder that filled the air at this moment. Some void thunderbolts were even frozen into ice cubes by the cold ice, and then shattered. Nangong Yu was taken aback for a moment. Is it actually so powerful? Well, let me use the void invincible body to compete with you. I'm looking forward to it. Shoto Todoroki was as indifferent as ever. The quirks of the two are fighting each other on the field at the moment. Shoto Todoroki leaned over, with ice on one side and flames on the other side, under the double sky of ice and fire, completely covered by Nangong Yu. The ultimate calculation of the void engine. Void energy control 100%. Void engine utilization rate 80%. Void substance combination 100%. The powerful void thunder directly collided with the extreme ice and fire. There was a rumbling sound on the stage. With the spread of these vibrations, there was a huge vibration in the entire competition venue. It was like a magnitude 8 earthquake. If it weren't for the professional Quirks hero who was responsible for the safety of the entire arena outside the arena, I'm afraid the arena would be smashed into pieces in an instant. We can see that the current stage has become intense. Both Nangong and Hong have used their strongest strength. I don't know that our game site can withstand several attacks from the two of them. The teachers of occupational quirks are ready to prepare to forcefully end this battle. However, Endeavor, who was outside the competition platform, excitedly rushed down from the high platform. Boom. Be angry, this is your strength. Use them all, and you will be the strongest existence in this world. Present also saw Endeavor at the moment. What? The second hero Endeavor, he also appeared at the scene. Did he come here to cheer on his son? Present's commentary, coupled with Andiwa's shout just now, the audience present stood up one after another. Many people don't know that Shoto Todoroki is actually Endeavor's son. As the son of the second hero, he must be under great pressure. Now that Shoto Todoroki has exploded with such a powerful force, they seem to have seen the appearance of the second Endeavor. It's amazing, classmate Hong can fight with classmate Nangong to such an extent. Green Valley Izuku's pupils have been dilated to the extreme. Asui Suyu still kept his composure. 6 students, have you noticed that every time Nangong uses quirks, although they are different, he can only use one? Green Valley Izuku was stunned for a moment, and after thinking carefully for a while, he came to his senses. That's right, Asui, if you don't remind me, I wouldn't have realized this problem. Nangong Yu's every battle process immediately appeared in Green Valley Izuku's mind. Although it is rumored that Nangong Yu is a compound quirks in all aspects, but he seems to be unable to display all quirks at once. In this case, under the same extremely powerful quirks, it is possible for Nangong Yu to be defeated. Student Asui, it seems to be like this. Although Nangong-san is a compound quirks, he can only cast one at a time. The only advantage of such compound quirks is that he can have more choices when facing different quirks. But when it comes to single extreme quirks, he is not necessarily an opponent to blow up classmates. During the conversation, the battle on the field has reached a fierce stage in 5.7. After several battles, countless earthquakes have occurred in the entire venue. Nangong Yu's body has also reached its limit at this moment. It's so difficult to bear the complete void invincible body. And this guy is so powerful after fully using the 2 quirks. It seems that if you want to defeat him, you must improve your ability to withstand the void invincible body. After analyzing Jung secretly in his heart, Nangong Yu took a few breaths. Boom classmate, your body is probably at its limit now, right? Shoto Todoroki's forehead was already covered with dense beads of sweat, simultaneously using quirks with 2 layers of ice and fire, although it can make all his powers reach the extreme, but this power is also impacting his body. No matter what, he is only a boy of 15 or 16 years old, and he is still somewhat reluctant to bear the impact of such a powerful force. Chapter 109 Quirks. The ultimate calculation of the system. Chapter 109 Quirks. Ultimate System Calculus. We can see that the 2 teenagers seem to be unable to bear the quirks in their bodies at the moment. Sure enough, they are still 15 or 16-year-old boys in essence. The present immediately said how powerful it is. 10,000 alpacas flashed in Nangong Yu's heart at this moment. Boom classmate, it seems that even if you lost to me last time, you still didn't want to use your real quirks. So it seems that I am in the academy, from now on I will have an opponent. Shoto Todoroki snorted coldly. If you use the attributes that are incompatible with me, maybe you can defeat me. Nangong Yu smiled slightly. You have ice and fire in your body, two kinds of quirks that oppose each other. Even if I find the quirks that I deliberately planted, the other one will overlap with your quirks. You are the true undefeated professional quirks. Shoto Todoroki chuckled, and then he brought into full play the power of ice and fire in his body. The ultimate calculation of the undefeated body of the void. The gentle voice of the system sounded, and Nangong Yu felt that his body had gone beyond what he could bear. Numerous void thunders raged around him non-stop, and his power and Shoto Todoroki's power increased exponentially in direct proportion. Bretson suddenly shouted, "Turn on all the protections on the field." All the professional quirks immediately come back to protect the field. The situation that made present so tense, all the working quirks professionals around returned to the arena as quickly as possible. At that moment, a huge protective net was immediately raised on the scene of Nangong Yu and Shoto Todoroki's match. Huge energy is constantly impacting in the protective net. After only 10 seconds passed, those energy protection nets were instantly shattered. The whole arena was blown up too badly. After all the smoke dissipated, Nangong Yu and Shoto Todoroki slowly appeared on the field. Both of them have retreated to the sidelines of the competition field at this moment, and the momentum of the two of them is extremely weak. Is it evenly matched? Bretson exclaimed. Midnight, who was still temporarily awake, announced the result immediately. The two sides have reached this level, so I declare this match a draw. After the result was announced, thunderous cheers erupted immediately on the field. Nangong Yu wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth. I never thought that there would be someone in this world who could reach the same level as me. You really exceeded my expectations. Shoto Todoroki smiled slightly. If I'm not wrong, your body can't bear your strength to a limit. If your body is one step stronger, I won't be your opponent. Nangong Yu laughed. Aren't you the same? After the two exchanged a few words of courtesy, they were carried away by the professional quirks who rushed over. After all, the bodies of both of them have reached their limit now. If they don't rest and recuperate, they may be burned to the root of the disease. Thanks to our classmates Nangong and Hong for bringing us a wonderful competition. Next, let's move on to the next match, where Green Valley will fight against Bakugo. As Present named the names of both sides, the scene burst into thunderous applause again. Green Valley Izuku has always maintained a desperate saburo since he entered people's sight. Bakugo is so high profile and impulsive. If these two people fight together, I don't know what kind of sparks will be created. After Green Valley Izuku knew his opponent, he couldn't help being a little dazed. Unexpectedly, he will face Bakugo in such a short time. Although some did not expect it, but he still stepped onto the stage. Nangong Yu has already arrived in the health room at this time, but he can still watch the game. But before the game started, Ida suddenly walked into the health room. Kirishima Eijiro walked in at the same time. Iida-san, why are you here all of a sudden? Nangong Yu asked. Ida had a sad look on his face. I have something to do, so I have to give up this game. Nangong Yu froze for a moment. What level of things can make you give up the game? In fact, Nangong Yu, who is familiar with anime, has already known that Ida's brother is likely to have an accident at this time. However, he cannot change the direction of the whole hero incident by himself. Ida sighed helplessly. My brother was attacked. I have to go back and find out the truth. So I came to say goodbye to you. Shoto Todoroki endured the pain in his body. If this is the case, then you can only go back. Don't worry, we will definitely go to find you after we finish the competition. Ida solemnly nodded to several people, then turned and left. Nangong Yu gritted his teeth. He knew that the biggest crisis was coming soon. It seems that our days will not be peaceful in the future. Shoto Todoroki froze for a moment. Why do you say that? Nangong Yu shook his head. It's a kind of intuition. I always feel that Iida-san's brother will not be attacked casually like that. Hong Zhao nodded. When we finish everything here, go find him. Maybe he can help you. At this moment, the game on the field continues. Green Valley Izuku and Bakugo stood on one side of the field respectively. Xiao Shang, I never thought that the two of us would become rivals. Bakugo gritted his teeth, with disdain on his face. Stop talking so much nonsense, let me see what kind of quirks you have. After the words fell, Bakugo jumped up, a huge fireball suddenly condensed in his hand, and then threw it towards Green Valley Izuku. Green Valley Izuku reached out, condensed his quirks on one finger, and flicked it out. The powerful force and the huge fireball collided together, and a huge explosion broke out. After the explosion subsided, the two stood on one side of the venue, evenly matched. 553. Student Green Valley suddenly burst out with a powerful force. Could this be his unique quirks? Seeing Present's introduction, All Might couldn't help but give him a blank stare. Don't you know that quirks is what I inherited from him? Present smiled. Isn't this kind of thing still in the confidential stage? I can't tell others everywhere, right? All Might was a little helpless. He raised his head and looked at the two players in the field. Green Valley boy, are you going to use this method to fight the explosive boy? Such a way of self-defeating 800 will make your body completely disabled. But at this moment, Green Valley Izuku could not listen to All Might's advice at all. He was still fighting Bakugo at the cost of his broken finger. The two sides come and go. After 5 large-scale battles, one of Green Valley Izuku's hands has been completely abolished. But Green Valley Izuku still persisted there, as if he wanted to find out the flaws of Bakugo in the constant battle, and then defeat him in one fell swoop. But how easy is this? Chapter 110 Still Not Enlightened. My boy. Chapter 110 Still Not Enlightened. My boy. Nangong Yu was lying in the health room, looking at the two people who were constantly fighting on the screen. There was a strangeness in his eyes. Are you able to fight to such an extent? Lu Ji-yu was really persistent. Shoto Todoroki gritted his teeth. He stared at the current appearance of Midoriya Izuku. He recalled everything he had been through, and suddenly felt ashamed. Green Valley Izuku, unable to control his own power, has been trying to find a way to take full control of his quirks. In the process of fighting again and again, his quirks are constantly being mastered by him. But on the other hand, I don't want to use the other half of my power at all. Even if you use it, you are only using it to unfreeze your own freezing power. With such a mentality and fighting attitude, how could he become strong? Through the battle with Nangong Yu, his hard knot has been opened, and then he only needs to improve his physical fitness, and then master his two kinds of quirks interchangeably to be in an undefeated position. He can also challenge his father through the fusion of his two quirks. With such thoughts, Shoto Todoroki will never be lost again. And now Green Valley Izuku is using his actual actions to tell him what is the true attitude towards himself, quirks. The battle between Green Valley Izuku and Bakugo quickly reached an earth-shattering level. Although the two of them are only at the level of power confrontation. And they didn't fight to the extent that it was between Nangong Yu and Shoto Todoroki. However, the battle between the two of them completely shocked all the audience. Midoriya Izuku's arm has been severely injured, but Bakugo seems to have a slight tremor in his arm. It seems that Bakugo's strength also depends on his physical ability to withstand it. Both of them are surpassing their physical limits, fighting to the limit. Smelly 9, have you reached this point? If you were allowed to fully control your quirks, wouldn't you become stronger than me, Diaresis? Green Valley Izuku gritted his teeth. I just don't want to be underestimated by Xiaosheng. The two gritted their teeth, constantly accumulating the power of quirks on their bodies. Suddenly, the two rushed towards each other. We can see the result on the field. The Green Valley boy and the Bakugo boy are charging at each other. Do they want all the quirks on the sister herself? Presence commentary immediately brought the emotions of the audience to the extreme. All the people looked at the center of the game with burning eyes. Under the eyes of everyone, the two of them finally collided together. The huge collision brought about a powerful explosive force, and the two of them were shocked back at once. But it looks like Green Valley Izuku doesn't have complete control over his own strength, so he suffers a lot, and was kicked out of the arena in 10 blows. Decision. Green Valley Izuku is the first to leave the ring. So this game Bakugo Jr. wins. Although the end of this game was relatively short, they saw a firm will. Green Valley Izuku lying on the ground dying, seems to use all this to prove his spirit of never admitting defeat. With the battle between the two of them over, All Might breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them have already fought to this point. If they continue to fight, the body of the Green Valley boy will probably be crippled. It seems that it's time to send him to that person to practice properly. Next up, Kirishima Eijiro and Tetsu. When Present said the names of these two people, Nangong Yu couldn't help but froze for a moment. The quirks of the two of them should be similar, so can they also participate in the competition? Shoto Todoroki shook his head. The competition is decided by the lottery system, we have no way to control this. Nangong Yu nodded, and then continued to watch the game. As soon as Kirishima Eijiro and Taijei Teitai entered the stage, after greeting each other, they immediately cast their quirks. Kirishima Eijiro's body immediately became extremely hard, and Tai Tetsu's body was coated with a layer of iron and steel. The fighting methods of the two of them are also very simple and rude. As they hit each other and hit each other's bodies, their own physical strength was also constantly being consumed. This kind of battle lasted for about half an hour, and both sides fell down one after another because of exhaustion. When Midnight judged the result of this match, for the first time, they asked them to decide the winner by wrestling their arms after waking up. Maybe their two fighting styles are too weird, and their abilities are relatively similar, so they will not be judged as a tie at all. This round of competition passed quickly, but because the damage to the competition platform was too serious. The next round of the game can only be suspended. Nangong Yu let out a long sigh of relief. It seems that every quirks of the students has their strengths. Shoto Todoroki looked at Nangong Yu with burning eyes. Actually, I really want to know what method should be used to defeat you. Nangong Yu chuckled. Actually, I don't know how to beat myself. Shoto Todoroki froze for a moment. You are really overconfident. As you can see, my quirks are composite quirks. Even if I can only use one kind of quirks at a time, whichever quirks I use is within my grasp. So it's easy for me to counter other people's quirks. How do you say you can beat me? Shoto Todoroki was silent for a while. In the past, my target was always Green Valley Izuku. I feel that although his quirks didn't explode immediately, he is still improving. That quirks about him scares me. After speaking, Shoto Todoroki was silent for a while, and then he looked at Nangong Yu with a strange look in his eyes. But since I met you, I found that you have more power than Green Valley Izuku. And the power in your body is more pure. Surpassing you has become my next goal. Okay. Nangong Yu smiled slightly. If this is the case, then you have to work 10 times harder. Because my talent is not only 10 times higher than yours. Shoto Todoroki fell silent, not knowing what he was thinking about. The recovery girl came over at this time. Both of you are not seriously injured, you can participate in the next round of competition after a little training. Now I'm going to focus on that troublesome guy. The two turned their heads and saw Midoriya Izuku dying on the hospital bed. At this time, none of his bones were good. His hands are even more serious, even deformed. This look is not something that the recovery girl can recover completely for him. I hope Green Valley can find a way to control his quirks when he wakes up. Nangong Yu sighed helplessly. Afterwards, the two of them checked their bodies and left the healthcare room. Chapter 111 The last round of finals, begin. Chapter 111 Let's go. Nangong Youth. The site will be restored soon, and all the facilities will be there. Present excitedly announced. The final round, now begins. Boom. A few fireworks burst into the sky in an instant. The next ones will be our Nangong Yu and Anchang. Wait a minute, our classmate Nangong seems to have given up on this game. The big word abstention on the screen brought the emotions on the field to a peak. In the live broadcast room, Naoba was already standing behind All Might. Young man, you seem a little unwise to give up the game. This game has no meaning to me anymore. I just want to know, where is Iida-san? All Might gritted his teeth. Is that why you came here? Isn't my ability enough to fight against those people? All Might smiled slightly. Your quirks ability has already reached the level of a professional quirks player. But you are also our biggest hole card. No matter how big the whole card is, let me show it well, don't you? Haha, Nangong boy, you really have extraordinary confidence. Nangong Yu let out a long sigh of relief, took a few steps forward, and looked towards the 800 competition platform. After the sports festival is over, we should go to social practice. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Iida-san may do some radical things. All Might lowered his head. Iida boy's ability is very special. But he needs an experience. Nangong Yu was not talking, he just took a look at the fierce competition on the field, and then left here. After the completion of the sports festival, just ask someone to inform me. All Might looked at Nangong Yu's back, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Young Nangong. You are the most powerful quirks I have ever seen. The sports sacrifice quickly ended perfectly amidst the tense competition. In this competition, most of the students in Class A have found their own ways to use quirks. Nangong Yu was sitting on the roof of his home, looking at the sky, waiting for further tasks from All Might. Boom. With a slight noise, a huge black cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. Another black space appeared under the black cloud, just like last time. Nangong Yu immediately became alert. He stood up, looking forward to piercing through the black cloud in front of him. A voice came out leisurely from within the black cloud. Son, you don't belong to this world. You should come to my side, only I can give you the true meaning of this world. Nangong Yu frowned. So it's you. If you're right, you have the completely opposite power to All Might. That's right, but do you think you know the original appearance of this world? Nangong Yu gritted his teeth and chuckled. I don't know. But I know, you are the biggest villain in this world. The voice in the black cloud trembled visibly. Why are you so ignorant, young man? As long as you join, we can immediately gain the most powerful force in the world. Nangong Yu chuckled. No need. It seems that you came here with one of your avatars again this time. Just a word of advice, always using clones is not good for your health. It's fine if you don't send two Nomu over. Gia, you really are a smelly and hard guy like All Might. That being the case, there is nothing more to say between me and you. Face death honestly. Nangong Yu chuckled. I'm always ready. The dark clouds in the sky are gradually dissipating, then you will disappear without a trace in the wormhole space. All Might suddenly appeared behind him. Young man, although what you just said is a bit far-fetched, I am very moved. Nangong Yu was taken aback, he clutched his heart, turned around and took 2 steps back. Teacher, you walk silently. Why did you run behind me so silently? This will scare people to death. Haha, young man, you are thinking too much. I just came here to look for you, and I happened to see that black cloud. Looks like you're being stalked by some unknown guy. Nangong Yu spread his hands. What can I do? Ever since I destroyed that wormhole space last time, I have been targeted by this guy. I don't know if he's taken a fancy to me or what's going on. He came to me again and again. All Might laughed twice. That guy is so shameless, don't take it to heart. By the way, teacher, do you have any new tasks to convey to me this time? All Might nodded. That's right, I'm here to tell you that the sports festival has been completed, and the next step is your social practice activities. Nangong Yu let out a long sigh of relief, and said nonchalantly, where will I be assigned? All Might suddenly took out a map. After our systematic adjustment, no firm is willing to let you stay there. Nangong Yu was a little surprised and asked, why is this? Could it be that my performance is not good enough? Or are they simply looking down on me? All Might patted Nangong Yu on the shoulder. Because of Nangong boy, you are so good that it makes them feel ashamed. Nangong Yu was a little embarrassed. I'm afraid this is a bit of a compliment. No. This is everyone's recognition of you. Your control over your own quirks has surpassed all your peers. In the eyes of outsiders, you are already a professional quirks. Nangong Yu looked up. They really think so. All Might took out a very professional uniform and put it in front of Nangong Yu. Young Nangong, this suit is specially made for you, it can withstand all kinds of quirks. This is the best clothing material we could come up with. The map is the place where all the students have social practice. Your job is to maneuver to help, any of them. Nangong Yu laughed at himself while holding the map. In other words, I'm just a logistics supporter. Haha, Nangong boy, in fact, what kind of person you want to be is entirely up to you. This social practice is the first time for all teenagers to enter the real world. They need more help, I hope you can protect them. Nangong Yu nodded. Since that's the case, I'll gladly accept it. By the way, when will it start? All Might thought for a moment. It's already started today. Speaking of which, All Might took out his mobile phone. All the students have been added to the same group, and they can send text messages through this group. At that time, no matter which student is in danger, you can know it in the first time. Nangong Yu nodded, and then linked his number with all the students. Stretching very comfortably, Nangong Yu looked into the distance. Okay, leave the next thing to me, teacher, go get busy if you have nothing to do. But when Nangong Yu turned around, he found that Olmert had already disappeared without a trace. Chapter 112 BD. After receiving the order, Nangong Yu didn't go anywhere, but just took a shower and sat at home watching TV. There are a lot of snacks beside him. Give me an inexplicable task, let me run around as a mobile unit. It really makes the best use of everything. Tonight I don't believe that anything can happen. I'm just staying at home and not going anywhere. With this thought in mind, Nangong kept complaining while watching TV and eating snacks. Just when he looked very comfortable, the SMS group in the phone suddenly rang. It's a text message from Green Valley Izuku. But there is only one address marked on the text message, and there is nothing left. Nangong Yu frowned, and after thinking for a while, he smiled slightly. It seems that this guy is in some kind of danger. Otherwise, with his quirks, he wouldn't be able to send group text messages so easily, and what's more, he sent a location coordinate. Nangong Yu shook his head helplessly. As a mobile force, now is his turn to show his talents. After Nangong Yu put on the special combat uniform, he kept jumping between the cities. When he approached the location coordinates sent by Green Valley Izuku, he found that there are countless lanes and streets crisscrossing. Nangong Yu couldn't help frowning. Can this location be made clearer? But after a few more complaints, a huge explosion suddenly rang out not far away. Nangong Yu raised his head, only to see the huge ice in front of him suddenly soaring into the sky. Such quirks seem to be Shoto Todoroki's quirks. It seems that Shoto Todoroki has already arrived at the location given by Midoriya Izuku. Nangong Yu smiled slightly, this time someone actually got ahead of him. So Nangong Yu leapt vigorously, hearing the ability of Synchro Changwei, and shuttled to the side of the alley all at once. I saw that the hero killer was covered with knives all over his body, and a long knife kept licking his tongue. There are already several people lying next to it. One is Mr. Primordial Man, and the other is Ida Ida. At this time, Ida Ida is wearing a suit of armor, which seems to have been passed down from generation to generation by their Ida family. Looks like Ida Ida has inherited the title of hero from their family. Green Valley Izuku and Shoto Todoroki are fighting against Hero Killer at the moment. It's just that the two of them have not yet reached a 100% control over their quirks, so they are always being suppressed and beaten. Nangong Yu let out a long sigh of relief. Hero Killer Stain, he has all the unique quirks that Hero can't imagine. As long as the blood is licked by him, he will immediately lose his action for as long as 8 minutes. The most important thing is that Stain also has extremely powerful physical skills, he can kill a professional quirks owner in an instant. Nangong Yu let out a long sigh of relief, such an opponent is indeed formidable. At this moment, Nangong Yu's eyes were plunged into darkness. Bloodthirsty. Let's compare who is more bloodthirsty. System Fusion Extraction. Target Auto. The extraction of the system integration is complete. The body of the demon god, the Minister of Computing. The 3rd generation god body fusion degree is 100%. Void undefeated body mastery level 60%. Auto has 100% control over all skills. Auxiliary computing synchronization is 100%. At this moment, the eunuch suddenly became a peerless killer. This powerful blood evil spirit immediately stopped several people in the battle. The moment Green Valley Izuku and Shoto Todoroki looked up and saw Nangong Yu, their expressions immediately became excited. But when Stain looked up, he was suddenly shocked by the bloody aura. Who are you? Stain snapped. Who am I? You are not qualified to know. As soon as the words fell, a huge sawtooth long sword suddenly appeared in Nangong Yu's hand. The black blood mist permeating the whole body makes people feel a breath of death. While speaking, Nangong Yu jumped down directly. Green Valley, boom, you two quickly take them away first. Leave the matter here to me. Green Valley Izuku and Shoto Todoroki saw Nangong Yu's appearance, they were already very happy. At the same time, they quickly calmed down and quickly dragged the primitive man and Ida out. However, Ida Ida seems a bit unhappy. Yuan, living private no hair no flying inch. He smuggled Ren Shi, and Mao Dagger Ren, the name of the Iida family, killed his heart. No, this guy is mine, give him to me and let me kill him in the name of the Iida family. Iida Ida's heart-piercing voice immediately shook Nangong Yu. 0. Ask for flowers. Such a determined attitude is really amazing. Baka. Motto physical strength. If you want to kill him, then you have to maintain your physical strength better. Only your peak state can help me. This passionate dialogue immediately made Izuku and Shoto Todoroki, both of them inexplicably infected. The two of them did their best to drag the original man and Iida to the entrance of the alley. Nangong Yu drew the corners of his mouth. Now it's your turn, BD. As he was talking, Nangong Yu suddenly changed. His upright appearance just now looked like a dying Shira. 0. Anyone who sees it will be terrified. Stain's pupils constricted suddenly, and he took 2 steps back involuntarily. What kind of quirks is this? Who the hell are you? I've said it all, you have no right to know. Nangong Yu's words were full of sarcasm. Nangong Yu didn't talk nonsense with him, and threw the big sword directly at Stain. Stain quickly moved and pulled out the long knife at his waist, and collided with Nangong Yu. After the two quickly crossed a few moves, Stain's hands began to tremble slightly. Whether it is strength or speed, Stain and Nangong Yu are far behind. Just a head-to-head move, Stain's whole body seems to be falling apart. For Stain, this kind of battle is simply a one-sided massacre. But as a hero killer, no matter what the opponent's quirks are, he will try his best to kill the opponent. Because he has his own beliefs, he believes that the order in his heart is the real order. Stain endured the huge pain every time, and moved quickly, trying to cut Nangong Yu with the knife on his body. In this way, he has a certain possibility to control Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu seemed to have seen through his tricks long ago, and after interleaving 2 attacks, he generously made the opponent aware of his flaws. But under one blow, instead of piercing Nangong Yu's skin, Stain broke one of his knives in 2. Stain gritted his teeth, his eyes were filled with disbelief. As this compound quirks corpse. Chapter 113 Tamura Shigaraki reappears. Seek to follow up. Chapter 113 Reappear, Tamura Shigaraki. Nangong Yu flicked the common things in his hands. That's right, it's compound quirks. It's just that you can't see all of my compound quirks in this lifetime. Why? Stain asked subconsciously, the corner of Nangong Yu's mouth raised slightly indifferently, because you are going to die soon. Stain was taken aback, and took 2 steps back. The broken knife in his hand was trembling slightly at this moment. Fear. This is the first time he has felt fear. Such fear, he has only ever shown in front of All Might. But he didn't expect that the fear brought to him by such a young man was several times that of All Might. Is it because of the weird quirks? Nangong Yu smiled slightly. There is no need to guess, even if you guess how. You can't get out of here alive today. 010, said Nangong Yu directly raised the big sword in his hand. Today I will let you see how powerful a Tuo with the Void Invincible physique and the 3rd generation Divine physique combined. As the aura blooming from Nangong Yu continued to grow, the fear in Stain's heart became stronger and stronger. He didn't understand, did such a powerful power really bloom from a young man? If this is the case, if you give this boy some more time, he will become a world-renowned existence. Just when Stain was thinking about other things in a mess, that big black sword had already reached his head. He hurriedly raised the double knives in his hands, trying to block them. But that big sword cut straight down his head. 2 long knives and half of his head were cut off deeply like this. Stain, who has lost all knives, is like a tiger without claws, ready to be slaughtered. Nangong Yu mentioned Stan, because he threw him out at once. After rolling twice on the ground, Stain was thrown out of the alley. At this moment, Ida has long since recovered. Seeing Stain being beaten into this state by Nangong Yu, they couldn't help shouting in unison in their hearts, Nangong Yu's horror. But when Nangong Yu walked out, the fusion related to a Tuo had already been removed. When they saw Nangong Yu, they no longer had the murderous look of a demon king like before. But the shock he brought to Stain is forever engraved in his mind. Ida gritted his teeth, how much he wanted to kill Stain with his own hands, so as to avenge his brother. But Stain has already been beaten like this, if he makes a move again, it will be disrespectful to the prisoners. At this moment, Endeavor hurried over. When he saw Stain lying on the ground, he couldn't help screaming. Hero killer, did you catch him? Several teenagers nodded, and then pointed at Nangong Yu in unison. Endeavor also has some impressions of Nangong Yu, after all he was so dazzling in the sports festival. Since you have caught him, let him be handed over to the relevant department. Suddenly, a Nomu appeared in everyone's sight. With the appearance of this Nomu, Stain seems to go crazy. He suddenly jumped up, took off the cloth strip on his face, stretched out his palm, and pressed the Nomu to the ground. With one move, Now Hao's head was crushed to pieces. Stain kept talking non-stop, gibberish, and said some words that normal people can't understand. There is no one in this world who can be called a hero. Only All Might can be called a hero. I don't know if it's an affirmation of All Might, or promoting my unique position. However, Nangong Yu is also aware of the crisis. In some corners of the city, there seems to be Nomu. Looking at the wanton destruction of these Nomu, Nangong Yu couldn't help frowning. System fusion extraction. Target rose. The system fusion extraction is complete. The wormhole space enters the solution state. The 3rd generation divine body is being calculated. The degree of fusion is 100%. The black armor outfit is complete, and the degree of integration is 100%. Microcomputing engine level, 100%. The next moment, Nangong Yu jumped up and appeared directly in front of a Nomu. This Nomu seems to be able to change the shape and size of its own body, and can change the hardness of its own body. Nangong Yu smiled slightly. Isn't it just a mindless beast? I won't let you continue to live. Saying that, Nangong Yu jumped up, and when he was suspended in midair, he suddenly spun rapidly. Countless shadow-throwing knives will cover this Nomu in no time. These flying knives directly appeared around Nomu through the calculation of the wormhole space. With the shuttle and cut of a knife, this Nomu was divided into thousands of pieces in an instant. This kind of death is no less than Ling Kai. Finally, this Nomu was left with only a pair of skeletons, and fell powerlessly to the ground. When Nangong Yu landed on the ground again, a large crowd of the audience cheered. Numerous professional quirks gathered not far away. What happened today was quite sudden, even they didn't have more systematic precautions. As a result, many different dimensional creatures took advantage of the loopholes. In the dark corner not far away, Tamura Shigaraki looked over viciously. This gaze coincided with Nangong Yu's gaze. The two looked at each other, as if they had seen through each other. Shigaraki gritted his teeth. This time, he only got 3 Nomu from his teacher, but he didn't expect it to end so badly. His purpose is to change people's perception of the world through Nomu. At the same time weaken people's perception of hero killer Stain. But what he did seems to be just paving the way for Stain. Not only did Stain fight Quirk's student, but he also killed a Nomu in a split second. Such a person who was both good and evil, good and bad, is really annoying. Nangong Yu and Sigengmu looked at each other for a long time, but neither of them made any moves. At the end, Shikaramu only 1.2 turned his head unwillingly and left here. The officials did not relax their vigilance until after Shigongmu left. The following night was also very peaceful, nothing else happened. It wasn't until the next morning that the relevant departments finished dealing with everything, and the person in charge found them. Who the hell caught Stain last night? Faced with such a question, Izuku Midoriya and Shoto Todoroki seemed a little stunned. Shouldn't they be commended for catching Stain? Why are they being asked in such a tone? Of course Nangong Yu knew the reason. After all, he already knew the ins and outs of the whole hero world. I caught it. What do you want to do with it? Whatever. Seeing Nangong Yu's carefree appearance, the person in charge completely forgot the set of rhetoric he had prepared before. Chapter 114 The Power of Breaking, Nomu Slag. Seek to follow up. Ask for flowers. Chapter 114 Break it, Nomu. Under the ridicule of the person in charge, this matter passed quickly. Next, all the students have entered the normal track of their social practice. Only Nangong seems unwilling to be lonely. He went directly to the restaurant on the highest building of a building, and while eating, he observed the whole city. After all, he is a mobile existence, and he has to go wherever there is need. If this is the case, why not find a place to eat and drink well, and go out at any time? When he was eating happily, All Might suddenly called him. Nangong boy. In the sea 200 kilometers away from here, a wormhole space suddenly appeared. I need you to go and check it out. Nangong Yu didn't say much, just hung up the phone and went straight over. The taxi drivers around here are still very responsible. In Nangong, after you told the destination, the driver seemed to be on the verge of a big enemy, stepped on the gas pedal and passed by. Boys, professional quirks like you, go about saving the world every day. Nangong Yu 08 chuckled. Master, who did you listen to? The driver responded heartily. I saw it on TV. Nangong Yu nodded. The visual impact brought by TV media is processed by special effects. Every time he watches a TV show, he feels a little over the top. But he didn't expose the master driver, otherwise he would think that the hero all over the world are a scam. Master driver, you don't have to drive so fast, I'm not in a hurry. When Nangong Yu came back, he had repeatedly confirmed the situation of that space to All Might. So far, no strange creatures have come out of the space. Then the driver master didn't think so. That's not okay, I have to take you to your destination. Nangong Yu had no choice but to do as the Romans do and look out the window. Finally, not long after, they arrived at their destination. When getting out of the car, Nangong Yu had just walked a few steps, and the driver shouted behind him, "Come on, boy. Come on, boy." Nangong Yu smiled, turned around and made a cheering gesture. When Nangong Yu arrived at the seaside, he found that there was a patrol ship docked not far away, and they had been observing the black hole there. Student Nangong, why are you here? You can turn around and see Asui Suyu greeting him from the patrol ship. Student Asui, it's you. Are you participating in social practice here? Asui Suyu stuck out his tongue. Yes, my quirks are frogs, so they are assigned here. As he said that, he threw down a small boat and asked someone to pull Nangong Yu up. Asui, are you also observing this black hole? Asui Suyu nodded. Yes, we are also observing it. It suddenly appeared yesterday, but there was no movement, and we didn't care about it. But when something like this suddenly appears, it will still attract people's attention. After Nangong Yu observed the black hole for a while, he turned his head and calculated. Where's the captain of this ship? And the classmates who are interning with you? Asui Suyu was a little helpless. We had an accident yesterday. During the battle, the captain exhausted his intelligence and degenerated. Now everyone is taking care of him. Nangong Yu couldn't help frowning. It seems that sometimes the use of quirks varies from person to person. Just like Kaminari Denki, who uses quirks and instantly becomes an idiot. When Nangong Yu was looking at the black hole in the sky with concentration, a creature similar to Nomu suddenly came out of the black hole. When he appeared, the flaming quirks immediately appeared on his body. Student Asui, you hide in the cabin first, let me deal with him. Asui Suyu looked at the sky with burning eyes. This guy looks like he has a compound quirks. You still have to be careful. Saying this, Asui Suyu brought an earphone to Nangong Yu's ear. I'm watching from below, the two of us keep in touch and discuss tactics at any time. Asui Suyu, what a cool guy. Nangong Yu nodded, and then jumped up. System fusion extraction. Target void engine. System integration and extraction completed. Void engine assisted computing is enabled. Void undefeated body fusion level 60%. The calculation level of the void engine is 60%. The synchronization degree of the void engine, 60%. With the blessing of the void engine, Nangong Yu was suspended in front of that Nomu. Nomu is nothing more than a creature that was created. After they were given some kind of quirks, they were forced to become such monsters because their bodies couldn't bear the powerful quirks. When the teacher of Nikorgi made Nomu, he almost paid most of his hard work. Therefore, every Nomu is very powerful, and the Nomu in front of Nangong Yu seems to have fire, strength, strengthening, and changing the state of the body, 4 kinds of quirks combined into one. This kind of situation makes people feel a little helpless. But this is nothing to Nangong Yu, at most it is a hard fight. Without further ado, Nangong Yu rushed over. That Nomu reacted passively too. The moment the two collided, the space between them erupted with a broken sound. The void engine is calculating and decomposing. The opponent's power is stratified. The void engine penetrates into the body and divides. Nomu seemed to feel that something had entered his body, so he hurriedly tried his best to find out these things and throw it out. Therefore, he constantly used his own power to torture his body. But even in this state, he couldn't pull out the thing that got into his body. After torturing himself in pain for a while, Nomu seems to have come to his senses. So he directly turned to Nangong Yu Hong. Nangong Yu chuckled, and suddenly a void-shaped thunder surrounded him. Every thunderbolt contains a powerful void engine power. As long as Nomu touches it, its body disintegration will increase by 1 point. At the end, Nomu's body was completely covered by these black thunders. You unconscious creature, you shouldn't be living in this world. Let me help you out. Saying that, Nangong Yu immediately increased his output to the void engine. The mighty force of the void continued to torment Nomu until it was finally disintegrated. After killing Nomu, Nangong Yu looked at the wormhole space in midair. In his eyes, such a space is really very angry. They have appeared in front of Nangong Yu more than once, seriously affecting Nangong Yu's thinking. So during the calculation of the void engine, a large amount of void power frantically poured into the wormhole space. Boom! In the midst of an earth-shattering explosion, the void was instantly torn apart. Asui Suyu stared at his big eyes. Student Nangong is so amazing. 115th Destruction. Flexible individuals, please ask for flowers, please subscribe. Chapter 115 Destroyed. Soft body quirks. Nangong Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the annihilated void fragments in the sky. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise, as the ability completely opposite to All Might. I'm really looking forward to the day when I really meet you. Asui Suyu was a little puzzled. What are you talking about? Nangong Yu turned around. Nothing. It's just strange, why are there always such strange places recently? Asui Suyu thought about it calmly. Maybe it's Niyugaragi's teacher. Nangong Yu froze for a moment. How do you know? The last time Shigaraki came to our academy to attack, he once said that he came instead of his teacher. Since he has failed, his teacher will definitely come. Nangong Yu smiled slightly. Such logical thinking is really impeccable. Suddenly, All Might called Nangong Yu. Young Nangong, there is a problem with classmate Taijay Cheti. I need you to come and help me. Nangong in helplessness. As Kirishima classmate over there. That's right, the two of them are now trapped in a corridor by me. Nangong boy, you have space quirks, I hope you can go to support them as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Nangong Yu simply said goodbye to Suyu. System fusion extraction. Target void engine. System integration and extraction completed. Void engine calculation assistance. Void undefeated fusion level 60%. The computing power of the void engine is 60%. Void engine fusion ability 60%. Void engine's all-round combat capability is 60%. The void engine shuttle calculation. The void wormhole is being settled. The calculation of the void wormhole is completed. Enter the shuttle mode. The next moment, Nangong Yu tore open the void and left here. When he reappeared, he arrived at a place where the king of the sky. At his feet are Kirishima Eijiro and Tetsu. At this time, the two were surrounded by a pair of twin brothers. The twins appear to be among the most wanted for quirks. The two of them are evil and have contortionary quirks. Such quirks, for the two teenagers below, are really restrained. At this moment, although Kirishima Eijiro and Tetsu have completely covered their body surface with their quirks. But their strength hit each other, just like hitting cotton, there is no Rikido. Nangong Yu smiled slightly, and then became levitated. You two are so troublesome. You have to wait until I come to save you. Student Nangong. The two passionate teenagers suddenly became excited. Neither of us can fight them. Their sexuality is too restrained. Nangong Yu smiled slightly. It's okay, leave it to me. At this time, Nangong Yu felt as if he was All Might. As long as he appeared, all the crises would be resolved. He let out a long sigh of relief, and then, the void engine was calculated to its peak. The void engine is in operation. The engine decomposition is activated. The void engine disintegrates targeting. Soft body twins. The void engine is being solved. At this moment, those two soft-bodied quirks suddenly stood in place, motionless. Both of them trembled slightly. Looks miserable. Kirishima Eijiro looked at the two men who were aggressive just now, and suddenly changed into this kind of virtue at this moment, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. He was very surprised, how Nangong Yu restrained these two guys. While he was concentrating on observing, the two soft-bodied quirks began to slowly disintegrate. Kirishima was startled. He took 2 steps back, leaned against the wall and shouted. Their bodies disappeared. Nangong Yu didn't speak, just smiled slightly, and then said, "Annihilation." The next moment those 2 guys turned into fly ash. Kirishima embraced Nangong Yu excitedly. "Student Nangong, you are really amazing. Why don't you stay with us in the future? Anyway, the combat power of the 2 of us is not very good. And in case of an emergency, we can't handle it either." Listening to this eloquent speech, Nangong Yu suddenly felt ashamed. "Kirishima-san, I exist as a mobile unit. If something happens, someone will notify me to come here." Kirishima Eijiro was suddenly disappointed. "If this is the case, I won't keep you." Patted him on the shoulder. "It's okay, the social practice will end soon, and it will be included in the school's assessment." Kirishima Eijiro was stunned for a while. "Assessment? What assessment?" For the word, assessment, I am afraid that most of the students will show such an expression. After all, after they entered the school, they faced various assessments. Although every assessment will stimulate their potential, but that kind of pain, they never want to go through it again. Nangong Yu didn't say anything more. Under the calculation of the void engine, he left here quickly. But not long after he walked out, Midnight called him. "No way, Nangong Yu can only return to the academy." Midnight sat in the office, drinking coffee very comfortably. Backquote. "You are here, student Nangong." Nangong was a little puzzled. "Teacher, what are you looking for me in such a hurry?" Midnight sighed. "It's not because of the upcoming entrance exam." Nangong Yu froze for a moment. "Entrance exam, do we have to go to school again?" Midnight shook his head. "Of course not. But after participating in the social practice activities, I want to assess these students and see how much they have improved." Nangong Yu nodded. "It turned out to be like this. Then why did you call me back?" There was a smirk on the corner of Midnight's mouth, and they looked at Nangong Yu with a blind eye, which made him very uncomfortable. "Teacher, what are you doing?" "I sell my art but not my body." A provocative color suddenly appeared on my Midnight's face. "I just want to tell you, are you the one who wants to be assessed, or the one who is assessed?" Nangong Yu froze for a moment. "Is there any difference of money?" "Of course there is a difference." Midnight took his own pointer, with a seductive voice full of endless temptation. "If you are an examiner, you can take charge of the assessment against a student, all his courses, but if you choose to prepare for the test in one side, you have to accept the assessment of all teachers." After brainstorming for a while, Nangong Yu said, "You mean, if I choose to be assessed, I have to fight against all the teachers?" "Smart, that's what it is. But the abilities of the teachers will be limited. Nangong Yu's heart already has 10,000 alpacas. Even if their quirks are restricted, they are still professional quirkers. If I have to deal with more than a dozen professional quirks by myself at the same time, wouldn't that kill me?" But he changed his mind. If he was the examiner, he would be restricted to quirks. As the existence of the undefeated myth in the academy, if he is defeated because of this, where will he put his face? Chapter 116. Wow classmate, please calm down. Please ask for flowers, please subscribe. Chapter 116. Calm down. Asui Suyu. After thinking about it for a while, Nangong Yu, instead of restricting his quirks, went to fight a passionate student who was fighting to the death. It's better to let go of your hands and feet and have a good fight with all the teachers. After making this decision, Nangong Yu was restricted from going out and began to enter his personal devil-style practice. The social practice activities are coming to an end, and a large number of students have started to return to school one after another. After some preparations, the assessment of all staff began. "Student Nangong, when did you come back?" Green Valley Izuku asked strangely when he saw Nangong Yu. "I've already been back. After all, I'm a mobile unit." Hearing what Nangong Yu said, Bakugo couldn't help but groan. Looking at him like that, he seems very unconvinced. Nangong Yu sighed helplessly. No matter what time, Bakugo is always so unyielding. After all the students went through a brief rest and adjustment, the assessment started smoothly. Nangong Yu went straight to the recovery girl's office. There he could see a clear live stream of the entire game. Who was the first match? Nangong Yu couldn't help asking 040. The recovery girl squinted and looked at the screen. It looks like Asui and Tokiyami. Nangong Yu nodded, then looked up at the screen. The rules of this game are very simple. After all contestants enter the training ground, as long as they can reach the prescribed exit within the deliberately set time, then they will pass. If one of the 2 cooperating people fails to pass, it will count as 2 people failing at the same time. This kind of competition is actually to test the cooperation ability among the students. Asui Suyu and Anchang Fumikage entered the venue. They quickly ran to the prescribed entrance. But what they encounter is the weirdest ethereal ghost of all the teachers. QG plus %. Quirks, ethereal ghosts, are gas that can be expelled from their own mouths to create doubles. Such a clone can increase rapidly with the passage of time and the amount of gas he spews out. His limit can fill the audience with his avatars. In other words, the contestants must solve all the clones of the ethereal ghost before they can see his real body. But maybe before seeing the ethereal ghost in person, their strength will be exhausted. Fumikage is moving fast, constantly using his shadow to deal with those clones. Also clones, ethereal ghost and dark Fumikage's clones have fundamental changes. Anchang Fumikage clone is relatively single, so it will feel a bit difficult to deal with its ethereal ghost. But this is nothing to him. The two of them are constantly moving forward, and they have eliminated most of the ghosts and ghosts. It's finally time to get close to the ethereal ghost. The ethereal ghost has suddenly created a gigantic clone. The quirk's ability possessed by this avatar is infinitely stronger than other avatars. That huge avatar stuffed the two of them into his body at once, trapping them firmly. Now the only thing they can move is Fumikage's shadow clone. For the two of them, this is simply a desperate situation. Asui Suyu can keep absolute calm no matter what time it is. Student Anchang, although both of us are under control now, I think your shadow should be able to compete with him. Anchang Fumikage nodded. Now we can only fight. As he said that, he directly released his shadow, and went out to use this basic blue to draw a tie with the ethereal ghost. However, ethereal ghost is their teacher after all, and after nearly a minute of fighting, shadow was completely suppressed. Nangong Yu, who watched the game through the screen, shook his head helplessly. The difference between quirks is too great. If Anchang can't use his quirks properly, I'm afraid he won't be able to win this game. Green Valley Izuku on the side is also staring at the screen with burning eyes. It seems that this is already a hard battle. Nangong Yu shook his head. No, actually, Asui Suyu is the calmest one among us. As long as she is given a little more time, she will surely come up with a solution to the current predicament. Green Valley Izuku was stunned for a moment. He turned around and looked at Nangong Yu. In this way, it is indeed Asui who helped me get through the difficulties several times. At this time, Asui Suyu in the middle of the big screen seemed to be saying something to Anchang Fumikage. Student Anchang, I actually had a plan just now, but it might be a little disgusting. Turn your head away. Asui Suyu was very calm when he said this, but there is a kind of tenacity in his calmness. I saw her turn her stomach out all of a sudden, and then took out a pair of handcuffs from inside. According to the rules of the competition, as long as this handcuff is handcuffed to the hands of the ethereal ghost, they will pass the exam. Asui Suyu, but this behavior makes many people feel disgusted, but this behavior is the only way they can pass the level. That pair of handcuffs was quietly handed over to Shadow. Shadow in handcuffs unleashes one last onslaught. When he rushed in front of the ethereal ghost, he had a symbolic near-death fight with him. When the battle was over, the pair of handcuffs leaned firmly against his hands. The ethereal ghost looked at the handcuffs that had leaned against his hands at some point, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Is that so? Is this your combat strategy? As he said that, ethereal ghost reluctantly announced that the two had passed the assessment. Nangong Yu behind the screen raised his lips slightly. You are really smart. Such a way of fighting really makes people excited. But looking at their appearance, it seems that they have paid a huge price. Put something like that in your stomach, no matter how strong Quirks is, it will still cause some damage. The recovery girl also complained. The next group will be Kota Koji and Jiro Kyoka. Both of them are sound-type Quirks. Jiro Kyoka can turn his earlobe into a data cable, plug it in anywhere to spy on everything. Kota Koji can control all creatures he can see with his voice. And the opponent they face is present with the support of noise Quirks. Presence Quirks can not only be used to comment any game, but also can be used as a means of attack to emit ultrasonic and infrasound. But wherever his voice covers, almost no one can stand it. Presence attack is very simple, he just stands at a fixed exit and keeps facing the sound released in the forest. This time, Kota Koji and Jiro Kyoka are facing enemies. The two of them kept hiding, trying to hide from these noises. But things backfired, they couldn't escape at all. Chapter 117 Shouldn't we be sitting like this? Ask for flowers, ask for an order. Chapter 117 Let's move. Asui Suyu. Asui Suyu is also back at the Restoration Girl studio this time. It's just that as soon as she came in, she was beside Nangong Yu. Student Nangong, are you here too? That's right, anyway, my assessment is the last one, so let's take a look here. So far, what have you come up with? Nangong Yu let out a long sigh of relief. It seems that the students have more perfect control over their quirks. Asui Suyu looked at the screen with piercing eyes, or they are more proficient in the application of tactics. Nangong Yu turned around and fell in love with Asui Suyu. You see the problem really thoroughly. I'm just looking at everything with rational cognition, and there is no such thing as thoroughness. Nangong Yu froze for a moment. He found that when Asui Suyu spoke in front of him, he became more and more artistic. Have you often talked like this before? No, it just started after I met you. Nangong Yu nodded, and didn't say anything else, but looked at the big screen again. But the recovery girl showed a surprised expression, and turned to look at Suyu Waharu. Little girl, it seems that some people don't realize what you mean. Asui Suyu has a calm look. It doesn't matter, time will tell everything. The recovery girl smiled slightly, turned her head and didn't look at it again. Nangong Yu was just confused. I can't understand what the two of them are talking about. But for a moment, he saw that Asui Suyu's cheeks seemed to be slightly reddish. It was just this short moment, he seemed to feel that there was something in it. Kota Koji and Jiro Kyoka, on the big screen, seemed to have found their way against present. They lifted the rocks directly above the ground and let Kota Koji use his quirks to control the insects in the ground. Kota Koji directly used his quirks to give the ultimate order, let those bugs buried in the ground attack the present with all their strength. Not to mention, this trick is really effective. Present was instantly entangled by those bugs that swarmed out from the ground. Seeing that the two of them won the competition with such a simple and rude method, Nangong Yu couldn't help admiring in his heart. Suddenly, Asui Suyu said. Mr. Nangong is still a while away from the test. Nangong Yu nodded. I was the last one to conduct the assessment. Even if they all finish the assessment, it will take more than half a day. Then can you go out for a walk with me? Nangong Yu froze for a moment. All tactics and quirks are not very important to you. Anyway, you can put everything together in an instant. Nangong Yu was helpless. It seemed that Asui Suyu had something to say to himself. Okay, then let's go out for a walk. After the two left, Midoriya Izuku and Uraraka Ochako, who were also in the health room, felt a deep ambiguity. Is there any secret between Nangong and Asui? Uraraka Ochako stared at his big eyes and asked. Green Valley Izuku thought for a while. Probably not, there seems to be no secret between the two of them. The recovery girl narrowed her eyes. The two of them. It's not a secret, it's just that Asui probably thinks rationally that Nangong is the most perfect person. Uraraka Ochako seemed to understand something. She raised her head and looked at the recovery girl in disbelief. That means Asui classmate. The recovery girl chuckled. Isn't that the case? Just like you and Lu Ji Yu. Green Valley Izuku froze for a moment. What does this have to do with me? The recovery girl sighed. All boys are slow. Uraraka Ochako, his cheeks are already flushed at this time, but Green Valley Izuku is still confused. Nangong Yu has already gone to a western restaurant in front of the school with Asui Suyu. The two ordered something casually, and sat together in silence like that. After a long time, Nangong Yu felt a little uncomfortable. Student Asui, what are we two sitting here for? Asui Suyu raised his head and said rationally, shouldn't we be sitting like this? In fact, Asui Suyu's implication is that all couples sit face to face like this, don't they? But in Nangong Yu's view, the two of them have been sitting together for half an hour like this state is very strange. At this time, Nangong Yu suddenly received a message. It seems that his assessment is about to start. 0. Seeking flowers 00. Asui Suyu didn't hold him back, but stood up directly. Come on, student Nangong. You will definitely be able to defeat all the teachers. Hearing such encouragement, Nangong Yu felt a little uncomfortable all over his body. He always felt that Asui Suyu seemed to have something important and wanted to talk to her. But there seems to be something blocking between the two of them. Asui Suyu always doesn't say the key things. However, Nangong Yu still smiled and said thank you to Asui Suyu. Then he quickly returned to the game. When he arrived here, it happened that the last group of students was testing the throne. After some preparations, Nangong Yu walked into the competition venue confidently. Other people's game sites are basically a single mode, either a city or a large forest. However, Nangong Yu's assessment site is a three-dimensional assessment site where all the assessment sites are superimposed. Such a grand scene is probably unprecedented. The moment Nangong Yu appeared on the field, a black lightning flashed in his eyes. System fusion extraction. Target void engine. The extraction of the system integration is complete. The void engine is assisting in the calculation. System fusion extraction, synchronizing the black armor outer tactical skeleton system. The extraction of the system integration is complete. The black armor system is assisting in the calculation. The void engine synchronously calculates the black armor system. The power of killing gods is activated simultaneously. The synchronization index of the power to kill gods is 100%. The void engine calculation synchronization capability is 100%. The synchronization of the void engine is 70%. The overall combat capability is synchronized by 85%. With all the data in place, Nangong Yu has obtained the most powerful power he has ever had at this moment. Believe in this kind of power. For all the teachers who have closed their own quirks, it is enough for them to drink a pot. Just when Nangong Yu took a step, number 13 had already stopped in front of him. Number 13 has a powerful black hole quirks, and his technological capabilities are unique. If you want to defeat No. 13, I'm afraid it will take a lot of effort. Chapter 118 Collision, Violent Storm. Happy weekend everyone, please subscribe. Number 13 also wears a gravity bracelet that limits quirks. But the bracelet only increases the gravity carried by the human body, and has little effect on quirks. As soon as number 13 appeared, his eyes were like black holes and started using quirks at Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu smiled slightly, and the black thunder on his body immediately bloomed. This time, Nangong Yu's body has been made into a pair of black armor through the void engine. The black armor equipped with a void engine is a top-notch existence even in the world of the Super Seminary. In that instant, Nangong had manipulated black thunder to confront number 13. With one blow, number 13 immediately felt the crisis. He immediately retreated more than 10 meters away. Nangong Yu didn't hold back at all, and immediately pursued the victory. But when he was just about to leave, at 213, he found that the place where number 13 retreated happened to be standing by Brinson. It seems that they have already discussed the tactics to deal with themselves. Without saying a word, Brinson opened his mouth and roared, and he could make noises like quirks that immediately filled the entire arena. But that black thunder immediately cast a void barrier around Nangong Yu's body. The overall combat capability of the void engine has already reached 85%. This kind of combat ability is not comparable to the ability of any Super Seminary character. Unless, the void engine can be used as the medium engine to fully integrate. In this way, Nangong Yu may become the most powerful bug in this world. The noise of the present can no longer hurt Nangong Yu at this moment. In other words, even if he yelled and broke his throat, it would be useless. The present took 2 steps back and said out of breath, "It seems that this guy is already immune to quirks. He is not afraid of my noise at all." Number 13 and present glanced at each other, then quickly backed away. Nangong Yu chuckled. "It's not that easy to provoke me and want to run away." Said Nangong Yu jumped up directly. This jump was like a cannonball, and suddenly slid over hundreds of meters. The students who watched the assessment from the outside of the screen also let out an exclamation at this moment. Is Nangong-san already so strong? Green Valley Izuku's eyes straightened. Or is it that Nangong-san can melt all the quirks in him into Japan at the end? If that's the case, it would be terrible. Shoto Todoroki's forehead was covered with cold sweat. I think Nangong will reveal his weakness sooner or later. Asui Suyu seemed to be so calm. Student Nangong has demonstrated the ability, which has already surpassed the professional quirks. I think he will probably graduate early. Of course Nangong Yu couldn't hear such a discussion. However, even if he really listened to this one-sided praise of his powerful speech, he would still be a little unbearable. While talking, Nangong Yu will soon be in front of present and number 13. But I don't know what happened. The surrounding trees and some irrelevant things suddenly moved. These things are combined to form a huge maze. Nangong Yu was immediately trapped in the middle of the maze. Nangong Yu smiled slightly. Is the principal casting quirks? The principal's quirks are very special. He can use his perverted way of thinking to create traps one after another. Among all the traps, he can control everything. But to Nangong Yu, this seems to be something that does not exist at all. The void engine is solving. Forcibly decompose the maze data. The maze is changing. All analysis is complete and path calculation is in progress. The principal has long been in control of the maze he created in all aspects of land, sea and air. In this labyrinth, no matter who it is, they must follow their own ideas. And Nangong Yu, relying on the void engine, directly gave him an IQ crush. According to the maze that the principal didn't know, Nangong Yusheng walked out of the way and left the maze. The headmaster looked at Nangong Yu, who was safe and sound, and couldn't help opening his mouth. Is my IQ not as good as that of a little kid? Perhaps this is the first time in his life that he was crushed head-on at the level of IQ. With the headmaster getting discouraged, many teachers have given up, blocked Nangong Yu. Such an all-powerful young man, no matter how hard they try to stop him, they may not be able to completely hinder his actions. All Might sees this situation, he can only do it himself. When Nangong Yu left the maze, he directly confronted All Might. The fists of the two collided together, and a violent storm blew up in an instant. Where there is violence, an inch of grass grows. All the teachers left the assessment site one after another. When they left the assessment site, they completely released the restraints on their bodies. He kept thinking in his mouth, if he was not restrained, could he stop Nangong Yu? Young Nangong, you have grown to the point where I feel terrible. All Might gritted his teeth, feeling the tremendous power from his fist. Nangong Yu chuckled. If you don't have these obstacles, maybe I'm not your match. All Might thought calmly and said, then today I will unshackle and fight with you. Nangong Yu was stunned for a moment. This is too good, so let's go downhill. But All Might didn't give him any time to think, and directly took off all the equipment on his body. After taking down these equipments, Ormat's aura reached a peak. Young man, since your quirks are so powerful, I hope you can be worthy of your powerful quirks. After the words fell, All Might directly stretched out his fist and punched him. Damn it, teacher, you are too direct, right? But speaking of which, you are very immoral. What is Festival 1.2 FK? I can't control that much. Is Nangong still not clear about your own quirk's power? After Nangong Yu thought about it carefully, it seemed that this was indeed the case. So Nangong Yu didn't look for any reason anymore. The void engine on his body had been calculated to the extreme. A century-old collision between fists of Black Thunder and All Might. This kind of vibration immediately caused a slight vibration to the recovery girl. Both of them are so powerful, especially student Nangong, who has grown up too fast. Those quirks on him seem to be integrated at this moment. No, it looks like it's just one of his single quirks. I've seen him use other quirks. That is to say, it's not all about him. It's horrible. Chapter 119 Black Lightning. All Might put together. All Might has now incorporated his quirks into every muscle in his body. The power that erupted has reached an astonishing level. It can be said that the two of them are engaged in a contest that even professional quirks cannot achieve. If this kind of contest is spread, no one will treat Nangong Yu as a simple student anymore. All Might and Nangong Yu's fists, one big and one small, collided again in midair in an instant. The endless air waves rolled over again, and the entire training ground seemed to be erupted by an earthquake of the level of hatred. However, All Might seems to have exhausted all its strength with this punch. Nangong Yu looks a bit overwhelmed. After all, there is a huge gap between the two of them in age. Regarding the control of quirks and the use of quirks, All Might is at the pinnacle of this world. Even if Nangong Yu has the help of the system, before he can't fully control the system, All Might is his nemesis to a certain extent. The corners of Nangong Yu's mouth rose slightly, and he spat lightly. Teacher. You are really 08. Haha, boy, you've grown to the point where I'm scared. One day you will stand on top of the world. Nangong Yu's body began to tremble slightly. The void engine couldn't run 100% due to his physical condition. If it is operated forcibly, it is likely to tear his body apart. Just like Green Valley Izuku, when he just got the inheritance of All Might quirks, every time he uses it, he will cause trauma to the body. And some of the trauma was permanent for him. This also led to the fact that even if Green Valley Izuku can fully control his quirks, he can only spread them all over his body with a usage rate of 5%. Nangong Yu and his situation are somewhat similar. As long as Nangong Yu can improve his physical fitness again, he can even accommodate the abilities of all the hero of the Super Seminary at the same time. Nangong Yu spat. It seems that he must find a way to get to the designated exit. Otherwise, he really couldn't pass the level of All Might today. Teacher, today, I will fight in front of you. Haha, come on, boy, shish, shish. Black lightning lingered on Nangong Yu's body instantly. This is not the first time this kind of black lightning and thunder has appeared. Some people think this is one of Nangong Yu's quirks, but it's actually a manifestation of the Void Engine. A large number of black thunders suddenly bloomed, just like Kaminari Denki's quirks. A large number of black thunders completely enveloped the training ground with a radius of tens of miles. All Might is without a doubt shrouded in this black thunder. Young man, your quirks are really powerful. In addition to strength, Thunderbolt also has coercion. Without any coercion, how could I beat you, teacher? As soon as the words fell, Nangong Yu jumped up directly, and rushed towards All Might with black thunder lingering around him. All Might gritted his teeth, and then punched out. But his punch, compared to before, has weakened by not a little bit. The range of the black thunder field is like a large enchantment, and this enchantment, Nangong Yu has the final say. Boom, boom, loud bangs, one after another, resounded in the thunder barrier. Nangong Yu's fists were like raindrops, and they landed on All Might one after another. At the same time, the black thunder struck All Might one after another. It's amazing, you can actually use your own single line to such an extent. Nangong boy, I did not misread you. Saying that, All Might's body suddenly burst into golden light. These golden rays of light seemed to be like lightning, instantly spreading out a range around his body. Fight against that black thunder. The figures of two people are constantly in this enchantment, you come and go. After dozens of strokes, the two of them looked at each other, panting. All Might gritted his teeth, showed a satisfied smile on his face, and then flew out like a cannonball. Nangong boy, come and try to catch my punch. All Might yelled, swung his fist full of power, and hit Nangong Yu's body. But under this punch, it was as if he had hit the air, and Nangong Yu's figure also slowly dissipated. All Might's pupils shrank. Not good, I fell for it. He turned his head suddenly, and saw that Nangong Yu had turned into a black lightning bolt, but he was leaving quickly. Stop him, All Might yelled. At the moment, the only exit was filled with pink mist. Nangong Yu smiled slightly, the fog had already been broken by him before. It is really naive to use the fog to stop him now. However, before Nangong Yu could react, those pink mist suddenly pierced through the black thunder and enveloped him. At the same time, Nangong Yu felt that his brain was slightly swollen. Looking up, I saw that the present opened his mouth there, as if he was about to make some sound, but Nangong Yu couldn't hear such a sound. No, it's infrasound. After the infrasound waves are superimposed, they can form a certain space vortex. After these space vortexes are condensed, they can penetrate all energy substances. In other words, a certain sense of field force is formed. Nangong Yu gritted his teeth. I didn't expect to be caught by such a principle. However, he is a person supported by the system. Void engine conversion, space reshaping. As the system's gentle voice sounded, the black thunder on Nangong Yu's body suddenly spread in all directions. Present and Midnight were smashed far away by this sudden shock wave. And Nangong Yu's figure also froze. At this moment, All Might has arrived in front of him. Nangong Yu hurriedly turned around and punched All Might. This time Nangong Yu was directly surrounded by many instructors. 953. Nangong boy, you can't run away. Nangong Yu chuckled. Not necessarily. Speaking of which, the black thunder on his body suddenly condensed. The powerful force caused many teachers to retreat in an instant. All Might saw that something was wrong. Quirks concentrated on his fist, and blasted towards Nangong Yu. The corner of Nangong Yu's mouth raised slightly. The black thunder that was originally used to attack suddenly formed a thick protection in front of him. All Might suddenly reacted, but when he wanted to take back his quirk's power, it was too late. The quirks he gathered just now hit that layer of protection hard. Relying on such a counter-shock force, Nangong Yu flew out of the training ground. Standing outside the training ground, Nangong Yu raised his head and spread his hands. Thank you, teachers, for being merciful and allowing me to pass the assessment smoothly. All Might was in a trance for a moment, and then couldn't help laughing. Did you get put together? Using your quirks for tactical strategy is indeed a genius among geniuses. Nangong Yu took 2 steps back. The teacher praised me. I don't know, did I pass the exam today? Of course it is. We have to follow the rules. But Nangong boy, we will double your training in the future. Chapter 120. What are you talking about? Nothing. Please subscribe, please subscribe. All Might's words made Nangong Yu shiver involuntarily. He bowed slightly to all the teachers. Teachers, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. After saying that, Nangong Yu turned around and left here as if fleeing for his life. He was afraid that if he walked 2 steps late, these teachers would force him to stay. At that time, he will inevitably face another big battle. His body has reached its limit at this moment. If the system is allowed to continue to operate like this, there may be serious problems. Looking at Nangong Yu's back, All Might showed a satisfied smile on his face. Young man, you are getting stronger and stronger. With the end of Nangong Yu's assessment, the entire Heroic Academy finally breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, they are all just 15 or 16-year-old boys, facing such a high-pressure assessment. No matter how strong their quirks are, they can't bear it a bit. After Nangong Yu returned to the academy, he lay down on the roof as usual. He doesn't sweat on the playground like other students. Maybe he just likes to look at the sky and think about some messy things. Or you are thinking about how you can use the system utilization rate to 100%. However, what he didn't know was that on the high platform not far away, Asui Suyu and Uraraka Ochako were staring at him intently. Asui seems to be getting more and more interested in Nangong recently. Uraraka Ochako looks at Asui Suyu as if he can see right into her heart. Don't you also care about Lu Jiyu, classmate? Uraraka Ochako blushed immediately. What are you talking about? What's wrong? Asui Suyu didn't move her gaze. She just looked at Nangong Yu and said directly, how should I put it, I'm just attracted by Nangong Yu. Uraraka Ochako opened his mouth wide in an instant. Are you serious? Of course. Asui Suyu was as calm as ever. Uraraka Ochako was a little surprised. She didn't expect Asui Suyu to speak her heart so easily. After Asui Suyu finished speaking, he looked at Nangong Yu in the distance, then turned around and said to Uraraka Ochako, say, when will you confess your love to Green Valley? Backquote. Uraraka Ochako suddenly froze there. Let's wait until I think about it. Then think about it slowly. After saying that, Asui Suyu jumped off the tower, and after a few jumps, he appeared in front of Nangong Yu. Student Nangong, can you accompany me for a walk on the street in the evening? Looking at Asui Suyu, who was still calm, Nangong Yu couldn't help being curious. This guy is so serious even if he is in a relationship. This method aroused Nangong Yu's interest instead. Okay, I think it will be dark soon, why don't we go out now? Saying that, the two of them walked down the roof. Not far away, Uraraka Ochako saw this scene, opened his mouth wide. Is it that simple? Then, Uraraka Ochako looked at the Green Valley Izuku not far away. It's not the first time Nangong Yu and Asui Suyu have come out like this. Maybe it's because Asui Suyu is more rational in her actions, so she is very direct no matter what she does. But just after the two of them took a few steps around the corner, there was a piercing roar from the dark corner. This roar makes people feel a little palpitating. There seems to be something wrong there. Asui Suyu immediately became vigilant. Nangong Yu frowned, carefully looking at the void. Suddenly, a huge figure came out from the dark corner. The exposed brain, the black body like a big bird, such features, let the name Nomu flash in their minds. Nangong Yu's pupils constricted suddenly, pulling Asui Suyu, he flashed aside after a few jumps. It looks like there is more than one head. Nangong Yu was also very calm at the moment. It should be 3 heads. Asui Suyu replied. At this moment, Nangong Yu's phone rang. Boy, something big has happened, now there are a lot of Nomu in every corner of the city. All Might's voice was slightly anxious, and it was absolutely impossible for All Might to call Nangong Yu unless it was absolutely necessary. Teacher, I also found 3 heads here. Could it be that a large number of Nomu have appeared? All Might doesn't deny. All the professional quirks are out. Okay, then I'll go over to help immediately after I've solved the boss. Be careful, Nangong boy. After hanging up the phone, Nangong Yu swaggered into the middle of the road. What's the matter with this boy? Is he dying? Could it be a professional quirks? It can't be so young. How can it be a professional quirks? Maybe it's a student of Hero Academy. That's reckless. He's up against 3-headed Nomu. It's just that unless the professional quirks come, no one can beat Nomu at all. The overwhelming remarks made Nangong Yu frown. Do these guys want themselves to beat Nomu, or do they want Nomu to get past them and kill them? Asui Suyu has not spoken. She has been watching Nangong Yu attentively. I have observed Nangong Yu's several battles before, but I have never discovered the extent of Nangong Yu's control over quirks. This time, she finally had the opportunity to observe closely, and she would not let it go. Nangong Yu has come within 20 meters of the 3-headed Nomu. You soulless guys, dare to wander outside without restraint. It seems that if you are not punished today, you don't even know if you are qualified to survive in this world. Said Nangong Yu raised his head, his eyes were full of strange light. The warm voice of the system immediately sounded in his mind. System fusion extraction, target auto. The system integration and extraction is complete, the 3rd generation of the Devil's Divine Body calculation. The Demon King's attack efficiency is 100%. The utilization efficiency of the 3rd generation Divine Body is 100%. Otto's overall combat capability is used 100%. Otto's 3rd generation Divine Body is a level lower than the Void Engine. With Nangong Wang Nuo's Yu's current body, he can completely control it. Black mist instantly filled Nangong Yu's body. A large black sword also appeared in Nangong Yu's hand. His eyes were also filled with endless blood. This is the place where you will be buried today. If you have a last word, please tell me. The 3-headed Nomu don't have any normal thinking at all, they just keep roaring with their own consciousness. While speaking, Nangong Yu jumped up all of a sudden, and the black giant sword in his hand was shot with 3 black rays of light. These 3 beams of light fell on the bodies of the 3 brains, and instantly tore a part of their bodies apart. The 3-headed Nomu suddenly let out a shrill cry. Asui Suyu, who was on the side, watched the battle happening in front of him intently. It turns out that this is really the case. Is the quirks used every time a single one? But the quirks used this time seem to be not as powerful as the ones used in the training ground. Chapter 121 Quirks. Mighty Quirks. Please ask for flowers, please subscribe. If Nangong Yu could know what Asui Suyu was thinking right now, even he would be surprised. Asui Suyu was really there to analyze his force and power value. At this moment, Nomu, who was wounded on 3 heads, took a few steps back. Just when they were about to display their original quirks, the figure of Nangong Yu had already appeared in front of them. The big sword in his hand quickly slashed at one of Nomu's body. After countless lights and shadows were chopped off, the head of Nomu has been smashed to pieces. At this time, the fleeing people finally stopped. They looked at Nomu who had been chopped into pieces, and their eyes widened. Who is this guy? Quirks is so powerful. The opponent was eliminated within 2 or 3 moves. It seems that he is not so powerful. Professional quirks who never show up. Discussions that are completely different from just now are spreading rapidly in the square at this moment. Nangong Yu didn't care what these people were talking about. After finishing off a Nomu, he immediately took a step forward. The remaining 2 Nomu may be really unconscious, they are brave and not afraid of death. After shouting one after another, they rushed towards Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu chuckled, and the heavenly sword in his hand soared immediately. 203 slashed at Nomu, one of them, with endless breath of death. Just for a moment, when the head of Nomu and the breath of death came into contact, it was instantly wiped out. The last remaining Nomu is also kneeling there dying, half of his body is gone. Nangong Yu walked over step by step with a big sword in hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he stabbed Nomu's stomach with his sword. The Nomu wailed before dying, and then disappeared without a trace. After solving the 3-headed Nomu, Nangong Yu released the state of fusion extraction. At this time, Asui Suyu also came to the side of Nangong Yu. Student Nangong, I received a few text messages just now. It seems that the number of these Nomu is a bit outrageous. The teacher means let us find its source. Nangong Yu lowered his head. Is it the source? It seems that Tamura Shigaraki must be in this place. Let's find him. Asui Suyu nodded, and the 2 searched quickly in the city. But there are too many Nomu in the city, and you can hardly see a few without walking a few steps. In desperation, the 2 of them had to fall into a hard fight. Endeavor took some professional quirks and fought a dozen Nomu in a square. This battle can be described as earth-shattering, and these Nomu have already reached the level of professional quirks. Facing Endeavor, their offense has no pressure. There are even a few Nomu that can reproduce the quirks of professional quirkers. I have to say that these Nomu are not at the same level as those they encountered before. It's like crossing a level. Nangong Yu looked up and glanced at Endeavor who was fighting Nomu. Even with a class like Andra, quirks can't deal with these Nomu with ease. The main reason is that their quirks are suppressed too much. One of the Nomu reproduces Endeavor's quirks, and the other Nomu has the ice quirks. The combination of 2 Nomu can suppress Endeavor to death. Endeavor gritted his teeth and struggled to support, needless to say about other professional quirks. Nangong Yu glanced at Asui Suyu beside him. Wait for me here, take care of yourself. Hearing this sentence, Asui Suyu blushed all of a sudden. Is she caring about herself? While speaking, Nangong Yu had already walked up. System fusion extraction, target void engine. The integration of the void engine is complete, and the calculation of the void engine assists in synchronization. Void invincible body completion 80%. Void energy completion 80%. Void calculation synchronization ability 100%. Void combat capability 80%. Void fusion combat capability 85%. As the system's gentle voice sounded in his mind, Nangong Yu's eyes suddenly burst into black light. He took a step forward, and the endless black thunder completely enveloped this IFT space at once. He jumped slightly, grabbed a Nomu with one hand, and the void thunder created by the void engine in his hand immediately sank into the brain of that Nomu. Boom! The doctor's slight explosion sounded, and the Nomu's head was blown into powder all at once. This sudden victory immediately cheered the professional quirks present. Endeavor frowned. It's this kid again. In his mind, All Might has always been the existence of the first hero, and his second hero has always been aiming at All Might and working hard. But when he used extreme methods to create Shoto Todoroki, intending to win the low hero position, Nangong Yu turned out. It won't be long before Nangong Yu will even surpass Green Valley Izuku and Shoto Todoroki and become the leader of the new generation of hero. At that time, his family will always be stepped on the second and third positions. Endeavor gritted his teeth, although he felt helpless, but he couldn't help it. There's no way he could have prevented the birth of a professional quirksman. Also, according to the current development, Nangong Yu can at least draw with him. After spitting lightly, Endeavor stopped thinking about so many messy things, and let's talk about the beasts in front of him first. With Nangong Yu taking out the 2 Nomu in an instant, the battle on the field took a shocking turn. The main reason is Nangong Yu's unpredictable quirks, which formed a vague field force in the whole square. Such field forces immediately make most Nomu unable to move normally. These grounds are unpredictable in the hands of Nangong Yu. For a moment, he controls endless black thunder, piercing the heart of a Nomu. Then these Nomu involuntarily developed a sense of fear. They kept backing away, as if they were afraid of making direct contact with Nangong Yu. After several fights, Nomu has died a large part. Endeavor looked at the victory in front of him, and felt a little vague. Just one Nangong Yu appeared, and the victory came so easily. Has Nangong Yu reached some sort of strategic level? It seems that it won't be long before Nangong Yu will be completely protected by the professional quirks headed by All Might. Several professional quirks ran to Nangong Yu gratefully. It's great, the boy can have such powerful quirks. If it weren't for you, we would probably be killed by these Nomu. By the way, you are the latest quirks man. Are you looking for Nangong Yu? I've watched your game, it's very powerful, even All Might can only fight you half a catty. Come on, the future belongs to you young people. Nangong Yu smiled sheepishly, then pulled Asui Suyu and quickly left here. Why are you in a hurry to leave? We must find the source behind the scenes, otherwise it will release Nomu continuously, and by that time, none of us will be his opponent. Chapter 122 Anonymous SMS. The location of Tamura Shigaraki. Seek to follow up. After hearing Nangong Yu's words, Asui Suyu let go of his hand immediately. When Nangong Yu was depressed, Asui Suyu immediately crawled to the ground and stuck out his tongue. What are you doing? Nangong Yu was a little puzzled. I'm looking for the breath of the four-handled wooden hanging. After the last battle, he left a very obvious breath. I have already recorded that breath. Nangong Yu couldn't help but get excited. Then can you find him through such a smell? I'm only 80% sure. After all, she has A-space quirks by her side. After about 20 seconds, Asui Suyu suddenly raised his head. In that place, just as Asui Suyu finished speaking, an explosion sounded from behind them immediately. A dead body of Nomu was thrown far away, falling not far from them. I saw two people, Izuku and Bakugo, Green Valley, and I didn't know when they had arrived here. Student Nangong, are you here too? Nangong Yu was a little surprised. We just arrived here and found the trace of Tamura Shigaraki, and we plan to capture him. Green Valley Izuku said excitedly. We also received the news, come here to capture Tamura Shigaraki. Nangong Yu was a little surprised. Who gave the news? Green Valley Izuku shook his head and took out his cell phone. I saw an anonymous text message on his mobile phone, which clearly marked the location of the four wooden cranes. Nangong Yu suddenly felt a little puzzled. It stands to reason that those who can send this kind of information are generally teachers of the Heroic Academy or professional quirks. But such an anonymous text message without a signature can't help but make people feel strange. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with Nangong? Izuku was a little confused. After thinking for a while, Nangong Yu suddenly stood up. No, we have to get out of here quickly. His words made the other people who came around feel a little puzzled. Bakugo said impatiently. We are about to grab the dead wood and drop it. Now you tell us to go back. Are you kidding? Nangong Yu frowned. It's definitely not a coincidence that so many of us are gathered here. It can be changed to a different way of thinking. It is likely that Tamura Shigaraki deliberately released a loophole to help us attract here. At this moment, many people calmed down, but they still had a sense of luck in their hearts. What if Tamura Shigaraki could really be caught? Just when everyone was hesitating, a burst of laughter suddenly tore through the sky. Since you are here, why are you still hesitating here? Do you want me to come out to greet you in person? This threatening sentence immediately made everyone tense up. Tamura Shigaraki didn't know when. He had already appeared in the nearby high-rise building. He overlooked all the quirks owners. In this world, you are still in a period of ignorance. When you grow up, you will understand what the real world is like. All that you have been taught is deceit and lies. Stain's death tells you that the hero in this world are all fake. Only we are the most real. These few words were like brainwashing, inexplicable words, which instantly made a few hot-blooded teenagers disgusted to the extreme. But Nangong Yu is still the calmest of them all. Let's go. We may have been tricked. If we don't leave, we will have to explain here. But as soon as he finished speaking, Bakugo jumped up. You ugly monster with long hands on your face, what are you talking about? A huge ball of fire exploded in the sky, heading straight for Tamura Shigaraki. Tamura Shigaraki's eyes were wide open, and he suddenly let out a maniacal laugh. Flame. Such a powerful flame quirks, you actually use it against your will. Don't you feel that you are ashamed of your powerful quirks? Bakugo didn't pay attention to his messy remarks at all, and the fireball in his hand had already been thrown down. But when the fireball was less than half a meter away from Tamura Shigaraki, a black circle appeared in front of him. Bakugo's shocking fireball disappeared into the black circle and disappeared without a trace. Beside Tamura Shigaraki, Kurogiri slowly appeared. Bakugo was suspended in midair, his pupils dilated suddenly. It's you again. While speaking, Bakugo has already gathered a large amount of flame power, and the fireballs all over the sky are like bombs after bombs, falling continuously. But his fireballs without exception all were hacked into the space. Then his fireballs were transferred to another place by the black evil through space. Whenever he detonates a fireball, there will be an earth-shattering explosion in a corner of the city. 0. Seeking flowers. Nangong Yu seemed to have discovered this feature. He hurriedly shouted to the sky. Stop, your fireball has been transferred to other places by him. Bakugo, suspended in the sky, seems to have discovered this, but he is still not reconciled. When Fang was in a stalemate, one after another black shadows continued to appear from behind Tamura Shigaraki. These people are some new faces, they have never seen them before, but the super quirks ability emerging from them made everyone tremble. Tamura Shigaraki stretched out his hands, as if to embrace the sky, and suddenly knelt down. This world is rotten to the bone. What are you trying to maintain? Order, property, or those so-called justice? These things are just words imagined by the so-called hero. They just want to use these things to control you, and make you sacrifice for them for the rest of your life, for them. Tamura Shigaraki is almost frantically saying some gibberish remarks there. Nangong Yu let out a long sigh of relief. He really didn't want to hear these words anymore. His ears would grow calluses if he continued to listen. Hey, UBD, what are you talking about there? Can you say something nice? Tamura Shigaraki froze for a moment. He looked at Nangong Yu among the crowd. UBD. Most of the quirks you have are from the Dark Plane. Why help All Might? Those people practice false justice. Come on, come to my side. I can let you enjoy another sense of satisfaction in this world. Nangong Yu's head is full of black lines. It's a pity that this guy doesn't brainwash others. I'm not interested in what you said. I'm only interested in the chief executive on your face now. Can you take it down so I can see what you really look like? Tamura Shigaraki's eyes suddenly became clear. What are you talking about? You will pay for everything you say. Nangong Yu chuckled. In this world, many people want me to pay for what I say. But every time these people are killed by me. Do you want to try it too? Does it feel like this? The four-handed wooden hanger gritted his teeth. His eyes were full of murderous intent. You rude guy, I will definitely tear you to pieces. Chapter 123 Camping. Unhappy Nangong Yu. Please ask for flowers, please subscribe. The two sides suddenly fell into a stalemate. Gritting his teeth, Tamura Shigaraki looked at Nangong Yu fiercely in front of him. You hateful mountain boy, the legendary mountain boy who guides people. How dare you be so presumptuous? The next moment, a large number of black holes suddenly appeared in the space in the sky. One by one Nomu tried to crawl out of those spaces. There are so many Nomu. Come on, everyone, Endeavor yelled. But just when they were preparing for an all-out battle, a bigger black hole suddenly appeared in the sky. A majestic voice came from the black hole. Sishin, come back. Tamura Shigaraki turned his head and looked at the black hole in the sky. Teacher, why? Come back, you are not mature yet. At this moment, Nangong Yu's nerves were tense to the extreme. The master of the dead handle, 087, Muhong claims to be a man as powerful as All Might. And the quirks between them are complete opposites. That level of strength has reached the point where they can hardly imagine. The four wooden hangers were suspended above the sky, and his whole body was trembling there. Nangong Yu frowned. It seemed that another fierce battle awaited them. But unexpectedly, after Tamura Shigaraki was silent for a while in midair, he stepped out and entered the black space. The other Nomu that hadn't fully appeared, disappeared without a trace at this moment. What's going on here? Did they retreat? Green Valley Izuku looked at the sky, a little surprised. It looks like they will be stronger the next time they appear. Asui Suyu analyzed calmly. Nangong Yu looked at the empty sky, looking a little dull. Okay, all the professional quirks have returned separately. The students of the Heroic Academy also have their own teachers to bring back to the academy. A big battle disappeared like this. Although it is said that the world has returned to peace, everyone has a strong sense of oppression in their hearts. Every time Tamura Shigaraki showed up, it caused them huge trouble. Although he is gone now, when he appears next time, he might become even stronger. Heroic Academy has resumed its usual routine once again. But one after another incidents kept them on high alert all the time. Even before the class they were there talking about Tamura Shigaraki, and about Nomu who appeared out of nowhere. Students, be quiet. Aizawa Shota's voice suddenly sounded from the door of the classroom. Everyone immediately returned to their respective positions. I think after what happened last time, everyone may have a new understanding of the outside world. Nangong Yu stood up. Actually, the whole world has said it, and it is still the same. The only thing we have to do is to control our quirks as soon as possible. When the next crisis comes, it won't be as embarrassing as this time. Aizawa Shota glanced at Nangong Yu very satisfied. Very well, you must maintain awareness and awareness like this. After complimenting Nangong Yu, Aizawa Shota turned on the multimedia screen behind him. Today I'm mainly here to tell you that the school has decided to take all of our classmates to go camping. The whole class cheered when they heard about camping. Wow, it's been a long time since we hung out. That's right, we face those ugly monsters every day, and we don't know what's the point of living anymore. This semester is almost over. If I don't go out to play, I will collapse. Hearing the students' discussions one after another, Aizawa Shota suddenly understood the school's willingness to make this decision. Very good, since the enthusiasm of the students is so high, then I will go back to the sick school. All of you have no objection to this opinion. All the members of Class A stood up, raised their hands and cheered there. But only Nangong Yu sat there sullenly. What's wrong with you, Nangong? It looks like you're unhappy. Asui Suyu noticed something was wrong with Nangong Yu all at once. Nangong Yu spread his hands. When did we go out for real camping? Asui Suyu fell silent for a while. So this time, Ying is training in the field again. Nangong Yu curled his lips. Who knows? Anyway, we're leaving tomorrow, so let's pack it up. Saying that, Nangong Yu left the classroom directly. On the second day, all the students in the academy were gathered together. And besides the principal, the substitute teachers are all present. Seeing such a scale, in Nangong Yu's mind, only one word came to mind: expedition. Some helplessly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. It seems that I was tricked by these guys again. 7 or 8 buses stopped at the gate of the school, and soon they arrived at the destination of this camping. But when they arrived at their destination, they found that it was a pure beach. Near the beach is a large forest, where subtropical crops grow wildly. Looking at the entire camping location, Nangong Yu couldn't see that it was a battlefield. Have the leaders of the school really found out? Are they going to camp here? When Nangong Yu was puzzled, All Might had set up dozens of fires. Young Nangong, come and help me with these fires, there are too many. Nangong Yu ran over with wide-eyed disbelief. Sir, are we really going to camp here? All Might squinted his eyes, and suddenly gave Nangong a chestnut. What do we mean we're really going camping? I've prepared so many eyes. Can't you see? Nangong Yu couldn't help opening his mouth wide, with an unbelievable expression on his face. The main reason is that for such a long time, he has been mistreated by the school. Just when he was hesitating, Midnight and Present have cooperated to call a lot of students and set up tents there. Hurry up, everyone, it's already evening, and the sun will go down in a while. A night at the beach, I think you'll all love it. Nangong Yu still couldn't believe it. It wasn't until All Might lit all the fires 4.2, and the barbecue was fried, that Nangong Yu reluctantly convinced himself. Student Nangong, it seems that you made a little mistake in your judgment this time. The beauty who dug out appeared beside Nangong Yu at some point, like a ghost. Nangong Yu smiled helplessly. Maybe everyone's nerves are really too tight. Even the teachers are no exception. It's okay to come out and play. Asui Suyu took a bottle of beer and handed it to Nangong Yu. I got it from Mr. Present, I heard it's delicious. Saying that, Asui Suyu opened the bottle cap and drank it with a gulp. Nangong Yu stared with big eyes. Are students allowed to drink? There seems to be no clear regulation in the school rules, but Mr. Aizawa Shota seems to have acquiesced. Nangong Yu froze for a moment and then turned around. Chongchong Aizawa Shota is drinking with a group of students from Class C. Chapter 124 Unique Quirks. Approximate quirks. Ask for flowers, please collect. Seeing this scene, Nangong Yu completely convinced himself. It seems that this is a simple field party. Nangong Yu opened the bottle and drank it with a gulp. Wow, this beer tastes really good. It seems that Mr. Aizawa Shota has treasured it for a long time. Asui Suyu lifted the bottle and touched Nangong Yu's hand. It looks like that's the case. Saying that, Asui Suyu suddenly put the half-drunk beer bottle on the ground, and then took off his coat, leaving only a bikini on. Before Nangong Yu could react, Asui Suyu jumped into the sea. Student Nangong, do you want to eat some seafood? I'll grab it for you. Just as Asui Suyu finished speaking, Midnight suddenly yelled from the shore. Student Asui, I also want to eat seafood, you can fish more, don't always think about Nangong. This sentence is so charming and charming, it suddenly softened the bones of the male students around. But this is also under the watchful eyes of the public, exposing Suyu's love for Nangong Yu. Asui Suyu's cheeks turned red and he immediately dived into the sea. Not long after, there were huge waves in the depths of the sea, and there were countless fish, shrimps and crabs floating in these waves. After all the waves receded in 2008, the fish, shrimp and crabs were still suspended in midair. After a brief freeze, the seafood was all thrown on the beach. Looking at these sea creatures frisky on the beach, Nangong Yu felt a little helpless. Seriously, Asui Suyu is the most rational of all the students. This rational way of thinking coincides with the system in Nangong Yu. If one day, Miharu Suyu knows all the secrets about Nangong Yu, maybe he can make any calculations for him like a system. Nangong Yu laughed suddenly, then directly took out a knife, and started to process the food brought ashore by Asui Suyu. At the same time, some other students also came over to snatch it up. Green Valley Izuku also came to the shore. He looked at the sea, and suddenly threw a punch at the sea level. This punch contained the power of quirks on him, and directly set off a huge wave on the sea. There was a whale in the waves. The whale was hit on the beach by this blow, dying. Student Green Valley, your quirks control is getting better and better. But judging by your current appearance, the strength covering every inch of muscle should only be 5%. Green Valley Izuku froze for a moment, turned around and saw Nangong Yu walking towards him. Student Nangong, you can even see this. It's amazing. Nangong Yu patted Green Valley Izuku on the shoulder. Actually, when they defined it, they said that I was the most important inheritor of All Might. Green Valley Izuku nodded. I know this. I also know that I am not very good, especially every time I see Nangong student using various quirks, I know that the person the teacher values most is you. Quote, Nangong Yu suddenly smiled. At the beginning they all said that my physical fitness was the most perfect one. In fact, I refuted it back then. No matter how strong my body is, my will is not as strong as yours. Green Valley Izuku suddenly raised his head. What does this mean? In fact, there is a kind of willpower that makes All Might feel inferior. This kind of inheritance of yours is originally the inheritance among the quirkless. When All Might first accepted quirks, what he experienced was far more terrifying than what you think now. Green Valley Izuku froze for a moment. How scary. Nangong Yu smiled. It's so terrifying that you can't even imagine it. Said, Nangong Yu took off his coat directly, shouted, Asui Suyu, and then jumped into the sea. Only Green Valley Izuku was left alone, standing on the beach thinking. Not long after, now you and Asui Suyu pulled the big fish up. Shoto Todoroki directly uses their own frozen quirks, freezes some fish and makes sashimi. With everyone's arrangement on the beach, it has become a very warm tourist resort. At this moment, Shinsao Shirin suddenly appeared in front of Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu was taken aback by this. I'm worrying about classmate, what's the matter? Shinsao made someone hand the grilled fish to Nangong Yu. Student Nangong, I just want to know how you escaped my mind manipulation during the last competition. Nangong Yu froze for a moment, then smiled slightly. Actually, those quirks of yours are very good if used in actual combat. It's a quirks that caught no one's attention. But I'm an all-quirks compounder. Speaking of this, Shinkao makes people seem to understand something, so you also have quirks similar to mine. Nangong Yu nodded. Actually, they are quirks specially designed to beat you. The mind is startled. For so long, he has never heard of quirks that can restrain their own quirks. Nangong Yu smiled. Don't worry, I won't tell this matter. Shinkao made people bow their heads. Thank you. Just as he turned to leave, Nangong Yu suddenly stopped him. Don't be afraid, your quirks are unique. It's just not obvious. Hearing such words of encouragement, Shinsao finally put a smile on his face. He turned around, said thank you, and returned to Class C's field. Nangong Yu put a piece of grilled fish into his mouth and chewed it a few times. Student Asui, you are really good at grilling fish. Asui Suyu smiled. Of course. I am first class no matter what I do. If you like it, you can marry me back. Such a naked confession caught Nangong Yu a little off guard. Even those who want to be around Nangong Yu feel a little weird. Everyone looked at Nangong Yu, as if they were waiting for his reaction. But Nangong Yu just stretched out his hand after being stunned for a while. He directly hugged Asui Suyu in his arms. If that's the case, then you can give it to me again. Such a direct response also made the onlookers somewhat unacceptable. Are they not afraid of being struck by lightning for spreading dog food so openly? But Asui Suyu seemed a bit overwhelmed. His face turned red all of a sudden, then he broke free from Nangong Yu's embrace and jumped into the sea. The crowd of onlookers also widened their eyes and gave Nangong Yu thumbs up one after another. Nangong Yu smiled, shook the grilled fish in his hand, and then walked slowly towards the sea. But not yet. When he took 2 steps, a palm was pressed on his back. Nangong instinctively turned around, only to see Wuji and Ningren, who had already stood behind him at some point. What's the matter, Monoma-san? Wuji and Ningren seemed to be studying something there. He looked at his palm, frowned suddenly, and then put his palm on Nangong Yu's body. This is impossible, how could this be? Chapter 125 Nangong Yu. Fantastic quirks. Please subscribe, please ask for flowers. Nangong Yu seemed to understand something. He patted Monahan Ningren on the shoulder. Okay, classmate Monahan, since I am a full-time quirks user, I also have the ability to restrain your quirks. Wu Jianing was taken aback for a moment. Is there such a magical quirks? Nangong Yu sighed and spread his hands. Do you allow your quirks to be magical? Wu Jianing lowered his head and thought for a while. Actually, I feel that our 2 quirks are, in a sense, the same kind of quirks. Nangong Yu froze for a moment. How do you say that? Wu Jianing seems to have discovered a new world. As long as I get all the hair or body fluids of my classmates, I can reproduce their quirks in an instant. Then I can become a full quirks owner for a short time. Nangong Yu was amazed by such a statement. He did not expect that Wuji and Ningren was still a person with ideas. Well, it can indeed be done, but all quirks can only be used once. Wu Jianing patted his chest, then turned his gaze to All Might. Student Nangong, wait here for me. The speaker Wuji and Ningren ran to All Might in a short walk, and grabbed his face. All Might was taken aback. Boy, what are you doing here? Wu Jianing shook his head. Teacher, I just borrowed your quirks for a while. Saying that things are peaceful, he quickly returned to Nangong Yu's side. Then his body suddenly began to be filled with an electric current like All Might. Nangong Yu froze for a moment. It seemed that this guy wanted to compete with him. System fusion extraction, target void engine. Target neutralization and extraction completed. Void engine assisting calculation. Void undefeated body strengthening level, 80%. Void invisibility calculation degree 100%. Void engine auxiliary combat capability 100%. Void engine's all-round combat capability is 85%. The gentle voice of the system rang in Nangong Yu's mind in an instant. He also stretched out his fist and fought hard with Wuji and Ningren. The strength of the 2 sides exploded at once, making the flames on the surrounding beaches smaller. The powerful force even caused a miniature tsunami, making all the students terrified. But the quirks on Wuji and Ningren's body quickly disappeared. After he took a few steps back, he looked at his arm that was about to fail, and couldn't help opening his mouth. Sure enough, even I have to pay the price back. Nangong Yu opened his mouth, looking very helpless. He hurried over. Student Wujian, you dare to use such quirks. Even Lugu has trained for so long before he can fully control it. Wuji and Ningren missed one of his arms, gritted his teeth and rolled all over the floor. But the recovery girl is still in another corner, busy with the medical treatment station with headphones on. Nangong Yu looked at the distant medical processing station, and couldn't help frowning. System fusion extraction. Nah. System fusion extraction complete. The 3rd generation of gods is synchronized. Nah, all-round auxiliary calculation starts. As the system's gentle voice sounded, a green light suddenly appeared on Nangong Yu's hand. With the appearance of this green light, Wujian Ningren's fragmented arm, which had been destroyed long ago, has been completely restored. And this level of recovery does not seem to need to consume the latent power in the human body. If the recovery girl knows about this, she will definitely go crazy. But this scene was seen by most people on the beach. Nangong Yu actually has such quirks. This is something they really didn't expect. However, everyone has reached a tacit agreement in their hearts, never tell the recovery girl. When Wujian Ningren stood up, he had already entered a trance stage. It seems that I will never be able to defeat you. Saying that, Wujian Ningren turned around and walked away very disappointed. Student Wujian, I hope you will not be discouraged. With your quirks, you can reproduce the abilities of most professional quirks, and you will definitely become one of the best professional quirks by then. Wu Jianing turned his head, a confident smile appeared on his face. I'll do my best. Following Wu Jianing's departure, a large number of students immediately gathered beside Nangong Yu. Student Nangong, I didn't expect you to be so powerful that you even have recovered quirks. That's right, we used to think that your combat power was beyond the charts, but we didn't expect your recovery power to be so powerful. Student Nangong, will you be able to fight infinitely on the battlefield in the future? Yu didn't answer anyone's questions, just kept smiling at them. At this moment, All Might walked over. Okay, now we're holding a fishing event, and whoever catches the most fish in the sea will win. All Might directly led the topic to another place. At this time, the students just stopped asking questions, and they all felt as if they were on the shipwreck. But when they were about to go into the water, Asui Suyu had already come up from the bottom of the sea with several big fish in his arms. Seeing this scene, all the students were stunned for a moment, and then jumped into the sea one after another. Only Asui Suyu didn't know, so he looked bewildered. Nangong Yu waved to her. Go and continue to catch fish. If these people catch more fish than you will be punished. Asui Suyu was stunned for a moment, and quickly turned over and jumped into Aquaman. All Might patted Nangong Yu on the shoulder. I didn't expect Nangong boy, your quirks are really diverse. You even have recovered quirks. Nangong Yu shrugged his shoulders. What's the matter? The quirks on my body are fully displayed. I'm afraid you are no match even as a teacher. You have to work hard. All Might laughed loudly. So what? After all, you are still my student. As long as you can defeat Tamura Shigaraki instead of me. Nangong Yu nodded, and suddenly she turned around and asked, is Tamura Shigaraki's master really that powerful? All Might smiled slightly. That's right, really, Nuo Lahao is that powerful. Back then I almost died in his hands. Nangong Yu glanced at the relatively empty beach, feeling a little melancholy. Such a powerful person, why isn't he on the same road as us? Actually, in this world, everyone thinks differently. They will give everything for their so-called beliefs and pursuits. Four-handed wooden hanger and his teacher are such people. Nangong Yu chuckled. To put it bluntly, these people are destroying the homes that others live on for what they think in their hearts. These people don't deserve sympathy. All Might was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect Nangong, your consciousness is so high. Nangong Yu shrugged. After all, I am the only Quirks owner who owns the entire series of quirks so far. All Might glanced at him, and suddenly burst out laughing. What I want is Nangong boy, a boy with a good attitude like you. Chapter 126 No. These are the footprints of two people. Just when they were chatting happily, a violent explosion suddenly erupted in the distant woods. Nangong Yu was taken aback, and hurriedly ran towards the woods. All Might and Aizawa Shota also ran over. When they arrived here, they found that there was only a huge pothole left on the ground, and there was no one around. Nangong Yu frowned and looked at the traces left on the ground. The quirk's residue on this seems to be the quirks on Midoriya Izuku. All Might's eyes widened suddenly. Green Valley Izuku, but he is the only successor now. If something happens to Green Valley Izuku, what will he do? No, there are footprints of two people here. Nangong Yu said again. All Might lay anxiously on the ground, watching the footprints. These two pairs of footprints seem to belong to Green Valley Boy and Uraraka Ochako. Nangong Yu frowned. The two of them ran here suddenly, are they going to do something? All Might said anxiously. Now it's not about thinking about what the two of them are doing here. It's about the two of them possibly being in danger. Aizawa Shota agrees. It is imperative to find them as soon as possible. Otherwise there will be a fork. While they were discussing here, there was a huge explosion at 803 degrees not far away. All Might was taken aback and rushed out in that direction. Nangong also frowned. System fusion extraction, target void engine. The extraction of the system integration is complete. The void engine is assisting in the calculation. Before the system's notification tone ended, Nangong Yu jumped up. When he arrived at the explosion point, he found that the trees in this place had fallen down in pieces. Green Valley Izuku was standing there, and several fat-looking rabbits fell down there. Nangong Yu felt strange. Student Green Valley, what are you doing here? Green Valley Izuku scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm hunting here. There are black lines all over the foreheads of several people. You hunt and hunt, what are you trying to do by making such a big noise? Nangong Yu patted Green Valley Izuku's shoulder helplessly. After a long time, you just ran here to hunt. I thought you were attacked by something. Green Valley Izuku was a little embarrassed. Student Uraraka is not used to eating seafood, so I came here to hunt. Uraraka Ochako also blushed. Actually, many students are not used to eating seafood. So the two of us came out. AICE. All Might breathed a sigh of relief. The next time you leave the team, you must remember to inform the teacher. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. After speaking, All Might and Aizawa Shoto left here. Nangong Yu stayed behind to hunt with the two of them. After all, Nangong Yu has loved hunting in the wild since he was a child. Student Green Valley, if you use quirks to hunt like this, you will scare away many animals. Then what should we do? Green Valley Izuku scratched his head with a look of helplessness. Nangong Yu immediately walked into the woods and used a machete to make a bow and arrow. At the same time, he also handed over some of the traps he knew to Izuku. With the concerted efforts of 3 people, they dug a big hole and then spread a layer of straw on it. On top of the straw, they also put food. Then the 3 of them each took a bow and arrow and hid behind the big tree. Student Nangong, is this method really possible? Of course, as long as there is something coming, they will fall. Even if they don't fall, we can shoot him while he is eating. After the 3 discussed it, they completely hid it. At this moment, 2 fawns came over. The 2 of them looked around and found the food above the opening of the hole, so they jumped over happily. But when they just jumped over, they suddenly fell into the trap. Look at what I said, doesn't it save a lot of time and effort to catch it like this? Green Valley Izuku said excitedly. Student Nangong, you still have a way. After talking, the 3 of them brought back the 2 fawns that fell into the trap. These 2 fawns are basically enough for the students to eat for one night. By the time they returned, the nonsensical competition that All Might just announced had brought the students to the beach with a lot of seafood. The whole beach is filled with all kinds of food. Asui Suyu also came to Nangong Yu's side at this time. In fact, the 2 of them have just revealed their relationship invisibly. Now there is no one who does not think that the 2 of them are a couple. At this moment, Shoto Todoroki, who had been cooking sashimi just now, came over. Student Nangong, this is for you. Nangong Yu took the sashimi and happily took a bite. I really didn't expect that classmate Hong actually has such a skill. Shoto Todoroki has a flash of memory in his eyes. Actually, this is what my mother used to make for me. Nangong Yu nodded. No wonder there is a taste of home. Shoto Todoroki smiled sheepishly. By the way, Nangong, last time we played against Hero Killer, Stain, what kind of quirks did you use? Nangong Yu was stunned for a moment. Actually, I can't name them either. Among my many quirks, I can switch them at will. As for their names, I have never thought of them. Shoto Todoroki nodded. Indeed, if a person has a large number of quirks, it is difficult for him to locate all of his quirks. That would be a very troublesome big project. In fact, in Nangong Yu's heart, he didn't think so. After all, the system on his body comes from another world, which can continuously transfer all the abilities of that world. If you must name all these quirks, it will be very troublesome. Nangong Yu patted Shoto Todoroki on the shoulder. Boom classmate, what happened to you today? You seem a little unhappy. Shoto Todoroki waved his hand. It's nothing, I'm just a little dazed. Why? Nangong Yu couldn't help asking. Actually, I was forcibly bred as the #1 hero. Even I hate this identity very much. But suddenly one day I found that there were a lot of people I couldn't beat. Quote, Nangong Yu was stunned for a moment. You don't need to worry about this, after all, there are people outside of people and there are outside of heaven. I understand the truth, but you won't understand the sense of loss. Nangong Yu shook his head helplessly. I don't understand. Shoto Todoroki looked up, with a look of doubt in his eyes. Nangong Yu sighed slightly, and continued, although I have multiple quirks. But I can't find any single one quirks that can really beat All Might. My sense of loss is no worse than yours. Hearing what Nangong Yu said, Shoto Todoroki immediately felt a lot better. In that case, it seems that we are all going to work hard. Nangong Yu nodded. Let's work together. Chapter 127 Deep Sea Seafood. The Battle with the Octopus. Ask for flowers. Please subscribe. As the bonfire party continues to deepen, everyone has entered a mode of self-indulgence. Present even sang around the campfire. In other words, his magical quirks can actually release beautiful music to a certain extent. Nangong Yu picked up a bottle of beer and gulped it down. Just when he wanted to praise, after a long time, a huge wave suddenly jumped out of the sea. Nangong Yu subconsciously looked at Asui Suyu next to him. Did you do it? Asui Suyu waved his hands hastily. I definitely didn't do it, I just sat here. Nangong Yu swallowed, then threw the wine bottle in his hand on the ground, smashing it to pieces. It's not good, it's dangerous. Run, everyone. All Might squinted his eyes. With such a powerful force, it seems that there is something serious in this sea something. A creature after quirks. Midnight became vigilant all of a sudden. The next moment, the huge waves had subsided on the shore. However, in the midst of the sea, suddenly a huge red head stretched out. It looks like an octopus head. Immediately afterwards, 18 tentacles stretched out one by one from under the head. Kaminari Denki seemed to be frightened by something. He rushed out, and the electric current lingered on his body for an instant. Kaminari boy, don't be impulsive. As soon as the words, All Might, were uttered, Kaminari Denki released the lightning condensed on his body in an instant. Seawater conducts electricity very well. The big octopus was instantly enveloped in electric current. The powerful electric current turned the entire periphery of the big octopus into cooked meat. It can be said to be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. However, this large octopus seems to have multiple compound quirks. There should be 18 different colors wrapped around his 18 tentacles. Seems to be a little annoyed at being shocked by Kaminari Denki. He stretched out a hand directly and hit the beach. A huge current raged on the beach in an instant. All the students who came to the camp retreated quickly under the protection of the teachers. Shoto Todoroki stepped forward, and the ice quirks raged instantly. Why did the tentacles that the octopus reached out to the beach froze solidly? Of course Green Valley Izuku would not give up this opportunity. He jumped up and punched the tentacle with a punch. That tentacle shattered into pieces in an instant. This time the big octopus became angry from embarrassment. Several tentacles stretched out one after another. Each of these tentacles carries a kind of quirks. 5 tentacles landed at the same time. No one can tell what kind of quirks are contained in these 5 tentacles. At the same time, the shot that had been smashed into pieces just now grew by itself. All Might couldn't help but frown. It seems that this guy is also an all-quirks compounder. As he spoke, he looked at Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu sighed helplessly. Every time he encountered such a problem, he always rushed to the first one. As Nangong Yu kept approaching the beach, All Might had organized all the students and teachers to leave the beach. It is already difficult for Nangong Yu to turn back. You big guy, what a nuisance. If I don't tear you to pieces today, I won't be able to get rid of my hatred. System fusion extraction. Target void engine. The extraction of the system integration is complete. The void engine is assisting in the calculation. Void invincible body is 85% complete. Void ability is operating at 85%. The void engine's auxiliary computing power is 100%. The overall combat capability of the void engine is 90%. As the system's gentle voice fell, Nangong Yu's Joshen was once again filled with black thunder. UBD forced me to do this, said Nangong Yu punched out. This punch represented his anger, and it exploded on the big octopus at once. Boom, boom. A series of explosions made the body of that big octopus bloody. The big octopus also became angry at this time. He raised a dozen of his tentacles and smashed them down towards Nangong Yu. More than a dozen tentacles gather together, and the power that erupts is really terrifying. However, those black thunders have already formed a thick barrier around Nangong Yu's body. No matter how these tentacles slapped, they couldn't hurt Nangong Yu in the slightest. In the end, more than a dozen tentacles of the big octopus were cut off. Enduring the severe pain, the octopus retreated tens of meters, lurking in the sea. From this look, he seems to want to use the recovery quirks on his body to heal his injuries. Nangong Yu would not give him this chance. He jumped up directly, suspended in midair. I said a long time ago that you must be cut into pieces today. Don't have any illusions, you can go from here. 0. Seeking flowers. As the words fell, huge black thunders gathered in Nangong Yu's hands continuously. Afterwards, he was slammed down by Nangong Yu. These black thunders got into the body of the big octopus with endless power. Give it a stuffy tank explosion from the inside out. This kind of spectacular scene can really make people feel horrified at times. The entire sea was also turned into pitch black by the black thunder at this time, and the screams of the big octopus seemed extremely strange in the pitch black sea. At the end, there was a loud bang. The big octopus that was still imposing just now turned into small pieces of minced meat and landed on the shore. Seeing such a scene, All Might immediately came out of the woods behind. It's broken like this. Even if he has the strongest recovery quirks, he can't put together a complete individual. Nangong Yu seemed a little unhappy. Teacher, let them do this kind of thing next time. After all, I don't think I have much room for improvement. All Might was a little embarrassed. I just want my classmates to see how strong your quirks are. Nangong Yu spread his hands helplessly, picked up a relatively large piece of minced octopus, walked directly to the fire, and started grilling. All Might greeted all the students with a satisfied smile. Students, we have octopus to eat today. All the teachers and classmates immediately became excited. It's been a long time since they've had real seafood under the sea since the days of the super quirks. The main reason is that most of the sea creatures have undergone quirks mutation, and all of them have powerful quirks ability. So if you want to eat authentic deep-sea seafood, you have to work hard. Today they can be said to have taken the light of Nangong Yu. Asui Suyu handed Nangong Yu a cup. Drink some water, Nangong. Nangong took the cup angrily, and poured a few mouthfuls into his mouth. Suddenly, it was as if Nangong Yu had opened up. Student Asui, do you want to eat the big catfish in the deep sea? Asui Suyu was taken aback. Deep sea giant catfish. Are you sure? Nangong Yu showed a determined expression. Of course you are sure. I just don't know if you would like to eat it. If you want to eat it, I will go down and grab it for you right now. After saying this sentence, the surrounding students and even the teachers all cast their gazes in shock. Chapter 128 Ocean. Already forbidden. After the advent of the era of Quirk's superpowers, the ocean has become a forbidden place in a sense. The big octopus killed by Nangong Yu just now is the best proof. At the same time, in the deep sea, there are all kinds of quirks possessing creatures. Among them, the big catfish is the most vicious existence. Once the big catfish were in the middle stage of the marine life chain. Since they mutated and had quirks, even sharks were ignored. So if you want to catch them, it can be said that it is more difficult than reaching the sky. Nangong Yu's words are undoubtedly a challenge to marine life. Seeing that the surrounding students and teachers didn't believe it, Nangong Yu stood up. Mr. All Might, do you dare to make a bet with me? All Might froze for a moment. What do you want to bet on? Nangong Yu smiled and walked in front of him. Bet I can catch a big, 667, catfish within 10 minutes. All Might smiled. I don't know what you want to use as a bargaining chip. Nangong Yu was dumbfounded, he really didn't think about the chips. Just when he was turning his brain quickly, the mental exercise made him stand up suddenly. Teacher, if student Nangong can catch a big catfish within 10 minutes, then please catch a big catfish too. This condition has been put forward, and it has been supported by many students and teachers at once. After all, with so many people, how can a big catfish be enough? All Might saw the voice of the people, so he agreed to this request. If Nangong boy can catch a big catfish within 10 minutes, I will go to the deep sea to catch 2 big catfish. As soon as this guarantee was said, all the teachers and students present immediately cheered. After shouting long live a few times, Nangong Yu waved to everyone, and then walked into the Lord of the Sea step by step. System Fusion Extraction. Target Nami. The System Fusion Extraction is complete. Triangular mermaid form auxiliary calculation is in progress. The third generation of Divine Body and Biological Computing Fusion Degree is 100%. 100% control of the ocean. Ocean operation capacity 100%. Marine comprehensive combat capability 100%. Following the system's gentle prompts, one after another, Nangong Yu has been wrapped by a huge mermaid. As the mermaid light and shadow appeared around him, he had already arrived at the bottom of the sea in an instant. In the deep sea, there are indeed all kinds of creatures with quirks abilities. Arriving here is like entering a world of superpowers. The corners of Nangong Yu's mouth raised slightly, but he has not forgotten why he came here. Soon he discovered the purpose of his trip. A big catfish over 5 meters in length. After these guys got the quirks mutation, even their bodies became huge. I rely on it, it's really because of it. Nangong Yu just complained, and that big catfish set his sights on him. The bloody mouth opened all of a sudden, and directly jumped towards Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu would not let such a guy eat himself up, he still wanted to wait a while and turn this guy into his food. A scepter immediately appeared in Nangong Yu's hand. The majestic ocean power swept across Nangong Yu's body in an instant. The big catfish seemed to have sensed way, and wanted to turn around and run away immediately. But I didn't expect that a splash of water would imprison it all at once. Then this water splash completed the replacement in a short time, and replaced the big catfish in front of Nangong Yu. You guy, still want to run away? Can you run out of my palm? Human beings, don't underestimate others. Hey, quirks have learned human language after they turned into humans. But no matter what, you will always be our food. HMPH, if you eat me, my clan will not let you go. Nangong Yu seemed to have heard some big joke, your ethnic group. Believe it or not, we will eat you to extinction. The big catfish was about to freeze there. As a foodie, human beings have dominated the world for millions of years. It can be said that the history of human development is a history of the extinction of species in the world. At the moment when the big catfish was in a daze, the scepter in Nangong Yu's hand rolled out a huge wave again. The tide picked up the giant catfish and threw it out to sea. Nangong Yu jumped out, holding the big catfish, and landed on the beach steadily. Seeing Nangong Yu appearing with a huge catfish in his arms, the people on the beach couldn't help opening their mouths. Less than 5 minutes have passed since Nangong Yu went down into the sea. In just 5 minutes, he came up from the deep sea with a big catfish in his arms. This shows how strong Nangong Yu's quirks are. All Might laughed loudly. That's right, Nangong boy, I didn't misread you. Said he jumped into the sea very readily. Not long after, he returned to the beach again holding 2 big catfishes 6 or 7 meters long. These big catfish, basically have been covered by quirks. But their quirks ability is still very weak, and they can deal with other species in the ocean, but if they fall into the hands of humans, they are basically a death sentence. Sure enough, in less than 2 minutes, the 3 big catfish had been disassembled by the students with their quirks. Made all kinds of food. Wow, it's been a long time since I've eaten a big catfish. Today I can finally feast on it. Yes, I remember the last time I ate a big catfish, I was only 4 years old. The smell of big catfish, I will never forget it. A burst of heated discussions gave people a new understanding and positioning of Nangong Yu and All Might's quirks ability. Young Nangong, I really underestimated you. Present was holding a piece of grilled catfish, and walked over while eating. Young man, it really surprises me that you can swim unimpeded in the ocean. Just don't know how long you'll stay in the sky. Nangong Yu was stunned for a moment. In fact, he can suspend in the sky for a long time only by relying on the void engine. It's just that in that case, it will make her look a little perverted. It's better to keep a low profile. The time I spent on TN 4.7, I have never seriously calculated it. If I had time, I might calculate how long I can hang in the air. Present was very satisfied and said, someday I will figure it out, let me know, I am still more interested in this. Nangong Yu smiled, he wouldn't tell others about it. No matter what, this is his personal privacy. If it is spread out, others will formulate strategies and tactics based on his weaknesses. Then how can he mess around in the future? Thinking of this, Nangong suddenly remembered the small notebook that Green Valley Izuku often used. It almost records the introductions of all quirks that Green Valley Izuku has met. Even the tactics used to defeat them are marked. I just don't know if Green Valley Izuku has himself in that little book, and has he also carried out a detailed strategic analysis on himself. Chapter 129 Quirks covered. Minimalistic time. Seek to chase to order spicy. The more Nangong Yu thought about it, the more he felt uncomfortable, so after eating 2 mouthfuls of grilled fish, he chatted with Present and then went directly to Green Valley Izuku's side. Green Valley student, I want to know what is recorded in that notebook of yours. Green Valley Izuku was stunned for a moment, but he was still very generous and took out his notebook. Nangong Yu eagerly took the notebook and flipped through it quickly. Sure enough, this notebook records the quirks of almost all classmates and teachers, as well as some methods of cracking their quirks by Izuku Green Valley. Every cracking method will see Nangong Yu terrified. Each of these methods is simple, direct and effective. Nangong Yu seemed to be panting, and quickly read all the previous analysis of combat power. When he turned to the last page, he found that it was actually a blank page. It's just that there are 3 words Nangong Yu written on the top of the blank page, and a photo of him. Nangong Yu couldn't help feeling puzzled. Student Lugu, why do you analyze other people's quirks in such detail? How come there are only 10 pieces in the air? Green Valley Izuku scratched 08's head in embarrassment. Actually, I can't fully analyze the pattern of the quirks on Nangong's body. I don't know how to defeat classmate Nangong, so I can only write a blank on your knight. Nangong Yu curled his lips. Sure enough, the owner of the almighty compound quirks really makes ordinary people feel embarrassed. Nangong Yu couldn't help but feel a little funny, and ran to read other people's notes for no reason, and just wanted to see how others recorded the day when they defeated themselves. With a long sigh of relief, he returned the notebook in his hand to Izuku Green Valley. Student Green Valley, do you want to know how to defeat me? Green Valley Izuku froze for a moment. Is this really okay? Nangong Yu patted him on the shoulder. Of course, but I can only tell you one person. As he spoke, he took Green Valley Izuku into the nearby grove. It was already early in the morning, and the whole grove looked very quiet. Nangong Yu turned around and looked at Green Valley Izuku with burning eyes. Come on, student Lu Ji Yu, punch me with all your might. Green Valley Izuku froze for a moment, but he reacted quickly. Student Nangong, I'm going to do it. Green Valley Izuku covered his quirk's ability all over his body for an instant and then punched him. But when his fist was less than 1 centimeter away from Nangong Yu's body was already covered by a thick black arc. This time, Green Valley Izuku was bounced away. Green Valley Izuku hugged his fist, and said helplessly, actually, I have observed Nangong's competition several times, and I can't find any flaws. Even if I made the first move just now, you will still be passive defensive. Nangong Yu shook his head helplessly. What kind of passive defense is he? The system can fuse and extract for him anytime, anywhere, the ability of any character in the Super Seminary. This kind of instant extraction always makes people feel caught off guard. Nangong Yu sighed helplessly. Actually, in a sense, although I can use a kind of quirks in an instant. But when I switch between quirks, there is an interval. Green Valley Izuku froze for a moment. Is there a gap? Nangong Yu nodded. During that interval, I was a pure quirkless. Anyone can kill me. Green Valley Izuku seemed to have discovered a new continent, and the whole person became excited. That is to say, as long as you master the time between Nangong's quirks switching, it is possible to beat you. Nangong Yu smiled. That's right. That's what happened. But, the interval is only 0.0006 seconds. Green Valley Izuku feels like doubting life. Such a short time, does that mean there is no interval at all? Even his own quirks takes 0.02 seconds to cover his entire body. Nangong Yu's quirks switch interval is much shorter than his. If this is considered a weakness, then these quirks simply don't want to live. After Green Valley Izuku doubted his life for 2 seconds, he let out a long sigh. Student Nangong, this weakness of yours is not a weakness at all. Nangong Yu sighed helplessly. Actually, this is the only weakness I can find, and it belongs to me. If you say this is not a weakness, then I really don't know what other weaknesses I have. Green Valley Izuku seemed to be slapped in the face, standing there motionless, not knowing what to do. Student Lu Ji Yu, Student Nangong, what are you two doing here? Uraraka Ochako's voice is undoubtedly a lifesaver. Green Valley Izuku hastily bowed slightly to Nangong Yu. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. Nangong Yu nodded. But you must remember, that only belongs to the secret between the two of us. Green Valley Izuku has doubts about life. What kind of weakness is this? If this matter spreads, it can only be said that he is Nangong Yu, another strong point. Quirks switching takes 0.0006 seconds. Does this keep people alive? Seeing Green Valley Izuku leave, Nangong Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tell the other party about this weakness, maybe Lu Ji Yu will be able to treat me honestly. While talking to himself, Nangong Yu returned to the beach. It was late at night for camping, and some students and teachers had already gone to bed. From far away, Nangong Yu could see that Asui Suyu had laid some floor coverings there. What are you doing, baby blowing classmates? Asui Suyu smiled. I'm not going to our tent. The students will take turns to watch the night in a while. It looks like the two of us will be at 9:30 tomorrow morning, so we need to go to bed quickly. Nangong Yu understood. It doesn't need to be so fine, I just have a place to sleep. Saying that, Nangong Yu directly picked up a sleeping bag and entered the tent. Seeing this situation, Asui Suyu also picked up a sleeping bag and lay down beside Nangong Yu. Student Nangong, do you think the starry sky tonight is beautiful? Nangong Yu looked out at the sky through the tent. It does seem to have a different flavor. What's the matter? Asui Suyu suddenly fell silent. She stared at the sky for a long time, until a shooting star streaked across the sky. When I was a child, I could always see comets dragging their tails across the sky. The kids I play with think I'm a monster. Because I can see things they can't see. Nangong Yu looked sideways at Asui Suyu. Did you live alone when you were young? Asui Suyu turned around. What was Nangong's childhood like? Did he live alone? Nangong Yu smiled slightly. When I was a child. That would be a long story, if I could really write a book. Asui Suyu tilted his head. Is it really that long? Can you tell me about it? Nangong Yu turned his head to look at the sky, then stretched out his hand and scratched at the sky. Guess what I caught? Chapter 130 Target. Ice Crystal Phoenix. Readers, happy weekend. Asui Suyu felt a little strange. Nangong Yu obviously just grabbed a handful of air, but actually asked her what she caught. So, Asui Suyu shook his head. I don't know. Nangong Yu smiled. When I was young, I grabbed a handful of the sky like this now. I thought I could hold the entire starry sky like this. But, after all, I am just a floating creature under the starry sky. When these words came out, Asui Suyu suddenly felt a deep hurt. Only lonely people can experience this sadness. Did Nangong be lonely when he was young? Nangong Yu nodded. It's just because my opinion is different from other people. They think I'm a monster. This madman. But when they realize that the final result is the same as what I said, they are unwilling to admit their mistakes. Asui Suyu looked at the night sky very calmly. Sometimes, I think life should be more rational, otherwise there will be big mistakes. Once these mistakes form a domino effect, the consequences will be unimaginable. Nangong Yu was very surprised. He didn't expect Asui Suyu to value some theoretical knowledge so much. Moreover, his rational thinking has entered a state where he will be extremely arrogant. This made Nangong Yu appreciate it very much. In such a world, if you can achieve a career just by relying on your blood and ambition, then everyone will be the protagonist. The two talked for a while, then lay there quietly looking at the starry sky through the tent. Until the sky gradually lost its light, the entire camp fell into silence. Only Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki were left on the beach looking after the fire. Damn it, why the two of us? Bakugo Katsuki didn't seem very happy. Our two quirks are relatively strong, and it is also based on security considerations that we have two vigils. Besides, teacher number 13 is taking care of it over there. Exclamation mark quote. Bakugo Katsuki raised his head and glanced at number 13 not far away, and the dissatisfaction in his heart subsided temporarily. After stoking the fire, Bakugo Katsuki took a piece of grilled fish and ate it. By the way, is this camping really that simple? Why don't I believe it? Bakugo Katsuki's words also touched Shoto Todoroki. I also feel that something is wrong, but I can't explain it. Usually when we go camping, there will always be some tasks or something, this time it's a bit ordinary. And the usual ones are kind of weird. Bakugo Katsuki's hands kept bursting with flames. Anyway, let's be careful. With that said, Bakugo Katsuki was about to eat the grilled fish in his hand. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the sky, and endless lights illuminated the entire night. Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki immediately stood up. Number 13 also raised the alarm. The people in the entire camp woke up from their sleep in a daze. I saw a huge fireball floating in the sky at some point. The scorching breath released from the train made everyone feel a burning pain on their faces. What a big fireball, what is this? Is it the second sun? Still say, attack. The camp was already in chaos at this time. However, the Hero Academy is also a Hero Academy, and everyone's quirks are not built. Soon under the teacher's organization and leadership, they immediately formed a defensive formation. All Might looked at the sky, and saw a bird with big ears flying out of the ball of electric fire. It's like a phoenix reborn from the nirvana. All Might looked up to the sky in amazement. How is this guy here? Nangong Yu frowned and asked, Teacher, do you know this thing? All Might nodded. It's the ultimate product of when the world was just quirksified. Possesses powerful fire elemental quirks. Elemental quirks. How does it compare to Endeavor? Nangong Yu continued. He's much better than Endeavor. All Might said with deep reverence. Shoto Todoroki seemed a little dissatisfied at this time. He was determined to use his mother's quirks to surpass his father since he was a child, and now suddenly a big flame bird appeared, saying that he was even more powerful than his father. From this point alone, the long-buried fighting heart in Shoto Todoroki was stimulated. Bakugo Katsuki is also eager to try. In his heart, he is the only one with the strongest flame element. Just as All Might was looking up at the sky and thinking about the corresponding plan, Shoto Todoroki had already soared into the sky. Mighty Ice Quirks built her a staircase of ice in midair. These steps circled one after another, directly approaching the flame phoenix. Boom boy, come back quickly, you are no match for him. All Might yelled anxiously, but his yell seemed to be too late. The flame phoenix just flapped its wings lightly, and then the ice quirks that Shoto Todoroki was proud of shattered into ice flowers in midair. At the same time, Shoto Todoroki's body fell on the beach like a cannonball. Bakugo Katsuki was in no way hindered by Shoto Todoroki's defeat. He still rushed forward, using his pure flame blasting ability to create a huge grenade. When the grenade touched the flaming bird, it exploded violently. The flame phoenix was immediately swallowed by the huge explosion. However, When the flame mountain went, the flame phoenix stood there safely, without any harm at all. Bakugo Katsuki couldn't believe the scene in front of him. He took a few steps back in midair, his eyes were full of disbelief. Nangong Yu shook his head helplessly. The power of the phoenix is something that the two of them can easily touch. All Might gritted his teeth and made the students back off again. Just when he, Zhao's, was about to go up and try his best to take down the fire phoenix, Nangong Yu suddenly appeared in midair. Backquote. Isn't it just a fire phoenix? Look at how I subdued it today. System fusion extraction. Target ice crystal phoenix. System fusion extraction is complete. Auxiliary computing starts. The fusion degree of the third generation of ice crystals is 100%. Ice combat capability 100%. The overall combat capability of the third generation ice crystal divine physique is 100% established. Breathing out a long mouthful of white mist, a pair of huge crystal wings suddenly bloomed behind Nangong Yu. At the same time, the overwhelming cold enveloped the entire beach, even the adjacent sea was covered with a layer of frost. Student Nangong actually has such a powerful quirks. It's the quirks that can be compared to the fire phoenix, and I've never seen it. He is really getting stronger and stronger. Chapter 131, Ice Phoenix. Powerful creatures. Ask for flowers. Please subscribe. Readers, happy weekend. The Ice Phoenix is an extremely powerful creature in the world of the Super Seminary. Covered with ice crystals, born in a different dimension, every time it appears, it will freeze a universe. And she uses her extremely cold ice vortex to shuttle between different universes. So the fire phoenix in front of her is nothing more than a small creature. The corner of Nangong Yu's mouth flickered with cruelty, and this kind of cruelty made the power emanating from him even more fierce. The fire phoenix seemed to feel the crisis, it flapped its magma-like wings, and kept retreating. But the overwhelming icy air has already enveloped the whole body of fire phoenix, even the space where he retreats is frozen. When the fire phoenix leaned against the icy space, his body already made a piercing sound. It was ice crystals eroding his body inch by inch. It's May 20th, do you have anything else to say? Nangong Yu's voice was full of murderous intent, as if the next moment, this fire phoenix would no longer exist. Who the hell are you? Huo Fengwang gritted his teeth, looking weak. Who am I? You don't need to worry about it. You just need to tell me whether you want to die or leave here obediently. Huo Fengwang gritted his teeth, his body could no longer move, his wings, limbs, and even the flame feathers on his body were covered with ice. His so-called eternal flame, at this moment, only clusters of small flames remained. Student Nangong is really amazing. It took him less than a few seconds to deal with the fire phoenix. Green Valley Izuku couldn't help showing a surprised expression at this time. Kirishima Eijiro looked even more adoring. Student Nangong, you will always be my idol. Young man, deal with him quickly. Don't let him go. All Might seems to care about this fire phoenix. Nangong Yu sneered, even if All Might didn't speak, he didn't intend to let this fire phoenix go today. Dare to show this magical power in front of him, it is a humiliation to him. Countless ice crystals spread rapidly, until they covered the entire fire phoenix. At this time, Nangong Yu finally saw the true face of this fire phoenix. It turns out that its whole body is nothing more than a layer of illusion wrapped in magma melted by quirks. After this layer of magma completely disappeared, the fire phoenix was like a plucked chicken, frozen in midair. Seeing this scene, the students below burst out laughing. So the fire phoenix looks like this. What is this? Isn't it just a chicken? My childhood. I thought that phoenix really existed in this world, but I didn't expect it to be like this. But by the way, is the meat of this local chicken delicious? Everyone's comments are completely different from the comments just now. That's right, a phoenix without hair is not as good as a chicken, not to mention that the whole body of this fire phoenix, all the flames and edamame have faded. The fire phoenix frozen in the ice is not even as good as a chicken. The next moment, the ice shattered, and the chicken was blown to pieces. The broken body fell down and was looted by teachers and students. After all, they still haven't eaten phoenix meat. Although these creatures are super creatures endowed with quirks, they are still creatures in the final analysis, and have not turned into highly intelligent creatures with quirks. Just like the principal, he is a completely quirk-sized highly intelligent creature. After Nangong Yu dealt with the fire phoenix, he floated down to the ground. It's really boring. Why did you meet some low-level creatures this time while camping? All Might stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Okay. A stronger villain is waiting for you in a short time. Nangong Yu curled his lips. What can be so powerful? Are you still fighting those Nomu? All Might fell silent. Not those Nomu. But a creature you've never seen before. A creature I've never seen. What? All Might looked at the sky. A creature that lives in volcanic magma. After saying All Might, he walked away with a smirk on his face. Nangong Yu was a little confused. What do creatures that live in lava have to do with me? But when he walked to Asui Suyu's side, Asui Suyu actually stood there in a daze. What's wrong with you, classmate Asui? Asui Suyu looked at the sky dully. If I remember correctly, fire phoenixes usually have a companion creature. This companion creature is the super creature that actually empowers the fire phoenix quirks. Quote, Nangong Yu froze for a moment. Is there still such a saying? Asui Suyu nodded. In this world, quirks don't just appear for no reason. There may be a certain chance of human quirks mutations, but biological ones are a little bit unbelievable. How do you say this sentence? Nangong Yu couldn't help asking. Actually, This subject is still an unsolved mystery among all the Quirks occupational studies. You may have been targeted by some kind of creature though. Quote, Nangong Yu froze for a moment, as if he knew what was going on. And he also realized why so many teachers didn't want to be the first to go up and kill Huo Fengwang just now. It's not that they don't want to, it's that they don't dare at all. They are afraid of the inexplicable creature in the legend. But Nangong Yu didn't care about these, he smiled slightly, then shook his head. Whatever it is, come one and I'll kill one, come two and I'll kill a pair. After the slight spit in his mouth, Nangong Yu returned to the tent and fell asleep soundly. Early the next morning, All Might was announced that the camp was over. All personnel began to pack their tents and belongings. Soon the beach returned to its original appearance. However, just when Nangong Yu was carrying his bag and returning to the team, All Might suddenly called him out alone. Nangong boy, you still don't want to go back to the academy during this time. Nangong Yu froze for a moment. Why? All Might patted him on the shoulder and said, you stay here. The lair of the Fire 3.0 Phoenix must not be far from here, there must be an active volcano nearby. You wait here for a while, wipe out that unknown creature, and then come back, we will wait for you in the school. The righteous words spoken in this passage seemed to be spoken to the Admiral Army who went out one by one. Nangong Yu stood there in a daze, unable to say a word for a while. At least the rhythm of pushing him alone as a shield. Before he could say anything, Asui Suyu stood up from the side. Teacher, I apply to stay with classmate Nangong. All Might glanced at them. Okay, I approve your request. Be safe and come back early. It was as if the two of them had just returned home. Looking at the group of people gradually going away, Nangong Yu's heart suddenly felt like 10,000 alpacas. Chapter 132 Turtle. Pirate, ask for flowers, please subscribe, dear readers, happy weekend. On the beach as far as possible, there are only two people left at this moment, Nangong Yu and Asui Suyu. This group of people is really too much, I let them eat phoenix meat, and they treat me like this. Don't be so anxious, Nangong. Maybe this is the teacher's test for you. Nangong Yu lowered his head helplessly. They test me, what kind of test is this? Exposing me alone in such an open wilderness, and facing unknown dangers, this is not a test at all, it is murder. Asui Suyu shook his head helplessly. I think we need to sort out the equipment and resources we have now. Nangong Yu nodded. To be honest, All Might still had some conscience when he left and left them a lot of supplies. The sky is already getting bright, and the sun will rise soon. The two sorted out all the remaining materials on the beach, and then set some traps around the beach. Basically it's all directed by Asui Suyu. In a sense, Wao-8 Buki Suyu's rational thinking is very rigorous. But whenever there is any big event or very difficult thing, Asui Suyu can respond within the first time. Nangong Yu looked at the beach not far away, with mixed feelings in his heart. He really didn't know that the Fire Phoenix would have accompanying creatures. This is different from some ancient legends he knew. Asui Suyu also walked behind him at this time. Student Nangong, are you thinking about companion creatures? Nangong Yu nodded. That's a brand new and unknown creature. I don't know how powerful he is, whether he can be defeated. Asui Suyu let out a long sigh of relief. It's okay, I have great confidence in you, Nangong. Nangong Yu's forehead is full of black lines. What's the use of having confidence? Give him some strength and beat him. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed in Nangong Yu's mind. If it is said that we are waiting here, I think it is better to look around and see if there are any active volcanoes. Asui Suyu raised his head, and looked at Nangong Yu with some astonishment. Student Nangong means, do we want to take the initiative? Nangong Yu nodded. Otherwise, do we have to wait here to die? Asui Suyu thought for a while. That's right, instead of sitting here and waiting to die, it's better to take the initiative to find the opponent's lair. In this way, the initiative can be grasped to the maximum extent. Sometimes Nangong Yu likes to talk to Asui Suyu, at least the two of them can chat. After the two reached a consensus, Nangong Yu quickly packed up the two backpacks. Then they made a small sailboat with the supplies left by All Might. After all, that Fire Phoenix came from the sea, so his active volcano must be in the sea. So the two of them drove the boat and set sail. Asui-san, do you think we can find that active volcano? Asui Suyu nodded. Of course. In a sense, as long as our direction is correct, we can see it in a short time. Nangong Yu tilted his head, feeling a bit troublesome. If there is any detection system that can cover all of the surrounding active volcanoes in an instant, it will reduce their physical output even more. While thinking, Asui Suyu suddenly pointed to a small island in front of him and shouted, Student Nangong, look, there seems to be something on that small island. Nangong Yu hurriedly stood up and took a closer look, only to see that there seemed to be a humanoid creature on the small island, waving its palm continuously, as if calling for help. Go ahead and ask. Asui Suyu sailed by in no time. I saw a turtle-like creature, cheering and jumping on the island. What are you? Nangong Yu asked directly. That turtle also appears to be a quirksified creature. I'm trapped here, I can't swim, get me out. Asui Suyu hurriedly rowed the boat, trying to get close, but was stopped by Nangong Yu. Asui Suyu was a little puzzled. Student Nangong, aren't we here to save lives? Nangong Yu shook his head. A turtle actually said he couldn't swim. Isn't that nonsense? The tortoise immediately bared its fangs when it heard this. Sharp teeth with a length of 10 centimeters protruded from the 4 feet. I really didn't expect to be spotted by you guys so easily. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have been waiting on this small island. Nangong Yu chuckled. Where else do you want to wait? A tortoise goes around telling people that he can't swim. Aren't you telling people that you are a robber? Who knew that the tortoise seemed a little unhappy? We are not robbers, we are pirates. As soon as this sentence came out, Nanfuyu almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Pirates. Just like you are actually a pirate. How did your pirate survive? That little turtle seemed very upset, Nangong Yu said. So he stomped on the island fiercely. Next this little island slowly surfaced. Huge waves set off, and the small island finally revealed its original appearance. That was a giant sea turtle. It's almost like an enlarged version of that turtle. I'll go, and I'll bring it for fun. A big turtle and a small turtle can form a pirate. The little turtle was so angry that his eyes turned red immediately. I've said it all, we're not turtles, we're pirates. Completion of integrity capability is 100%. The extraction of the system integration is complete. The divine body of the Jiwen royal family is in operation. Today I'm here to let you see who was the ancestor who played with rocks. As he spoke, the corners of Nangong Yu's mouth showed a dangerous arc. As the gentle voice of the system kept ringing in Nangong Yu's mind, Nangong Yu's heart was already filled with comfort. And these stones grew taller and taller, completely wrapping the two turtles inside. Completion of petrochemical combat capability is 100%. The tortoise let out a roar, and its whole body was pierced by stones. Said, Nangong Yu immediately raised his fist. But when these stones were compressed to a certain extent, they unexpectedly shattered inadvertently. Nangong Yu chuckled. 137 has been making trouble for a long time, your quirks are petrified. Such low-level quirks have the nerve to come out and say that you are pirates. Isn't that shameful? System fusion extraction. Target Jarvan IV. The huge tortoise instantly petrified, its whole body became extremely hard, and its huge claws also stepped on Nangong Yu and the others. Banner's combat capability is 100% complete. Huge rocks immediately rose from the sea, enveloping the huge tortoise in an instant. Since you have blocked my way, be prepared to be killed by me. I will send you to die today. The next moment Nangong Yu increased his power output. The stones began to shrink in an instant. Chapter 133 Volcano. The sea. Nangong Yu was taken aback by the scene in front of him. Jarvan IV's ability to control stones is definitely much stronger than all the true quirks in this world, the owner. But I don't know why these stones broke from the inside when they wrapped the big turtle. After the stones were cleared one by one, the big turtle came into Nangong Yu's eyes again. At this time, the whole body of the big tortoise was not petrified, but turned into flames. The eyes of the little turtle on his back were filled with scarlet color. Didn't you think that our quirks are not just petrified? If you want to survive, please obediently ask us for forgiveness. By the way, this little tortoise is really annoying. It is not big, but it speaks wild words. This made Nangong Yu a little bit unacceptable. Just as he was about to attack, Asui Suyu stopped him. Wait a minute, student Nangong. Have you noticed that all the quirks manipulations seem to be done by that little turtle? Nangong Yu stopped and thought seriously. What's going on? This big turtle seems to be his puppet. Asui Suyu lowered his head and thought for a while before saying, I've heard before that there is a kind of quirks in this world called puppet manipulation. Puppet manipulation? What is that? Legends say that this kind of quirks is accompanied to some extent. Once a creature has this kind of quirks, when he is born, either his brother who was born with him will become his puppet, or his parents will become his puppet. His puppet. Nangong Yu was taken aback. Are there such cruel quirks in this world? Asui Suyu nodded. As far as I know, it should look like this. And this kind of quirks is very changeable. Sometimes he just can't figure out what his master quirks is. Nangong Yu understood. So it looks like this. No wonder I can't see through this big guy in front of me. Asui Suyu's mind began to storm wildly, as if he wanted to find a way to defeat this guy. Now you just need to focus all your attention on that little turtle and destroy him with all your strength. This puppet should have no room for use. After Nangong Yu heard this, he touched his nose immediately. This is basically exactly what he thought. System fusion extraction. Target Void Engine. The extraction of the system integration is complete. Void Yin assists the calculation king. Void energy fusion rate 85%. The Void Engine's auxiliary computing power is 100%. Void Engine auxiliary combat capability 100%. The overall combat capability of the Void Engine is 90%. After receiving the assistance of the Void Engine, black thunder and lightning lingered all over Nangong Yu's body instantly. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, and finally he jumped up. The next moment he jumped onto the back of that giant turtle. When he jumped onto the back of the giant tortoise, a strong electric current suddenly burst out from the entire tortoise's body. If it was someone else, they might be instantly stunned by the electric current. But Nangong Yu's body is assisted by void engines, and the power of those black thunders will attract all these thunders and use them for himself. The little turtle saw that his thunder seemed to have no effect on Nangong Yu, and suddenly panicked. A protective cover quickly covered it. Stinky boy, I tell you, don't be fooled. I am the guardian of this ocean. I am their god. If you fight against me, I will make you pay for it. Nangong Yu chuckled. Make me pay the price. You are so cute and silly. I'll kill you. What will you use to make me pay the price? The little turtle panicked suddenly. What exactly do you want? Nangong Yu froze for a moment. It's not what I want to do. It's what you want to do. You were the one who stopped me. Now you ask me what I want to do instead. The little turtle, at this time, already felt a huge crisis, especially the lingering black lightning on Nangong Yu's body. Those black lightning bolts are enough to smash it to pieces. Moreover, Nangong Yu had already discovered his weakness, and ran here directly around the corner of his eyes. No, listen to me, I have a batch of treasures hidden in this sea area. As long as you can let me go, I promise to share this batch of treasures with you. Nangong Yu supported his chin and thought for a while before saying, I'll kill you, aren't these treasures mine? Little Turtle's spirit was not good, he didn't expect Nangong Yu to be so direct. While he was still hesitating, the black thunderbolt in Nangong and his hands had transformed into a long sword and pierced through its body fiercely. The little turtle didn't even think about what the QuirksONR.FOR.ALL was until he died. 0. Seeking flowers. Why did he easily break through his protection, and kill him in one move? The black thunder raged around the little turtle, and the next moment the little turtle's body was torn apart. Afterwards, the big tortoise acting as a puppet under his body also lay there motionless. Immediately afterwards, the big tortoise's body seemed to undergo some changes, and it opened with a bang, and his body was actually torn apart. In the center of the body, there is actually a gleaming treasure. Nangong Yu looked a little dazed, he didn't expect that this little turtle would actually hide the treasure in its body. There are so many things, I don't know how many people this little turtle has deceived in this sea area. Nangong Yu couldn't help but sigh. Or, let's take these things back to Teacher All Might. Maybe it will be useful. Oh. Nangong Yu nodded, and then he activated the void engine and made an external engine space storage. This space storage can last for 72 hours, and can hold 100 cubic meters of things within 72 hours. It is more than enough to fit all these treasures. After they returned with a full load, they drove the boat and continued to drive towards the goal in their hearts. By the way, when will we find the active volcano? Teacher All Might is not cheating us, is he? Asui Suyu rowed the boat, but said rationally, probably not. Calculated according to the time when the Fire Phoenix took off and arrived at our camp, it should be in the middle of the sea. Nangong Yu lay lazily in the cabin with his head in his arms. The sun is really poisonous. If we don't find the volcano as soon as possible, I'm afraid we will be sunburned alive in the sea. As soon as the words fell, a drop of water like a clear spring suddenly sprayed on Nangong Yu's face. That refreshing feeling gave Nangong Yu an unprecedented comfort. This is so refreshing, give me some more. As he spoke, he opened his eyes. But the moment he opened his eyes, he saw Asui Suyu, and suddenly spit out a mouthful of saliva from his mouth. It turns out that this clear spring is actually Suyu's saliva. I saved some spring water in my stomach when I set out. Now it's ready to use. Although Nangong Yu felt a little sick, but thinking of Asui Suyu's unique quirks, he could only smile slightly. Chapter 134 Quirks. God alone. Ask for flowers. Please subscribe. Having figured this out, Nangong Yu no longer cared where the spring water came from. He closed his eyes and lay down, pretending that he didn't see it, and continued to enjoy the nourishment of the spring water. Suddenly, Asui Suyu shouted excitedly, Student Nangong, look, isn't there an active volcano? Nangong Yu stood up, and saw thick smoke rising from the sea not far away, and the magma rising from the sea has already created a new small land. Wow, it's really spectacular, this active volcano seems to be erupting every day. Saying that, Nangong Yu immediately took out the biological detector that All Might left him. After examining it, he found that there were indeed signs of life beneath the active volcano. It's just that he can't do anything about what these lives are. There's life down there. Looks like what we're looking for is down there. 487. Asui Suyu shook his head. I don't think we can make a hasty decision. The creature we are looking for is a companion creature, and now his companion is dead. Logically speaking, he should be very angry. Nangong Yu nodded. That makes sense. But I saw the volcano erupting like this, maybe the associated creature is already very angry. Asui Suyu shrugged. How about we make a tentative attack? Nangong Yu nodded, and then stood up. System fusion extraction. Target J Shalom. The extraction of the system integration is complete. The black armor system is in operation. Galaxy Force armed level 100%. Galaxy Force combat level 100%. Black armor engine talisman's assist ability is 100%. As the system's gentle voice fell, Nangong Yu's body was suddenly covered with a layer of luster. A huge sword light and shadow instantly appeared above the volcano. As Nangong Yu put his hands together, the big sword fell straight down. Boom! With the earth-shattering sound, the active volcano floating on the bottom of the sea was instantly annihilated. The surrounding sea water made a gurgling sound. Some of the affected creatures fled in all directions. The powerful force even triggered a new round of earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. With these forces completely sinking into the ground, a living creature was shaken out of the ground. This is a huge creature like a centipede, with countless long legs swinging non-stop on both sides of his body. It looks very scary. What are you doing? Why are you disturbing my sleep? Sleep. Nangong Yu felt a little strange. Could it be that they found the wrong place? The big centipede was obviously very angry. Disturb my sleep, you bloody humans. It seems that this is just a quirk-sized creature, not the companion creature of the Fire Phoenix they were looking for at all. Reluctantly exhaling foul air, Nangong Yu returned to the boat, ignoring the giant centipede that he shook out. Let's go, Asui-san. Go to the next active volcano. Okay. Saying this, Asui Suyu prepared to leave here by boat. But I didn't expect that two huge fireballs suddenly fell and hit the bow of their ship. Fortunately, their ships have already been blessed with protective shields, otherwise they would have been pierced by this guy long ago. Stop, you two humans are really too much, disturbing my rest, and want to leave in a big way, at least look at me. Nangong Yu raised his head and asked with a nonchalant face, who are you? The big centipede was a little dazed when asked this question, it really didn't treat him like a green onion. You are too much, I must throw you into the sea today to feed the fish. At this moment, Nangong Yu's synchronous extraction power belonging to Zhe Shaolun has not been removed. Just as the big centipede flew over, a big sword appeared in Nangong Yu's hand instantly. When the sword went down, the big centipede was stunned immediately, and it remained motionless. When did that big centipede suffer such humiliation? At this time, even if his body is in a state of dizziness and restriction, his brain is awake. Seeing Nangong Yu and the others swaggeringly trying to pass by him, the big centipede became angry all of a sudden. After all, it is also a Quirks-like creature. Although it is not enough to be a Quirks-like intelligent creature like humans, it can be regarded as a powerful one after all. It's too much to ignore him like this. After a long period of dizziness, the centipede finally regained its mobility. He wagged his tail and immediately caught up. Stop, you two human beings, you can't think about it without my permission today. But just after he chased it not far away, a big sword suddenly appeared on top of her head. The big centipede immediately froze there. The active volcano he was just now was shattered by this great sword. If the big sword fell on his head now, his body could be smashed to pieces in an instant. It's easy for a creature like you to have quirks to gain wisdom. Wait a little longer, maybe you'll be able to integrate into human society. Cherish life yourself, don't force me to kill you. Hearing this neutral tone, Yin Centipede swallowed a mouthful of saliva unconsciously. Don't scare me with this. I'm not afraid, you human beings are too deceitful. If I don't kill you today, I won't be able to prove myself. After the words fell, the big centipede opened its mouth, ready to spew out the magma in his stomach. But before he opened his mouth halfway, the big sword in the sky fell on his head. The light and shadow of the great sword merged into the body of the giant centipede in an instant. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the body of the giant centipede instantly fell apart. There was no expression on Nangong Yu's face, and he didn't even turn his head. Only Asui Suyu, who was rowing, unconsciously turned around and prayed. These Quirks creatures now, everyone doesn't know what they are thinking there. They have the opportunity to be human, but they have to choose death. 0.6 inches I think so. How difficult it is to have powerful quirks, even among humans there are not a few people who desire to have powerful quirks for themselves. These Quirks creatures have a unique advantage and don't know how to cherish it. In this way, the two of them rowed the boat while talking about the giant centipede, and soon walked to the very center of the ocean. Nangong Yu looked at his watch, and then at the sky. If we wait any longer, the sky will be dark. Let's go to the small island ahead to rest for a while. It's not safe to be floating at sea at night. Haru Suyu nodded, and then drove the sailboat to the nearest small island. The size of the island is small, but it can still accommodate hundreds of people. The two soon started a fire on the shore. Suddenly, the ocean in front of them suddenly heard the voice of the ancient capital. Chapter 135 Fireflies. Pure energy personified. Nangong Yu hurriedly stood up, looking at the non-stop bubbles on the sea surface. These blisters are turning over faster and faster, and each blister explodes immediately after the sponge rises, releasing a super high temperature. Every time the temperature is released, a heat wave will sweep through, shaking Nangong Yu and Frog Chunmei and the two of them back. System Fusion Extraction. Target Frost Witch. The system fusion area is completed, and the Frost Witch system assists calculations. The completion of the ice factor is 100%. The completion of the fourth generation of the divine body of the witch's divine body is 100% complete. Completion of ice combat ability is 100%. Ice assimilation combat capability 100%. Ice synchronous combat capability 100%. The sound of the eating system sounded, and a powerful icy air began to emerge from Nangong Yu's body. The bubbles on the surface of the sea are also completely covered by these ice in an instant. However, the rising high temperature below the sea surface became stronger and stronger, and at the end, with a bang, all the ice blocks on the sea surface were shattered. Finally, a tiny creature like a firefly appeared in front of Nangong Yu. This firefly looks like a grain of magma all over its body. It's just that the terrifying high temperature and Quirks power emanating from his body make people shudder. What is this? Nangong Yu asked subconsciously. Asui Suyu shook his head. I don't know, I've never seen it before, could it be the accompanying creature of the Fire Phoenix? Nangong Yu frowned. It's a bit like the Quirks power on him and the Fire Phoenix. It seems to come from the same origin, but it's much stronger than the Fire Phoenix. While the two were talking, a powerful magma force suddenly burst out from the firefly's body. Are you the ones who killed the Fire Phoenix? Nangong Yu froze for a moment. This firefly can still talk. That's right, we killed him, what do you want? Ha 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 ha, kind, it looks like you guys are from the Heroic Academy, right? Nangong Yu froze for a moment. That's right, we are students there, so what? What a bunch of brats who don't know the heights of the heavens and the earth. Even your principal dare not talk to me like this, how dare you be so presumptuous? Nangong Yu was a little surprised. You know our principal. The firefly suddenly made a strange sound. Nonsense, of course I know your principal. I have seen him since he was a little mouse. Hearing the firefly's tone of voice, Nangong Yu suddenly felt that this firefly seemed to be as famous as the principal. Were you quirksified with our principal? How could I possibly be quirksified with that little piece of shit? I was quirksified long before it was quirksified. Nangong Yu observed this firefly from the side. It seems that his intelligence has reached superhuman level. Such an intelligent creature can be said to have been able to integrate into human society. But for some reason, he would rather stay in the volcanic magma, cultivate a fire phoenix, and even be willing to be the companion creature of that fire phoenix. However, these issues seem to be unimportant anymore, and the two of them have already stood in a position where they cannot share the sky. The firefly's petite body brought a huge amount of scorching energy and kept moving forward. The icy aura on Nangong Yu's body also continued to spread. The forces of the two sides finally collided on the periphery of the island, and a large amount of water vapor burst out. The collision of such a powerful force caused the small island under their feet to begin to melt. If this continues, they may not even have the last bit of foothold. Nangong Yu suddenly felt a little crisis. Just relying on the power of the Frost Witch, it seems impossible to compete with this little firefly. The magma power on the firefly swept over again. In the end, a bigger firefly surrounded it. It looks like pure energy incarnation. The corners of Nangong Yu's mouth raised slightly. The magma power erupting from the eastern firefly has reached an extreme. If there is no corresponding extreme power, I am afraid that it is impossible to restrict the movement of this firefly. If so, feel free to do so. System fusion extraction. Target void engine. The system integration and extraction is complete, and the void engine assists the calculation. Void combat capability 90%. The void engine is 100% synchronized. The void engine's auxiliary computing power is 100%. Void engine auxiliary combat capability 100%. The overall combat capability of the void engine is 90%. At this moment, the icy power that erupted from Nangong Yu's body instantly transformed into black thunder. The power of black thunder. Nangong Yu's body lingered, and the power that erupted was terrifying. The terrifying magma released by the fireflies just now has been slowly occupied and eroded by the black thunder. At this speed, it won't take long for the magma power erupting from that firefly to be almost eroded. But this message has not waited for it to be sent out, it has already hidden its face in the weight of the void. Besides, All Might gave him a secret mission before he left, asking him to closely patrol this sea area to see if anyone from Tamura Shigaraki is making trouble here. The black thunder soared directly past through the control range of the flames and entered their cores. Why do these people look like this? Since they already have such high intelligence, why don't they integrate into the human society to survive? What kind of fire phoenix should they raise here? At this moment, the firefly has raised the magma energy on his body to a viscous and terrifying state. At the last moment of shattering, Firefly kept asking who Nangong Yu was in his mind. The firefly also seemed to feel the crisis. He hastily glided hundreds of meters in midair and stopped. I saw him take off directly into the air, reaching an altitude of several thousand meters, and then the thunder lingering on his body turned into a huge sword. When Nangong Yu fell, looking at the empty sky, he couldn't help sighing. This seemed to be an evenly matched comparison between thunder and Huo 980 yen. For some reason, when the big sword fell, it became extremely unbalanced. There was a slight scream, thinking of the firefly in the core, holding the tip of the sword and letting out a painful scream. Nangong Yu would not give him such a chance. Under Nangong Yu's control, the powerful black sword fell on the firefly. With the passage of time, the firefly finally failed to withstand the heavy blow of the black sword, and shattered in an instant. Asui Suyu waved his hand. I don't know about this, maybe it's their own pursuit. Then the fireflies occupied that piece of sky, constantly releasing the power of the silver paste on their bodies. Nangong Yu was helpless, and then set up a tent on the small island. No matter what, they couldn't leave here today, and could only live on the small island. After all, the sudden appearance of such a large number of Quirks creatures during this period of time makes people feel a strong sense of crisis. Chapter 136 15 Quirks. The two set up a tent, lit a fire, put some supplies they brought on the fire, and started to barbecue. They have lived this kind of beach life for several days, and they are very familiar with all the procedures. Student Nangong, do you have any plans for the future? Asui Suyu asked suddenly. Nangong Yu froze for a moment. I don't know about this, I haven't figured it out yet, maybe I want to be a professional Quirks hero. Asui Suyu nodded. Actually, I think so too. I have had a dream of becoming a hero since I was a child. Nangong Yu smiled. Actually, we are all the same. Just when the two of us were chatting happily, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the sky. The powerful force emerging from this black hole makes people tremble. Nangong Yu hastily dropped the barbecue in his hand and stood up. Asui Suyu was also on the sidelines preparing for the fight. But this black hole appeared for a long time without any action. At one time, Nangong Yu thought that this was just a simple space-time disorder phenomenon. However, Nangong still did not relax his vigilance. After about 3 minutes, a voice suddenly came from the black hole. Nangong Yu, I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. Nangong Yu frowned. He was very familiar with this voice. It was the voice of Tamura Shigaraki. Okay, so it's you. I've been looking for you everywhere, but I can't find you. I didn't expect you to appear here. If that's the case, come down, let's have a good fight. Tamura Shigaraki laughed twice. You are not qualified to fight me. I have never regarded you as my opponent. Nangong Yu gritted his teeth, and his heart was full of anger. You look down so much, I will bring trouble myself. Ha 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 ha, I've never been afraid of trouble, even the occasional existence like Matt, I don't care about it. The corners of Nangong Yu's mouth raised slightly. If that's the case, then what are you doing here? Tamura Shigaraki's voice was very strange. When did I come here? I just opened a small hole in your space to talk to you. Nangong Yu suddenly had an ominous premonition. That means your real body is not here. May I take the liberty to ask, where is your real body? I told you, you are not entitled to know. Tamura Shigaraki looked impatient. Actually, I know it even if you don't tell me. You are nothing more than afraid of my power, so you opened a black hole to monitor me. Your body should be attacking All Might and the others, right? Ha 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 ha, you kid is really smart, whether it is wisdom or quirks, it is above me. Although I never regarded you as an opponent, my teacher told me that if I want to conquer this world, I must kill you first. Nangong shook his hand. You want to kill me, you really don't have the ability. Tamura Shigaraki suddenly laughed maniacally. I don't have that ability, but he doesn't. The voice fell, and 19 Nomu suddenly shuttled out of the dark space. Okay, let them play with you here, I won't accompany you. After talking about the black hole in the sky, it disappeared without a trace, and Tamura Shigaraki's voice was never heard again. Nangong Yu gritted his teeth. Damn, I didn't expect to be swayed by this guy today. 15 Nomu, although their minds are not that high, but they have powerful quirks ability. And there are 15 different quirks in 15. If you really want to fight them seriously, I'm afraid Nanchong can't take advantage of it. Asui Suyu stood up directly, and immediately stuck out her tongue, wanting to fight these ugly monsters in front of her. Who knew that Nangong Yu stretched out his hand and pushed her back? There are only 15 Nomu, I can still deal with it. In my eyes, they are just 15 ugly, brainless monsters. Said Nangong Yu directly into the sky. After completing the battle just now, the void engine on his body has not been completely revoked. At this time, it was just a docking again. 15 ugly monsters also made disgusting noises at this time. One by one, they roared and ran towards Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu laughed loudly. I told you a long time ago, you are just a bunch of ugly monsters. If you want to fight me, do it in your next life. After speaking, the black thunder on his body suddenly bloomed. One of them, Nomu, released thunder and lightning, and rushed towards Nangong Yu. The corner of Nangong's mouth raised slightly, and he punched him. Under this punch, the lightning on Nomu's body disappeared without a trace in an instant, and he was blasted into the sea by Nangong Yu's punch. One ugly monster was thrown into the sea, but it didn't deter the other ugly monsters. These Nomu are brave and fearless, day after day they rushed up one after another. Nangong Yu didn't pay attention to them at all, he kept lingering lightning power in his hand, and hit these Nomu's body one after another. 15 guys, 15 kinds of quirks. To be honest, Nangong Yu is really struggling to deal with it now. He couldn't kill one of them in such a short time. But as long as he can kill one or two of them at any cost, the balance between the two sides will be broken immediately, and Nangong will kill the remaining Nomu in an instant. However, so far, the battle has reached a stalemate. Just when Nangong was worried, a long pink tongue suddenly appeared in front of Nangong Yu. This long tongue directly entangled a petrified Nomu, dragging it down abruptly. And in such a gap, Nangong Yu's nearest Nomu finally showed its flaws. It was a Nomu that could grow and shrink, and although the ugly monster had now turned into a gigantic giant, his brain was just exposed within the range of Nangong Yu's attack. The corners of Nangong's mouth rose slightly, and he punched him. The lightning power lingering on this punch spread from that Nomu's brain all over his body at once. There was a bang, and the monster's head was torn apart. Killed at Qian's Jiao Nomu, and the balance of the field was instantly broken. But something happened to Asui Suyu. The Nomu who was pulled over by her just now has already launched an attack on her. Nangong Yu will not let him bully Asui Suyu. The black thunder on his body immediately enveloped him, like a cannonball, falling quickly. Then forcefully penetrated the Nomu's body. This time, there were only 13 monsters floating in the sky. These 13 guys are much easier for Nangong Yu. He suddenly yelled, and then all the black thunder on his body was shot out by him, forming a huge black ball of light in the sky. In the light sphere, the huge power released envelops all the remaining Nomu. Each of these ugly monsters seems to be suffering from great pain. In the wailing of their lives, their brains exploded one after another. Chapter 137 Consecration. Fearless Future New Order. Please subscribe. As pieces of meat from the sky fell down one by one, Nangong Yu let out a long breath of relief. This battle was completed with lightning speed. But at this moment, his heart still couldn't calm down. Although the black hole in the sky has disappeared, there will be no more unknown creatures rushing out. But Tamura Shigaraki has just issued his next plan. He was going to attack the group of students led by All Might. The top priority now is that they must go back as soon as possible. But Nangong Yu's body has reached its limit now, so he can only sit down and rest for a while. Asui Suyu also seemed to see Nangong Yu's physical condition, so he hurriedly prepared food for his barbecue. Although these things can't fully supplement Nangong Yu's nutrients, they can restore his physical strength to a certain extent. After resting like this for about half an hour, Nangong Yu's body finally returned to a peak. Just now he forcibly used the void engine to cause such a powerful explosion in the sky, which undoubtedly placed a huge load on his body. If it wasn't for such a short rest, his body might not be able to be repaired. We have stayed here long enough, now we must rush back. Otherwise, the students will be in danger. Nangong Yu looked very anxious. Asui Suyu also nodded. But here is a long distance from school 210, how can we get there all at once? Nangong Yu smiled slightly. Of course I have my own way. As he spoke, he stood up directly and let out a long breath of relief. System fusion extraction. Target rose. The system integration and extraction is complete, and the micro-wormhole engine auxiliary calculation begins. The third generation divine body is 100% complete. The black armor system is 100% complete. Weapon combat capability completion is 100%. The overall combat capability is 100% complete. When Nangong Yu opened his eyes again, his aura had completely changed. After another breath of relief, Nangong Yu directly grabbed Asui Suyu and disappeared in place. The next step is space wormhole jumping again and again. After jumping twice in a row, they appeared in the middle of the school. At this moment, Asui Suyu had stars in her eyes, and she didn't even know what she had just experienced. Wormhole jumping requires strong physical fitness as a supplement. If you don't have such physical fitness, if you force the wormhole jumping, problems are likely to occur. It will even be disintegrated by the impulse when jumping the wormhole. Fortunately, Asui Suyu has quirks, and his physical fitness is beyond ordinary people, so he was able to pass out in a few jumps. After jumping a few times with Asui Suyu in his arms, Nangong entered the school team. After hastily handing Asui Suyu to the recovery girl, Nangong Yu had time to look up. Today's sky is so different from usual. An unknown number of black wormholes appeared in the sky. In every black wormhole, Nomu keeps coming out. At the same time, a large number of evil hero also appeared in the city. Each of them claims to be the new defender of order. Floating in the sky is Tamura Shigaraki. At this time, Tamura Shigaraki had already taken the hand off his face, revealing his handsome face. All Might is hiding in a nearby ruin at this time, and Midoriya Izuku is there to take care of him. Nangong Yu hurried over. Teacher, how are you? All Might is already in a weak state at this time. Thank goodness, Nangong boy, you finally came back. Nangong Yu glanced at the sky outside. I really didn't expect them to make such a big move. All Might gritted his teeth. I'm afraid they have already started to act. The owners of some marine quirks creatures we encountered were probably lured out by them. Nangong Yu had thought of this a long time ago, but what he didn't expect was that all of this was the first conflict initiated by Tamura Shigaraki for the sake of attacking. Nangong Yu gritted his teeth. Don't worry, teacher, I will definitely kill him. All Might grabs Nangong Yu's palm and at the same time grabs Green Valley Izuku's palm and puts their palms together. Boy, you two are my students, Tamura Shigaraki in the sky, he is my enemy's student. Let me take a look today, whether the students I teach are the best. Or the students he teaches are the best. Nangong Yu and Green Valley Izuku looked at each other and nodded heavily. Then the two of them walked out of the ruins with their heads held high. Tamura Shigaraki looked very surprised in the sky. I really didn't expect that you two guys would appear in front of me at the same time. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude. Saying that the dead wood fell to him, suddenly the mighty Kurogiri appeared. Those black mist seemed to be some energy, continuously drilling into Tamura Shigaraki's body. In the end, the power emanating from Tamura Shigaraki has reached a terrifying state. Both of them knew that Tamura Shigaraki's power must not continue to skyrocket. At this time, the prompt sound of the system's question came to mind again in Nangong Yu's mind. System fusion extraction. Target void engine. The fusion extraction is complete. The void engine auxiliary calculation starts. The void engine's auxiliary computing power is 100%. Void engine auxiliary combat capability 100%. Fusion of void power is 100%. At this moment, a large number of professional quirks took to the sky. The overall combat capability of the void engine is 100%. Void power assist combat level 100%. For the first time, the void engine is 100% operational as a void force. One day when they understand everything, this is the beginning of a new world order. For so many years, the battle between the two sides has never stopped, and the two sides have never stopped as the forerunners of order leading this world. With these powers, he is powerful enough to take down Tamura Shigaraki in the sky. All Might looked at it, and the battle had already entered a fierce state at this time. A satisfied smile rose from the corner of his mouth. Our influence on the world can only be seen by how the world evaluates us. Don't worry, I think these children will carry forward our wishes. They are undoubtedly a great hindrance to Nangong Yu and Green Valley Izuku. Right and wrong are left for the world to evaluate, not just one person standing up and saying it. All Might kept looking at the sky, muttering to himself, but unfortunately no one seemed to understand what he was saying. But a large number of Nomu are also constantly appearing from the wormhole in midair at this moment. Mukazawa Shota also appeared beside All Might at this moment. Don't you understand this by now? At this moment, Nangong Yu suddenly felt a huge power zone constantly circulating in his body. In the previous battle, they had already exhausted their physical strength, but at this moment, they did not hesitate to contribute their last strength zone in order to let Nangong Yu approach Tamura Shigaraki. Chapter 138 Sublimation. Rise from the darkness. Please subscribe. Endeavor continuously unleashes his flames in the sky, stopping dozens of Nomu. His incomparable flames raged in the sky at this time, making most monsters terrified. And beside him, Shoto Todoroki is also there to perfectly show the fusion of fire and ice on his body. Stinky boy, hurry up. This kind of battlefield is not suitable for you, you have to save it to create the future of this world. Old man, shut up. I don't want you to teach me. I have already used it, a power stronger than yours. I can participate in higher dimensional battles. In this kind of dialogue, the father and son seem to be in constant conflict, but they are thinking about each other now, hoping that the other party can survive this battle. Bakugo was already crazy at this time, he kept surpassing the limit of his body, and released his super powerful grenade flames into the sky. Every big explosion will bring a large piece of air to burst, and the power released is amazing. Kirishima Eijiro and Tetsu Tetsutek unleashed the quirks of their own world to the extreme, fighting against those Nomu ground troops non-stop. Seeing all my teachers and classmates, as well as professional quirks, working so hard. Tears welled up in Nangong Yu's eyes. He has already fought to this extent. If he doesn't try his best to fight against villains, he will really feel sorry for these teachers and classmates who opened the way for them. Nangong Yu glanced back at Izuku who was beside him, student Lugu. Have you seen Nangong and the guards around him? Green Valley Izuku nodded. I saw it. Okay, you help me stop them now, try to create time and space for me and Tamura Shigaraki to be together. Green Valley Izuku, without hesitation, directly agreed. Then he covered his whole body with 5% of quirks, then shouted, and jumped up vigorously. Several guards around Tamura Shigaraki saw the majestic Green Valley Izuku, they immediately gathered all their strength and rushed towards Green Valley Izuku. The two sides are fighting together at once. As for Green Valley Izuku, he also seemed to be crazy at this time. He continuously increased the power covering himself according to 1% of the power. Such a speed of improvement is undoubtedly suicide. Once the power he covers exceeds the limit of his body's tolerance, his body will explode. But all of this is just asking for time for Nangong. With the complete fusion of 100% void engine on his body, Nangong Yu has exploded with unprecedented super power at this moment. Bending slightly, legs slightly bent, Tamura Shigaraki, today I will let you see how strong I am. As soon as the words fell, Nangong Yu jumped up from the ground. In an instant, he was in front of Tamura Shigaraki and slammed his fist at him. Seeing this situation, Tamura Shigaraki hastily stretched out his fist to fight. However, Nangong Yu took advantage of such a hasty challenge. The moment the fists of the two sides collided, Tamura Shigaraki felt a strong force and was blown away like a cannonball. This powerful impact immediately made Tamura Shigaraki feel an unprecedented crisis. I never imagined that you have been hiding your strength for such a long time. A perverted smile suddenly appeared on Tamura Shigaraki's face. Since this is the case, I will show you my strength today. Black mist lingered around Tamura Shigaraki continuously. The strength and aura of the two people are also constantly in charge there. But as time passed, Tamura Shigaraki suddenly discovered a problem. That is the power emanating from Nangong Yu, which is growing without limit. If this growth rate continues, Tamura Shigaraki will definitely lose in the end. So Tamura Shigaraki no longer sticks to the traditional style of play. There was a purple light in his eyes. The purple light flashed away, and then Tamura Shigaraki's body disappeared into the air. Nangong Yu smiled slightly, playing space shuttle in front of the void engine. He was really beyond his control. The target is locked during the calculation of the void engine. The void dimension is 1800. The void three-dimensional dimension, 120,360,430. Nangong Yu's face couldn't help showing a hint of sarcasm, and the void engine immediately condensed into a cannon barrel in his chest under the powerful calculation. The barrel suddenly released a powerful force, and the black thunder released from it directly hit the space where Tamura Shigaraki was. Tamura Shigaraki's pupils shrank suddenly, and the space around him instantly shattered. If it wasn't for a few Nomu blocking the attack for him, his body would probably be shattered. 0. Tamura Shigaraki, who was shocked all over, kept shuttling through the space. However, every time he shuttles, Nangong can catch traces. After dozens of battles, Tamura Shigaraki finally escaped from the void. Moreover, dozens of Nomu in the void have been consumed at this moment. Tamura Shigaraki panted heavily. He didn't expect that his estimate of Nangong Yu's combat power was so much worse. At this moment, he had an urge to die. It seems that this Nangong Yu in front of him can only defeat him unless his teacher comes over. With a long breath of relief, the black mist around Tamura Shigaraki began to gather continuously. When the fog reached a certain thickness, Tamura Shigaraki suddenly erupted with an astonishing force. Nangong Yu showed no sign of weakness. The black thunder and lightning lingering around him also turned into a huge black ball of light at this moment. The two fought the ultimate battle of the century. When their powers collided, the void in the sky began to nectar. Those Nomu who got close also turned into nothingness at this moment. This confrontation lasted for a full 3 minutes, and within a few hundred miles around them, all the buildings had been destroyed to pieces. With the two of them as the center, all objects in the surrounding space disappeared. When the smoke cleared and everything was clear, everyone could see that Tamura Shigaraki's hands were hanging down beside him, obviously seriously injured. Gia, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. But I have recorded all your combat data. We will meet later. After the voice fell, a black void appeared in the sky again, and Tamura Shigaraki just walked out of the void. When Nangong Yu was about to chase after him, several Nomu unexpectedly chose to explode beside him. Nangong Yu hastily opened the shield to counteract the energy of these explosions. But Tamura Shigaraki has disappeared without a trace. The city returned to calm again, but Nangong Yu's heart could not get Pingxia for a long time. He secretly made up his mind in his heart that one day he would tear this Tamura Shigaraki into pieces. Volume 2 Chapter 1 Kurogiri. Tamura Shigaraki who suddenly disappeared. Didn't this old guy disappear long ago? Why is it coming out again now? It's really hard to deal with. When All Might wanted to continue to ask what happened, but the dead handle wooden hanging had dissipated in the darkness. Now there is only pitch black in front of him, and he can't see anything. He ran quite fast, and just now he swore that he would compete with me. After saying these words, All Might also slowly dissipated. Now that all the intruders have been dealt with, there is no need for him to stay here any longer. His existence would bring some unnecessary troubles to these teenagers, so for the sake of their daily tranquility, it would be better for him to lose a little bit. The screen changed. Did someone report the intruder just now to the principal? Maybe the school doesn't know that we have gone through a big battle until now. Nangong Yu looked down at his new clothes and felt very satisfied. Then he raised his head and looked at the group of people in front of him. After asking this question, he was only focused on dealing with those intruders just now. I forgot about it, if the school didn't know that they had just gone through such a war. And even the God of Peace, All Might, has appeared, so isn't their school too irresponsible? 820. Don't worry, I have already explained the situation to the school when the incident happened, and they are probably already starting follow-up preparations now. When Bakugo Katsuki said this, his eyes kept looking at Nangong Li. He didn't know how many secrets this guy still hides in his body. Since the appearance of this guy, they have been slowly subverting their three views. It seems that this guy always has unlimited abilities. Just like the kind of quirks, just now, it is simply not something they can master. But this guy easily sent them to another place. Why do you keep looking at me like this? Could it be that you have taken a fancy to me? Let me tell you, I don't have that eccentricity. When Nangong Yu said this, he tightened his clothes tightly and made a shy expression. It disgusted everyone present. They haven't forgotten how Nangong Yu looked shirtless and muscular just now. As a result, they made another expression like this now, which simply refreshed their cognition. Nangong Yu, we really want to ask you now, how do you use that kind of quirks? You know, even those people in the school can't control it. During the conversation, the few people had already surrounded Nangong Yu in the middle, as if breaking the casserole and asking the end. Nangong Yu looked at the people around him, and suddenly smiled wryly. How could he forget the gossiping nature of these people? Just now I was only concerned about protecting their safety, but I forgot about it. Now I have found such a big trouble for myself, and I don't even know how it will end. I think you should still be curious, why All Might will appear at this time. In order to prevent them from continuing to study too many things on him, Nangong Yu felt that he should put the blame on All Might. After all, for themselves, what they are more curious about now is why the God of Peace suddenly appeared in their school. Sure enough, right after Nangong Yu raised that question, everyone started to discuss and forgot about the question they asked Nangong Yu just now. That's right, why did the God of Peace suddenly appear? This is the first time I've seen All Might. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. He scared away all the invaders just after he appeared. Do you think he came here to save us? Nangong Yu not only smiled slightly after hearing this sentence, in fact, these people's thoughts are right. All Might is here to save them today, and it is also to give a warning to these invaders and the Sigeng Mahong just now. Let them know that All Might is still as powerful as before, not a height they can reach. It's just that Nangong Yu looked at the students in front of him and respected All Might as a god. He also put all his hopes on All Might, which made Nangong Yu feel a little complicated. He didn't know how to change the thinking of these people. I don't even know if I can really accomplish the thing I promised All Might before. But since I have agreed, I should do my best to complete this matter. You said next time we encounter such a situation, will the peace struggle come to save us? Originally, Nangong Yu let them discuss today's matter below, but after hearing this sentence, he suddenly felt that the focus of this matter seemed to be off. These students can't let All Might come to save them after imagining one thing all the time, otherwise they won't want to practice anymore. Then thinking that if there is danger, someone will come to rescue, so there is no need to deal with the invaders by yourself, this kind of thinking is not acceptable. He can save us once, but it doesn't mean that every time this happens, he will still come. We must do a good job in our usual practice and prevent this from happening again. Nangong Yu really didn't expect that the appearance of All Might would bring such luck to these students. He must kill this kind of psychology in the cradle. After listening to Nangong Yu's words, these students all fell in love with Nangong Yu. Student Nangong Yu is right, we can't have such a psychological situation, we can only wait for others to save us. What Nangong Yu didn't expect was that it was Yaoyorozu Momo who made the clothes for him just now who said this. He remembered that this girl had always been a young lady with a temper, never willing to suffer, but today she actually catered to his words. So Nangong Yu glanced at Yaoyorozu Momo very puzzled, could this girl be frightened by these invaders today? Yaoyorozu Momo, who just said that sentence, suddenly lowered his head in joy when he saw Nan's eye looking at it, and his face even started to turn red. So Nangong Yu suddenly realized that something was wrong. Could it be that this girl had some unreasonable thoughts about herself just now? But no matter what, it's good for him to have such an idea. What our eldest lady said just now is correct. You can't always count on others to save you. Chapter 2 Suddenly, unexpected danger. No matter what, it's good for the eldest lady to have such an idea now. As for other things, they don't have time to think about it now. One day he would figure it out himself, so Nangong Yu didn't worry too much about it. After hearing Nangong Yu's words, the other students also nodded, then lowered their heads and began to meditate. They really can't rely on others to save them all the time, in case one day that person suddenly feels that they have been attached to him like this all the time. Then they will never show up again if they are unhappy, then they will have to wait to die then, won't they? Then we must practice hard in the future. That's right, the situation like today will definitely happen again in the future. We must pay attention to the appearance of dead handle wooden hangers. The dead handle wooden hanging has not appeared for many years, but this time it appeared to cause such a large-scale injury. They have to pay attention to it. Since the school has already known about it, they should send people to solve this matter soon. So after discussing with them, Nangong decided to go back to the classroom first. After all, it was such a big mess that even a few of them couldn't clean it up, so let's leave it to the school. Students, we are also very sorry that this kind of thing happened, but no one thought that they would use such an opportunity to attack the school. Today, all the teachers and principals in the school went out to work. Unexpectedly, the invaders came to attack the school in just a short period of time. The principal rushed back immediately after hearing about this matter, but at this time they found that their students had already resolved this matter. Student Nangong, you did a very good job this time. It seems that you have great leadership skills. Nangong Yu, this sudden compliment, shouldn't I accept it with humility? But before Nangong Yu could speak, he suddenly heard Baosheng Haoji's voice from another corner of the classroom. Teacher, you can't just praise Nangong Yu alone, we have also contributed a lot. Before Baosheng Haoji's voice fell, other people's voices also rose. Our classmates are all teachers who escaped death, you can't be partial. However, today is the first actual battle we have experienced since we entered school. It is really interesting to think about it. The teacher standing on the stage saw the happy expressions and excited state of the students under his platform, and felt that this appearance was not bad. At least these students didn't have any fear because of today's incident. You all did very well today, but your future cultivation is inevitable, and you must strengthen your cultivation. Today's incident made them realize the sense of crisis, if it wasn't for the fact that they usually manage these students very strictly. And they have a very strong quirks, maybe today's incident will have unavoidable consequences. Therefore, the school, who was aware of this matter, decided to strengthen the cultivation of the students in the future. Why not praise? Nangong Yu was the only person in the academy who didn't like to practice all day and all night, so he originally thought that they would be praised for doing such a big thing today. Unexpectedly, more intense training came suddenly, which made him feel a little unhappy. During this period, Nangong Yu, who was sitting on the seat, didn't speak. He was thinking that All Might went after the big villain later. What happened to the final result? Did you get any information from him? And All Might himself was not injured. Although he has promised All Might to protect the world instead of him, but even if this is the case, he doesn't want him to get hurt. And he knew that All Might's current strength was greatly reduced. If he really went after that villain, once the two of them fought, it was very likely that All Might would not be his opponent. That would indirectly expose the current state of All Might. Soon, other students noticed that something was wrong with Nangong Yu. It seemed that Nangong Yu had been sitting there without speaking since returning to the classroom. Student Nangong Yu, what happened to you today? We won a big victory today. Nangong Yu felt that the current period seemed to be an excuse to persuade them to work harder in their practice. Anyway, what he said just now was reasonable. As soon as the voice fell, Nangong Yuren rushed out of the classroom. This was really his instinctive reaction after something happened. Then send them back, which is not something ordinary people can do. Students, you have heard it. Nangong Yu usually works harder than you. You must follow him in the future. When Nangong Yu heard this, he thought inwardly that this group of people might be dragging his own quirks again. I'm just working harder than you in my daily practice, so as long as you work hard, you will definitely be able to reach my strength. Boom, boom. Today they had a particularly shocking experience with Nangong Yu, how strong it is now, and several silver waves appeared with just a flick of it. It's just that they didn't work hard on their own. Although this sounds more hateful, it is indeed an excuse that can persuade them to work hard. But before Nangong Yu could stop it, the students had already started talking about Nangong Yu's performance today. Only by practicing hard and practicing hard on weekdays can we have such a strength, and they are far from their own reasons. 0. Seeking flowers. Then all of them were startled, especially Nangong Yu, who was very vigilant, and stood up from his seat. I guess he's tired. Today, student Nangong Yu stole the limelight. Without him, we wouldn't be able to sit here intact. You all stay here and don't move, I'll go out and have a look. Again, student Nangong Yu, but you haven't told us well yet, why is student Nangong Yu so strong now? Just after the teacher on the podium finished speaking, a very loud voice suddenly came from next door to them. He felt that he should be the first to protect these classmates and the school.